Chapter 1. It has been 2 days since I arrived in the magical realm. Just 2 days ago, I was reveling with my boisterous companions at a late-night food stall, and upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a young girl. After 2 days of waiting, with no system to rely on, I had no choice but to accept this new reality. At the very least, I could seek out a tranquil place to spend the rest of my days, having long grown weary of the complexities of social interactions from my previous life. The past 2 days have been remarkably mundane. Gradually, the memories of the original owner of this body have resurfaced, revealing her name to be Isabella Berina. The silver lining is that she hails from a family of esteemed knights, considered to be lower-tier nobility, and she is still quite young, having just turned 10. However, the downside is that her magical abilities are exceedingly feeble. To make matters worse, she has a younger sister, Kakolo, who is only 3 years old and yet to awaken her magical powers. Being part of the nobility, her father, Herod Berina, places great importance on the family's magical prowess. One's magical ability is almost predetermined upon awakening, and only those with sufficient power can inherit the family legacy. There are numerous matters yet to be addressed, but they shall be reserved for later. In their household, Isabella's father is the sole parent. His daily routine involves patrolling the vineyard with a dozen loyal guards, tending to the grapes meant for winemaking. At noon, he drags Isabella and her sister Kakolo along for sword training. Initially, she assumed they would be practicing with small, one-handed swords, but upon arriving at the backyard, Isabella's expression turned to one of dismay as she gazed at the oversized wooden sword, feeling lost. The sword was taller than herself. Must one truly begin sword training from such a young age? Did her father, perhaps, understand the adage that wealth lies in martial prowess rather than scholarly pursuits? Despite her profound reluctance, she could only rely on muscle memory and had practiced for 2 days. During lunchtime, Isabella inquired of her father, "Where has mother gone? Have you lost your wits due to fever?" "Your mother has gone with the merchant caravan to the southern elven kingdom and will not return for 3 months. It is only February now. We won't see her again until at least May," he replied. Dressed in a flowing white garment that accentuated his muscular physique, with light golden hair that lent him an air of nobility, her father stood imposing. Her sister, Kakolo, was a quiet child, remarkably composed for a 7-year-old. Even during meals, she exhibited remarkable decorum, delicately nibbling at her food with her small cherry-like mouth. As they neared the end of their meal, her father remarked, "Next month, dark magical fog will appear, and it will be time for my nightly order to be deployed. It is still the beginning of the month. We have less than 30 days left together. Especially you, Isabella, practice your swordsmanship diligently. Your magical aptitude is rather lacking, and considering that you'll be enrolling in school come August, it is highly likely that your magical level will not qualify you for the Brifa Magical Academy." Isabella exchanged a glance with her father, feigning shame as she lowered her gaze. After all, life stretches ahead. Why worry about such matters? As long as she finds joy in her existence, that is enough. "Father, you mentioned that one should not overexert oneself in the face of the dark magical fog." Isabella recalled what the fog entailed and swiftly changed the subject. "Elite magical creatures are exceedingly perilous. Your abilities are formidable, but thank you for your concern. This month, the dark magical fog has already been sighted near Trosstown. The casualties have mostly been among the vanguard soldiers, whose basic magical abilities are insufficient to contend with so many low-tier magical creatures. Typically, 3 intermediate magic practitioners from Azelia Academy accompany us, and it usually takes 3 to 5 days to eliminate elite magical creatures. If all goes well, I should be back in half a month," he explained. "Father," Kakolo murmured, "I don't want you to go. Can you please stay?" Her father shook his head and replied gently, "It is the directive of Count Jala. I will ensure my own safety." After lunch, he resumed his routine of training soldiers at the military camp. He commanded a battalion of 1,200 magical warriors, each possessing basic magical abilities. However, when facing magical creatures of equal rank, their numbers vastly outnumbered his troops, and they might encounter several high-tier creatures. Only with his own mid-tier capabilities and the assistance of 3 intermediate magic practitioners from Azelia Academy could they hope to withstand such threats. Once the meal concluded, Cacolo naturally retired for her afternoon nap, while Isabella sought to uncover more information about this world in the study. Yet, it seemed her father, a martial enthusiast, possessed only tomes on magical swordsmanship. There were no other books to be found in the study. Upon returning to her own room, Isabella discovered a book on introductory magic on her desk. With the memories of the original owner flooding back, she realized her magical prowess had shown no improvement, entirely her own fault, having indulged in play far too often, spending countless afternoons engaging in hide and seek with children from the neighboring village. The book appeared pristine, having been scarcely opened. The few times she had glanced at it over the past fleeting days had been rather superficial. Was she truly going to give up simply because her foundation was weak? This world's magic is categorized into 12 elements: wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, ice, metal, light, darkness, gravity, healing, and space. The introductory book detailed the methods for utilizing each element, encouraging practitioners to discover the magic that resonated with them, and through practice, they could shoulder significant responsibilities in the future. Strangely enough, Isabella found that she could manipulate all 12 types of magic. According to the book, upon vocalizing the incantations, she was able to conjure magical sigils in the palm of her hand. Regrettably, she was unable to manifest any of the distinct characteristics of the magic. She could only produce the magical sigils. Isabella suddenly felt something amiss. She recalled someone mentioning that a magic practitioner capable of wielding from magical attributes was considered an ancient century genius, and those who could control more than 4 were exceedingly rare. Lost in thought, Isabella eventually smiled to herself. Could it be that she was the chosen one? A paragon of versatility? The book also recorded the source of magical power within a magic practitioner. Isabella scoffed. This sounds remarkably similar to the Golden Core from cultivation novels. However, unlike the Golden Core, a magic practitioner's source of power expands with their strength. But why is mine so small? Merely the size of a quail egg. My magical awakening has already taken 2 years, and it has shown no growth. The original owner must be utterly disgraceful. The text indicated that a junior magic practitioner's source of power was roughly the size of a chicken egg. The means to enhance one's magical power included daily training, alongside the goal of expanding one source of power while simultaneously studying theoretical knowledge and consuming magical flora and fauna, or utilizing appropriate magical potions for enhancement. However, such methods resulted in slow progress, relying on the principle of accumulating small gains. Another method involved slaying magical creatures upon their demise. The minute, scarcely perceptible sources of magical power from the defeated creatures would merge into the victor's own source. However, this method bore side effects, as the source could become tainted by magical corruption, necessitating purification through crystals or treatment by healing magic practitioners. The process of utilizing magic was quite straightforward, involving some rather juvenile incantations. To achieve a calm mind, one must enter a state of focus, channeling the internal magical source and aligning it with their intent to release the magic. Isabella attempted this several times, discovering that she could not summon her magical source. Exercising patience, she attentively sensed her internal magical source, which appeared as a colorless sphere the size of a quail egg. Drawing forth a strand of magic in her palm, she unleashed a burst of flame magic. It turned out that the incantations were superfluous. All one needed was to calm their mind, sense the magical source, and draw forth a fraction of magic into the material world to cast it. To validate her hypothesis, Isabella suppressed her excitement and tried again. Indeed, then she experimented with other types of magic, each manifesting in her palm. 12 distinct glowing magics illuminated Isabella's youthful face, her expression shifting from delight to trepidation. Isabella's countenance grew serious. This was both a blessing and a curse. The method by which she accessed her magic was alarmingly simplistic. If others were to discover how she unlocked her magic, she had merely activated 12 types of magic, resulting in her magical source doubling in size. Upon activating space magic, she perceived an invisible distortion in the air, revealing a black fissure. Inserting half her arm into it, she found it akin to a handbag size, and with the infusion of more magical power, the space gradually expanded. Yet, in no time, her magical source was reduced by half. I shall delve into space magic later, Isabella mused, stroking her chin. If I possess healing magic, then, after defeating a few magical creatures and experiencing any adverse effects, I should be able to self-cure, right? Glimpsing her father departing on a white steed, she cast her gaze toward the distant, tranquil forest outside the window, and an audacious plan began to formulate in her mind. Isabella's room was on the second floor. Upon opening her door, she could see the grand hall below. In the hall, a middle-aged man clad in black attire met her gaze. She recalled that the elegant and dignified man was the Barina family's butler, Richard Guston. He had been mopping the floor, a daily chore undertaken by everyone when the household was free of obligations. Employing water element magic to cleanse the surface, he deftly maneuvered the water to carry the dirt outside onto the lawn. Such meticulous control of water magic seemed commonplace in Isabella's memories. Yet compared to her current self, the butler appeared to be a master of magic, though she could not recall his exact rank. "Miss Isabella, why have you not taken your afternoon nap? You usually sneak out through the second-floor window. Why today do you wish to leave so openly under my watch?" The butler, Richard, paused his work, his expression serious as he looked up at her. "If Lord Herod finds out you have not rested, you might find yourself in trouble upon his return. I'm just a bit thirsty and looking for some water." Isabella feigned calmness, stammering out this excuse. "Miss Isabella, for such trivial matters, you need only call for me in your room. There is no necessity for you to come down in search of water." The butler, Charlie, discerned her pretext with ease. "Please return to your room, and I shall bring you a pot of warm water in 2 minutes." "Oh, all right." Isabella awkwardly retreated to her chamber. 2 minutes later, Charlie arrived with a pot of warm water, knocked on Isabella's door, but upon receiving no response, he opened it to find the curtains billowing in the wind, and he sighed in resignation. "It appears the young lady has learned to outsmart me by sending me away." He then opened the door to the adjacent room, where Coco was fast asleep, and tenderly covered her with a blanket. In early February in Leonton's realm, the snow had completely melted, yet the air remained quite chilly. The Berliner Manor lay on the southern outskirts of the city, a 2-mile walk through the vineyards, followed by another 2 miles westward, leading to the Silent Woods. As long as one did not venture too far in, it was easy enough to handle a few low-level magical creatures and then retreat. Before stepping out, Isabella donned a very simple outfit, a set of earthy brown cloth garments, with black linen trousers that bore several scratches. This attire was frequently worn when visiting the neighboring village to play with the children, chosen now for ease of movement. Yet, as she approached the Silent Woods, the gloomy weather made her regret her decision. Cursing the sky, she muttered, "What wretched weather! It might rain, and this is my first day out hunting monsters." Upon entering the Silent Woods, she followed a path overgrown with weeds, surrounded by ordinary small creatures, with the dry forest laid bare before her. Spring had not yet fully arrived, the visibility was quite expansive, and after traversing nearly 2 miles, she finally encountered an adult magical boar, at least a low-level creature, though it could also be classified as a beginner-level monster. Isabella was 30 meters away from the slumbering magical boar, and, seizing the opportunity, she stealthily advanced. Initiating a wind element spell, she concentrated, and an invisible blade shot towards the magical boar, striking at the nape of its neck, thus achieving her first kill. Upon the creature's demise, the magic core within it disintegrated into countless tiny magical energies that dissipated into the air, and a minuscule glimmer of magic core light flew towards Isabella, which she absorbed. Her magical source swelled, slightly barely perceptible, and without careful attention, one could easily overlook any change. Subsequently, a slight queasiness overcame her, likely a side effect, however. After employing a healing spell, the adverse reactions swiftly vanished. "I never anticipated that I could indeed generate and consume magic so effortlessly. It seems that enhancing my magical power will no longer be a concern, Yet that creature still emitted magical energy after its death. As Isabella drew closer, pondering for a moment, she attempted to absorb the residual magic lingering in the air. A small black sphere formed in her palm, akin to a black hole, drawing in the dissipating magical energy. Remarkably, she managed to absorb all the magic that had vanished into the atmosphere, as well as the residual magic remaining in the creature's carcass. Closing her eyes, she attentively sensed the magnitude of her magical source, distinctly perceiving a slight increase in its size. This creature must be a low-level monster, Isabella remarked, gazing down at the lifeless beast. The enhancement is likely no more than a tenth of my magical source. I've maximized the extraction of this creature's value. Her earlier strike had consumed her magical source rapidly, contingent upon the potency of the spell employed. Had she not struck with greater force, she likely would not have achieved a one-hit kill on the magical boar, which was 5 times her size. Remaining concealed nearby, Isabella awaited the arrival of any other carnivorous magical creatures drawn to the carcass of the magical boar. However, after a long wait, approximately half an horno, such creatures appeared. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall, enveloping the silent woods in a thin mist, further chilling the air. After another hour, the carcass of the magical boar attracted a lone woeful limping, emaciated creature that seemed to have gone a week without food. It caught the scent of the magical boar's remains and approached eagerly, feasting heartily. Isabella gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly, "What a foolish dog! I can't attack it, nor can I drive it away. Attacking would waste magical energy, and driving it off would surely lead to a fight. Eat away. Why don't you choke on that meal, you foolish beast?" Before long, the wolf, still relishing its meal, emitted a series of choking sounds before succumbing. Isabella moved in closer, conjuring a water arrow spell in her right hand, which she then shot through the wolf's forehead. She sighed in resignation. "I must hurry home to change my clothes. If I linger in the rain any longer, I shall be soaked through." Having taken only a few steps, 3 gray wolves burst forth from the nearby thicket, while a wolf atop the mountain howled to the heavens. Meanwhile, in Moling Village, "Village Chief, have you seen Isabella?" Halota inquired from atop his horse, addressing the elderly man before him. The village chief had long since grown accustomed to the sight of the several cavalrymen. "Your Grace, Lord Baelina," he remarked, "today we have not seen your daughter in the village. The children, both here and in the surrounding area, are all playing at home, and she has not visited for 5 days. The youngsters her age miss her dearly. She was ill not long ago, but has only recently recovered. You should return now, for it is starting to rain, and one would not want to catch a chill." Upon finishing his words, the group of cavalrymen followed Halota as they departed from the village, the elderly residents at the entrance watching them leave. Halota commanded, "You 3, search the vicinity. You 2, retrace the path back to the manor. The rest, accompany me to Leontown." As they sped along the road, Halota silently lamented, "Where has that child run off to now? Just after recovering from her illness? This truly gives me a headache. I must have a serious talk with Lord Charlie about why he failed to keep an eye on her." En route, Halota heard a wolf's howl and signaled for the whole team to halt, allowing their horses to catch their breath. It was the silent forest. By the sound, it seemed to be a corrupted gray wolf. "Brothers, we must first deal with those corrupted gray wolves," he instructed. Under normal circumstances, Isabella would not be foolish enough to venture into such a cursed place. If those young wolves attack the nearby vineyards and ruin the harvest, it would spell great trouble. A chilling wolf howl echoed through the silent forest, sending a shiver down Isabella's spine. The size of an ordinary gray wolf dwarfed her by 3 or 4 times. And the howling wolf appeared to be corrupted, with 3 others approaching, all at a low level of corruption. The trio of ordinary gray wolves cautiously approached Isabella, baring their teeth, while 2 of the corrupted gray wolves feasted on the carcass of a corrupted wild boar. Isabella maintained her composure, though irritation flickered within her as she muttered, "What a predicament! Gentlemen, this is a new record. Please do not engage." Lightning flickered across the sky, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder. Spring rains were upon them. Faced with the 3 ordinary gray wolves closing in, She took a few steps back until her back pressed against the tree trunk. There were roughly 8 wolves surrounding her, 3 in front, 3 in the middle, and 2 on the mountain 100 meters away. Given her current mana reserves, even if she could strike each wolf down in a single blow, she could only cast spells 5 times. She could only blame herself for not being adequately prepared. Fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest choice under these circumstances. Gathering her resolve, she conjured a water needle the size of a fruit knife in her palm, which spun rapidly in a conical shape. Aiming carefully, she willed it to fly forth, striking the center of the gray wolf's brow. After a few muffled whimpers, it succumbed to death. The 2 gray wolves in the forefront were momentarily stunned, sensing the aura of danger, and hesitated to advance further. Isabella quickly formed another water needle, targeting the gray wolf to her left. It recoiled in fear. The wolf on her right, however, was not so foolish and seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Isabella deftly sidestepped, her petite frame taking cover behind the tree, and countered, striking the attacking gray wolf squarely in the spine, incapacitating it. Once more, the wolf howls echoed from the mountain, and 5 corrupted gray wolves swiftly took their place. To them, Isabella appeared to be a sorceress, but they believed her to be out of tricks. If 2 or 3 wolves attacked her at once, her end would be inevitable. Having slain 2 gray wolves head-on, Isabella felt her fear dissipate. As they converged upon her, she grasped the tree trunk. In the original owner's memories, there were numerous experiences involving climbing trees to play hide-and-seek. Soon, she ascended the trunk, reaching a height of 5 meters above the ground, where she felt somewhat secure that if they did not disperse, she might very well be trapped. The remaining wolves gathered beneath the tree, where one particularly large corrupted gray wolf, its brow marked with red fur, leapt from the ground, its paw 4 times the size of Isabella's face, crashing down onto the branch she stood upon, sending splinters flying. The situation was dire. She needed to climb higher. The other 2 corrupted gray wolves attempted to scale the tree. This large locust tree was quite easy to climb, and the 2 corrupted gray wolves were merely 3 or 4 body lengths away from her. Stay calm, Isabella thought, considering how she was an all-rounder from the start. There was no way she could fall here. She needed to devise another method, preferably a spell capable of killing 2 creatures in one strike. An idea struck her. She quickly gathered a purple lightning sphere, about the size of a ping-pong ball, and directed it at the 2 closely positioned corrupted gray wolves. With a loud crack, the arc of electricity detonated, leaving the 2 wolves with frizzled fur, their rigid bodies collapsing to the ground, limbs extended, as charred forms emitted wisps of smoke. 2 dissipating magic cores flew toward Isabella, and seizing the moment, she absorbed the magical energy permeating the air. Moments later, her internal mana reservoir brimmed, expanding further. However, before she could revel in her success, 7 or 8 corrupted gray wolves emerged from the nearby mountains, their massive shadows moving stealthily through the foliage. Each of the corrupted gray wolves emitted low growls, casting predatory gazes at Isabella perched in the tree. They began coordinating 2 other corrupted gray wolves to climb the locust tree. So you wish to line up to provide me with experience, do you? Isabella thought, maintaining her composure. Once more, she gathered a purple lightning sphere, this time the size of a tennis ball. With another crack of thunder, 2 more corrupted gray wolves fell lifelessly to the ground, allowing Isabella to absorb yet another wave of magic cores. Meanwhile, not far from the edge of the silent forest, Halota noticed a mysterious purple light emanating from deep within the woods. Brothers, press on swiftly. There seems to be something unusual in the forest. Shortly thereafter, they heard the howls of wolves, the sound resonating clearly and heavily within their hearts. Another flash of purple light appeared, noticeably brighter than before. Isabella remained atop the locust tree, while 3 corrupted gray wolves devised a better strategy, resting their forelegs on the trunk and violently shaking the tree. In this unsteady state, Isabella found it increasingly difficult to calmly wield her mana to cast spells. If not for her tightly gripping the tree, she would have fallen to the ground. In the distance, the thunder of galloping hooves echoed. Halota and his companions unsheathed their swords, channeling wind elemental magic to enhance their blades. With a piercing howl, Haloda's sword pierced through two corrupted gray wolves, while the others dispatched a single corrupted gray wolf each, securing their horses and surrounding the tree. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Haloda flung two corrupted gray wolves aside, then reversed his grip on his sword, unleashing another fierce gust of wind as he struck the locust tree, withdrawing his blade as it began to topple. Isabella, following suit, gently descended to the ground, her expression a mixture of panic and relief as she glanced at her father and the several bloodied middle-aged men around her. Haloda sheathed his sword, and as Isabella beheld her father's grave countenance as he dismounted, a sense of foreboding gripped her, a primal instinct from the original owner of the body. She felt no fear toward the man approaching her. With resolute eyes, she met his gaze, her small fists clenched tightly as he drew nearer. Her father raised his right hand, and Isabella instinctively closed her eyes, knowing what was to come. Yet, after several seconds of silence, she felt no movement. Upon opening her eyes, she found her father gently pinching her cheek. "Silly girl, what are you doing here?" he asked, his tone gentle but laced with concern. Isabella hesitated, unsure how to respond. She couldn't very well divulge her true intentions. Haloda had seen the numerous corpses of magical creatures strewn across the ground before charging in, and aside from his daughter, no one else could have accomplished such a feat. In moments of extreme peril, a father's instinct to protect would surge forth, and Haloda, relieved by his earlier judgment, proclaimed, "Today, I shall not hold you accountable for your misstep, but you must never find yourself in such a dangerous situation again." "I apologize. I sought to test my magic and never anticipated such a horde of corrupted gray wolves," Isabella confessed, resting against her father's shoulder. The others busied themselves with the fallen corrupted gray wolves, loading them onto their horses as Haloda led the group back toward the manor. "Have you mastered the lightning element magic?" he inquired. "Indeed," Isabella replied resolutely, for the secret of her lightning magic was one she intended to keep to herself. Yet, gazing at the dissipating corpses of the wolves and the vanishing magical energy in the air, she felt a pang of regret. It seemed wasteful if she were to absorb it secretly. Others might discover her, but she would let it go. After all, she had gained quite a bit today. "Are you hiding anything else from me?" The tone of Haloda became rather flat, resembling an unintentional inquiry. Isabella felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, fell silent for a moment, and was just about to fabricate some excuse when her father spoke again. "Ever since you had a fever, you seem to have grown considerably more reticent, almost as silent as Coco. Whom did you encounter before leaving Morling Village?" Isabella recalled carefully and mumbled, "I didn't meet anyone. I just caught a chill. Observing your ability to slay the corrupted gray wolves, there is no need for me to reproach you. It is indeed remarkable for someone so young to conquer monsters of the same tier, especially to have defeated 4 or 5 in one go, that I retract my previous statements. You are truly gifted in magic. After I deal with the incident of the magical mist and black clouds, I shall enroll you in the Bryphon Magic Academy. As long as you are willing to exert effort, our family, the Barina, still holds the hope of ascending to the rank of Viscount. Father, could you please set me down? This position is quite uncomfortable for my stomach," Isabella remarked, accompanied by the sound of Hyloda's horse stance shaking. Hyloda held Isabella in front of him. "I am pleased. You would wish for all of Leontan to know of your achievements by tomorrow." Dinner was prepared exceedingly lavishly, featuring 2 large steaks and an array of 8 vegetable salads. The food in this world is remarkably abundant, in the memories of the original owner. There were no famished peasants, nor had there been any famine. However, this world is fraught with danger, as monsters roam freely. And even low-level creatures could claim the lives of ordinary people to maintain her original persona and avoid arousing her father's suspicions. She could only feign childhood innocence, repeatedly recounting the events in the Silent Forest and her use of lightning element magic. "Miss Isabella is indeed a genius," the butler, Charlie, remarked with a calm demeanor and steady tone. "Though you are merely at the introductory level of magic, slaying 4 corrupted gray wolves and 1 corrupted wild boar is an impressive feat, even among renowned magical families. Miss Isabella, please refrain from venturing into such perilous places in the future. Should anything happen, as your butler, I would find it difficult to explain to Mr. Barina that Isabella's sister, Coco, exclaimed gleefully. Sister is so amazing. I never would have imagined that you defeated the huge gray wolf that looked like charred coal in the yard. As everyone dined in the hall, Hylota, as the head of the household, could no longer conceal the joy on his face. For a minor noble, an enhancement in reputation is crucial. With just a little time to publicly announce Isabella's abilities and achievements, her future would be exceedingly bright. I have an old friend who teaches at Bryphon Academy. Hylota said he manages the magical equipment room, and before your enrollment, I will write to him to prepare the necessary magical tools for you. The Barina family must not become complacent due to one great victory. Understood, Father, Isabella responded with a radiant smile. The sound of hooves echoed from outside the estate's entrance. A soldier clad in a steel helmet appeared at the threshold, drenched from the rain, yet did not step inside. Sir Barina, a report from the front lines. Hylota's expression darkened instantly. He set down his knife and fork, took a white cloth from the butler to dry his hands, and, with growing impatience, approached the door. Coco gazed vacantly at her father's retreating figure, and Isabella curiously observed the two men outside. The soldier's face bore a trace of fear as he spoke. This month, the magical mist and black clouds have appeared in Gonquan village, 300 miles south of Iwarado. The frontline reconnaissance has determined that it involves an elite-level red lotus scorpion. That creature has slain over 300 junior magical warriors with its poison stinger, severely injuring 2 intermediate sorcerers, who have since returned to Azalea Academy for treatment. Currently, the 4th Knight Commander is retreating, as the red lotus scorpion and a magical mist are advancing towards Leontan. Over 300 deaths? Is there any additional intelligence regarding this magical mist and black clouds? Hylota asked, his face stricken with shock, his body slightly swaying. The soldier produced a sheepskin scroll, unfurling it to float before Hylota. Hylota placed his right arm against his chest in salute. Count Yiming Jalai orders that Hylota Barina immediately organize a team and set off tonight to intercept the magical creature, the red lotus scorpion. 200 miles north of Leontan. Should you succeed in the interception, a significant reward of 400 silver coins shall be granted. After delivering the military order, the soldier handed the sheepskin scroll to Hylota. Commander, that creature is exceptionally dangerous. Other regions' commanders have organized teams for support, including your own. 3 knight regiments have been mobilized, and Azalea Academy will dispatch 5 intermediate sorcerers in 2 days. You only need to hold out for 3 to 5 days. Understood. Why has Count Jalai suddenly changed his mind? It was agreed that it would be my turn next month. Commander, please do not misconstrue the Count's intentions. It will still be your turn next month. This situation arose unexpectedly, and the Imperial Knights are all in a state of readiness. They do not let family matters lead to complacency. The butler, Charlie, reassured Isabella and Coco, saying, do not worry too much about Hylota. He is a mid-level, 3-tiered magical warrior. Such sudden events will prompt great attention from Azalea Academy, and Mr. Barina will return safely. After sending off the soldier, Butler Charlie went to the warehouse to retrieve enchanted mid-tier armor. Isabella, while your father is away, you must remain at home and refrain from flaunting your magic. Isabella sighed inwardly, thinking how sudden this event is, yet he still cares about me. If only my abilities were stronger. Minutes later, Hylota donned the armor and first kissed Coco on the forehead. Just as he was about to kiss Isabella, she stopped him. Father, please do not take too many risks. Hylota continued to plant a kiss on Isabella's forehead, saying, your father is the fastest man on the battlefield. If I cannot win, I will retreat. You must stay home and wait for my return. Late at night, Hylota arrived at the training grounds near the vineyard. The main banner bore the inscription of the 8th Knight Regiment of the Empire. The Aubric Empire has a total of 80 knight regiments, each comprising 1,300 magical warriors, with 100 serving as commanders of various squads. After briefly informing the soldiers of the frontline situation, the army immediately set off, all well-trained cavalry units, racing towards their target. They anticipated encountering the magical mist and black clouds by noon the following day. Meanwhile, in Isabella's room, Coco clung to her sister, insisting on seeing Isabella's lightning element magic. No, lightning is far too dangerous. You are still too young. What if you get hurt? Isabella persistently refused. Coco, however, was curious and pleaded, "You can show me through the window." "It won't hurt me." Isabella felt exasperated. She wished to delve into her studies about other events in the world, but her sister was proving quite difficult to dissuade. "Charlie," Isabella called out, "could you take Coco back to her room?" "She's too clingy." Charlie appeared at the doorway. "Miss Isabella, if I take Miss Coco away, she will resent you for it. Must we proceed this way?" Isabella sighed deeply, lifting Coco in her arms and escorting her to her room. "You should focus on your studies and learn to read. Otherwise, you will never master magic," Isabella said as she sat on her bed, giving Coco a light swat on the backside, though not with much force, as she needed to adhere to her original persona. "Charlie, sister is hitting me. Quick, stop her." Coco wailed into the sheets. Charlie smiled gently, and after Isabella had her fun, she finally relented and released her clingy sister. "Miss Isabella, why not demonstrate a lightning element magic spell? Otherwise, Miss Coco will not relent." "Fine, fine," Isabella sighed lightly, stepping back a few paces. Narrowing her eyes, her palms began to glow with a purple lightning orb. The usually composed face of butler Charlie suddenly displayed astonishment. "Miss Isabella, your casting speed is extraordinarily swift. What about the incantation? Only skilled intermediate-tier sorcerers can cast spells without incantation." The lightning flickered throughout the room, and moments later, it dissipated like fireworks. Coco finally got her fill of the spectacle. "Miss Isabella, how did you manage to use magic without chanting?" Facing Charlie's serious inquiry, Isabella fidgeted nervously, scratching her head. I simply thought it. I was too familiar with it," Isabella replied with an awkward smile. Surely, she could not admit that the process was as simple for her as picking up a pen. In the stillness of the deep night, the earth in early February lay beneath a mantle of frost, while a gentle drizzle whispered outside. Isabella found herself enveloped in a mixture of joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from her newfound understanding of her abilities, the rapid enhancement of her magical source outpacing her peers, and her innate talent for casting various spells. Thus, she resolved to project the image that she could solely wield lightning element magic. Yet, her worries loomed large regarding her father, Helota. Was it truly possible for such an elite magical creature to be so fearsome as to repel 3 intermediate spellcasters and withstand an entire knight brigade? The thought of her father hastily mobilizing troops filled her with dread. Should misfortune befall them, their family could be obliterated in an instant. It was almost unfathomable to contemplate the weight of the Empire's safety and the burden of familial responsibility resting upon such a man. After much contemplation, she concluded that she must strengthen herself swiftly. She could not afford to find herself besieged by magical wolves again. Regarding the Briefing Academy, her recollections were scant. It resided in the mountainous region behind the capital, Avalado, where each year's incoming students underwent rigorous assessments, culminating in confrontations with low-level magical beasts during the final class allocations. In her dimly lit chamber, Isabella tossed restlessly, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was not fatigue that eluded her, but rather an unusual clarity of perception regarding the movements nearby. She could discern several scents in the air, and the dark corners of her room were vividly illuminated. A peculiar, nauseating sensation stirred within her magical source. But after employing her healing spell, the adverse effects dissipated swiftly as Isabella grew increasingly adept in the use of magic. Her magical source swelled to twice its morning size after a day's exertion, demonstrating an astonishing rate of progress. Yet, she felt her magical source still insufficient. She had long harbored a compulsive anxiety regarding her own strength since childhood, particularly in the realm of gaming. However, to avert unforeseen dangers, safety must take precedence over the pursuit of power. Under the cover of night, Isabella stealthily climbed out of her window and leaped into the grounds of the estate. At this hour, magical creatures were likely abundant. She aimed to seek out solitary beasts for one-on-one confrontations, avoiding the packs like a wolf's. As she treaded along the dim, muddy path, Isabella ventured toward the silent forest. She skillfully avoided the patrolling guards of the vineyard, and after an hour of careful navigation, she re-entered the stillness of the forest. Richard, accustomed to checking on the young lady's room at midnight, opened the door to find the blankets draped over a form resembling a person. However, The eerie tranquility of the room compelled him to investigate further. Upon lifting the covers, he discovered only a bare plush, his expression darkening. Richard muttered, "Miss Isabella is becoming increasingly unmanageable. Must I truly nail wooden bars to the window to keep her in line? I'll have a word with Mr. Bellin upon his return." The border of the silent forest. Wildlife was scarce, and an uncanny blue luminescence filled the air. Isabella recognized these as will-o'-the-wisps. The silent forest was also a burial ground for the deceased. Where many creatures had met their yearned, as the rain ceased, the mountain air grew even chillier. After another hour, Isabella crested a ridge, yet still encountered no magical creatures. How peculiar! Shouldn't there be numerous beasts roaming at this hour? She muttered to herself, attempting to alleviate her fears and loneliness. How could such a vast forest be devoid of any magical beings? As she continued along the overgrown, muddy trail, a strange silhouette caught her eye from a distance, an enormous figure emanating a bizarre stench. Maintaining a distance of 100 meters, Isabella observed as the creature seemed to sense a follower, glancing around before agilely climbing a tree, the forest echoing with the sounds of swaying branches. She had been detected. Why was it so challenging to confront a magical beast in this world? Had she been underestimating the situation? Before long, the figure vanished from her sight. Was it a monkey? If so, it must be at least a low-level magical creature. Given the current circumstances, pursuing it was ill-advised. She felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon her in the forest, an unsettling sensation of the unknown. After scanning her eerie surroundings, Isabella opted to depart. As she made her exit, she heard the faint rustling of branches above, and with no wind stirring. The implication was clear. Without hesitation, she bolted. The sound from the trees grew louder, the presence drawing nearer, when suddenly, a massive figure plummeted before her. With a fierce countenance, a gigantic gorilla covered in crimson fur appeared, its eyes glowing purple, emitting a deep, guttural sound. Isabella halted, recognizing the creature as a low-level magical beast. A purple-eyed red gorilla, whose size dwarfed even her father, its arms brushing the ground, eyes narrowed. The beast blinked, exhaling gusts imbued with wind element magic, its formidable arm descending upon her head. Fortunately, her previous sword training afforded her a swift reaction. She retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the blow aimed at her crown. The immense wind magic crashed into the ground, nearly toppling Isabella's slender frame. In response, she unleashed her lightning element magic, a flash of purple illuminating the silent forest. Followed by the crackling of electricity, the purple-eyed red gorilla stiffened, collapsing onto the ground, charred and smoldering. As she absorbed the residual magic core, her magical source surged rapidly. Isabella's strike had been executed with remarkable speed. Within 2 seconds, devoid of hesitation, and the beast perished before it could deplete its core's magic further. Instead, she was able to draw upon more of its magic to replenish her own source. Feeling the growth within her magical reservoir, now akin to the size of a ping-pong ball, she realized that if she subdued a few more low-level creatures, she would reach the threshold of becoming an intermediate spellcaster. Unbeknownst to her, a young man appeared in the forest, clapping his hands. Isabella turned to see a figure cloaked in purple robes, concealed behind a gray mask. In a leisurely tone, he remarked, "Impressive, impressive. A young girl of such tender age has slain a low-level magical beast." As he approached, Isabella retreated a few steps, inadvertently stepping onto the corpse of the purple-eyed red gorilla, causing her to sit down atop its belly. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am a beast tamer. You may interpret it as one who comes to slay you." The masked man paused, then rephrased, "You, young lady, are merely putting on a facade of composure. You have slain my beast, with such ability and audacity. One would think you should not be spared. To think such talent resides in Leontown, it would be a pity to kill you." With that, the masked man clapped his hands, and once more, the forest echoed with the sounds of rustling treetops. 3 more purple-eyed red gorillas appear before him. All low-level creatures. Command such a number of low-level beasts. Isabella surmised that this individual possessed abilities rivaling those of an intermediate spellcaster. Was being a beast tamer a recognized profession among spellcasters? As she continued to analyze the situation calmly, she bravely stood her ground. Having absorbed the characteristics of the purple-eyed red gorilla, her body felt considerably lighter, and her magical source had received a partial replenishment. Yet, faced with the overwhelming disparity in power, her only viable option was to flee immediately. I am Isabella Bellina. May I ask how to address you? Ah, the daughter of the 8th Knight Commander, Bellina, I do not know much about you. But our organization has been monitoring your family. If I recall correctly, you were deemed a magical waste, posing no threat to us. However, today requires a re-evaluation, or perhaps you might consider joining us. We do not mistreat any prodigy. Organization? Isabella queried cautiously, sensing at least some room for negotiation, realizing that there was no need for rashness, that we are the Sinful Blossom, the largest organization in the world, comprising the most numerous members and diverse races. We do as we please, slaughter, plunder. Absolute freedom reigns. Apologies, masked man, but I seem to have little time to listen to your introduction. Isabella interjected suddenly, her magical strength nearly restored, sensing she could sprint back to the estate in one breath. I have been remarkably accommodating. Miss Isabella, heedless of counsel, found herself amidst a cacophony of applause from the masked man, while 3 crimson-eyed creatures with violet irises encircled her. Gritting her teeth, Isabella took several steps back, her feet enveloped in wind element magic, a detail that did not escape the notice of the masked figure. "Seize her," he commanded, prompting 2 of the crimson-eyed beasts to lunge forward. The third, utilizing its companion's shoulders as a springboard, leaped high into the air, arms outstretched, ready to ensnare her. Isabella swiftly dodged, sprinting down the hill with remarkable speed. The trio of beasts ascended the trees, swinging like pendulums, hastily pursuing her. Despite her fleetness, the masked man retrieved a scroll from his cloak, detailing the situation of Sir Byrina's household, particularly emphasizing Isabella's role. Upon completion, the scroll transformed into a silvery streak, darting towards the nearest branch of the Sin's bloom. As she fled, Isabella could not help but mutter, "What the hell is this? Why must every encounter be a high-stakes game? That fellow seems to have stayed behind. Dealing with these 3 beasts could lead to mutual destruction, with my father's knightly order departed. Should anything go awry, there may be no one to come to my aid." Isabella raced down the mountain like a galloping steed, but upon reaching the base, her speed halved, and the 3 crimson-eyed creatures swiftly closed in. A confrontation was now unavoidable. Unfortunately, she was unarmed. If she were to engage, it would have to be a swift resolution. The masked man, aware that Isabella's return would pose a greater threat to their organization, resolved to eliminate this burgeoning danger. He formed a seal beneath his feet, summoning azure vines that propelled him down the hill with haste. Isabella conjured spheres of lightning in her hands, surrounded by the massive creatures. She dared not act recklessly. One of the crimson-eyed beasts emitted a primal roar imbued with wind element magic. In response, Isabella unleashed a lightning sphere, thrusting it into the creature's mouth, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent its head reeling. Channeling her metallic magic, she fashioned 2 sharp steel needles, swiftly piercing the oncoming beasts. Rolling to the side, she settled on the ground, her right palm forming a seal as she released a torrent of lightning magic towards the 2 monstrous foes. With her petite and agile frame, she adeptly dispatched the 3 crimson-eyed creatures. Drawing the magical energy from their dissipating cores, she relinquished her steel needles and continued her sprint towards the manor. Bolstered by wind element magic, the masked man arrived at a charred patch of ground, shaking his head at the pitiful state of the 3 creatures. "Isabella Bellina, today you have encountered an insurmountable challenge. This girl must not be allowed to remain." Upon nearing her home, Isabella, breathless, glanced back, relieved to find the man had not pursued her. "That was close," she murmured. "I've narrowly escaped with my life. Perhaps after some reflection tomorrow, I might even reach the level of an apprentice sorceress." She cursed under her breath. How did I find myself entangled with such an organization, and to think I even clashed with their beasts? If every encounter is of such caliber, I doubt I shall survive until the start of term. The grand doors of the manor swung open to reveal the butler, Richard. "Miss Isabella," suppressing my ire, "I must inquire where you have been at this late hour." What in the world could compel you to wander out at such an ungodly time? Upon Mr. Byrina's return, I shall see to it that your window is secured with wooden bars. I have returned, have I not? Must you make such a fuss? Isabella replied, forcing a smile. I merely went outside to practice my magic. Practice magic? Who ventures far afield for such pursuits, returning covered in dust? Enough of this, Miss Isabella. Please return inside. You have caused me considerable worry. Mr. Byrina instructed you to remain at home. Shall I then shadow your every move? If that is the case, the household chore shall go undone. Isabella entered her home. All right. Richard, spare me the lecture. I shall change out of these filthy clothes and promise not to venture out tomorrow. My lady, it is still quite chilly. The fire in the hearth offers a modicum of warmth. Please take a moment to rest on the sofa by the fireplace while I prepare hot water in the bath. Isabella reclined comfortably upon the sofa, enveloped in the warm glow of the hearth. Though her life was that of a lower-tier noble with a butler to manage all chores, it was undeniably more pleasant than toiling like a beast in her past life. Yes, she closed her eyes to savor the moment. She unwittingly drifted into slumber upon the sofa. Miss Isabella, Richard approached, sighing in resignation. This child truly gives one cause for concern. With that, he retrieved a blanket from her room and draped it over her. The following morning, the 8th Night Brigade arrived 200 miles north of Leontown, the sky weeping black rain, leaving the ground marred with dark splotches, and the nearby flora appeared grotesquely gray. Healed ordered the entire brigade to rest momentarily while awaiting messages from the other night brigades nearby. In proximity, the 9th and 10th Night Brigades also found themselves engulfed in the ominous magical fog. After 2 more days, 5 mid-tier sorcerers from Azalea Academy would arrive to provide support. Soldiers of the 8th Brigade began to murmur. If we wait 2 days, we may very well lose our lives. Indeed. What of it? Just because they are mid-tier does not make them invincible. Any elite magical creature associated with a fire element is no trifling foe. Our 3 brigades can certainly stand against that horde of creatures. With the combined strength of our 3 commanders, we could swiftly bring down the Crimson Lotus Scorpion. The situation on the front lines was dire. The magical fog moved with the swiftness of a tempest. With so many of us, should we falter, Leontown itself would be in jeopardy. That a silvery streak descended from the sky, which Heel had caught, his expression grave as he read the message inscribed on the scroll. Attention. All commanders, I am the commander of the 9th Brigade, currently 80 miles west of the magical fog. The nearby creatures consist mainly of low-tier beasts, with a few mid-tier, numbering approximately 3,000. The magical fog is advancing towards Leontown at a rate of 30 miles per hour. The elite creature, the Crimson Lotus Scorpion, remains unaccounted for, evidently not within the fog's epicenter. Helid tucked the scroll away, gazing at the ominous fog rolling towards them, the black rain intensifying, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washing over him. Those creatures are merely a distraction. They dare not venture deep. The burden of his pressure falls squarely upon our brigade. Should we fail to hold the line, even a retreat to Leontown would afford no glory to me or my brigade. After a brief pause, Helid bellowed to his soldiers, "All troops, take cover in the forest. No one is to act without my command." Subsequently, over 1,000 knights dispersed into the woods lining the path. The sky darkened with ominous clouds as a swarm of over 800 enchanted bats descended, while the ground teemed with red-eyed goblins, grotesque creatures birthed from the inky waters below. After a long wait, Helid glanced at his watch. It was now 11:10 in the morning. Thousands of magical creatures surged forth, pressing against the 8th Brigade's concealed position. Helid prepared 2 identical scrolls, inscribing, "The magical fog has reached the 8th Brigade's encampment. I kindly request the 9th and 10th Brigade to assist. If they do not come, we shall be forced to hold our ground until nightfall, at which point we must withdraw as the fog drew ever closer." The ground teemed with 4,000 red-eyed goblins, each wielding stone axes. Do not underestimate their diminutive stature. Their skin's resilience renders ordinary weapons ineffective. Only through magically enchanted arms can one hope to inflict harm upon them. All units, prepare for an assault. Herod summoned the elemental magic of wind to amplify the sound. The entire brigade received the signal for attack, swiftly mounting their war horses and wielding enchanted longswords as they charged into the battlefield. The magic warriors of the 8th Knight Brigade were exceptionally trained, darting back and forth across the field with precision, ensuring that the formation remained intact. Nearby, the 9th and 10th Knight Brigades received the 8th's call for assistance. However, they did not rush to aid, opting instead to maintain their position, consuming rations and magic-infused provisions to replenish the stamina and magical reserves of their warriors. The commander of the 9th Knight Brigade remained unperturbed, having just endured a skirmish that resulted in the loss of several comrades, many of whom were injured to the heart of the battlefield. Herod noticed 3 mid-level magical beasts nearby, all juvenile, crimson lotus scorpions, each the size of a large ox, their dark red exoskeletons radiating waves of heat. All warriors seemed to share a silent understanding, creating space for one another. Herod commanded, 2 vice commanders proceed to restrain the juvenile crimson lotus scorpions. But do not delay, Knight Commander. Upon uttering this command, the 2 vice commanders spurred their steeds and charged forth, their swords cleaving through dozens of magically corrupted red-eyed goblins as they raced like the wind, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Both vice commanders wielded water element magic, their sword edges imbued with swirling torrents of water. They coordinated their attack on the first juvenile crimson lotus scorpion. However, their assault proved ineffective against its hardened carapace. The impact created a dense mist of water vapor, causing their arms to tremble and their balance to falter should they fall from their mounts. They would be besieged by the beasts. Herod retrieved a novice wind element enhancement scroll from his waist, which levitated in the air, igniting in green flames within his palm, boosting his wind magic potency by 10%. He then produced a basic speed scroll, which would enhance his velocity by 20%, and after igniting it, he propelled himself on horseback toward the mid-level magical beasts. With a keen focus, Herod enchanted his greatsword with magical combat skills. Blade of the Wind. A wall of wind surged forth amidst the horde, slicing through the first juvenile crimson lotus scorpion, sending its boiling blood spraying into the air. Herod glanced back at the beast's carcass, observing its organs convulsing violently. This is bad. The corpse of the beast is about to explode. Maintain your distance. Maintain your distance. Soldiers nearby heeded the Knight Commander's warning, retreating 100 meters away from the creature's remains. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and fortunately, no soldiers from the Knight Brigade were harmed by the blast. Herod cursed in frustration. Where are the other brigades? Why hasn't the leader of the magical mists appeared? Knight Commander called the vice commander of the left flank at 1 o'clock. A multitude of magical bats is approaching. Should we take cover in the woods? Take cover. All units take cover. Herod ordered, quickly send the magic arrow knights to higher ground. Prepare to fire. The vice commander of the right flank shouted. Hurry. Knight Commander, those 2 juvenile crimson lotus scorpions have infiltrated our formation. I see them. Keep your distance. I will handle them. Herod reined in his horse, its front hooves rearing as he pivoted rapidly towards the 2 juvenile crimson lotus scorpions. Again, he unleashed the magical combat technique, Blade of the Wind. This strike cleaved through both scorpions, and within 20 seconds, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. To the southwest, the 10th Knight Brigade rushed in from the forest, launching a charge that decimated over half of the magical red-eyed goblins on the battlefield. However, the number of swirling magical bats in the sky surged to 4,000. Their massive wingspan of 5 meters producing a cacophony of irritating sounds as they occasionally swooped down to harass distracted warriors. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the 9th Knight Brigade arrived late, and the 3 Knight Brigades divided the battlefield into 3 distinct zones, each with clear roles. The commanders hailed from the Briefin Academy's battlefield department and had trained at the Avalator Military Academy for 3 years, employing classic joint tactics that required minimal communication, allowing for seamless strategic coordination. Half an hour later, as the number of magical bats dwindled and the density of the magical mist decreased, the elusive crimson lotus scorpions were still nowhere to be found. Herod ordered the troops to rest and shift for 10 minutes while they accounted for casualties. Uncertainty loomed over when the next wave of magical beasts would strike, as scattered magical creatures were dealt with by other members. After more than 40 minutes of recuperation, a new wave of nearly 10,000 magical beasts materialized near the magical mist. Herod surmised, based on past experiences, that without swiftly eliminating elite-level magical beasts, they would need to contend with 3 waves of magical beast hordes before the elite-level creature would appear, with each wave doubling in size. That he then commanded, "All units, be alert. The next wave of magical beasts has emerged." Adopt Formation 1, the commander of the 9th Night Brigade, wary of incurring heavy losses, ordered his troops to prioritize securing the perimeter, a sentiment echoed by the commander of the 10th Night Brigade, who instructed his men to follow the 9th. "There's no helping it," Herod sighed, glancing around. "As the one leading the formation, I must bear the responsibility for any losses." The 3 Night Brigades engaged in another grueling 4-hour battle, successfully fending off another wave of magical forces. Just as the soldiers were about to catch their breath, the darkened sky erupted with flashes of crimson lightning. Herod checked his pocket watch. It was nearly nightfall. The time now 6:30. Everyone understood that the elite-level magical beast, the leader of the magical mist, the Crimson Lotus Scorpion, was about to descend. Herod produced a message scroll, dispatching a request for reinforcements to the Azalea Academy, situated 1,500 kilometers away. Uncertain of the reason for their delay, he thought that if they could not hold their ground tonight, he might have to resort to using his ultimate, high-level speed scroll. Bolts of red lightning roiled within the black clouds, and a towering crimson beam of light pierced the center of the battlefield. As the light faded, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature emerged before the assembled warriors. Its visage was that of a menacing black-shelled insect, clad in dark armor that radiated a red aura, wielding 2 scythe-like claws in each of its 4 arms, and its elongated tail ended in a crimson barb. With each step the Crimson Lotus Scorpion took, it left behind scorched sand, the surrounding air shimmering with heat, shrouded in white mist under the reign of darkness. This was Herod's second encounter with an elite-level magical beast. Yet this creature seemed even more terrifying than the last. All eyes turned towards the center of the battlefield, the ground trembling with each of the beast's movements, synchronizing with the rapid heartbeat of the warriors. "This is the Crimson Lotus Scorpion," Herod thought, his face pale as he contemplated his survival. He had a family to return to. Isabella was set to enroll in the Briefin Academy this year. Even fleeing to witness his daughter's entrance into school was preferable to perishing at the hands of such a monstrosity. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the magical beast, Herod, as the commander of the 8th Night Brigade, found his fighting spirit utterly extinguished. It was no wonder that the 4th Night Brigade had suffered nearly half their ranks, with 2 mid-level sorcerers gravely injured. The Azalea Academy's delay in sending reinforcements was likely due to fear instilled by this creature. "All units retreat! All units retreat!" Herod commanded, urging them to distance themselves from the Crimson Lotus Scorpion. The magic warriors of the 8th Night Brigade swiftly complied, pulling back to create distance. However, the 9th Night Brigade was discontent, questioning the morale of the 8th Brigade, which seemed to falter. Herod retrieved a basic fire element defense scroll, granting himself a 10% resistance to fire. The Crimson Lotus Scorpion locked on a Herod amidst the crowd, its pincers clicking ominously. With a swift stride, it advanced toward him, shaking the ground and causing many magical red-eyed goblins to topple. Seeing the elite magical beast charging at him, Herod hesitated no longer and activated the mid-level speed scroll, enhancing his velocity by 40%. Meanwhile, at the Azalea Academy's Star Spirit Department office, Minister Lerona realized that an error had occurred in the assessment of the magical beast leader during the mist incident. As in, if the Star Spirit Department misjudged the magical beast leader, both you and I must take responsibility, Minister Lerona declared sternly. Indeed, the leader of this magical mist is a king-level beast that appears once every 10 years. Though it shares the name Crimson Lotus Scorpion, it possesses far greater intelligence than its elite counterparts and even takes on a humanoid form. The students united with the 4th Knights to vanquish 6 advanced magical beasts, which was indeed their utmost limit. Typically, the number of advanced magical beasts encountered does not exceed 2. Minister Lerona removed her glasses and picked up a cloth to wipe them. Do you have any idea how many lives this error from the Star Spirit Department will cost? Not long ago, among the 3 dispatched intermediate second-tier sorcerer interns, 2 students were gravely injured, while the only unscathed student had provided intelligence to the magic department, but it is difficult to ascertain whether the student's description matches that of a royal-level beast. A knock resounded at the office door. Minister Lei Rongna said, "Commandant, a female student from the Star Spirit Department entered." Report, Minister Lei Rongna. "We have received a high-level message scroll from the 8th Knight's captain. Hai Lum Baili Na." Upon taking a glance at the scroll, Lei Rongna calmly addressed Ajan. "I must step out to rectify the mistakes made by our Star Spirit Department, Ajan. Find the students from the Star Spirit Department who made the calculation errors and inform them that they have been expelled. But must it go through the Student Council? Their outcome would be the same." After finishing her words, Lei Rongna produced a high-level teleportation scroll, which vanished from her hand after being ignited. Minister Ajan did not attempt to stop her and turned to walk towards the principal's office. At that very moment, on the battlefield shrouded in magical mist and dark clouds, the red lotus scorpion swayed its long tail, incinerating every living being within 100 meters into cinders, leaving not a trace behind. Hai Ladao observed as the warriors of the 8th Knights began to retreat, while the surrounding low-level magical beasts closed in. Hai Ladao dismounted, giving his steed a pat on the rear, signaling it to leave first. The warriors of the 9th and 10th Knights also sensed that the situation was amiss, their courage waning as they formed wider and looser formations. The red lotus scorpion's lumbering yet swift gait belied its speed. Hai Ladao invoked a magical defensive technique. Wind, wave, shield, a heavy circular wall of wind abruptly surged before him, acting as a barrier. The red lotus scorpion struck with a casual blow, disregarding the so-called wind wall defense. Hai Ladao gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. Bang! The explosive sound of metal colliding echoed through the air as Hai Ladao was sent flying by the force of the punch. Mid-air, he adjusted his posture, utilizing the wind element to soften his landing, gripping his sword tightly as its blade struck the ground, leaving a 10-meter-long crack in the earth. Hai Ladao's pupils trembled violently. He had faced elite-level magical beasts before, but this creature possessed capabilities far beyond those expected of an elite. Merely resisting its ordinary attack had required all his strength, and he found it nearly impossible to withstand. Looking up again, he saw the red lotus scorpion had closed the distance to within 100 meters, the scorching air akin to being at the mouth of a volcano. Whoosh! Hai Ladao heard the sound of the air slicing through, and instinctively drew his great sword to defend himself on the left. Thud! After a heavy impact, he was hurled into the nearby thicket, crashing through 3 tree trunks before stumbling to the ground. The great sword in his hands had been twisted from the impact. Hai Ladao's head spun, and in his dazed state, he only recalled a fleeting moment before the collision, the swift strike of a tail. Just a single tail had bent his great sword and sent him flying. Was this creature a special-grade magical beast that appeared once every 5 years? No, Hai Ladao muttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even if it were a special-grade beast, with my equipment, scrolls, and high-level enchanted sword, I should be able to withstand it. It's impossible to be tossed aside like a pitiful rat. Hai Ladao's body was on the verge of collapse. Escaping was no longer an option. The great sword in his hands had become a crutch as he struggled to maintain his stance that it would take 2 legendary national-level sorcerers to defeat this beast. Therefore, it is a royal-level magical beast. The red lotus scorpion, undeterred, took several steps toward Hai Ladao, stomping its feet against the ground with force. Boom! The cracked earth erupted with several jets of superheated magma, surging toward Hai Ladao like a torrent. Wind, wave, shield. Hai Ladao screamed desperately, invoking a magical defense technique several times stronger than before to withstand the blow. The red lotus scorpion continued its advance to that moment. A purple specter appeared on the battlefield, her violet hair billowing in the wind, clad in an exquisite black uniform that set her apart from the surrounding chaos. Lei Rongna snapped her fingers at the red lotus scorpion. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking the red lotus scorpion directly. The clash of thunder and fire created countless sparks, the violent explosion shattering the innards of magical beasts within 100 meters. Hai Ladao squinted, finally seeing a powerful sorceress come to their aid. She was Lei Rongna Shaline from Azelia Academy, yet her abilities had not yet reached the national level, being only a high-ranking third-tier sorceress. I should leave quickly, he thought. With no time to linger, Hylada whistled for his steed. Lei Rongna, surveying the cracked earth, recognized him as the captain of the Eighth Knights, but her gaze quickly shifted back to the red lotus scorpion. Could he withstand this much? Determined, Lei Rongna summoned half of her magical energy, emanating a multitude of lightning bolts as purple light flickered in her eyes. Magic domain, hell of thunder. Lei Rongna's presence was overwhelming as she had no choice but to unleash her ultimate technique. A spell only high-ranking sorcerers could employ. A purple light curtain enveloped the battlefield within 100 meters, transforming it into another realm, where countless thunderbolts surged forth. The incessant rumbling of thunder struck relentlessly at the red lotus scorpion. But after 10 minutes, Lei Rongna had not managed to remove a single scale from the creature. She had merely restricted its movements for that duration. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The national-level third-tier magical swordsman, Puka Longni, descended upon the battlefield cloaked in magical mist and dark clouds. This man, with an air of cold elegance, bore long, white hair and donned a black robe, a long sword hanging at his side as he floated mid-air. The splash of red from his scarf seemed somewhat superfluous, but his years of training in the snow-capped mountains had rendered it a permanent fixture. Lady Lei Rongna, you have worked hard. A royal-level magical beast is beyond your capabilities. Puka Longni's lips remained still. A toothpick nestled in the corner of his mouth, yet his voice resonated softly in Lei Rongna's ear. The red lotus scorpion sensed the formidable opponent descending before it. Reluctantly, Lei Rongna was propelled back 100 meters. Puka Longni crossed his arms, his gaze appearing drowsy as he approached within 50 meters of the red lotus scorpion. The calm aura surrounding him instilled fear in the monstrous creature. The red lotus scorpion's long tail swung. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through echoed as Puka Longni raised his left hand, effortlessly catching the scorpion's barbed tail. Within mere seconds, a chilling aura encased the tail in ice. Puka Longni's right hand gripped the sword hilt. He let out a subtle sigh and closed his eyes that a flash of cold light flickered as he appeared 100 meters behind the red lotus scorpion. To Lei Rongna's eyes, the space around the red lotus scorpion twisted, shattered, and overlapped in rapid succession. A transformation so swift it was imperceptible to the eye or magical sense. The scorpion's outer shell ruptured, its dark red scales flaking off like shattered glass. The red lotus scorpion quickly shook off the remnants, its massive form becoming agile, as if the shed scales had hindered its movements. Now, it appeared lean and muscular, resembling a human form. Puka Longni revealed a side profile. A glimmer of white light caught in the corner of his eye, and another flash of cold brilliance ensued. In the distance, Hylada observed the unfolding battle. The current battlefield was beyond comprehension with known information. After the flash of cold light, the red lotus scorpion was cleaved into countless pieces, melting into the ground. The magical mist and dark clouds dissipated rapidly. Thank you very much. In no need for thanks. Puka Longni interrupted Lei Rongna's lines. The Azelia Academy is under my protection, while the truth remains unknown to others. You can simply declare that it was a formidable elite-grade magical creature. It is time for me to take my leave. A mysterious white light emanated from beneath Puka Longni's feet, and with a flicker, he vanished into the cold wind on the scene. Only Lei Rongna remained, silently gazing at the pile of meat on the ground, struggling to comprehend the might of Puka Longni, while contemplating how the Star Spirit Department could rectify this error. Lord Hylada approached slowly on horseback. Lady Lei Rongna, he greeted her. This creature's level, it must be a king-grade magical being, correct? Fear not. I witnessed everything just now. The soldiers who retreated to a distance may not be aware of the situation here. Lord Hylada, Lei Rongna replied. As the minister of the Azelia Star Spirit Department, I must extend my apologies. It was our department that misjudged this matter. Hylada smiled gently, his voice weak yet composed. Then, how do you propose to compensate? Especially for those fallen warriors that ate this moment. The sky cleared entirely, with the remnants of the sunset casting a faint glow on the horizon. The warriors of the 8th Knight Brigade returned to the battlefield, searching for Knight Commander Hylada. Upon seeing a woman conversing with the commander by the pile of meat, they dispersed quietly to commence their cleanup efforts. The 9th and 10th Night Brigades followed suit, needing to attend to the battlefield's tidying, as it was their official duty to manage the magical mist and dark clouds. What can I offer you in terms of compensation? Money, or... Hylota's weak voice trailed off. If we are not to discuss monetary matters, your appetite might only grow larger, wouldn't it? Lyrongna raised her head, meeting Hylota's gaze, and finally revealed a smile. Speak. What conditions do you wish to propose? As long as it lies within my capacity to fulfill, I shall consider it. You should be aware that I have a daughter, Isabella. She possesses a natural affinity for magic, and I hope she can gain admission to your Azelia Academy in the future. Consider it a favor owed to you? Lyrongna raised an eyebrow. Lord Hylota, you must understand the admission standards of Azelia Academy. Children with magical talent are not in short supply, and whether she can enter based on her abilities is not for me to decide. However, I can assure you that should your daughter truly gain entry into Azelia in the future, I will ensure her experience is somewhat more favorable, allowing her to learn more than others. Lyrongna produced a high-grade teleportation scroll. Hylota chuckled. You have my word. As a father, I am merely paving a small path for my child. With a flash of purple light, Lyrongna vanished 2 hours earlier in the city of Lionton. Isabella had spent the day engrossed in her studies. Butler Charlie stood idly at the door of Isabella's room. To his surprise, Miss Isabella had indeed managed to stay home diligently today. It seemed that after her fever, she had matured significantly. Isabella was studying the theoretical content for novice magic practitioners, which contained a crucial piece of information that would greatly enhance magical prowess. It was about learning to identify the minima in the magical generation process. The more detailed the perception, as stated in the book, the magical elements as fine as a hair strand, continuously sensing, continuously feeling. Minima, you say? Wait a moment. Isabella realized that this magical world had a limited understanding of the microscopic realm. So the more meticulous the use of magic, the greater its power. If we consider the microscopic aspects of electricity, it would involve electrons, protons, neutrons, and ions. These even more minute entities, if one could sense them. Wait, if other elemental magics follow the same principle. Isabella summoned a faint thread of magical energy and cast the electric sphere magic, which was no larger than a soybean, this time focusing intently on the microscopic currents. Unbeknownst to her, she became increasingly adept at understanding the microscopic electrical currents, allowing her to maintain the electric sphere magic without infusing it with additional power. Indeed, with a mere thought, she could merge it with the elusive magical energy in the surrounding air, causing the electric sphere to gradually expand. Isabella was thrilled to discover she had uncovered a secret of this magical world. Butler Charlie remained unaware of any anomalies, simply observing as Miss Isabella played with the lightning elemental magic. Charlie, isn't it getting late? Shouldn't we prepare dinner? Isabella turned her head to inquire. I lost track of time watching Miss Isabella. However, while I am cooking, you mustn't run out of the house. Once Charlie descended the stairs, Isabella experimented with other magical elements to validate her hypothesis. Indeed, merely extracting a thread of magical energy would enhance the strength of an already released spell, thanks to her understanding and perception of the microscopic world, as well as the elusive magical essence in the air. Thus, it seemed entirely feasible for her to challenge intermediate magic practitioners despite being a novice. What a delightful surprise! Yet, this was merely the beginning. She would need to engage in intensive practice with various magical elements. Therefore, Isabella speculated, if I could completely gather and compress the protons in the air surrounding my skin to a depth of 2 millimeters, achieving a defensive effect that prevents any magical attack from penetrating, would I not be invincible? After all, the air is rich with magical essence, which can only resonate with a magical source through careful perception, thereby amplifying the potency of spells. To further validate her hypothesis, she tested it on a teddy bear, employing wind, elemental magic, and gravitational magic to interfere with the microscopic realm. She attempted to strike the teddy bear with lightning elemental magic, but it could not penetrate. After several attempts, it still failed to break through. Isabella frowned, a mischievous grin creeping onto her face. It seems I have found an invincible method. After practicing for a few more days, I shall venture into the silent forest to hunt monsters. When I encounter that Sunflower organization again, let us see how I can pin them down. However, spatial magic was not something she could fully grasp. Space? If space can store things, then it stands to reason that the same dimensional space should allow for traversal like a teleportation door. Closing her eyes, Isabella envisioned the scene of the hall on the first floor. And to her astonishment, she sensed a spatial rift before her. Extracting a thread of magical energy, she indeed opened a fissure leading to the first floor hall. Isabella picked up the teddy bear and tossed it inside, then hurried to the railing on the second floor, where she found the teddy bear had reappeared in the hall below. The main issue was that spatial magic could only be utilized to move to locations she had previously visited and could see. It could not facilitate rapid travel to places she had never been. While Isabella pondered this, Coco quietly appeared behind her and suddenly hugged her, startling Isabella so much that she almost retaliated with magic. "What are you doing, sister? What has you so captivated?" "Coco, you little rascal," Isabella said, pulling her sister's small hand away. "Have you been studying and reading properly today? Once you awaken your magic, I will teach you personally." Nearby the estate, the 8th Night Brigade of Hylota had begun to return to the training grounds. Butler Charlie, still busy in the kitchen, received a message scroll from Hylota. Half an hour later, Hylota returned to the backyard of the estate on horseback. "Mr." Charlie approached to greet him, appearing gravely injured, as the Allied forces had unexpectedly resolved the conflict swiftly. Indeed, Mr. Hylota was commendable. Listening to Charlie's compliments, Hylota's expression darkened considerably. After dismounting, he said nothing and proceeded to remove his armor. "Mr. Hylota, what happened to your greatsword?" Charlie asked, taking the bent sword with a puzzled expression. "What on earth transpired to distort such advanced magical weaponry? Tomorrow, you shall visit the blacksmith's shop to have this weapon repaired. 20 silver coins should suffice. I do not wish for the child to see me in such a disheveled state." With that, Hylota took a white cloth to wipe the dirt from his face. "Dinner is ready, Mr. Hylota. Allow me to take care of this." A few minutes later, at the dining table, Hylota enthusiastically recounted the recent events concerning the magical mist and dark clouds, while Coco listened with admiration for her father. "Indeed, that creature was remarkably powerful. It took me several novice scrolls to bring it down. My great sword has been shattered, yet with unwavering determination, I awaited the opportune moment and successfully subdued the Crimson Lotus Scorpion." Isabella discerned that her father's account contained certain flaws. Although his narration was optimistic, his tone betrayed a hint of discouragement. However, there was no need for inquiry. She could only mimic her sister's flattery towards their father, playing along as necessary. For this battle might indeed prove formidable. An elite-level monster would pose no challenge to a man like Hylota. In the dead of night, after a refreshing bath, Hylota lay on the bed, gritting his teeth in patience. "Mr. Barina, given your current injuries, I must seek a healer from Leontown," he suggested. "No need for that. These are merely internal injuries. The fortnight of rest will suffice. Isabella is quite astute. I do not wish for her to see me in such a state. Charles, you would do better to brew some restorative potions." In Isabella's chamber, it was apparent that her father had returned safely. Though he must have sustained injuries, the butler had been attending to him in his room. Now was the time to confront the Sunflower in the silent forest, gazing out at the night sky. She noted it was not yet midnight. Last night, Charles had a habit of checking in on her, so she would wait for him to leave before slipping out through his spatial portal. There was no other option, as the doors were left unlocked, and she could only bide her time. At midnight, Charles came to check on her, even approaching Isabella directly. After a brief moment of scrutiny, he departed, the entire encounter executed with utmost caution. Once she confirmed that he had descended the stairs, Isabella seated herself on the edge of her bed, rubbing her eyes and steeling her resolve. Venturing out to slay a monster had proven more troublesome than anticipated. She would likely lack energy for the following day, but she hoped to recuperate during the afternoon, having calmed her nerves. Isabella opened a spatial rift leading to the boundary of the silent forest and stepped through without hesitation. Deep within the silent forest, Dark Flower number 12 remarked, "Is the little girl from the Barina family truly as exceptional as you claim? The organization even dispatched me to this godforsaken place. Can a mere novice girl possibly slay 4 purple-eyed red apes? Perhaps you're simply lacking in skill, only capable of commanding a few scrawny monkeys. Are you perhaps not adept at combat? Hey, I tell you, young man, you may not believe it, but that girl is undoubtedly a prodigy with extraordinary magical talent. Perhaps the Barina family is simply too skilled at concealment and modesty. Do you really think Isabella would venture here? The Silent Forest is not a place for just anyone. Huh. Don't you know that humans are driven by greed? She will undoubtedly sneak into the Silent Forest to hone her skills and acquire the power of magical cores, all while keeping it a secret from her family. Just prepare the bait. When she appears, lay out several lures to draw her into the ravine. Dark Star Flower number 12 yawned. Such a simplistic ruse would only fool children. You can keep waiting. I don't possess your patience that I shall take a brief rest and awaken me if anything stirs. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Malinwa number 28 sensed something amiss nearby. To be precise, a presence akin to that of a high-level sorcerer, intentionally exposing a flaw. Don't you dare fall asleep. Has the bait taken? Dark Flower number 12 drowsily inquired. There are more than just the two of us in the Silent Forest. I sense someone nearby, though I cannot discern their exact location. In my eyes, trees and grasses can speak. A mature woman's voice echoed from behind them. What are you two doing? Lurking on the mountainside. Dark Flower number 12 was startled awake, instantly alert, as both hands ignited with magical seals. May I inquire if you are Ma Linhua, number 28? She asked calmly. We are merely hunting and have not disturbed you. Have we? Hunting? Such nonsense. Use and flowers only wait for prey to come to you. Since there's nothing novel to discuss, I see no reason to converse with you. The mysterious woman turned to leave, but was interrupted by Dark Flower number 12. Wait. Let me guess. Are you perhaps a member of the Mages Guild? In a position of some significance at that. Your foxtail in its semi-human form is quite visible. You are correct, young lad. But alas, I am merely a lackey. We could engage in an information trade. I possess the latest news regarding the magical fog and the Azure Celestial Spirit Department. What do you have to offer in exchange? The two men exchanged glances. Would the transaction between the Sin Flower and Bryphon Academy suffice? Ha! Ridiculous. The mysterious woman turned to leave. Your trivial affairs are already known to half the Mages Guild. Engaging with you is a waste of time. After she had distanced herself, Malinwa number 28 spat on the ground. Ha! The Mages Guild, how impressive can they be? Their treatment is the worst among us. No wonder she is a high-level sorceress, yet merely a lackey. Linhua number 28's voice suddenly dropped. Is it possible that the Mages Guild has so many high-ranking powers that they do not need her? The two resumed their idle chatter. Isabella traversed the Silent Forest alone, not in search of monsters, but rather to confront the members of the Sin Flower organization who had targeted her that fateful night. Equipped with means for self-preservation and methods to defeat her adversaries, she felt assured that even if she could not prevail, she could swiftly escape. There was no sense of loss in this endeavor. Yet after 10 minutes of advance, Isabella began to question whether her actions were driven more by impulse. What if the enemy possessed several mid-level sorcerers? After a moment's reflection, she realized she had discovered a little secret in utilizing magic. At the very least, one battle would reveal who was strong and who was weak. After all, in this world, the assessment of magical power is based on the source of magic, not on any other criterion, the only standard. It seemed, the bait has taken. Malinwa number 28 grinned. Dark Flower remained silent, morphing into a shadow that melted into the darkness. Ahead on the mountain path, Isabella spotted a magically altered bear, its back turned to her as it lumbered slowly. Approximately 100 meters away, making its way down a slope deeper into the forest. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a low-level magical creature. Isabella chuckled to herself, thinking, a delightful surprise. I hope it isn't just that creature's tame beast that will take it down. Perhaps I can inherit the bear's strength. Following closely behind the magically altered bear, she descended into the heart of the ravine within the forest. Isabella carefully surveyed her surroundings. The slope was singular, and standing at a height, she could quietly unleash her magic for a surprise attack. Capturing it should not prove too difficult. Isabella concentrated on her water element magic, conjuring a conical water column that floated in her palm. Infusing it with gravity magic, she compressed the water's mass, doubling its density. With her left hand gripping her right wrist, a faint blue glow enveloped the water projectile, which shot forth with the speed of an arrow. Striking the magically altered bear, the bear's anguish howl echoed through the depths of the silent forest, startling countless birds into flight. Isabella approached to inspect the fallen creature, which had completely lost its life. A massive indentation marred its back, precisely where the heart had been pierced, and its innards had burst forth. The magical core dispersed into Isabella's being, allowing her to absorb the magical energy emanating from the creature. At that moment, Isabella's magical source reached the critical threshold for a novice sorcerer. One more kill would lead to her breakthrough. In the shadows, a figure trailed Isabella from the rustling grass. Darkflower No. 12 was astonished. This contradicts the intelligence reports. How can Isabella wield water element magic? The method of release is unlike anything I've seen, and she dispatched a low-level creature with a single strike. Could she truly be a young prodigy? Meanwhile, Malinwa No. 28, who had been lying in wait, found it difficult to remain composed as he stood atop a rock, surveying the area where the magically altered bear had fallen. Countless hypotheses swirled in his mind. No, this doesn't add up. Where is the lightning? The bear's size is 3 times that of a purple-eyed red ape. Even a full-force strike from a novice sorcerer shouldn't have felled it so easily. As he continued to speculate, Malinwa No. 28 was drenched in sweat against the chilling night wind. It is inconceivable that it could have fallen with a single blow. I cannot let her go. She must be dealt with immediately. Remaining calm after a fit of anger. Perhaps it was due to his limited understanding of Isabella's situation and lacking absolute certainty upon reflection that he realized she was merely a 10-year-old girl with golden hair, whose magical affinity was at best slightly more advanced than her peers. Not daring to dwell on it further, he took a deep breath and promptly dispelled the magical restraints. Suddenly, the ground before Isabella trembled violently, as hundreds of cubic meters of earth cascaded down, and a 30-meter-tall, 8-meter-thick locust tree loomed like a giant, stepping into Isabella's path. A shadow materialized behind her, revealing a man. The moment he uttered Isabella's name, she was startled and turned to see a masked figure, whose voice distinctly differed from that of the man she encountered just nights prior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp whistling sounds pierced the air as Isabella did not evade, allowing the ambush arrows to strike her point. 3 leaf-sized, shadowy blades pierced the surface of her left arm skin. Darkflower No. 12 was taken aback. "What manner of magical artifact do you possess?" he exclaimed. "Never mind. I shall be brief, Miss Isabella. The organization has sent me to deal with you. Do take care." The ground quaked as the locust tree giant advanced step by step, classified as a mid-level magical beast. From a distance, Malinwa No. 28 observed in disbelief as Isabella withstood an attack from Darkflower without succumbing. This was utterly incongruous. Isabella chuckled, her youthful smile taking on an eerily enigmatic quality. "You are a mid-level shadow element magician, aren't you? It appears that mid-level magicians are not much to speak of if they cannot even breach my defenses, yet dare to attempt magical combat techniques, such as Dark Heat Wave." Boom! A rapid, black shockwave struck Isabella squarely in the face like a massive stone plummeting from the sky. "And there you have it," he said, as the smoke gradually dispersed. "What are you saying?" Isabella retorted, her tone incredulous. "With such feeble force, even the oxen plowing the fields are stronger than you." Darkflower No. 12's complexion turned pale, his mind blank, sensing that he was not facing a mere human. Malinwa No. 28, hiding on a mountain, was equally dumbfounded. The dark heat wave unleashed by Darkflower No. 12 had previously annihilated 6 novice magical warriors defending the city, yet here it seemed as trivial as a mere puff of air before Isabella. Isabella waved her hand, coughed lightly, and remarked, "A mid-level magician? Is that all you can muster? If my analysis is correct, shadow element magic pertains to the annihilation of matter, composed of negative ions. Let me give it a try." Isabella directed her right palm towards Darkflower No. 12, conjuring a black magical seal that coalesced into a swirling black sphere made up of countless grains of black sand, pulsating violently as heat waves shimmered in the air. Sensing impending doom, Darkflower No. 12 transformed into a shadow and vanished into the darkness. Isabella directed her palm, towards the locust tree giant behind her. Boom! A massive burst of flames erupted from behind Isabella. Malingua number 28 was utterly flabbergasted. A demon. This little creature is undoubtedly a demon. How did she suddenly master shadow element magic? She can kill mid-level magical beasts with a mere flick of her hand. In that moment, Malingua number 28's worldview shattered, leaving her frozen in disbelief. Dark Flower number 12 reappeared behind him, patting his back. Retreat. With our capabilities, we are no match for Isabella. Malingua number 28 remained unresponsive, his mental state completely frozen. Flames consumed half the valley as Isabella claimed her first mid-level magical beast core, inheriting the strength of a bear and the defensive power of the locust tree within the span of mere minutes. Her magical affinity had now transcended into that of a novice magician. Isabella realized that they were far too aware of her circumstances. They had to be dealt with if information regarding her situation were to leak. Her future would be fraught with peril. Through the flames, Isabella spotted two entwined figures atop the mountain to her right. Utilizing spatial magic, she instantly appeared behind them. Dark Flower number 13 sensed the danger. He attempted to flee, only to find his body uncontrollable, as if ensnared in quicksand. Malingua number 28 suddenly collapsed to the ground, regaining partial consciousness. "I'll grant you a burden of gravity," Isabella said, her right hand clenched. "Forgive me, but you both possess far too many of my secrets." They had no time to utter a farewell. Bang! Their bodies were crushed into dust by the overwhelming force of gravity. Their magical affinities dissipated into elemental light particles. Merging into Isabella's own, under the darkened moon and howling winds of the mountains, Isabella opened a spatial rift back to her room, utterly exhausted. She knew that once she lay down, sleep would claim her within 2 minutes. In a concealed bunker beneath Leonton City, Lady Higginbanna was approached by a young woman. "My lady," she said, as the woman, devoid of weariness, meticulously analyzed several intelligence reports at her desk, under the dim glow of a kerosene lamp. The lengthy reports from various sources held no points of interest. "What brings you here at such an hour?" The room was eerily quiet, with the sound of each clock gear turning clearly audible. Recently, Malingua number 28, who was tasked with monitoring the Barina vineyard in Silent Forest, has unexpectedly perished, simultaneous with Dark Flower number 12, their life candles extinguished together. The elegantly dressed woman paused briefly before replying, "I see. Isn't there a daughter from the Barina family who has awakened her magic? I heard just the other day that she awakened lightning element magic and even defeated 4 novice magical beasts. Perhaps the Barina family harbors some secrets. Once. Send others to Silent Forest. We must not overlook any actions of the Barina vineyard. Warn them not to show their faces." The maid, puzzled, inquired, "Why does the organization place such importance on a mere wine vineyard?" Higginbanna replied, "During every festival at the Avelat Palace, Leonton's wine is in high demand, indicating that most nobles will soon flock to the palace. This also presents an opportunity for the Sin of Flowers to act. Once their wine transport convoy is in motion, we can prepare accordingly, making this location a crucial node in our surveillance system. Those 2 fools had it coming. There is no need for sympathy." The maid nodded in understanding. "I've dispatched someone immediately. Perhaps we can uncover the culprit and eliminate any possibility of detection by the omniscient eye." Higginbanna gathered the numerous intelligence reports on her desk and placed them into a black bag. "The intelligence team of the Aubric Empire is nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools, yet they dare to call themselves the omniscient eye. You work efficiently, if they are indeed responsible." Higginbanna picked up a pipe, snapped her fingers, and as flames ignited the pipe, she inhaled deeply, exhaling rings of smoke. "They shall be dealt with in Silent Forest." The next morning, Isabella was awakened by Charles. "Miss Isabella, you have been rising quite late lately. Did you not sleep well last night?" Isabella rubbed her eyes, replying lazily, "Perhaps I have simply been overly fatigued lately. It is not yet time for sword practice, is it?" Richard pulled out his pocket watch. Glancing at it, "There are still 10 minutes left. If you do not rise, Mr. Barina will have serious words for you. During breakfast, I called for you several times, yet you remained in a deep slumber." After a brief lecture from Charles, Isabella complied and commenced her daily sword practice. However, today was different. Her father, injured, sat on the threshold of the backyard, observing Isabella and Coco practice their swordsmanship. Yet, Heloda's expression was vacant, his hollow gaze fixed upon the distant sky. After the practice session concluded, Isabella finally noticed her father's peculiar demeanor. "Father, why do you seem so lost today?" Isabella inquired. "It is nothing. I merely feel a sense of melancholy. It is becoming increasingly difficult for me to improve my strength. In the not-so-distant future, you shall undoubtedly surpass me." Heloda gently pinched Isabella's small face and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Let us conclude today's training here. The swordsmanship practice is merely to strengthen your bodies for now. Once enrolled, Isabella will swiftly become a sorceress. The swordsmanship is merely an embellishment. It is rare for the Baelina family to produce a sorceress. So there's no need to obsess over swordplay." Butler Charlie appeared behind Heloda. "Mr. Baelina, we have received an invitation to Count Jalai's birthday celebration," he said, presenting a piece of blue cardstock. "The event is scheduled for 19 o'clock 5 days hence at the Count's estate. I recommend arriving 5 or 6 hours early." Heloda glanced at the invitation, confirmed the details, and nodded. "The Count has always favored grand festivities. We ought to prepare a gift. What should we give?" As he walked back to the residence, he surveyed his surroundings. The family was accustomed to frugality, rarely indulging in luxuries. Heloda struggled to conceive an appropriate gift and instructed, "How about this, Charlie? Take 300 silver coins and procure a splendid magical stone or craft from Leonton. Bring Isabella and Kokoluo along, as they have nothing to do at home this afternoon. Besides, I must visit the training grounds after lunch to assess the casualties among the warriors." After lunch, Butler Charlie let out a white horse from the stable, secured it to the carriage, and unleashed a water elemental spell to cleanse the accumulated dust from the vehicle. Countless droplets danced under his command, swiftly cleaning the carriage inside and out in mere minutes. With a flourish, he directed the soiled water from the crevices of the cotton padding into a bucket on his left. Isabella had prepared 20 silver coins in her room and inadvertently observed Charlie's adept manipulation of the water element, her mind analyzing how he accomplished it, each droplet behaving as though it were a living entity. In the afternoon, under a blazing sun, the Baelina carriage made its way into Leonton, halting at the stables of the Adventurers Guild. In the memories of Isabella's original owner, she had visited Leonton many times, but those recollections were mostly of residing in opulent estates. Outings for shopping, like today, were exceedingly rare, inside the Adventurers Guild's Grand Hall. Kokoluo clutched the corner of Charlie's tailcoat. Isabella felt surprised. This world actually had an Adventurers Guild. Following Charlie, they entered the expansive hall, which could accommodate 300 to 400 people. The marble floor reflected the brilliance of the hall's glass walls. Resembling a sacred cathedral, Charlie approached the front desk. "Long time no see, Mr. Charlie Gus," the attendant greeted. "Are you here to accept a commission?" The desk was quite high, even towering over Isabella, preventing the attendant from realizing that Charlie was accompanied by children. "No, I'm inquiring about the recent black market. Are there any drops concerning dragons or similar magical beasts? Last week, an adventurer party slayed a high-level magical beast, a dragon, and some dragon claws have entered the market." After a brief conversation, Charlie left, visibly satisfied. "Miss Isabella, you may be unaware," Charlie remarked, "but Count Jalai's rise to prominence began with magical warriors. Based on my understanding of him, the most appropriate gift would be materials from high-level magical beasts." Before departing the Adventurers Guild, Isabella's keen hearing caught whispers from several novice adventurers discussing her. They were all commoners, clad in armor made from magical beast hides, wielding weapons and magical tools crafted from materials of intermediate magical creatures. "Look, that is the illustrious Miss Isabella from the Baelina family," one exclaimed. "It's a rare sight. I recently heard that the magical warriors of the training grounds claimed she defeated 4 low-level magical beasts. The corrupted gray wolves with lightning magic. That I've heard about it. Who would believe the words of nobility? Even a single corrupted gray wolf may not be easily subdued by 3 novice sorcerers. Isn't that obvious? In my youth, during the 3rd round of assessments at Bryphon Academy, I was eliminated by a low-level corrupted gray wolf. None of us could handle it. One girl even jumped out of the red circle in fright." "Ah, Nobles are always so concerned about appearances. They'll say anything. Upon leaving the Adventurers Guild, Isabella sensed the skepticism of the commoners regarding her abilities. She had heard that in the third round of assessments at Bryphon Academy, 4 individuals struggled against a single low-level magical beast and still could not maintain their ground. Emerging onto the street, Kokoluo was as obedient as a quiet, shy puppy, trailing closely behind Charlie. Isabella found herself at a loss for words. Her head bowed in contemplation of numerous possibilities worth exploring. Before long, Charlie arrived at a secluded alley. We have reached the black market of Leonton. There's a CAF nearby owned by an old friend of mine. You two wait there briefly. I shall return shortly. Charlie guided the 2 children across the street to the CF, exchanging pleasantries with his old friend. He earnestly instructed, "Please take good care of Mr. Vilena's daughters, especially Isabella." A middle-aged man with a deep scar on his right cheek polished a coffee cup and replied, "Rest assured, the CAF's door can only be opened by those with at least novice magical abilities." Kokoluo, reluctant and frightened, clung to Charlie's leg. Isabella exhaled deeply, frustration settling within her. The 2 little girls sat opposite each other at the CFBA in the hushed ambience. Only a few scattered patrons lingered. Evidently seasoned sorcerers with considerable prowess, the bar. The trio lapsed into silence for a while. Isabella refrained from speaking as she endeavored to recall her impressions of the man before her. The original owner's memories held little insight into him. Though he appeared fierce, he exhibited a gentleness and steadiness when interacting with the girls. She scrutinized the red-haired uncle once more, clad in a crimson uniform. A white shirt underneath with a collar nearly reaching his chin, and a black tie with golden patterns shimmering under the CAF's oil lamps, like a faint light hidden in the darkness. Finally, the uncle broke the silence among the 3. The children of the Balina family have grown so much. Just last year, Kokoluo was still quite small. As he spoke, he swirled a lemon drink in his hand. And after several minutes of shaking, he prepared a generous serving of lemonade. Kokoluo was mesmerized, having completely forgotten that Charlie had already left the CF. "Isabella, what juice would you like? Uncle Tony can make any juice. Just remember, children cannot drink alcohol. Otherwise, a fruit wine wouldn't be a bad idea, and it wouldn't cost much. Merely 12 copper coins. I'll have a glass of apple juice." "Thank you," Isabella replied, raising her brow slightly at the mention of 12 copper coins. "What's wrong? Do you seem unaware of the purchasing value of currency? I doubt Halota or Charlie has explained it to you," Uncle Tony inquired. Isabella was taken aback, realizing that she truly lacked understanding of the currency situation and purchasing power in this world. If she ventured out to buy something, she might be easily swindled without realizing it. Feigning innocence, she shook her head and asked, "What can 12 copper coins buy?" "Allow me to enlighten you on the value of copper coins. For instance, a novice magical warrior earns a monthly salary of 2,300 copper coins, where 12 copper coins can purchase 6 pounds of pork, and 100 copper coins is equivalent to 1 silver coin." Isabella's expression darkened, her tone tinged with reproach. "Isn't charging 12 copper coins a bit exorbitant?" "Exorbitant? Where is the excess? It's only February. Fresh fruits are pricier than meat. With my expertise, the price for a single cup should be 8 copper coins," Tony explained. Hearing Uncle Tony's reasoning, Isabella found some merit in his argument, yet compared to other beverages, fruit juice still seemed more economical. However, as a noble lady, she felt she shouldn't dwell excessively on monetary matters. In her past life as a worker, she had developed a reflexive sensitivity to discussions of money. Isabella replied, "By this calculation, Uncle Tony truly cannot profit from us." She reached into her pocket to feel the wallet, realizing she possessed 20 silver coins, equivalent to 2,000 copper coins. The Leonton black market, a place where the goods are often of dubious origin, allows some individuals to procure valuable items at low prices. After all, without following formal channels, merchants can easily acquire their wares. Even if they sell below market value, they still make a considerable profit. As for the quality, it is purely a matter of luck for the buyer. The alleys of the black market are labyrinthine, with sparse foot traffic primarily consisting of novice sorcerers, while intermediate sorcerers seldom venture here. The appearance of Charlie was, in fact, an unexpected sight for the black market traders. Many merchants flocked to his side, inquiring about transactions and deals. "It has been a while. It's rare for you to visit. Are you looking to purchase weapons or magical tools? One merchant asked, I recently acquired a batch of beginner purification crystals at a bargain price. Buy one, get one free for just 30 copper coins for two. Charlie paused, using water elemental magic to count the coins in his pocket, pulling out exactly 60 copper coins. He turned to the magical tool merchant and said, ILL take two. The merchant, quick to understand, opened the cloth cover of his basket and produced 4 beginner purification crystals. Charlie examined them one by one. The one get one free offer meant that the additional crystal could only be used once. Indeed, one could hardly expect quality at such a low price. Purchasing one new crystal for 60 copper coins would not differ significantly from acquiring these 4. Charlie's expression turned sour, and he added, Don't follow me any longer, or I shall resort to violence. Only by issuing such a threat would these brazen black market traders relent, and none dare to persist in their pursuit. After walking for some time, he arrived at a general goods store specializing in magical creature materials, where he directly paid for a half-meter-long dragon claw, spending only 200 silver coins, which he wrapped in cloth and hung at his waist. In the CF, Uncle Tony regaled Coco with tales of Harold's youth, spinning embellished stories that quickly drew them closer. Isabella, unable to contain her impatience, desired to explore the black market herself, yet she worried that a child venturing into such a place would likely be either expelled or abducted. She had long realized that what she lacked most was a magical tool, or perhaps a weapon. Relying solely on her hands to release magic against peculiar monsters would be a disservice to her prodigious identity. Isabella excused herself to the restroom, locked the door, and opened a spatial rift, stepping onto the streets of Leonton. Grabbing a hanging red cloth, she fashioned it into a robe, the hood concealing her hair. Isabella concluded that there was no need to visit the black market. A magical weapon shop would suffice. To her surprise, 10 minutes later, she discovered that purchasing weapons required proof of sorcerer rank. At the very least, a student ID was necessary. The type of identification determined the type of magical weapon one could buy. Given Isabella's current circumstances, acquiring a weapon through formal channels was impossible unless someone else made the purchase for her. Frustrated, she left the magical weapon shop, her mind troubled. It seemed she would indeed have to venture into the black market. She had not anticipated that this world possessed such comprehensive regulations. Without a qualification certificate, obtaining a decent magical weapon was utterly impossible. Upon reaching the entrance of the black market, countless cold eyes scrutinized Isabella, the onlookers. Those who frequented the black market typically donned muted, dark attire. Her red robe, therefore, drew considerable attention. However, none of the merchants dared to inquire about her purpose. Those engaged in haggling paused, their demeanor turning silent and wary upon seeing the diminutive figure in her denizen of the underworld. They were not quick to judge by appearances. Isabella's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she passed by numerous shop fronts. Eventually spotting a magical weapons store, through the glass window, she beheld an array of weapons. Yet 3 burly men lounged at the entrance, smoking and showing no intention of yielding. Excuse me, gentlemen, may I pass? Isabella asked in a neutral tone, not bothering to look at them directly. The 3 men exchanged glances, ignoring her. This is quite absurd. Isabella retorted sharply, if you don't step aside, I shall have no choice but to break your teeth. The 3 men rose, their stature towering as they stood from the steps. Such audacity from a little girl, one bald man exclaimed, his gruff voice drawing attention from the surrounding crowd. Huh. Another mocked, break our teeth? Considering your youth, we can't be bothered to engage with you. Which street do you hail from, little brat? If you don't return home soon, your parents will surely spank you. Isabella raised her right hand, extending her arm toward an open space. The 3 men were suddenly knocked to the ground by an unseen force, and even after falling, they continued to roll helplessly. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Isabella opened a spatial rift at the entrance, stepping through and entering the magical weapon shop. Inside, only the elderly shopkeeper remained, his hair gray and glasses perched on his nose, judging by his demeanor. He must have been quite formidable in his youth, exuding an aura of darkness as if he bore the weight of many lives, a rare visitor indeed. After 20 years, it's the first time I've seen someone enter my shop using spatial magic. Those three young men at the entrance are my bodyguards. And since the young lady is here with genuine intentions to trade, I have no reason to obstruct her." The old man set down his book and cast a glance at Isabella. She surveyed the walls, adorned with an array of magical swords, most priced around 30 silver coins, with some exquisite pieces fetching over 300 silver coins. Suddenly, she felt that her 20 silver coins were woefully inadequate. "Sir, how much for these swords?" Isabella inquired, feeling no need to be overly polite to those in the black market. Directness was more effective than decorum, lest others perceive her as easily bullied. "Little girl, the weapons here are not suitable for you. Even the simplest weapon would be beyond your strength. Some of them have already resonated with magical swordsmen, embodying elemental affinities that you would be unable to wield. You are better off purchasing from a legitimate store." Isabella's irritation flared. She had just been expelled from a formal magical weapon shop without being allowed entry, and now she was being advised to return there. "I'll take a look first. If I find something suitable, I will certainly buy it, ideally within 20 silver coins. If you would allow me to test the weapons personally, no problem. If you can lift a suitable sword, that will demonstrate your capability." Isabella walked around, noting that the shop was not particularly large, occupying about 50 square meters, with 4 display cases and a small activity space housing a magical vine-crafted training dummy. Her eyes landed on a black long sword adorned with golden patterns, priced at 800 silver coins. The blade featured a hollow gap, and its hilt was embedded with 3 red crystals of varying sizes. This sword appeared to be of high-grade magical tool quality, comparable to her father's great sword, yet this one was evidently superior in both craftsmanship and magical infusion. However, the most expensive item was not this black sword, but rather a long sword hanging high on the wall, its purple edge and silver blade suggesting it might have been infused with lightning elemental magic during its forging, priced at 30 gold coins, equivalent to 3,000 silver coins. The shopkeeper chuckled as he noticed Isabella gazing longingly at the purple gold thunder. "That sword is the treasure of the shop, a high-grade, third-tier magical tool. Had it been tempered just right, it could have been a national-level weapon. Alas, its previous owner has passed, and since it has resonated with magic, its price could have been higher." Isabella nodded, still puzzled about the distinction between magically resonant weapons and ordinary ones. Did it simply mean the weapon was personalized or enhanced for a specific individual? She realized that the introductory magic book had not clarified this matter, leaving her hesitant to inquire further. After several minutes of searching, she still had not found a suitable sword. The cheapest available was a beginner magical sword, lacking magical resonance, priced at around 18 silver coins. Far too low for her standards. "Sir, this sword has excellent craftsmanship, and the engravings are quite appealing." Isabella pointed to a mithril magical sword within the glass cabinet. "Its price is reasonable. How about I take it for 17 silver coins?" Acquiring this ordinary sword is undoubtedly a matter of personal consideration. In the future, when revealing weapons before others, this sword would be the optimal choice. The shopkeeper set aside his book, approached the counter, adjusted his reading glasses, and took a closer look. After deducting the small change, it would cost 300 copper coins less. "Well, low-tier goods are inherently difficult to sell. Would you care to try the sword?" "No, thank you. I am pressed for time." A minute later, Isabella and the elderly shopkeeper exchanged payment for the sword. With a flick of her right hand, Isabella used magic to open a spatial rift, into which she tossed the sword at that moment. The door swung open, and 3 burly men staggered into the shop. The shopkeeper shook his head at them, causing the trio to obediently retreat. The 3 bodyguards at the entrance, all of whom were junior third-tier magic warriors, were surprisingly unable to stop you. How could someone so young handle them? Are you a subhuman? Or perhaps of mixed elven heritage? At that moment, the shopkeeper became quite intrigued by Isabella's identity. This young girl could wield rare spatial magic and had effortlessly incapacitated the bodyguards outside using unknown means, though her strength seemed to align with that of a novice magic practitioner. It was impossible to fully grasp her capabilities, which made the shopkeeper wary. With her abilities, it was conceivable that she could rob a weapon shop or stealthily steal from it under the cover of night. Isabella chose not to respond. Instead, she opened the spatial rift and returned to the restroom of the CEF, where she returned the red cloth through the same means. Upon returning to the CEF's bar, She coincidentally encountered Charlie, who was carrying a package. Isabella, Kokoro, it is about time for us to return. There is still a little time left to wander around the city. Tony Kong felt somewhat dejected. He hadn't had enough time to chat with Kokoro before being whisked away. While meandering through the city, Isabella couldn't shake her thoughts about the sword named Purple Gold Thunder. Those old foxes are sure to employ various methods to bolster their defenses. They undoubtedly realize that I've taken a liking to that sword, and a person capable of spatial magic would certainly aspire to be a thief as well. It is hard to fathom how the weapons shop guards against theft. Charlie, holding Kokoro's small hand, noticed Isabella's pensive demeanor but refrained from asking about it. He couldn't help but reflect. It appears that Isabella is quite easygoing. She has neither run amok nor caused a commotion, yet there is an unsettling tranquility about her at this moment. Charlie, Isabella inquired, are there distinctions between the first and second tiers of novice magic practitioners? What are the differences? Hearing Isabella's question, Charlie was somewhat taken aback. He anticipated that the young lady would show such interest in matters of magic. Put it simply, the difference between the first and second tiers lies in their magical power sources. The former possesses a power source that is double that of the 0 tier, while the latter's is quadruple. However, the magical power source of a mid-level magic practitioner at the 0 tier surpasses that of a novice at the 3rd tier by a factor of 2. I'm not sure if you understand this. Miss? Isabella nodded and then posed another question. What is the resonance between magical tools and magical power? Charlie smiled with satisfaction. When magical tools resonate with magical power, they adapt to the user's magical elements and various aspects. If a multi-element magic user resonates with magical power, the tools can accommodate a greater number of individuals. As dusk fell, Isabella and the others returned home. Charlie prepared dinner, and Helota was exceedingly pleased with the dragon claw gift. It hadn't cost much, and its sharpness made it ideal for crafting a scythe blade. Nightfall was the time Isabella had been eagerly anticipating. Alone in her room, she took out the long sword and scrutinized it for a long while. Though it was merely a novice-level weapon, it was indeed her very first. However, the thought of the superior weapons still available in the shop ignited a sense of envy within her, given that it was a weapon shop operating in the black market. With no city guards to oversee security, any confrontation involving magic would necessitate them resolving it themselves. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Isabella swiftly opened the spatial rift and concealed the sword within. Helota appeared at the door. You seem troubled lately. Is something bothering you? Isabella was somewhat startled, wondering if her identity as a time traveler had been discovered. She could only feign calmness and stammered a response. I've been contemplating how to quickly enhance my magical abilities. Practicing at home has become rather tedious. You share a character quite similar to mine, Helota remarked, leaning against the doorframe. The day after tomorrow, I will have some time. I will organize a team of 12 magic warriors and personally take you to the Silent Forest. Otherwise, it's far too dangerous for you to sneak off alone. Isabella could hardly believe her ears. Helota had actually extended such an invitation. What a wonderful father Helota is. Without hesitation, Isabella agreed, setting aside her thoughts of the purple gold thunder in the black market for another time. They would surely grow complacent if they didn't come back for a while. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Kokoro was learning new characters under Charlie's tutelage. Isabella donned her hunting attire. In the backyard, Helota brought out the warhorse, dressed in casual clothes. Isabella took her place behind Helota as they rode out of the estate. 13 junior 3rd-tier magic warriors from the 8th Night Brigade trailed behind their captain, Helota. This time, the warriors were tasked with capturing junior magical creatures, and Helota turned to Isabella, saying, You are responsible for using magic to eliminate the creatures. As for purifying the crystals, given your current situation, using them once every 6 months should suffice. I have a question regarding these past 2 days. Father, didn't you sustain an injury? Why not rest properly instead of taking me to the Silent Forest? Isabella's concern elicited an excited smile from Helota. Father's injuries have improved considerably. By the end of the month, he will be fully recovered. With so many soldiers, all adept at hunting magical creatures, it won't be necessary for me to join in. I can simply issue orders to the warriors. Furthermore, I have seen your potential. Being able to eliminate junior magical creatures at the entry level is already quite remarkable. You should seize the opportunity to practice more. The future looks promising. It is worth mentioning that most individuals do not necessarily hold the upper hand against creatures of the same tier. It is fortunate that you wield lightning element magic, as its power possesses the greatest penetrative strength among all magical elements. In contrast, my wind element magic can entwine water, fire, and earth magic, enhancing speed while alleviating physical burdens, making it particularly suitable for a magic warrior like me. Isabella nodded and engaged in further discussion about her father's insights on magic. His knowledge seemed to echo the contents of a book. For in everyone's subconscious, the written word embodies the standard answer, an unchanging truth that has persisted over time. Isabella was reluctant to disclose the secrets of her magical advancements to her father, especially the nuanced understanding of magic on a microscopic level, which could enhance the density of magic release and its resonance with the elemental essence of the environment. During their conversation, Helota specifically mentioned the various magical academies scattered across the Oberic Empire's major cities. Besides the capital, there are 5 academies primarily offering entry to intermediate courses, bringing the total number of magical academies in the Oberic Empire to 6 for higher institutions of magic. There are only 2 in the entire world. One is Azelia, and the other is the Yeming Academy in the Elven Southern Kingdom. Admission to these 2 academies is highly competitive. It is not merely a matter of wealth, but requires defeating 3 magical creatures of the same tier to qualify for enrollment. Our family is fortunate enough to have Charlie, the steward, to teach you how to read and write, so there is no need to attend any magical entry-level courses in the city. To put it bluntly, it would be a waste of time to spend 3 years learning mere characters and a few spells that they conversed. The group arrived near the Silent Forest. Helota pressed on, while the magic warriors behind him remained vigilant of their surroundings. In the shadows of the forest, the sinful flower number 42 kept a close watch on Helota's expedition. Perched on a tree, she muttered to herself, "It seems they are merely here for some recreational activity. It must be Helota and Isabella. My lady, now is the perfect moment to deal with them. But unfortunately, you have tasked me with monitoring the vast vineyard." Number 42 was curious about their purpose for visiting the Silent Forest. In the heart of the forest, apart from the monsters, there was nothing else that would warrant their visit. Unable to quell her curiosity, Night Fragrance number 42 began to trail Helota's group from a distance of 200 meters. Remaining concealed among the trees, the group advanced to a landslide area that blocked their path. Isabella, aware of how the landslide had occurred, recognized that the layer of charred wood above it was the remains of a mid-level monster. The Sephora giant. Strangely, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Isabella, with her keen sense of smell, had detected the inexplicable aroma, but spring had not yet arrived. Where could the floral scent come from? Flowers. Isabella's first thought was of the sinful flower organization. Surely they had sent someone to the Silent Forest again. But why were they so intent on this forest? Was it because the mountain offered a view that could cover half of Leontown? Helota instructed 2 knights to clear the way. The soil of the landslide was rich in gravel, and horseback riding could navigate through it. Such a minor obstruction was not to be feared. Moments later, everyone crossed the landslide and continued onward to that moment. Isabella quietly cast a faint wind element spell upon her face, dispersing the strange floral scent. Simultaneously, she employed healing magic to invigorate her mind. Yet she remained uncertain of the intentions of the others. If any unforeseen events were to occur, before she could ponder further, several knights behind her inexplicably collapsed, their horses following suit. Helota glanced around. But his body seemed to lack strength, unable to utter a word. His eyelids felt heavy as if drawn by a magnet, and he slumped over the back of his warhorse. The warhorse, too, could no longer stand and knelt weakly before succumbing to slumber. Isabella's eyes darted. Perhaps she should turn the tables and see who these individuals were and what they were scheming. That it was perplexing how every encounter in the Silent Forest led to such odd occurrences. At the treetops of a cliff, a soft giggle echoed. "Everyone's asleep. Alas, I cannot reveal myself, but I can eliminate you all. That in just a few days, I shall siphon away so much magical energy." Night Fragrance no. 42 waved her hand, conjuring a green magical seal that released countless golden pollen grains. Drifting toward Helota's group, A woman clad in a pink dance outfit, daggers in hand, stealthily approached Helota. Isabella had already caught the faint sound of footsteps. Estimating the woman to be less than 5 meters behind her, with a thought, she opened a spatial rift behind her, sending forth a long sword with astonishing speed, piercing the assailant who had been lurking behind her and vanishing into another spatial rift. Isabella turned sharply, rising swiftly, but the woman's figure collapsed only to transform into countless golden pollen, scattering like dandelion seeds in the wind. Concealed in the shadows, night fragrance number 42 hid behind the trunk. Holding her breath, for the events had unfolded too rapidly. How could there still be someone who had not collapsed? How had a flying sword appeared out of nowhere and struck down her avatar? The three questions whirled frantically in night fragrance number 42's mind. She recalled hearing that this lovely assignment was merely to inspect the vineyard, and that melon flower number 28 and dark flower no. 12 had inexplicably perished simultaneously. Rumors suggested that Isabella Belina had awakened her lightning element magic, yet that could not account for the sudden appearance of the flying sword. Certainly, it could not have been her. The most plausible explanation was that there were others hidden within the silent forest. Could it be those from the all-seeing eye? As for why Isabella had not succumbed, it was possible she possessed a certain resistance to the drug. This conclusion was merely night fragrance number 42's logical deduction. Meanwhile, Isabella remained poised, waiting for the appearance of the culprit, yet there was no sign of movement, no trace of a presence. She began to speculate. Was it a transformation spell? Was the assailant a puppeteer? Perhaps they were a wood-element sorcerer like Malonflower, thus possessing formidable control, but this individual was exceedingly cautious, betraying not a hint of movement. Isabella stood still, unmoving, in the eyes of night fragrance no. 42. This was not the behavior of a 10-year-old girl. She was far too composed and capable of enduring. Her stillness might very well be a guise to observe her surroundings, and in that moment, even her breathing became deliberate and measured. The spring breeze rustled through the valley. The sound of fallen leaves clashing in the wind echoed around them. At this moment, Isabella could detect no abnormalities. Everything that had just transpired seemed as if it had never happened. But she possessed patience. If there were even the slightest hint of something amiss, she would certainly discern it. Now it was merely a matter of who would falter first. On the mountain, as for how the two fools had met their demise last time, night fragrance number 42 had never been interested. She was solely focused on how to extricate herself unscathed, knowing that there were undoubtedly experts lurking in the shadows. To draw out these hidden masters, night fragrance number 42 stealthily released another avatar. Isabella heard the faint sound of footsteps behind her, and the woman appeared as if she were a specter. Isabella recognized her as the one she had just dispatched. Is this one also an avatar? Isabella thought, and with a mere thought, unleashed her spatial magic without any preliminary motions or gestures. A spatial rift appeared beside the woman, a cold glimmer flashing as a sword shot forth. The transformed woman's body seemed insubstantial. The flying sword passed through her as if she were a mere illusion, and she did not falter. "You must be from the sinful flower," Isabella said, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, her gaze scanning her surroundings as she questioned the approaching woman. Night fragrance number 42, observing from the shadows, remained vigilant of the nearby forest, yet failed to detect the expert she had anticipated. It seemed the opponent was exceptionally well concealed, exposing not the slightest trace of magical energy. "That I am indeed a member of the Sinful Flower organization, but, dear young lady, I am quite curious. Why haven't you fallen asleep? Do you dislike slumber? I possess even more effective hypnotic potions." Isabella surmised that this shape-shifting woman likely had even more capabilities than her previous form. Her adversary was astute, able to manipulate the density of her transformation, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Yet, what was her purpose here? To eliminate us. Isabella found herself in a precarious position. If she did not promptly identify the culprit, her own trump cards would be laid bare. And should the opponent leave with more information about her, future encounters with the sinful flower could lead to even greater troubles. Isabella's tone remained steady as she questioned, "I do not know much about your sinful flower. But why do you persistently linger in the silent forest? Is there a secret hidden in this remote wilderness?" Night fragrance number 42 continued to scrutinize Isabella's vicinity, yet found it remarkably ordinary. One could even say excessively so. Moreover, Isabella appeared exceedingly composed. By all reasonable logic, a girl of her age should be terrified and crying at such a moment. It was inconceivable that she would interrogate the sinful flower organization regarding their motives. Indeed, this place was exceedingly abnormal. It was far from a pleasant assignment. She feared that if the opponent had someone from the all-seeing eye protecting her, they too might be searching for her. Night fragrance number 42 felt herself trapped in a dilemma. After years of cautious conduct, was she truly to meet her end here? Oh, little sister, are you not afraid? So many grown-ups have fallen asleep. Let me see who remains to protect you. The woman before Isabella brandished a pair of daggers, adopting a combative stance. Clearly, she was attempting to elicit information. Isabella had yet to grasp her intent. However, in Isabella's eyes, this shape-shifting woman was hardly worth the struggle. Instead, she continuously scanned her surroundings, searching for the true master of the transformation. Isabella, with meticulous perception, detected a subtle anomaly. Specifically, a reduction in magical energy emanating from the woods to her left, though the depletion was gradual. It nonetheless suggested that the assailant was concealed within the left hillside, though her exact location remained unknown. Should she recklessly advance now, capturing her at once might prove elusive. Little sister, you must have an adept guardian nearby. Yes, if no expert reveals themselves soon, I shall not be so courteous. Night fragrance number 42 could no longer contain herself, opting for direct confrontation. Upon hearing this, Isabella felt somewhat bewildered. After reflecting for a moment, she realized that the member of the sinful flower organization had mistakenly assumed that her earlier spatial magic was the work of another. In truth, it had all been Isabella's doing, since she was so concerned about the presence of an expert nearby. Perhaps she could fabricate a false one. However, the art of fabrication is far more challenging. Just as the shape-shifting woman was about to launch an attack, Isabella opened a spatial rift in the nearby woods, releasing a flying sword that sliced through the treetops of the mountain to the left, severing branches in its wake. Number 42, known as Night Jasmine, believed her location had been compromised and promptly activated a low-level teleportation scroll, vanishing from the scene in less than 3 seconds. It was only when Isabella witnessed the scroll ignite that she discerned the whereabouts of that individual, but it was too late to pursue. Nevertheless, there was no need for pursuit, as she had frightened herself away. No one could be blamed for that. Before long, several individuals began to awaken, and Isabella returned to her feigned slumber atop the horse behind Helota. Many remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, aware only that they had traversed a landslide behind them and subsequently fallen into a drowsy stupor. Everyone believed that the landslide was peculiar, suspecting the presence of a hallucinogenic hypnotic array. However, the return route could be circumvented through another mountain peak, and since no one sustained serious injuries, Helota chose to press onward. Only the alert Isabella knew what had truly occurred, and as everyone regained consciousness, she continued to feign ignorance. Leading the group, Helota ventured deeper into the silent woods. The scenery ahead was unlike anything Isabella had ever witnessed, shrouded in mist and imbued with a foreboding chill. Soon, the party reached the valley floor. Helota employed a magical beast detection stone and discovered a low-level magical creature nearby. The terrain was no more than 40 meters wide, strewn with shallow pools and loose stones, making dismounting impractical. The group scattered to search, leaving half of their number behind to wait. Approximately 2 minutes later, one of the knights approached, reporting, "Sir Knight Commander, we have spotted a massive magical crocodile. We have it surrounded. But its bite force is astonishing. It could easily fell both man and horse with a single chomp." "Take me there," Helota exclaimed. "What is going on in this silent woods? The magical creatures have become remarkably scarce. It took us ages to find the first one, that upon reaching the vicinity of the magical crocodile, 6 knights managed to overturn the creature, striking it with their long swords in a manner reminiscent of spinning atop." Isabella dismounted, and Helota commanded the soldiers to maintain their distance to avoid any accidental harm to Isabella. Isabella summoned a faint source of magical energy, deliberately reciting a spell that she could hardly remember. taking a full 20 seconds before unleashing a bolt of lightning. With a crackle, a purple arc of electricity shot forth from her palm. The magical crocodile still exhibited signs of life, and after 3 additional strikes, it was finally electrocuted to death. The many soldiers under Heloda's command applauded Isabella's deft execution of lightning magic. It appears your efficiency and power in casting lightning magic are quite sufficient. Executed with the skill of a novice sorcerer, Heloda remarked appreciatively, having initially thought it would take several attempts to vanquish the creature. Isabella approached the lifeless magical crocodile, gently caressing the edges of its shell. While the creature lay motionless, in truth, she was surreptitiously absorbing the residual magical energy from within the creature. The absorption was swift, and in less than 10 seconds, she acquired the defensive capabilities of the magical crocodile. Heloda, mounted on his steed, approached Isabella from behind. It is merely a magical creature. Although the magical crocodile poses no threat to humans, its existence serves as nourishment for you, he said, mistakenly believing Isabella lamented the loss of the magical creature. Offering words of comfort, the group set off once more, this time towards another mountain peak. The ascent was treacherous, overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had long been neglected by travelers. Upon reaching the midpoint, they discovered the surrounding trees were draped in cobwebs. The group encircled Heloda, and 3 warriors infused their long swords with fire magic, ensuring that the presence of cobwebs did not hinder their progress. As they advanced, the density of the webs increased, revealing numerous palm-sized black spiders clinging to the trunks. Isabella's greatest fear lay with these diminutive arachnids. The sight was alarming, with the larger spiders crawling throughout the woods, sending shivers down Isabella's spine. The knightly warriors, seasoned magic fighters, were unfazed by the spiders, for these creatures were most terrified of fire and lightning magic. Ahead, a magical wolf spider dangled from a tree. Yet Isabella, already terrified of such creatures, found her psychological threshold reached when she approached within 10 meters. Had it not been for her need to portray herself as a novice, the moment she detected the spider, it would have been obliterated. Following the prescribed steps, Isabella cast a lightning spell, the intensity of which exceeded the cumulative power of her previous strikes against the magical crocodile. With a crack, a powerful bolt of purple lightning surged forth, obliterating the magical wolf spider, its hair emitting a dense plume of white smoke and filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. After absorbing the dispersed magical core, the group passed by the spider's remains, and Isabella seized the opportunity to absorb a portion of the dissipating magical energy, gaining heightened reflexes and sensory abilities akin to those of a hawk. As the party traversed the mountaintop, they arrived at a flat plateau. Heloda revealed, "If we wish to return, we will likely have to take a detour of 50 miles. Nevertheless, there is ample time. 50 miles is merely a short journey, and at full speed, we can cover it in about an hour." The scenery of the plateau was exquisite, with lush grass carpeting the ground and dozens of magical griffins soaring through the sky. Heloda deduced that there must be the remains of some large magical beast nearby. Otherwise, the carrion eaters would not be drawn here. 1 griffin was comparable in size to a warhorse, a comparison that struck Isabella as she observed them. Indeed, a group of griffins was feasting on the carcasses of large magical creatures. Heloda commanded 6 individuals to charge forth. Whether they could slay the griffins now depended entirely on Isabella's own prowess, as those creatures could fly, making them difficult for the warriors to control. As the griffins enjoyed their carrion, they noticed the approach of 7 novice magical warriors. The griffins, caught mid-feast, were left with no choice but to flap their wings. Some unable to take flight due to overindulgence, merely moving to nearby ground to observe, while others lazily circled low, reluctant to abandon their meal. Though these griffins were massive, they were not foolish. Conflict with humans was unnecessary, and they were among the magical beasts least inclined to engage in such confrontations. The slower griffins were severely wounded by the warriors' strikes. However, this commotion only attracted more griffins to the scene. "This is troublesome," Heloda sighed. "If the number of griffins reaches a ratio of 1 to 50, they will undoubtedly launch an assault on the living below." Heloda, mounted on his steed, approached the battlefield where the griffins were being felled. Isabella had readied her magical sigil, preparing to unleash her lightning magic. With a crack, a powerful bolt of lightning shot forth from Isabella's magical sigil, striking down a grievously injured griffin. Helota directed the party, maneuvering through several rounds, while Isabella managed to slay 3 griffins, only able to absorb a fraction of their emitted magical energy, awakening her keen eyesight akin to that of an eagle from the mountaintop. She could even discern houses 20 miles away. They dare not lower their altitude now. At this height, our magical warriors cannot employ their spells to intercept them. Helota suggested, "It is time for us to return. Your abilities are indeed sufficient to stand on your own. Yet, remember not to boast too much about your prowess. There will always be those who surpass you." "Very well, dear father, I shall bear that in mind and not allow momentary success to foster arrogance." The crowd reconvened and began their descent down a winding mountain path. As dusk settled, Herod's party swiftly navigated a large curve. Nearby, the howling of wolves echoed from the mountains behind them, in the tranquil forest. Primarily inhabited by low-level magical creatures, ordinary folk seldom ventured into this treacherous place. Only adventurer teams, military forces, or merchant caravans employing sorcerers would typically pass through. Those lingering at the rear soon spotted several magical gray wolves near the road. Classified as low-level threats, the presence of the wolf pack posed a significant danger to the warhorses. The ferocity of wild beasts naturally instilled a primal fear in herbivorous warhorses, and even well-trained steeds would be wary of a pack of wolves. Let alone magical gray wolves to avoid unnecessary complications. Herod commanded an immediate advance, steering clear of the wolves. Should they trail for over 30 kilometers, they could deal with the pack later, though by then, darkness would have fully enveloped the land, obscuring the path for the warhorses. Fortunately, the wolves abandoned their pursuit after a mere 10 kilometers. However, Isabella remained preoccupied. If she could vanquish so many low-level magical creatures, she would ascend to the second tier of her current level, and today as spoils had already significantly enhanced her magical reservoir, bringing her closer to the first tier than on the way back. Isabella mused to herself, "Once we've dined, I shall deal with you later." As night fell, Herod's party returned to the vineyard estate. Upon their arrival, Herod's excitement surpassed even Isabella's, as he eagerly recounted the afternoon's various battles to Cocallo and Charlber. Cocallo's admiration for Isabella grew, and at that moment, she fervently wished to awaken her own magical abilities, regardless of the elemental affinity. In a basement of Leon Town, the Flower of the Other Shore received a message scroll from Knight Jasmine 42, esteemed chief of the Flower of the Other Shore. This afternoon, Herod entered the tranquil forest with his daughter, employing a charm to ensnare them. Just as I was about to strike, I discovered a spatial mage covertly guarding them. I suspect that individuals from the Omniscient Eye organization have set their sights on us. Or there may be a traitor among us. Although I managed to escape, I fear I may have already been detected. After reading the message, the Flower of the Other Shore destroyed the scroll, inhaled deeply, and fell into a grave silence, unable to speak for a long time. She understood that Knight Jasmine 42 was known for their cautious methods, rarely exposing themselves to vulnerability, and would never exaggerate their first-hand experiences. Thus, the intelligence conveyed carried a high degree of truth. Can our sinful flower organization not even monitor an ordinary vineyard estate? The flower lamented. Those we stationed in the tranquil forest may have been discovered by the Omniscient Eye. Even a covert elite like Knight Jasmine 42 might struggle with such a task. Turning to her attendant, she commanded, "Continue with the personnel changes. This time, summon the high-level sorcerer, Dark Flower 6. Act immediately." In the stillness of the night, the moon shone brightly. The midnight hour passed without incident as Charlber conducted his rounds. Isabella opened a spatial rift and stealthily returned to the neighboring hillside of the tranquil forest. The magical gray wolves had long since vanished. After searching for some time, she heard distant howls from the mountain. Isabella opened a spatial rift once more. Arriving at the mountain, where she had slain the vultures, she spotted the wolf pack about 100 meters away, feasting on the remains of the vultures. In a wonder she had struggled to find them. With a casual flick of her right index finger, the spatial rift beside her moved in tandem with her steps. A basic magical sword, glimmering in the moonlight, silently soared forth. Under Isabella's deft control, within half a minute, 8 low-level magical gray wolves met their demise at the edge of her blade, absorbing the scattered magical cores and dissipated magical energy. Isabella's magical reservoir ascended to the first tier. In the span of merely a week, her progress far surpassed that of others who might toil for an entire year. Alas, there's no helping it. My aptitude for magic is simply exceptional. However, another dilemma arose. Continuing to absorb magical cores and dissipated energy from creatures of the same tier would yield diminishing returns. Given her current prowess, she could expend a modest amount of magical energy to unleash powers several times greater. It was time to seek out mid-level magical creatures. Unfortunately, where to find such formidable beings? In the tranquil forest, it seemed unlikely that any of such might existed. As Isabella pondered her predicament, 2 meteors streaked across the night sky, one red and one white. Their trajectories were peculiar, looping overhead before plummeting towards the mountain where Isabella stood. Sensing danger, she drew upon her magical reservoir to activate a 3-layered magical shield, solidifying the protons just beneath the surface of her skin. Boom! A blazing fireball detonated amidst a heap of magical corpses. Isabella braced against the shockwave, nearly being thrown off her feet. As the smoke cleared, she remained unscathed that moment. A colossal humanoid creature emerged from the crater. Isabella could not discern its nature through magical resonance, but sensed an immense reservoir of magical energy within it, akin to a moon, while she felt like merely a slightly larger duck egg in comparison. A diminutive human. The voice boomed, resonating with the depth of a middle-aged man, laced with the disdain and arrogance of a powerful being. The smoke dissipated entirely in the mountain breeze, revealing before Isabella a towering humanoid creature. Its skin a deep crimson, adorned with a pair of curved horns and a tail thicker than a thigh. Upon closer inspection, she noticed faint, translucent black scales covering its body, resembling a demon descended from the heavens. Suddenly, an indistinct gray shadow appeared before Isabella. Boom! The mysterious powerhouse raised a hand, unleashing a fireball that struck Isabella. The smoke at the peak once again dispersed. Isabella stood unharmed, leaving the world-class second-tier dragonkin warrior astonished. The force of that attack was sufficient to obliterate any first-tier sorcerer below national level. Even with a high-level magical resistance scroll, one would still fall. This little girl, despite being merely a first-tier sorceress. How could she remain unscathed? Did she possess magical artifacts? To withstand such an attack without a scratch suggested that her magical gear must be of world-class caliber. Was it a waste to expend such power on a mere human girl? His gaze fell upon the ground beneath Isabella, now reduced to ashes, clearly indicating that her survival was not due to any failure on his part. She was undoubtedly peculiar. Isabella stood frozen for a long moment, cold sweat trickling down her body. Her gaze remained locked on the creature before her, fear coursing through her veins. After a prolonged silence, she regained her composure. That creature's strike, had it not been for her defenses, could have reduced 1,000 of her to mere dust. What the hell? I merely came to deal with some magical creatures, and it feels as though I've encountered a demon king. Its power far surpasses mine by countless magnitudes. Isabella trembled uncontrollably, unable to discern whether her legs were shaking. Nevertheless, her defensive magic remained intact. You are quite remarkable, little human. Alas, I have no time to entertain you. Upon finishing his words, a faint golden holy light enveloped Isabella. Following the radiance, a pure angelic figure emerged, with 3 pairs of white wings and clad in golden armor, her face obscured by a golden mask that covered the upper half of her head. Only her pink lips and flowing light golden hair remained visible, tousled by the wind. Her presence was akin to that of a celestial warrior. Perhaps her vocation was indeed that of an angelic fighter. The two suspended in midair exchanged no words, yet an inexplicable tension filled the air as they locked eyes on the summit's plain. Boom! Before the angel appeared a radiant light, quickly drawing the surrounding magical essence toward her. The Dragon Man warrior wielded a colossal black axe adorned with blood patterns. Observing this, Isabella unleashed spatial magic, tearing a rift in the Dragonman's lower half, confining a portion of his body to an unknown dimension. Following the angel's release of light, an onslaught of sword rains surged forth. The Dragon Man warrior swiftly maneuvered, only to discover mid-air that his lower body, below the navel, had been severed without his knowledge. An excruciating pain overwhelming him. Instantly, his expression morphed into one of utter shock, confusion, and bewilderment. He initially believed the small girl had merely cast a casual spell, incapable of affecting him, and thus had taken no precautions. Before he could ponder further, a blinding light, akin to the sun, enveloped his face that a golden cascade swept toward him, leaving the Dragon Man warrior no room to evade, vanishing in an instant. His upper body was submerged in a myriad of luminous streams. The angel cast a brief glance at Isabella, saying nothing, and unfurled her wings, her feathers emanating a golden radiance. High above, a resonant hum echoed as the golden rainbow sliced through the starlit sky. The surroundings returned to tranquility. Isabella beheld the shattered lower half of the Dragon Man warrior and promptly approached to absorb the dissipating magical energy, for he was not slain by her hand. Thus she had not acquired any source of magic. Yet, Isabella's speed in absorbing the waning magic proved insufficient against the rate of its dissipation, much of it gradually transforming into magical essence within the air. 2 minutes later, the remnants of his lower half had entirely devolved into a mere mortal form, devoid of any magical power. Through her absorption, Isabella gained the ability to fly and harness the power of dragon breath. This power could conceal her internal magical source and unleash formidable magical fluctuations to intimidate opponents weaker than herself. The ability to discern weaknesses allowed her to easily perceive the vulnerabilities and magical levels of others, as well as the reserves of their magical sources. Such capabilities proved invaluable in assessing adversaries. At this moment, her internal magical source surged, reaching the level of a mid-tier sorceress. Perhaps the Dragon Man had perceived her insignificance as an ant, prompting him to attempt to crush her like a mere insect. Despite her ignorance of the preceding events, Isabella found herself embroiled in an unfathomable battle. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief as her emotions stabilized. To her astonishment, this unexpected turn of events had swiftly elevated her to the intermediate tier. Her desires and appetites soared, yearning to consume half of that Dragon Man. Yet regrettably, she could only siphon a mere fragment of his magical essence. No, merely a sliver of that fragment. Isabella continued to murmur, relieved to have acquired 3 distinct abilities. However, that warrior was not a demon lord. He was likely of the terrestrial races, a S for the angel. What was her true origin? This stroke of fortune was surely a testament to her resilience. Throughout the night, Isabella was so elated that sleep eluded her. She incessantly tested the potency of her newfound magical powers, even attempting to fly. Utilizing her magical source for flight became second nature, as she soared to heights with ease, unperturbed by altitude. Alas, the act of flying consumed her magical source rapidly. After half an hour, it dwindled to nothing. Relying solely on her remaining magical energy, Isabella returned to her home's backyard, hovering outside her window, and opened a spatial rift to rejoin her bed. Nevertheless, the exhilaration within her heart did not wane. She pondered how splendid it would be to quickly replenish her magical source with magical artifacts or potions. The joy of flight was immeasurable. She relished the memories of soaring through the clouds and gliding over valleys. Though her speed did not breach the sound barrier, it was sufficient to keep Isabella entranced and unwilling to cease. After a considerable pause, her excitement gradually subsided, and she realized it was time to contemplate her future. Life would naturally necessitate a humble demeanor. With the power of dragon breath, she could keep her internal magical source at a novice level, despite its quality being intermediate, in everyday displays of magic. She would strive to maintain parity with her peers, yet the path to enhancing her abilities remained a formidable challenge. As Isabella lay on her bed in contemplation, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. In the following days, Isabella leisurely perused various introductory texts on magic within the confines of her home, discovering an array of magical artifacts and scrolls, albeit only their functional descriptions, with no hints of crafting methods disclosed. Soon, the time arrived for the birthday celebration of Count Jalai. On that morning, Isabella indulged in her habitual slumber. Helota entered her room, instructing Isabella, "Today is Count Jalai's birthday, as a member of the Baelina family. You must adorn yourself with care. The birthday banquet will be attended by numerous dignitaries. Remember to adhere to the formalities. When shall we head to the city?" Isabella inquired lazily from her cocoon of blankets. "You have 2 hours to prepare. We must arrive at Count Jalai's estate before lunch begins," Helota replied. "Our family belongs to the knightly class, so we must arrive half a day earlier than others." 2 hours later, Isabella donned a pink Lolita dress, adorned with white lace gloves and white knee-high boots, her hair styled into a bow with a crystal hairpin. Cacalo, lacking in skills for self-adornment, relied on Helota for assistance. As Helota preferred simplicity, Cacalo's attire was a blue and white Lolita dress, topped with a blue bow and flowing golden hair cascading behind her. Helota himself was clad in a white uniform, accented with black buttons and trim. Charles, on the other hand, wore his usual suit, not needing to deliberate on his attire. However, he had opted for a vibrant blue tie, complemented by a red rose pin on his left breast. Isabella noticed the subtle changes in Charles. Such a considerate and responsible man remained single. Perhaps he sought to meet a few young ladies at Count Jalai's birthday banquet. After everyone was ready, they set off for Leowinton City. The Baelina family journeyed to Leowinton, their carriage advancing toward the hills at the city's rear. The Count's estate was perched atop a hill in the town. Peering through the 6-meter-high white walls, Isabella beheld the estate, its structures all resplendent in white, crowned with soaring domes. The path leading to the estate wound around the mountain, with 5 city guards patrolling every 100 meters. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage arrived at a large stable, where several servants awaited to receive them. The Baelina family disembarked, greeted by 2 of the Count's personal guards. Following them, they navigated past 3 5-story white mansions, arriving at the plaza of Count Jalai's main residence. The plaza was expansive, featuring a fountain and filled with 50 banquet tables, each accommodating 12 chairs. Visitors gradually arrived, conversing beneath the shade of nearby trees, their attire and adornments revealing their status as merchants from Leowinton. To her astonishment, Isabella recognized an elderly figure, the proprietor of a weapons shop in the black market. She was taken aback that he had received an invitation from the Count. Perhaps he had dealings behind the scenes or had connections that facilitated his entry. Upon reflection, Isabella regarded the Count of Leowinton, who resided in such opulence. She could hardly fathom the splendor that awaited within the main residence. The 2 personal guards continued to escort the Baelina family toward the main house. The grand entrance stood wide open, spacious enough to accommodate 2 elephants, with room to spare. Upon entering the first floor, they encountered a multitude of banquet tables, over 30 in number, though only 5 seats adorned each table, indicating they were reserved for esteemed guests. The Baelina family ascended to the second floor, finding it not overly lavish. The decor was rather understated, imparting a sense of spaciousness and elegance. After a minute's walk down the corridor, they reached the hall at the corridor's end. In the hall stood 3 families, and Helota's expression soured upon seeing them, though he quickly concealed it. Count Jalai advanced toward Helota, accompanied by his wife. A little girl with red hair donned a pale yellow dance costume, appearing to be of similar age to Isabella, yet adorned with glimmering golden diamonds. Helota performed a knightly salute, while Isabella gracefully lifted her skirt, crossing her feet and executing a slight bow. The Baelina family pays respects to Count Jalai. "Ah, Helota, my dear brother." Count Jalai's physique was that of a tall individual who did not appear particularly overweight, clad in a striking red uniform. He removed his round hat and placed it against his chest. "Hello, Heroida. Your injuries have healed remarkably well. This time, we owe much to the assistance of your 8th Night Order, as well as the 9th and 10th Night Orders, who successfully intercepted the ominous black mist threatening Leontown. Oh, we have already arranged for the necessary personnel, and within 2 days, the expenses for this campaign will be allocated to your account. Thank you, Count Jalai, for your commendation. It is our duty as knights to safeguard the Empire. Today, our Baelina family has come to celebrate your birthday and present our gifts. which we hope you will accept graciously. Charles handed over an exquisite red package adorned with inscriptions, a gift from the Baline family. The Count gestured for a nearby, made to receive the present. Heroida's gaze drifted to a pair of gift boxes in the corner, then to the commanders of the 9th and 10th Night Orders who had arrived early. Feeling an inexplicable surge of indignation, Count Jalai inquired, "Heroida, I have heard that your family Isabella has been making quite a name for herself lately. There are whispers in the city suggesting she has the prowess to slay low-level magical beasts, utilizing lightning elemental magic, no less. I had previously heard that her adaptability to various forms of magic was rather poor." Heroida replied calmly, "I have never spoken falsely in public. The magical beasts that Isabella has defeated, including those from a few days ago, were all indeed slain by her lightning elemental magic, which left traces of its energy at that moment." A girl beside Count Jalai cast a scornful smile at Isabella. Lifting her skirt and performing a curtsy, Isabella dared not meet her gaze, knowing instinctively that this girl was the Count's daughter, towering over her by a head, her complexion radiant. Yet, the girl's piercing eyes remained fixed on Isabella. Isabella shyly returned the gesture. Their father continued to chat for what felt like an eternity. Count Jalai remarked, "By the way, my son is still studying at Briefin Academy and has recently participated in the Empire's Magic Academy tournament, which is why he could not return for this birthday celebration that I have heard he has reached the top 4, representing the entry-level sorcerers." Time slipped away until another family's representative arrived, prompting Count Jalai to prepare to conclude the conversation. "Please escort the commanders to the guest quarters for some rest," he instructed his attendants. As Isabella was leaving, she brushed past the Count's daughter, who seemed to intentionally trip her. However, Isabella's small steps thwarted the attempt. The Count's daughter let out a triumphant giggle. Such trivial matters were a source of embarrassment for Isabella. Despite being a child, she possessed the sensibilities of an adult, deeply concerned with her dignity, especially in such a crowded setting. Charles adjusted Isabella's position slightly. Kokolo, who was beside Heroida, was oblivious to what had just transpired, feeling too shy to speak or even lift her gaze in the bustling atmosphere. The Count's daughter's antics caught her father's attention. Count Jalai sternly admonished, "Maluxia, now is not the time for mischief. Do not bully others." However, Maluxia seemed indifferent to propriety or the eyes of the guests, playfully sticking out her tongue at her father while leaning against him. Count Jalai sighed, regaining his composure to continue receiving guests. Isabella glanced back, fully aware of her position. After all, she was the Count's daughter and could not afford to show any hostility. At that moment, she exchanged a glance with Maluxia, noting her provoking eyes and strange smile. Yet, Isabella's memories of Maluxia were neither entirely negative nor positive. She recalled being the one who was bullied, thus leaving no fond recollections in the original owner's memory. By the time lunch arrived, all the invited guests had gathered. The Heroida family was seated in the grand hall on the first floor of the main residence, where the sumptuous lunch boasted 4 types of meat, 3 types of vegetables, 2 varieties of soups, and an abundance of fresh fruit platters. Heroida introduced the others. "In the afternoon, we have some activities planned, and we can explore other areas for now." Kokolo nestled in Heroida's embrace. "I'm so sleepy," she murmured. "Charles, please take her upstairs to rest." In the afternoon, guests congregated in the estate's backyard, where a spacious lawn awaited. The anticipated activities included a polo match featuring the city guards. Following that, the crowd eagerly awaited the Sorcerer's Duel. 3 matches were scheduled, all between entry-level sorcerers, utilizing magic scrolls or magical tools of intermediate grade or lower. Any contestant who stepped outside the designated area or exhausted their magical energy would lose a performance event. The audience numbered over 800, with those from the magical world eagerly anticipating the sorcerer's contest. In the stands, Maluxia whispered a few words to her father, prompting Count Jalai to smile and nod before rising to approach several knight commanders seated further back. Isabella caught a glimpse of Maluxia, who turned to her with an odd, almost disdainful look that a sense of foreboding washed over Isabella, as if something unpleasant were about to unfold. Many spectators turned their attention to Count Jalai's actions. He approached Heroida and bowed slightly. "Heroida, It is not that we doubt your daughter Isabella's abilities, we are all curious how an entry-level sorceress could slay a low-level magical beast. Today, with so many witnesses, it would be convenient to allow Isabella to demonstrate her prowess once more, which would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of your Baelina family. Heroida, upon hearing Count Jalai's invitation, turned his gaze toward Isabella. His expression darkened, but the murmurs of nearby guests grew louder, and distant onlookers turned their eyes towards him. Declining the invitation would undoubtedly be a loss of face. Allowing Isabella to confront a low-level magical beast was perilously reckless. Isabella tugged at Heroida's sleeve, exchanging glances and blinking sweetly, while nodding with a bright smile. In the front row, Maluxia smirked, knowing full well that the Baelina family could not refuse such an invitation. After all, the audience had come with expectations for an unprepared spectacle, and everyone was eager to discover whether the Baelina family was merely boasting. Count Jalai continued, "If your daughter Isabella can indeed slay a low-level magical beast, her fame will soar. Asked the Count, I shall reward her with 200 silver coins. Should she sustain injuries or fail, the Count's estate will bear the full responsibility for her medical expenses." Gasps of shock echoed among the nearby crowd. Heroida found himself compelled to acquiesce despite his reservations. "Very well, but I will ensure Isabella's safety. I do not trust anyone else." What type of magical beast will Isabella be challenged with? Our Count's estate recently captured a wild magical griffin. Taming it has proven quite challenging due to its feral nature. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, and Heroida felt a sense of foreboding as preparations for the arena began. With a massive cage being drawn into place by 3 horses, Count Jalai, this is exceedingly dangerous. Why choose a wild magical griffin, especially one capable of flight? Count Jalai replied, "The show is about to begin. Heroida, you should accompany Isabella to the arena. You wouldn't want to appear cowardly before so many witnesses." Heroida exchanged a glance with Isabella before leading her down from the audience. They could see that moment. He produced a basic wind element defense scroll and a basic speed scroll. "Isabella, I sincerely hope you can secure victory in this contest. These 2 scrolls only require you to infuse them with magical energy to activate. Please use them now." Isabella smiled. "There is no need for that, dear father. I can handle this magical beast without any scrolls or magical tools." Count Jalai amplified his voice through magic, announcing, "Next up is Isabella Baelina versus a low-level magical beast, an underage magical griffin." The crimson curtain was drawn back, and Kokolo's heart raced as gasps of astonishment filled the air. The young magical griffin was nearly the size of an adult elephant, even in its juvenile form. Isabella is merely a 10-year-old girl, yet Count Jalai has decided to let her take the stage. Even a junior-level magic warrior might struggle to prevail. "Isabella, now is not the time for bravado." Heloda said gravely that a maid presented a basic magical sword. After utilizing 2 scrolls, Isabella accepted the sword. Heloda wished to impart further advice, but Isabella, sword in hand, stepped into the arena. Maluxia, watching from the front row, displayed a look of astonishment, followed by a soft giggle. "I never expected she would actually go up. This performance is bound to be spectacular." The audience erupted in excitement, astonished that Isabella Baelina dared to enter the arena alone. "This child is truly courageous." Heloda trailed behind Isabella, clearing his throat and solemnly stating, "Isabella, I am your unwavering support to go forth with confidence. Even in defeat, no one shall mock you. This is not a fair fight. Your bravery at this moment has already won half the battle." Isabella's face reflected confusion. "What the heck? I always face high-level opponents. It's just a flying little lion. Why all the fanfare?" The audience's excitement has reached a fever pitch. There's no turning back now. Moments later, Isabella reached the center of the arena, her right hand gripping the novice magical sword. The cage containing the magical griffin was opened remotely. The griffin regarded Isabella with disdain. Unfurling its 2 pairs of brown wings and letting out a lion's roar, it awaited its challenger. Isabella, with a mere beginner's level of magical energy, drew forth a thread of power, imbuing the blade of her sword with lightning magic. With a determined stride, she sprinted towards the magical griffin, her speed astonishing due to the enhancement of a speed scroll. However, to the griffin, Isabella appeared foolish, akin to throwing an egg against a stone. The griffin enveloped itself in wind magic, flapping its wings like a boulder tumbling down a mountain, charging at Isabella. With its massive form barreling towards her, Isabella had no room to maneuver. She was immediately knocked to the ground, rolling several times to evade the impact. The griffin soared high, then swooped down upon her just as Isabella regained her footing. A thunderous roar, accompanied by a whirlwind, surged towards Isabella. Once again, she was sent crashing to the ground, her novice sword driven into the grass as she staggered to withstand the onslaught. Maluxia, akin to a circus clown, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Father, look at how massive that creature is. She can't even touch it. How could she possibly defeat a junior magical beast?" The surrounding spectators nodded in agreement, recognizing the disparity in strength. The weaker party was merely being toyed with. Isabella rose once more, the griffin's gaze fixed upon her as it crawled on all fours. "Isabella, be careful. It's going to engage you in close combat," Helota shouted from the sidelines. With a thunderous crash, a colossal shadow lunged at Isabella. Her reflexes were quick. She raised the novice sword to block the griffin's claws. However, with its significant size advantage, Isabella was sent flying to the edge of the arena, landing awkwardly and rolling several times before regaining her balance. The audience gasped in concern, fearing for her safety. The griffin lunged again. Helota sprinted swiftly along the perimeter of the arena towards Isabella. She looked up to see the griffin charging at her and activated her perception ability, noticing the unprotected area near its abdomen. With both hands gripping the novice sword, she took a large step forward, thrusting it towards the griffin. In that fleeting moment, as they drew near, she leaned forward, the griffin's massive claws sweeping over her head as she plunged the sword into its body. The sharp blade sliced through the creature in an instant. Their figures crossed paths, and Isabella appeared behind the griffin. Moments later, the griffin felt a sharp pain, blood flowing from its abdomen, its body freezing in shock. Holding the novice sword, Isabella aimed it at the griffin, conjuring a purple magical sigil. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning struck the gasping griffin. She unleashed it again, crackling once more. The griffin collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. After 5 successive strikes, the crowd watched in awe as Isabella expertly executed the lightning magic. Her technique was that of a seasoned practitioner, not a novice sorceress. Maluxia's eyes widened in astonishment, turning to her attendants and pointing at Isabella, exclaiming, "I can't believe it. She really defeated a junior-level magical beast. How impressive. Just like my brother." Helota paused, observing Isabella intently casting her spells, a look of pride gracing his face. Maluxia clapped her hands in delight, and the nearby maids followed suit. The audience erupted in applause from all directions. A few merchants began to discuss. "The future of the Barina family looks promising. If we act swiftly to ally with them and invest, we may secure a stronger foothold." Indeed, considering Isabella's potential, though she is still just a child, supporting her could be a sound investment. But if you invest blindly, who knows what benefits may arise? There are risks involved that we have all started from the black market. We will require legitimate business dealings in the future. Who knows, Isabella might take down many magical beasts. And even a small amount of magical materials could sustain us. After much deliberation, the merchants of Leontown resolved to annually sponsor Isabella with 300 silver coins. It was evident that the Barina family could scarcely afford Isabella's tuition at Briefin Academy, especially with another child, Kokoro. If both were to enroll, their financial burden would only increase. Count Jala dispatched individuals to assess the condition of the griffin. Shortly thereafter, the report revealed the griffin's chest was torn, ribs injured, but it was not the cause of death. It succumbed primarily to Isabella's 8 releases of lightning magic. Count Jala deemed this one of the day's finest spectacles, awarding Isabella 200 silver coins as a reward. In the stands, the audience bore witness to Isabella's prowess. Henceforth, none would dare claim her achievements were mere boasts. Count Jala presented a bag of heavy silver coins to Isabella's small hands, saying, "Helota, I never imagined the child you trained would steal the show today." Helota humbly replied, "My lord, the Barina family has not engaged in many activities. I merely accompany Isabella on her hunts. She's just a bit bolder, and regarding magic, I cannot afford to be overly proud. The afternoon events continued, lasting until deep into the night. As dinner approached, beneath a tree's shade, Helota discussed the sponsorship of Isabella's tuition with a representative from the Leontown Merchants Association. We, the Barina family, can afford Isabella's attendance at Briefin Academy. My wife is currently trading in the southern Elven lands and is expected to return in May. Each round trip, she earns 300 silver coins. Briefin Academy's tuition is 500 silver coins annually, and including other expenses, it totals 800. As the Knight Commander, my monthly salary is 30 silver coins, and our family savings are sufficient. Helota addressed the merchant representative, fully aware of the association's ulterior motives. Accepting their funds would be akin to incurring a debt of obligation. The representative continued, Knight Commander, your family also has Kokoro. When she awakens her magic, should she prove as exceptional as Isabella, you would likely want her to attend Briefin Academy as well, creating a substantial financial burden for your family. Helota fell silent. Isabella merely stood beside her father, not uttering a word. Charlie remained reticent, allowing Helota to decide, as he was the head of the family. Could you enlighten me on what conditions would be required if our family agreed to provide sponsorship? You need not concern yourself with such matters, my esteemed Knight Commander. Our guild generously sponsors Isabella with 300 silver coins each year. This sum is trivial for us. Until Isabella completes her studies, it will only amount to 1,800 silver coins, which, for your family, constitutes a substantial expense. Very well, however, ensure that your documentation is adequately prepared. Return to the estate in a few days, allowing me time to contemplate, as I am evidently inclined to accept. After some pleasantries exchanged with Helota, he dismissed the ambassador of the guild. Isabella came to realize that her family was not as affluent as she had believed. Attending a prestigious magical academy had nearly depleted their savings. She exchanged glances with Lord Charlie and Kokoluo. Our family's circumstances are not as dire as one might think. At the very least, we fare better than the common folk. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, the moon illuminated the sky. The evening banquet commenced, and the guests gathered in the grand hall of the Earl's estate, where the dining tables had been cleared away. The remaining activities of the night consisted solely of indulging in cake, savoring fine wines, and dancing that on one side of the hall, a classical ensemble played, their melodies enchanting and exquisite. The first to perform was Meluxia, delivering a solo dance. Many believe her to be akin to Isabella, a novice sorceress, yet lacking Isabella's formidable prowess as the Earl's daughter. Meluxia had inherited the magical lineage of fire. Isabella observed her dance, reminiscent of ballet, her movements ethereal. Astonishingly, she conjured flames that blossomed like roses, resplendent, fervent, and romantic. After a brief visit to the restroom on the second floor, Isabella's curiosity about the happenings on the third floor led her to ascend the staircase. To her surprise, her keen ears caught the conversation between Count Jalai and a woman. Our Star Spirit Division has confirmed this incident of the magical fog and dark clouds is of royal caliber. Those students miscalculated, nearly endangering the lives of 3 Knights Commanders, but they have since been expelled. Royal caliber, Count Jalai exclaimed in astonishment. How did Helota survive? He is an accomplished mid-level second-tier magical warrior in the Empire, fully prepared for battle with weapons, armor, and scrolls at his disposal. Had I arrived even a moment later, he would have perished on that battlefield. Count Jalai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. As I recall, Lady Lyrongna and Helota were classmates. Fortunately, he contacted you first. Had he misjudged the situation, the entire city of Lywinton would have been in ruins by now. How did you manage to deal with the royal magical creature? It was the national-level, third-tier magical swordsman, Mr. Pukal Longni, who intervened. Without his timely arrival, I fear I would have been unable to contain the royal magical creature. He is extraordinarily powerful, with just 2 magical techniques. He subdued the royal beast. Oh, enough of that. I came here hoping that Earl would reconsider Helota's military compensation, that I witnessed his daughter's combat prowess today. She indeed possesses remarkable magical talent. I hope Isabella will face no financial anxieties in her future studies. And the secret regarding the royal magical creature could be disclosed to you alone. Count Jalai understood Lady Lyrongna's implications. You need not worry about this matter. A guild in town has already stepped in to support the Baelina family. However, I am curious if you have collected the materials from the royal magical creature. As for that, it remains confidential for now. We should discuss this in the office, Lady Lyrongna replied as she made her way towards the staircase. Isabella descended to the second floor, traversing the corridor, her mind replaying the conversation she had just overheard. She recalled mentions of the royal magical creature and references to her father's experiences, stirring feelings of anxiety regarding her own abilities. The royal magical creature, the national level, third-tier magical swordsman, Puka Longni. The materials from the royal magical creature. As Isabella walked alone in the corridor, she sensed hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, she was startled to find Maluxia. Suddenly, Maluxia embraced Isabella around the waist, pressing her front against Isabella's back. "Caught you, Isabella!" Isabella was bewildered by the situation, uncertain how she had become entangled with the Earl's daughter. However, Maluxia's hands seemed to wander, inching toward Isabella's upper body. Isabella could only grasp Maluxia's small hand, furrowing her brow in alarm. "Miss Maluxia, this is not an appropriate way to greet someone." Maluxia playfully pinched Isabella's cheek. "You have grown stronger in just 3 months." "Isabella, to think you can wield magic and defeat a low-level beast. Truly remarkable." Isabella forcefully pulled Maluxia's restless hands away, turning to face her, pinning her against the wall with her knee pressed against Maluxia's rear. Isabella had never endured such humiliation. Had Maluxia not been the Earl's daughter, she would have relished the opportunity to retaliate. "Isabella, how have you become so strong?" Maluxia exclaimed. "We are best friends. You can't treat me like this today. Otherwise, I shall call for help." Only then did Isabella gradually release her grip. "Oh, Isabella, you are being unreasonable. You did not treat me this way before." Maluxia protested, flexing her arms in indignation. From a distance, Count Jalai and Lady Lyrongna observed the scene. Clearly having witnessed the earlier exchange, Count Jalai sighed. "Alas, let us continue. They are merely children, enjoying their playful antics." Maluxia squeezed Isabella's delicate face. "You may have grown stronger in magical ability, but you dare to lay hands on me." Isabella hastily apologized, though inwardly she mused on Maluxia's fiery temperament. In public, she was utterly transformed. It was surprising to find such boldness in one so young out on the second floor of the Earl's estate. Isabella stepped back a few paces, a smile gracing her features. "Maluxia, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Hey, what happened to you, Isabella? After months apart, why do you sound so cold?" "You mustn't misunderstand. I did not intend to sound aloof." Isabella quickly clarified, attributing it to the fog of memory that had yet to clear. "Misunderstand? From the very beginning, you did not wish to speak to me, did you? You know the etiquette, at occasions such as this. It is customary for you knights to greet us before we can engage in conversation. Never mind. We are good friends, and such trivialities need not be observed." Suddenly, Maluxia lifted the hem of Isabella's skirt. "Wow, white lace underneath. I never expected to see this. How delightful." Isabella hastily covered her lower half, thinking to herself that the Earl's daughter was rather peculiar, indulging in such teasing behavior. Did she not realize how terribly impolite that was? "Isabella, what has transpired with you of late? You seem different, your demeanor more striking. Has something significant occurred?" Isabella remained silent, chastising. "Please do not jest with me. A lady must learn to be modest." Maluxia, ever defiant, disregarded Isabella's admonition and launched another playful attack. "It seems I have spoiled you too well. How dare you lecture me?" Maluxia retorted, persistently poking and prodding Isabella. "Just 3 months apart, and you have become utterly defenseless." Isabella surrendered to the playful banter, conceding that Maluxia was, after all, the Earl's daughter. They were both young ladies, and if this was how things were to be, so be it. Otherwise, she would be left drenched in sweat by the end of the evening, still puzzled by the true nature of Maluxia as a young lady. Isabella adopted a sorrowful expression. "During this time, I have been training diligently at home, striving to pass the entrance examination for Briefin Academy. I have ventured in the Silent Forest multiple times to hunt magical beasts." Maluxia lightly licked her finger, gripping Isabella's chin. Why do you wear such a forlorn expression? This is not at all like you. Our personalities are quite similar. Yet, why have you chosen silence now? Is it that Isabella gazes blankly at Melushia's delicate face, squeezing out an expression that is almost exaggerated, fraught with distress and contemplation? Oh, I see. Have you perhaps adopted a new style? When you spoke of being reserved, your demeanor indeed exudes a certain restraint, which has instantly dulled my interest in toying with you. Shall we return to the matter at hand? Isabella produced a small handkerchief to wipe the drool from her chin, utterly speechless before this enigmatic young lady. Even wishing to sever ties with her, it seems that the original owner of this body had harbored similar thoughts as well. Ahem, Melushia feigned a mature tone. Observing your ability to vanquish lower-tier magical creatures, I intend to take you to the northern Oran Highlands every Saturday for monster hunting together. However, as she continued, her tone deflated like a punctured balloon. Isabella found this rather incredible. After all, the Oran Highlands were even less perilous than the nearby Silent Forest, where the creatures were merely beginner level, slimes, small flying imps, and magical lizards, none larger than a 10-year-old child. To call it monster hunting was an absurdity, prompting Isabella to stifle a laugh. Melushia retorted angrily, "What are you laughing at? It's a privilege to hunt monsters alongside me." The thought that there were hardly any beginner-level magical creatures worth pursuing remained unspoken, lest she be subjected to yet another of Melushia's whims. "Very well. I am available every Saturday. Almost forgot, it's getting late. I must return, or my father will be searching for me." As the evening banquet concluded, guests began to depart the Count's residence in the dead of night. Those who had traveled far could opt to stay the night. The next day, the news of Isabella Lena's exploits at the Count's estate reverberated throughout Leontown, witnessed by 800 upper-class guests. All accounts were unanimous in declaring that Isabella had defeated a lower-tier magical beast with her beginner-level abilities, and remarkably, without sustaining any injuries. What began as a straightforward recounting of events quickly morphed into increasingly fantastical tales, even reaching the ears of commoners who spoke of the absurd notion of a reincarnated saint. With the recent fervor surrounding her, Isabella dared not venture outside, opting instead to practice magic at home, learning new methods of spell casting and spending afternoons teaching Cuccolo some letters. The script of this world was entirely in classical English, and with her prior writing skills still intact, instructing Cuccolo in basic concepts proved to be no challenge. As days passed, the flattery surrounding her gradually faded. However, the entire town became aware of Isabella's status as a beginner-level sorceress, having repeatedly cast lightning spells to defeat lower-tier magical creatures. Soon, Saturday arrived, and Helota received a sum of 800 silver coins, sent in the name of the Count, accompanied by a note that it indicated a recognition of the truth behind the recent incident involving magical fog and dark clouds, with the additional 500 coins serving as compensation. After lunch, an ambassador from the Leontown Chamber of Commerce paid a visit. After careful consideration, Helota declined to accept the sponsorship for Isabella, asserting that there were no equivalent conditions for exchange. He viewed it not as sponsorship, but rather as a veiled tax evasion tactic on the part of the merchants. However, this matter fell outside of Helota's purview, belonging instead to the realm of the civil officials and barons within the city, just as he dismissed the merchant ambassador. Over 40 city guards on horseback, accompanied by 3 carriages, arrived at the doorstep of the Bylina residence that a middle-aged woman disembarked, identified as Melushia's caretaker, and approached Helota to clarify their purpose. That "I am already aware that I in that case." Helota glanced at the city guards. Though they were merely beginner-level magical warriors, their numbers provided a sense of security. "Then, Isabella may accompany you without concern, especially since she has not practiced her magic for several days." The woman replied, "Very well, Sir Helota. We will be out for an extended period and will arrange for someone to escort Isabella back home later tonight." Over 40 individuals. Isabella thought this was rather excessive. After all, they were merely going out to hunt a few beginner-level magical creatures. Such a grand display made it seem as if they were preparing to assault a village. Once aboard the carriage, Melushia revealed a wicked grin. The carriage was spacious, with seats arranged in opposing pairs. Across from Isabella sat the caretaker and a maid in her 20s. Isabella felt certain that Melushia would not lay a finger on her. Nevertheless, she instinctively covered her front. "Good afternoon. At last, we can go together," Melusia exclaimed. "Hey, Isabella, when did you become so afraid of me? We used to know each other so well. If you don't make a move, I might just have to." Isabella, seated opposite Melusia, replied earnestly, "In the past, we merely enjoyed playing, but soon we shall be students. Those childish games are best left behind." Melusia seemed not to heed this, moving closer to Isabella and pinching her thigh, her lips brushing against the side of Isabella's neck. The two adults appeared indifferent to Melusia's antics, maintaining bland smiles. "Isabella, you smell delightful today. We are the best of friends, and good friends play together to have fun." With that, Melusia reached out to sneak another playful attack on Isabella. However, Isabella did not protest. Instead, she regarded Melusia with an impassive expression. Gradually, Melusia realized that Isabella was speaking sincerely, causing her to retract slightly, pursing her lips to conceal her earlier embarrassment at that moment. Isabella's disposition had evolved beyond Melusia's understanding, leaving the lively young lady perplexed. "Why do you have such a distant expression?" "Very well, I promise not to bother you any longer." Isabella felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. She had embarrassed herself in front of others and resolved to find a way to distance herself from Melusia, who knew when she might find herself in a compromising situation in public. The journey took 2.5 hours, and they finally arrived near the Oran Highlands to access the heart of the Highlands. They still needed to ride for another half hour. Isabella found it hard to endure. The place seemed so far away. Signs of spring were already apparent in the Highlands, with the sky cloaked in a gloomy haze, hinting at impending spring rain. The Oran Highlands were a vast expanse of towering mountains, stretching northward all the way to the capital of the empire, in a secluded area. Melusia disembarked from the carriage, and Isabella followed closely behind, her face devoid of a smile, merely wishing for the day to end quickly. She would have preferred to remain home, studying the effects of magical combinations and recording her ideas in a notebook for future use. Moreover, the Oran Highlands were predominantly occupied by beginner-level magical creatures, rendering this place utterly uninteresting to Isabella. The group set up camp by a gentle stream. The 40 individuals split into 4 small teams, one to secure the campsite while the other 3 scoured the surrounding areas for magical creatures. Upon locating a significant number of magical creatures, they could set up bait and wait for about 10 minutes before Melusia could commence the hunt. Isabella noticed that the soldiers carried a box of white powder, which, to her keen sense of smell, resembled bone powder, yet bore a sweet herbal aroma. After a brief preparation, Melusia took Isabella's hand, leading her into a nearby forest. 2 teams of soldiers were responsible for securing the area. Gradually encircling the forest's depths. 20 meters ahead, Isabella spotted several small magical creatures gathered around a waterhole, clearly ensnared in a trap designed to attract them. "Magical lizards," Isabella remarked, gazing at 3 red lizards over a meter long. Feeling utterly disappointed, "These are considered magical creatures. Such is the nature of beginner-level magical creatures," Melusia whispered. "What? Do you look down upon them as mere stepping stones for your advancement as a sorceress? Regardless, they will eventually be devoured by more powerful creatures. Their fate remains the same, no matter whose hands it falls into." Melusia recited the incantation for the fire element spell, conjuring a magical seal in her palm, and directed a fireball at the 3 magical lizards. Whoosh! A fireball the size of an egg shot forth from the seal, landing in the waterhole and exploding with enough force to stun the 3 beginner-level creatures. "Oh, Isabella, my lady, commands you to summon a mere entry-level magical creature." Isabella, disinterested in idle chatter, extends her finger. With a sharp snap, a slender arc of electricity strikes a transformed lizard, the spell cast with remarkable swiftness, so rapid that even Melusia could not finish her sentence before it was concluded. Melusia, momentarily taken aback, failed to perceive anything amiss. Isabella thought to herself, "Oh no, I just forgot to recite the incantation." Could she have noticed? "Your spellcasting speed is impressive. You must have practiced your incantations numerous times." "Watch closely. My speed is commendable as well." Melusia quickly recited her spell, and a stream of fire erupted from her palm, igniting 2 transformed lizards. Just as Isabella intended to explain, Maluxia inadvertently justified her own actions. As the smoke cleared, adhering to her principle of waste not, want not, Isabella approached the dissipating magical essence of the three utterly defeated lizards, eager to absorb whatever she could, in less than 10 seconds. Isabella felt a newfound ability to regulate her body temperature, bolstering her resistance to heat and cold. However, given the current temperate weather, the sensations were not particularly pronounced. They soon encountered a swarm of non-elemental novice slimes, which had gathered, drawn by the magical powder from nearby caves and crevices. For novice spellcasters like Isabella, slimes are akin to winning the lottery. Their magical cores are rich in power, and the amount absorbed in a single instance is substantial, thus providing a significant boost. Maluxia swiftly dispatched 8 of them, depleting her magical energy, and graciously left one for Isabella. Through absorption, Isabella acquired the ability to alter her form, realizing that every part of her body could change at will. Initially, she believed that absorbing a slime would yield no special abilities, considering the creature's mundanity. With her power of discernment, Isabella noted that Maluxia's magical source had not increased significantly, even after absorbing this batch of slimes. Maluxia's power had only risen slightly, 8t this rate. She would need to eliminate 150 more to reach half of the novice level. Isabella refrained from disclosing how to absorb the dissipating magical energy in the air. In truth, humans can only absorb a mere 0.2 of the total magical power contained within a creature's core. Only through complete absorption does one experience a rapid increase in power. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a transformed forest python, its gray-green scales coiling against the dark gray stone wall. Had it not been for Isabella's keen eyesight, it might have gone unnoticed as it blended seamlessly with the dim surroundings. Maluxia believed that such a formidable creature was beyond her current capabilities, undoubtedly a novice magical beast. However, Isabella would not let such an opportunity slip away. With a few hastily muttered incantations, she unleashed lightning magic, releasing 5 bolts of purple lightning that struck down the transformed python. Once again, Isabella secretly absorbed the essence of the creature, significantly enhancing the strength of her skin. Ordinary insects would find it impossible to penetrate, and with the added support of magical energy, she could potentially withstand even the sharpest blade. After circling with Maluxia a couple of times and confirming the absence of any novice magical creatures, Isabella decided it was time to call it a day. Observing the time, she suggested perhaps returning next week. Facing Maluxia's inquiry, Isabella hesitated. "I think it's best to pass. This place may not be suitable for me. I prefer hunting magical creatures in the silent forest. Though this location is safe, it is rather distant." Maluxia moved closer to Isabella. "You would dare to refuse my kind offer? We are hunting magical creatures together to bolster our strength. Aiming to make the entrance exam for Briefin Academy a tad easier. You should be fine, but I would be the one in a bind." Isabella gazed at Maluxia as if she were a fool. The higher the level of the magical creature slain, the greater the capacity to absorb its core. Right? You should focus on defeating a few novice creatures instead of exhausting yourself searching for them. "What?" Maluxia retorted indignantly. "Oh, you even realize what you just said? A novice spellcaster can only absorb a minuscule amount from a magical core, regardless of how powerful the creature may be, even if one's strength rises to the novice level. The ability to absorb remains negligible. It's not as if you believe that a higher-level creature allows for greater absorption." "Ah, I was merely jesting." Isabella was taken aback. "Is this truly how the world functions? How peculiar! It seems I am the anomaly. The natives of this world, their paths to enhancing magical power, their efficiency and speed, appear meticulously orchestrated, allowing only incremental progress." The group took a moment to regroup before advancing toward Leonton City. On this outing, Isabella's gains were several new special abilities, while Maluxia amassed an abundance of magical energy. If this pace continued daily, she might even reach the level of a novice spellcaster before the commencement of classes. Inside the carriage, Maluxia remained unusually quiet. At a glance from Isabella revealed that Maluxia had dozed off against her shoulder. Was she fatigued from magic? Much like the night, she had acquired the Demon Lord ability and soared through the skies with ease. Such was the luxury of falling asleep without a care. the group near the outskirts of the Oranga Highlands. Isabella heard strange rumbling sound from outside the carriage. With a thunderous crash, the convoy came to a halt at a narrow pass, where many sought to evade falling rocks and shield the carriage from the onslaught. Moments later, boulders from the mountains concealed the only exit. Ambushed by mountain bandits, approximately 60 surrounded the convoy, with another 40 perched atop the ridge. Isabella opened a small window to observe the situation outside. The band of 40 drew their swords, revealing themselves to be the Earl's personal guard. They wore no armor, only light gear, leaving them at a significant disadvantage in numbers against the marauders. Isabella's power of discernment revealed that one of the men atop the ridge possessed magical energy equivalent to that of a mid-level spellcaster. Dozens of city guards encircled Maluxia's carriage, while another 20 brandished their swords, locking eyes with the surrounding bandits. "Brothers, eliminate them! Spare the women and children," commanded the tall man on the cliff. The scene descended into chaos. Having returned to safety after numerous outings, Maluxia was taken aback by such unforeseen circumstances this time. Who were these people? Maluxia, unable to bear the sight outside, trembled as she clutched Isabella. "Miss, our city guard should be able to handle this." Yet before the guardian aunt could finish her sentence, 2 bloody blades pierced the side of the carriage, and the sounds of clashing steel began to fade. The bandits had dispatched all the city guards, many of whom had preemptively activated magical scrolls and other enchanted tools, incurring fewer than 10 casualties among their ranks. The carriage door was flung open by a bald man. "Bring them! Bind them!" Maluxia, in shock, pointed at the bald man. "Who are you?" she shouted, her courage faltering. "Oh, you know who my father is. He is the lord of Leonton City, Count Jala." The bald man struck Maluxia squarely in the face. "You're the one we're after." He glanced at another girl behind Maluxia. "Oh, another unexpected gain. It's Isabella. Your likeness has been spotted all over Leonton City lately. You even managed to defeat a novice magical griffin." The bald man's superior appeared, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, these 2 girls should fetch a handsome price from the magical trafficking ring. Take them away. We can chat later. The aura of this formidable leader is the strongest among all." And Isabella can discern that this individual's magical affinity lies with earth magic. With a blade of grass clenched between his lips and a grave expression on his face, he exchanged a few glances with Isabella before waving his hand. The soil beneath them surged like a roiling mire, dragging the corpses into the depths below. However, Isabella had no intention of retaliating at that moment. Rather, she was keen to uncover their intentions and the nature of the so-called magic guest group. 4 women were bound and placed in a cart meant for magical creatures, their hands and feet restrained by ropes that suppressed their magical energies, and even their mouths were gagged with cloth. Maluxia lay weeping silently against Isabella, her distress unclear, whether from pain or some other reason. As the sun set, Isabella and Maluxia found themselves imprisoned in an underground chamber of a cave. The chamber was vast, comparable in size to 5 classrooms. The fates of the other 2 maids were all too predictable. They would undoubtedly be subjected to the whims of a band of mountain brigands that I in the dimly lit chamber. 3 frames stood, surrounded by scattered debris, where a group of children huddled, each bearing the marks of past beatings, adorned with purple bruises and scars. Isabella and Maluxia fared slightly better, isolated within a cage strewn with straw. The cage, crafted from iron, was already rusted with age. Isabella removed the gag from Maluxia's mouth. "Tea hurts so much. I feel like my face is swollen." Maluxia mumbled, "They are doomed. If my father doesn't see me return tonight, he will surely send the knights to search for us." Isabella chose to ignore her, instead untying the cloth that had silenced Maluxia and leaning against the wall. Maluxia fell silent as well, her gaze drifting around the dark surroundings, heightening her fear. Isabella counted. Including herself, there were a total of 21 children, each shackled, the clanking of their chains echoing with every step. These children were all at a novice level of magical ability, having only just awakened their powers. Much like Maluxia, that a small, white-haired girl from the elven race approached Isabella, her steps slow yet steady as she approached. Many of the children shrank back against the stone walls in trepidation. Upon seeing her, Isabella could hardly believe her own perceptive abilities. This elven girl was, astonishingly, a high-level sorceress. Although her magical energy was suppressed to the same novice level as Isabella's, the density of her power was undoubtedly advanced. Uncertain of the elven girl's intentions, Isabella also questioned whether the girl had perceived her true magical prowess. "Hey, newcomer, what is the matter? Have you all been locked in a cage? Why are we being treated differently? Just because you don't like sleeping on stone floors?" The elven girl spoke with a tone akin to a hardened street thug. "I am the daughter of Count Gallagher." "Who are you?" Meluxia exclaimed, her voice brimming with indignation at the presence of a mere elf. "What elf? My father is human and my mother is elven. To be precise, I am half human, half elf. Did you just insult me? If you weren't locked in that cage, I would teach you a lesson. Do you know why these children are covered in bruises? Because I beat them." With that, she flashed a toothy grin, her hands gripping the iron bars of the cage. "Hey, you foul elf. What do you intend to do?" "I can wield magic," Meluxia shouted, then began to chant a spell, conjuring a red magical seal in her palm. Yet the seal vanished almost instantaneously. The magical dust from the fire was capable of suppressing their magical energies, causing everyone's abilities to drop by a level. The elven girl continued to wrench at the iron bars, two of the rods already warped. Here, magic was rendered useless. Only by turning you into cripples will they refrain from selling us for a high price. Isabella noted that this elven girl had interacted with Meluxia for quite some time without acknowledging her own prowess, leading her to conclude that the girl lacked any perceptive abilities, or perhaps Isabella had hidden her own capabilities too well. At that moment, a novice magical warrior descended, brandishing a torch, and Isabella could smell the pungent scent of alcohol emanating from him from afar. "Hey, elf kid, ready to throw a punch, are we?" he grumbled as he approached. Seizing the elven girl and tossing her aside like refuse, he then inspected the cage, which had already begun to warp. The fallen elven girl lay on the ground, emitting strange laughter. Meluxia tugged at Isabella's hand, whispering, "That elven girl. She can't possibly be insane, can she? If you think she's insane, then don't doubt it. She certainly is." The drunken overseer kicked the elven girl a few times until she fell silent, then stepped outside the chamber to continue drinking. "We've been kidnapped. Don't mention your father. Here, your words are of no use. And don't provoke that elven girl. My father is wealthy. How much do they require to release us?" "Wealth? They certainly don't want the Count's money, for having riches and having a life to spend it are two entirely different matters. Their audacity to kidnap us suggests this place is sufficiently concealed." Deep into the night, Count Gallagher had yet to see Meluxia return and had already dispatched a team to search for 2 hours without a trace. It wasn't until midnight that he heard of an adventurer's party discovering a man-made landslide at the Orlon Highlands, where the remains of the city guards lay buried 3 meters deep alongside Count Gallagher's carriage. Realizing that his daughter was in peril, along with the daughter of his brother, Heloda, he immediately arranged for personnel to locate the adventurers who had witnessed the scene and instructed Heloda to mobilize the 8th Night Brigade to rush to the Orlon Highlands without delay. In the cave, Meluxia, exhausted from the day's ordeal, had drifted into a drowsy slumber, resting her head on Isabella's abdomen, drooling softly. The cave was filled with the hushed murmurs of many people. After all, being in the cave, they were unaware that night had already fallen outside. Consequently, many who awoke began to speak in whispers. The elven girl returned, approaching the cage where Isabella was confined, her footsteps having already roused Meluxia from her slumber. "Oh, the red-haired human girl. How can you still be asleep at a time like this? And you," she pointed at Isabella, her voice sharp, "do you know how much I despise humans who are more beautiful than I?" With that, she hurled 2 stones at Isabella's face. Meluxia, incensed, sprang up, ready to throw a punch, but alas, her shoulder was caught in the bars of the cage, barely missing her target. The elven girl kicked out. But fortunately, Meluxia withdrew in time, narrowly avoiding a kick to her arm. "Hey, little elf, how did you end up here?" Isabella asked through gritted teeth, addressing the elven girl. The elven girl paused, her expression shifting to one of seriousness before returning to her manic laughter. "I said I came here on my own. Do you believe me? Are you brave enough to come out? I'll beat you to a pulp," the elven girl taunted as she faced off against the 2 girls in the cage. At the entrance of the chamber, two men appeared, carrying a basket of bread. The elven girl wisely stepped away from a cage, and the two men ignored her, proceeding to distribute the bread. Each child was allotted only one piece. However, one man approached the cage where Isabella and Meluxia were confined, selecting two larger loaves and tossing them inside. Upon picking one up, Meluxia discovered that the bread was as hard as stone, utterly inedible. Once the bread was distributed, the two men proceeded to beat the elven girl, scolding her as they did so. "It's you causing trouble, bullying your peers. You're such a freak if you leave others crippled after several minutes of relentless pounding." The two individuals felt fatigued and hurriedly departed. The elven girl picked up a piece of bread, took a few bites, and cast a healing spell upon herself. A faint blue light illuminated the cavernous hall. Isabella observed that her wounds healed rapidly, without the need for incantations, and her body returned to its former state. Throughout the process, from the distribution of food to their departure, none dared to gaze upon the elven girl, nor did anyone mock her. Even as she regained her footing, everyone quietly consumed their bread in silence. Isabella speculated, this individual must be a high-level sorceress. It was certain that she could wield healing magic, though it was unclear if she possessed other magical abilities. Had she refrained from using elemental magic during her tirade against us because she lacked other spells? Was her assertion of arriving at this cave merely a ruse to feign innocence? Yet, why had she resorted to violence against children? Moments later, two food distributors approached the hall, carrying water buckets. They collected the empty buckets from the corner and exited the premises. The elven girl approached the water bucket, tossed in her bread, soaked it, and took a few sips of water, then pointed at the nearest boy and commanded, "You, come here, drink water, and the rest of you, line up." Meluxia exclaimed in anger, "Hey, leave some for us." Except for Isabella and Meluxia, who refrained from drinking, the others quenched their thirst like tea that moment. The bucket still contained half its water, but the elven girl kicked it over, spilling its contents that I in this realm. Strength reigns supreme. It is not merely the loudest voice that commands authority. Discontent stepped forward for a duel. Isabella found herself unable to suppress her frustration, yearning to pin her to the ground and deliver a thorough beating. Nevertheless, she chose to remain composed, betting that the girl had some ulterior motive for being in this wretched place, though her demeanor resembled that of a gang leader, utterly intolerable. Outside the mountain, the sky over Orlon Heights had begun to drizzle with spring rain. After satiating her hunger and thirst, the elven girl reclined on a smooth boulder, waved her hand, and summoned three boys who adeptly began to massage her feet and shoulders. Witnessing this, Isabella couldn't help but mutter, "This elven girl. Others come here to suffer, yet she seems to be on vacation, and she has people at her beck and call." Meluxia retorted, "Indeed, such a person will undoubtedly grow up to be a scoundrel." Deserving of abduction, the elven girl abruptly stood up, causing the three boys to take a few steps back in fright, with one of them even falling to the ground. The elven girl continued towards the iron cage. "Do you think I cannot hear your whispers?" she hissed through gritted teeth. "Dado. I must inform you of two pieces of bad news. I am a dual magic wielder, and my other magical ability is spatial magic." "Spatial magic? So what?" Meluxia scoffed. "No matter your prowess, your magic cannot be unleashed here." Isabella was taken aback. She had never anticipated that she would reveal her trump card, which consisted of two exceedingly rare forms of magic, spatial and healing. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what extent of understanding the girl possessed regarding spatial magic. The elven girl approached the iron cage, continuing to pry apart the iron bars with her hands. It was then that Isabella realized she was utilizing spatial power to manipulate the objects she touched. Was this truly such a rudimentary technique? It seemed that the people of this world had a limited comprehension of spatial magic, or perhaps she was deliberately concealing her true capabilities in Meluxia's eyes. This elven girl appeared to possess immense strength, managing to bend the iron bars with her bare hands. "Hey, don't mess with me." Meluxia's tone shifted as she retreated to the wall. "Don't come in." Once the iron bars were sufficiently opened, the elven girl was able to sidle into the cage. Isabella positioned herself in front of Meluxia, shielding her. "Oh, how intriguing." The elven girl lunged forward, delivering a swift punch to Isabella's face. However, Isabella merely relied on the skin resistance she had acquired that day, absorbing the blow. It was her first encounter in this world, marked by receiving a punch from her. At that moment, Isabella felt remarkably alert, no longer fatigued. Humph? Is that all the strength you possess? Isabella turned her head to meet the elven girl's gaze. The girl's expression was one of shock, her eyes momentarily clearing, though the frenzied look soon returned. Oh, so you can take a beating, can you? Malukia clutched Isabella, warning, don't be reckless. You might get hurt. The elven girl continued her assault on Isabella, this time with a flurry of uncoordinated punches and kicks. Isabella endured until she collapsed on the ground. After all, her defensive capabilities were substantial. She noted that the girl wasn't employing magic. It was evident she was deliberately holding back. That Malukia's eyes brimmed with tears as she witnessed Isabella getting pummeled by the obnoxious elven girl. Unable to contain her anguish, Malukia lunged at the elven girl and bit her left hand. Yet the elven girl was stronger. She retaliated with 2 punches to Malukia's head, leaving her unconscious. Tisich, you don't even fight back. How boring. The elven girl coldly glanced at the 2 fallen figures before collecting some straw and laying it atop her boulder. Time passed, and eventually, 2 more figures arrived at the cave, both boys. After the captors departed, the elven girl swiftly subdued the 2 boys, delivering a relentless beating to assert that she was the one in charge here. The following noon, the 8th Night Brigade led by Helota commenced a thorough search of Orlon Heights. Count Jalabe had already issued a bounty through the Adventurers Guild, a reward of 100 silver coins for any valid clues leading to the rescue of Malukia and Isabella, and a staggering 800 silver coins for their safe return. Enticed by this substantial monetary reward, over 100 adventurers ranging from novice 3rd tier to intermediate 2nd tier from the city of Leontown flocked to Orlon Heights in hopes of fortune. Time slipped away, and once again, night enveloped the cave. Isabella surmised that mealtime was entirely random, possibly occurring only twice a day, with each individual receiving a piece of bread no larger than a bowl's diameter. Water was also rationed to 1 bucket per day, consumed entirely, with a fissure in the depths of the cave serving as the designated area for relieving oneself, partially concealed by a massive stone. Isabella and Malukia slept for a considerable time. In another section of the cavern, a voice spoke, "Brother, tomorrow the magic merchant group will arrive, but there are far too many eyes around. This deal may prove difficult, and we cannot possibly sell them. I suggest we use the teleportation scrolls. Once this transaction concludes, we must lay low. We have Count Jalabe and the daughter of Knight Balina in our grasp, and if we continue to linger, our location will inevitably be exposed. The use of teleportation scrolls for these children may require as many as 8 scrolls, significantly reducing our profits. Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. If we do not leave now, our lives will be at stake." Within the cave, every 7 children were bound together, and 1 bandit was tasked with escorting them as they utilized the teleportation scrolls to depart. At midnight, the rain poured down. All individuals within the cave found themselves in a dilapidated village, devoid of inhabitants. The bandits hastily organized a few houses and settled there. As dawn approached, most of the children found it difficult to sleep. Their biological clocks had been thoroughly disrupted. This hour, they should have been in slumber, yet many exhibited the vigor of having just awoken. All the children sought refuge from the rain in a crumbling church, where the broken walls offered a view of the village entrance. After a lengthy wait, 2 members of the magic merchant group arrived at the village entrance, each leading a large caged cart. Isabella, employing her keen perception, discerned that these 2 members possessed advanced magical abilities. Additionally, she noted the elven girl's various emotional expressions, but remained clueless as to her true intentions. Was she mingling with the children to investigate the magic merchant group? Or was there another motive? Isabella observed the elven girl continuing to speculate, but at some point, their gazes intertwined. At the village entrance, 2 members of the mage guild arrived, and the mountain bandits hurried to greet them. Especially the leader among them, a mid-level sorcerer, who stood before the 2 with an air of politeness. The attire of the mage guild members consisted of black robes adorned with large hoods that obscured the upper halves of their faces, rendering their eyes and noses indistinguishable. Isabella noticed that the elven girl was gazing intently at the situation at the village entrance, her expression cold and somewhat vacant, that a group of about 20 children sat huddled in a corner of the church, each silent, guarded by only 5 adults. Isabella and Maluxia were squeezed together, with Maluxia clutching her arm. Her complexion had turned ashen, and her eyes were vacant, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Among all, only the elven girl remained standing, even approaching the leaky, collapsed area. "Hey, elf, you must not proceed any further, otherwise we will lock you to a stake," a scarred, burly man admonished the elven girl. Yet, she merely lifted her head slightly, casting a fleeting glance at the man, her lips moving as if she uttered something inaudible. In response, the man struck the elven girl across the face. "If you can't speak, then don't." "What? Do I offend you?" he barked, following up with a punch that knocked the elven girl to the ground. "The Cheel in the church, a thought struck me. As a member of Group C, you had departed from the headquarters of the All-Seeing a fortnight ago. So, it was you who arrived here. We certainly cannot allow you to leave." Isabella fixed her gaze on the slender figure clad in black before her, remaining silent for a long while, with no intention of making a move. Having fortified her defenses, she was uncertain of what would transpire next, and was oblivious to the enemy's capabilities. If the opponent possessed the same spatial magic as she did, then all of us could be severed in an instant. "Oh, what are your names?" she inquired. "Oh, you realize that I'm the first among all of the all-seeing eye to recover my state." The slender figure in black stepped back a few paces, conjuring a spell with the palm of his hand, as a cluster of ice crystals hovered ominously above. "You better be cautious. There are children right behind you." With a whoosh, a powerful ice crystal spell, seemingly ordinary, concealed immense magical power. Higinthar unleashed spatial magic, distorting the space to create a vortex-like ripple that absorbed the ice crystal spell. As the rain pattered, Higinthar advanced slowly towards the slender figure in black. Suddenly, with a swift step, Higinthar appeared before the slender figure, moving at an astonishing speed. Only Isabella perceived the method of her movement. She manipulated the expansion of space, propelling her entire being to the enemy with unparalleled speed. As if propelled by multiple shock waves behind her, Higinthar delivered a left hook towards the slender figure, but due to her short reach, the strike completely missed. Subsequently, she employed spatial power, engaging in a series of close-quarter skirmishes with the two foes. Yet, the slender figure seemed to anticipate her every move, evading with remarkable precision. For the two members of the Magic Guild, who were sorcerers, close combat was their greatest fear, leaving them no time to cast spells. This was Higinthar's advantage. Suddenly, Higinthar's fist connected with the slender figure's body, producing an odd, heavy sound upon impact. The slender figure had shielded himself with ice crystals, as though clad in armor beneath his black robe. Higinthar grasped her aching right arm with her left hand, releasing a healing spell that briefly illuminated the area before mending her injury. Seizing the moment, the overweight figure next to her unleashed dark elemental magic. Boom! The ruins outside the church were reduced to dust. Even the nearby rain paused for a moment. Isabella recognized this as an eruption of dark magic. After casting, all matter within a certain radius would be utterly annihilated, including the air. Nothing would remain. Higinthar, clearly a fighter, narrowly evaded this deadly strike, as though she had anticipated it in advance. The black-clad, overweight man and the slender figure found Higinthar's close combat tactics exceedingly bothersome, both taking to the air. "You can fly, but does that mean you can escape my reach?" Higinthar muttered. Boom! Boom! The overweight figure unleashed dark magic, sending two strange blasts that obliterated a dilapidated house in the distance. Whoosh! A peculiar ice crystal spell fragmented into countless particles, scattering in the vicinity, turning everything it touched into frost. The entire floor of the church instantaneously formed a thin layer of ice, while beneath the slender figure, ice crystals sprouted like spring bamboo shoots, continuing to grow wildly. Moments later, these variously sized ice crystals turned towards the children behind Isabella. Higinthar summoned a magical tool. The magic wall barrier, a torrential downpour of ice rained down towards the children behind Isabella. But all was thwarted by the barrier. The overweight figure gathered magic once more, sending forth a wave of black energy towards Hijanthar. At this moment, she had no choice but to stand her ground. With innocent children at her back, Hijanthar unleashed her magical combat technique, Vortex Space. The black energy surged towards the vortex, swirling for several rotations before settling into calm. Hijanthar reached into the void, retrieving an advanced teleportation scroll, which ignited in a blaze before transporting all the children behind her. Now that they are safe, I am no longer restrained. After speaking, Hijanthar executed several invisible spatial movements, reappearing before the slender figure in black. This time, she unleashed a punch imbued with spatial power, shattering the black figure's ice crystal defense. The three became entangled in combat once more. The mountain bandits dared not linger, swiftly fleeing the scene, while the bandit leader had long since vanished. Isabella found herself transported to an unfamiliar location, where rain continued to pour, enveloping her in a pitch-black night devoid of moonlight or starlight, leaving her disoriented. Not far down the mountainside, Melucia found herself in a similar predicament. Realizing she had been rescued, she refrained from making any hasty movements, taking shelter beneath a rock face to evade the rain. Only Isabella felt compelled to return and aid the elven girl. She recalled their conversation regarding the all-seeing eye and the magical experiments conducted by the Magic Guild. She had ample reason to believe that the elven girl had infiltrated the Magic Guild, adopting a guise of harmlessness. Yet she was increasingly intrigued by the nature of the all-seeing eye and the true purpose of the Magic Guild. Isabella opened a rift in space and returned to the village entrance. Above the church, three swiftly moving figures darted about. Two high-ranking sorcerers from the Magic Guild were thwarted by a single magic warrior, unable to cast any spells. Isabella remained vigilant, tracking the rapid movements of the Magic Guild members. After a brief moment, seizing the opportunity, Isabella conjured four spatial rifts in the sky, and a silver meteor streaked across the night. 4 bolts of lightning-fast beginner magic sword struck the two members of the Magic Guild, intending to sever their heads, yet only managed to slice through their flying cloaks and inflict shoulder wounds. Both figures plummeted, clutching their shoulders, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings, oblivious to any peculiarities. Suddenly, a fist shadow appeared before the two members of the Magic Guild. In a swift encounter, Hijanthar unleashed 2 punches, sending the members flying. They landed heavily in a muddy area at the village entrance, rolling to the ground at "Oh, what brings you back?" Hijanthar stepped through the void, as if ascending stairs, making her way from the second floor of the dilapidated church to the village entrance. Isabella was utterly astounded by the sight of the elven girl walking through the void. Is it truly possible to employ spatial magic in such a manner? This is astonishing. Moreover, she possesses genuine skill. Sorcerers typically engage in mid to long-range combat, yet she employs close-quarters tactics, allowing her to dominate opponents of the same rank. That it's nothing. I merely thought you could use some assistance. So I returned to check on you, Isabella replied. After saying this, Isabella opened a spatial rift and sent forth a magic sword, striking each of the 2 Magic Guild members. Yet the 2 figures dissipated into gray smoke. They escaped. Both were mere puppet doubles. I have no idea when they transformed into them. Perhaps it was after your first strike, or perhaps they were always doubles. Hijanthar gritted her teeth, her right fist clenched tightly, as if all the space around her had condensed into that very fist. Are the members of the Magic Guild truly that formidable? Isabella pondered. They claimed you belong to the all-seeing eye? They are quite familiar with my circumstances. You, little human girl, are exceedingly peculiar. You publicly proclaim to wield lightning element magic, yet you can also employ spatial magic. Hijanthar approached Isabella. Little sister, you know far too much. But I wish to learn more, Isabella replied, her guard up, encasing herself in magical protection, compressing the magical essence within 100 meters into a shield of utmost density. Allow me to grant you a memory-erasing spell. Bear with it. It will be over soon. Boom! Hijanthar's fist struck Isabella's face, yet Isabella exhibited no reaction, staring at Hijanthar, who stood at her height, with a look of confusion. What are you doing? Isabella asked calmly. Yet inside, she was terrified beyond measure, merely putting up a facade of composure. That single punch had penetrated 2 millimeters of her defense, a terrifying feat. With just 3 more millimeters, her defense would have been breached. Hijinthar's eyes widened, locking gazes with Isabella with an air of unfaltering confidence. Impossible. You are not an entry-level sorcerer. Are you advanced? Hijinthar's expression shifted, retreating a few steps. Isabella smiled calmly. I won't tell you, for you are unwilling to share anything with me. Since you seem fine, I should be on my way. What would you like to know? Hijinder was unable to perceive Isabella's true strength. That recent strike could undoubtedly slay a magic sorcerer of the same rank. Even the use of advanced magical scrolls would lead to either death or severe injury. Isabella remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed resolutely on Hijinder, her expression remarkably composed. Yet internally, she berated. How could she not be a threat, capable of breaching nearly half of my defenses? Moreover, with no one else around, if struck by her, it would mean instant obliteration. Although she herself was a member of the omniscient eye, such methods were not to be underestimated. Was the omniscient eye ultimately a force for good or ill? To ascertain the situation, Isabella could only endure and inquired, what is the purpose of the omniscient eye? Are you planning to infiltrate the Mage Guild's magical experiments? Is it a mission from your organization? Isabella questioned, keenly aware that during their exchange, she needed to detect any sudden treachery. Your level of calmness in a crisis is entirely uncharacteristic of a 10-year-old human girl. Even now, I suspect you may be part of another organization. Therefore, until I understand you sufficiently, do not expect to learn about me. If I return to the omniscient eye, I will disclose everything about you. Isabella paused, then asked, how can I trust you? If you continue to dither over this matter of trust, I would feel entirely justified in taking action against you. Hijinder scoffed, his body involuntarily shivering, trusting his instincts. He was certain that Isabella before him could indeed end his life. Show me your source of magic. I can keep a secret. I hope to trust you enough to report back to the organization that the mission failed without facing any repercussions. At least I saved those children. Isabella lifted the suppression of her magical source within her. Hijinder's expression turned grave as he asked, Isabella, are you still trying to placate me, to wield spatial magic to such an extent? You must at least be of my rank. Isabella shook her head and sighed. Alas, this is my true power, and you still do not believe it. Must I extract my magical source for you to be convinced? A muffled thunder rumbled in the distance, and the rain intensified in the night sky. Higinder emitted a magical resonance, and Isabella responded with a matching magical resonance. That I apologize. I have indeed overthought this. You are truly a once-in-a-century magical genius, and I shall forever remember this day. Having been saved by a 10-year-old human girl, Hijinder's tone softened, sweet as that of an ordinary elven girl, devoid of any pretense. That battle just now surely would have cost me my life due to the depletion of my magical source. For the sake of swiftly infiltrating the Mage Guild, I left headquarters inadequately prepared. I thought it would be a routine mission, only to discover that the one selecting candidates was a high-ranking sorcerer from the Mage Guild. I have many questions for you, Senior, Isabella said politely. Are there many high-ranking sorcerers in this world? What? You actually care about that? Hijinder raised an eyebrow, observing Isabella's serious demeanor. Roughly 1 in every million possesses the rank of High Sorcerer. For every 10,000, there is one intermediate sorcerer. The appearance of 2 high sorcerers is exceedingly rare. He had also realized why the 2 individuals had hesitated to utilize the magical domains essential for high sorcerers. It was only after you dealt with them that you realized they were mere puppets, conjured from advanced puppet scrolls that cloned their true forms. Isabella nodded, listening intently. I would also like to know more about the Omniscient Eye. Could you provide me with some details? It is the intelligence organization of the Aubric Empire, responsible for various espionage and assassination operations, that we are the Empire's hidden hand. The organization is divided into groups A to F, each consisting of 20 members, all high-ranking sorcerers, with a nomination system in place. They must reach at least the intermediate second-tier sorcerer level to join. Group A handles the most perilous missions, followed by Group B. While Group C is responsible for tasks within the Empire, the DF groups have lighter workloads, solely tasked with assassination missions. Isabella nodded in acknowledgement that I had never heard of the Omniscient Eye being such an organization. What will you do next? Are you returning to headquarters now? Hijinder shook his head. This mission is secretive. I have no achievements to report. I do not blame you for acting prematurely, but if I return empty-handed, the traitors within the organization will become suspicious unless another task arises. Just then, a silver flash darted towards Higender. Doe. I was just about to speak of it, and here it comes upon opening the communication scroll. Higender hesitated, scrutinizing the contents for quite some time. What is it? Isabella inquired. If there's another task, we should part ways. Let us pretend we have never met. I do indeed have a task at hand. But how does the person assigning it know I am available now? Ah, Isabella did not comprehend Higender's implication. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or someone may not be aware that you're already on a mission. After hearing Isabella's explanation, Higender shook his head, enunciating each word carefully. The one dispatching the task is the leader of Group C. The current mission is to investigate a cave secret located to the west of the Orlong Highlands. With the location already marked, he mentioned that the secret may be connected to the activities of the Mage Guild. Oh, you could disclose this task to me? Why not take me along? Isabella's eyes lit up. She had long grown weary of staying at home, and now that she found something interesting to do, she was eager to take action. Oh dear, you really have no sense of danger. Any operation related to the Mage Guild is incredibly perilous. You truly wish to join me in this adventure? You would be better off returning home to play the role of a young lady. Higender retorted, casually opening a spatial rift to retrieve a black cloak with a blue lining, donning it before levitating into the air. You're still quite young. There will be opportunities in the future, and we will meet again. Isabella focused her thoughts and also levitated into the air. Higender's face bore a look of astonishment. You little rascal, you have quite a few secrets, don't you? If you possess the ability to follow me, I have no reason to refuse you. The following day, in the morning, the adventurers of Leontown had already rescued numerous missing children scattered across the Orlong Highlands, and some had found Maluxia, yet Isabella's whereabouts remained elusive. The members of the Eighth Night Order, led by Hylota, had scoured every corner of several mountains. They also discovered a ruined village, investigating the signs of battle there, which were determined to have occurred recently, along with the corpses of several mountain bandits. Hylota felt a deep sorrow. Where could Isabella possibly be? Count Jalab had met with Maluxia and paid the reward to the two adventurers, but only 400 silver coins were given, as Isabella had yet to be found, leading to a payment of only half. Noon approached. Maluxia recounted the events of the past few days, including details about the Omniscient Eye and the Mage Guild. She and others have been saved by an elven girl from the Omniscient Eye, with each person teleported separately, leaving no one knowing Isabella's whereabouts to the west of the Orlong Highlands, 800 miles from Leontown. Isabella had been flying behind Higender for 2 consecutive days. Although the consumption of flying magical energy was rapid, she frequently encountered magical creatures, defeating them to replenish her energy, thus keeping pace with Higender. The location of the secret was a cave entrance, with human footprints on the ground. The cave's mouth was substantial, measuring 10 meters in length and width. Little sister, this task location is this cave entrance. Higender conversed with Isabella as they stood at the cave. This mission involves investigating the Mage Guild stronghold, and I need to conduct a reconnaissance. After finishing his words, Higender produced a translucent crystal from the void. The crystal radiating a colorful brilliance that contrasted sharply with the gray terrain and gloomy weather surrounding the cave, making its glow exceptionally striking. Isabella waited patiently. This crystal is called the Crystal of Recollection, a special magical tool capable of replaying all figures within 100 meters over the past 3 days. In Isabella's view, the light projected by the crystal depicted her standing at the cave entrance. Albeit from a divine perspective, isn't this just a surveillance replay? Oh, Higender glanced back at Isabella. Little sister, why are you not astonished or curious? This unique magical artifact exists solely among high-ranking sorcerers, and only 2 out of 10 possess it. Oh, never mind that. Could you speed things up a bit? Staring at this nearly motionless scene is becoming rather tedious, Isabella remarked languidly. How do you know it can be replayed quickly? Have you seen it before? Isabella shook her head. Although it was indeed eye-catching, as a time traveler herself, such a spectacle was rather mundane. An hour later, after reviewing the footage in its entirety, they found no signs of movement, which only heightened Highkinder's suspicion. Subsequently, he released a spatial rift and retrieved a black cube, infusing it with dark magic. It levitated in his palms. Within the cave, an unusual magical essence flickered, flowing towards the black cube. "What is this?" Isabella inquired with curiosity. "This is a magical essence sensor stone, another special artifact. Since both Group C and Group B are engaged in espionage investigations, each member carries one to probe unknown areas of magical essence, allowing us to assess the threat level of potential adversaries based on the intensity of the magical flow." Isabella nodded. "Got it. You don't look very old. I didn't expect you to be so cautious." "Not very old. To be frank, I'm 66 years old. Compared to the lifespan of an elf, I might be equivalent to a 6-year-old human. That's quite a disparity. The lifespan of your elven kind is astonishingly long," Isabella remarked, feeling somewhat bored as she continued to chat. After the scanning concluded, Hikinder approached the cave entrance, illuminating it with a blue glow emanating from his palm. There are low-level magical creatures within this cave, yet many areas remain unexplored deeper inside that I recommend advancing 3 kilometers before conducting another scan. Along the way, they encountered an abundance of low-level magical creatures, including magical scorpions, magical salamanders, and magical bats. Isabella merely had to flick her fingers to dispatch these ambushing creatures effortlessly. Hikinder maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, ensuring that he clearly illuminated every stone beneath his feet before proceeding an hour later. Having traversed nearly 3 miles into the cave, Hikinder halted, pondering the internal structure of the cavern. The absence of stalactites and any water, along with the rocky debris scattered about with no stratification or unique cave ecosystem, suggested that this cave had formed no more than 300 years ago. However, at their current location, Hikinder pointed deeper inside, where the light from a glowing orb intensified, illuminating a vast chamber capable of housing a castle 100 meters high. Suddenly, the cave erupted into chaos as a swarm of magical bats, disturbed from their slumber, went into a frenzy. With a casual wave of her hand, Isabella unleashed a torrent of lightning into the chamber. Boom! 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 Nearly 100 low-level magical bats fell before her might. Hikinder produced a purification crystal. "Use this. I shall refrain from expending magic to alleviate your magical corruption symptoms." Isabella hesitated briefly before accepting Hikinder's offering. Though she had no pressing need for the purification crystal, she preferred to conceal her other abilities, finding it sufficient to wield 2 types of magic in his presence. There seems to be no path ahead, Hikinder noted after another inspection. However, a massive boulder blocks the entrance to the chamber's rear. Isabella followed closely, silently sensing the surroundings, yet the profound darkness around her instilled a sense of unease, making her yearn to cast a bright spell to illuminate the entire chamber. Hikinder cast a spatial spell, distorting the space to shift the nearly 100-ton boulder aside, revealing a magical barrier. A dark red array sealed the entrance, preventing them from probing the interior. Alas, this complicates matters. Hikinder sighed deeply. "I am least adept at deciphering magical barriers, since I typically rely on spatial magic to forcibly breach them. Please bear with me for a moment." During the wait, Isabella discreetly absorbed the dissipating magical power within the chamber, replenishing her magical reserves, which doubled in strength, bringing her closer to the first tier of an intermediate sorceress. Just shy of the mark. After half an hour, Hikinder successfully unraveled the entrance's barrier, and at that moment, a deep and eerie wind howled from within the cave. Hikinder prepared to scan again, but Isabella intervened. "I sense something amiss here. This magical barrier appears to seal something. Therefore, I believe it is unnecessary for us to delve deeper." "What? Are you afraid?" "Little sister, we have only just begun." Deep within the cave, aside from magical creatures, there are rare human footprints. As for traces of the Mage Guild's hideout, I have seen none. That if we do not press on, who knows what astonishing secrets lie hidden. This location is a concealed stronghold of the Mage Guild. Even if they are enemies, they are not our match. Yet we must adhere to the necessary protocol. That moment, a cacophony resembling dozens of human screams echoed through the cave, sharp and piercing. Just as Hikinder produced the black cube, a surge of gray magical essence flowed into his hands. "This is bad. Magical creatures are approaching us." Hikinder's demeanor sharpened, his eyes glinting with intensity. We cannot afford to be negligent. If they escape the cave, those outside will be in grave danger. Hikinder activated the flying cloak and soared into the depths of the cavern. Isabella closely followed in her wake. The scene that unfolded before Isabella's eyes left her utterly astonished. Beneath the surface lay another realm, a chasm varying in width from 500 to 800 meters. Countless stone arch bridges spanned the abyss below, with winding paths etched into the stone walls. The depths aglow with flickering blue wisps of ghostly flame. It was akin to stepping into an underground city. Thousands of stone golems advanced towards the exit above. From Isabella's vantage point, the abyss resembled a colossal, imprisoned anthill, teeming with tens of thousands of mid-tier magical stone creatures. Isabella unleashed a lightning element spell, but the mid-tier stone golems exhibited formidable resistance. A strike from an ordinary mid-tier spellcaster proved entirely ineffective. Only by infusing the spell with resonating magical energy could she inflict damage upon the creatures. The insulated stones sparked with every lightning strike, requiring 10 assaults to vanquish a single golem, rendering the effort dreadfully inefficient. Hikinder, on the other hand, exploited the terrain to his advantage, distorting the space around the stone arch bridges with spatial magic, propelling the creatures into the unfathomable chasm below. After less than 10 minutes, Hikinder retrieved a vial of potion and consumed it, noticeably replenishing his magical energy. Isabella, having exhausted her own reserves from the relentless exertion of magic, once again experienced the fatigue that accompanied such endeavors. With his magical energy restored, Hikinder unleashed spatial magic upon the nearby stone golems once more. Wave after wave of the creatures were sent tumbling into the abyss. Isabella observed that, upon their descent, not a single magical core emanated from the golems to merge with Hikinder. She speculated that the depths might conceal a deep water zone, or perhaps the stone creatures were impervious to death from falling. After all, these magical beings were animated constructs formed from magical energy. Even if they shattered, they could reassemble if their core remained intact. As both continued to deplete their magical energy, Hikinder found himself drenched in sweat. Retreating a few steps in the face of the oncoming stone golems. Little sister, elemental magic is what we need at this juncture. Continuing to expend my energy like this is futile. They seem invulnerable to death. And below may indeed lie a deep water zone. As Isabella spoke, she noticed numerous stone golems scrambling up the walls, joined by countless others from the arch bridges, their numbers exceeding 50,000. Each towering figure was cloaked in moss, their bodies resembling upright elephants, with abstract facial features sculpted from stone. Floating in the air, the stone golems posed no threat to them. Hikinder's only recourse was to destroy the stone arch bridges. After unleashing a series of spells, he successfully dismantled the top 5 bridges, sending hundreds of stone golems plummeting into the abyss. Yet in the area closest to the exit, the terrain remained flat, with a spacious circular path. And dozens of stone golems had already exited the cave. Isabella remained silent, patiently awaiting Hikinder's command, as her magical reserves dwindled to a level sufficient only to dispatch 3 stone golems with lightning magic. The only solution she could conceive was to release water element magic, condensing countless droplets, which, augmented by gravity magic, could pierce through the stone golems that a mere light rain would suffice to obliterate the stony horde. However, Isabella refrained from acting, choosing instead to wait for a more opportune moment, one in which Hikinder would greatly require her assistance. Let us depart for now. I need to re-establish a magical barrier. Crafting it will take a week to achieve a sealing effect, Isabella ventured, voicing her conjecture. Why are you here investigating when there are clearly no magical merchant groups present? Something feels off about this place. This is not the time for banter, little sister. Follow my lead, and let us leave. There is still a chance for recovery. That moment, a dark silhouette appeared at the cave's entrance, and with a single strike, it scattered several stone golems. Recovery? No need for that. A strikingly handsome young man with black hair emerged at the cave's mouth, his arms entwined with dark fire element magic, clad in a deep crimson robe, his wine-red hair flowing elegantly. Our esteemed healer, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? Oh, and you brought a newcomer. Isabella felt a surge of surprise, not expecting assistance at such a critical moment. Hijinder, too, was taken aback, recognizing him as one of their OW entity. "Oh, think we would have reinforcements for this mission. Su-ing, as a member of Team C, shouldn't you be monitoring those magical merchant groups? What brings you here? Is that so? Am I not allowed to come?" Su Ying's flying cloak fluttered like the wind as he glided toward them, hovering before the two. "Did the organization not send you a message? Did you not receive it? I hurried over from nearby upon discovering traces of your presence in the cave, and encountered a horde of magical bat corpses alongside these stone golems. I must have ventured deep into the cave, which could potentially be a dungeon. The depths are so profound that I could not receive messages from the organization. After all, the barriers within the cave can obscure the magical fluctuations of some spellcasters." Su-ing produced a confiscated message scroll and handed it to Hijinder. Upon inspection, Hijinder learned that Su-ing was indeed reinforcements from the organization. The message read, "It has been determined that previous intel regarding the magical merchant group's stronghold was erroneous. This cave is, in fact, a sealed dungeon, confirmed to be a dungeon sealed 300 years ago. There is no historical record of what lies within it. In the event of an emergency, immediate containment is necessary. Additionally, summon Su-ing to assist in this operation. Signed, Majila Jones." That Su-ing unleashed a red light array from his palm, which enveloped the chasm stretching over 100 meters in length and width. The array began to rotate slowly as it descended, with Su-ing expertly guiding the magical formation deeper into the chasm. Isabella and Hijinder followed closely behind. The descending light array persisted for 3 minutes, akin to a shield tunneling machine, carving out a complete circular stone wall. Hundreds of masterfully crafted stone arch bridges were obliterated in his wake, and countless stone golems were annihilated by his dark element magic. Upon reaching the bottom, the trio discovered that the abyss's floor was a deep water pool. However, this water was peculiar, constantly bubbling with strange effervescence, yet devoid of any discernible odor. Isabella remained silent for some time, observing as Su-ing quickly consumed a vial to restore his magical energy. Using her keen insight, she discerned that his strength approached that of a high-tier spellcaster. For a spellcaster to eliminate tens of thousands of stone golems without significant enhancement underscored the arduous nature of advancement for high-tier spellcasters. With impeccable courtesy, Su-ing addressed the two young women. "We should descend to investigate. Otherwise, the stone golems will continue to emerge, and in the time it takes to seal the exit, they will have ample opportunity to regenerate their ranks. Alternatively, if we eliminate the primary magical entity of this dungeon level without disturbing the seals of the next, we may resolve the stone golem crisis with relative ease." As he spoke, Su-ing adjusted his gray collar and smiled at Isabella. "You must be Isabella from the Baelina family. I heard that at Count Jaleb's birthday banquet, you dispatched a low-tier magical creature with your novice magical prowess. Initially, I thought it was an exaggeration, but now I find it remarkable that you are here beside this formidable individual and can fly without magical tools. I am quite curious about how you accomplished that." Isabella paused, refraining from directly answering his curiosity. "How dare you express curiosity?" Hijinder interjected with a deadpan expression, crossing his arms. "Even without you, I would find a way to resolve this cursed place." Su-ing, did you encounter any fallen magical creatures on your way here? "All of them are Isabella's handiwork. She is no mere novice spellcaster." Su-ing once again scrutinized Isabella, lost in contemplation, and with arms crossed, solemnly remarked, "It appears that this child is indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy, possessing the skill level of an intermediate sorcerer at such a tender age." That moment, the surface of the water began to stir increasingly, churning violently. Hijinder swiftly ascended, as did Isabella, both rising higher than Su-ing, who remained calmly suspended in the air. Suddenly, the water receded dramatically, revealing the remnants of a stone arch bridge, along with several hundred stone golems that had been previously cast down by Hijinder. They had been crushed by the bridge, yet the ground writhed and began to tremble. That a massive stone hand erupted from the earth, emerging from the rubble, revealing a colossal stone golem, its form enormous, occupying a tenth of the ground and towering over 5 stories high. Isabella estimated that this creature represented the highest level of magical beast she had ever encountered, but lo and behold, a superb magical creature. The stone giant, she exclaimed. Upon concluding her statement, Suing unleashed a dark elemental spell. A black fireball shot forth as a mere test strike. It struck the stone giant's head, which immediately healed itself, visibly demonstrating how the stone reformed. But you still think you could defeat it? Hyjendor retorted sarcastically. While you may be formidable among sorcerers of similar rank, this creature is a superior magical beast, possessing high magical resistance and strong self-healing capabilities. Fortunately, it lacks agility. We should vacate this place and seal it off soon to avoid escalating the situation. Healer, do you underestimate me? I intend to subdue this superior magical beast. Su Ying declared, descending to the ground. He activated his magical combat technique. Black flame dawned at a rectangular barrier of dark red flames unfolded above the superior magical beast, enveloping its massive form. The dark red flame barrier descended, consuming the entire stone giant. However, no annihilation of matter occurred. After the technique subsided, the stone giant returned to its original state. Isabella inquired, can it rapidly reorganize and repair its body due to the surrounding environment? Would it not be prudent to ascertain the situation before taking action? Hyjendor found her reasoning sound, but quickly dismissed her speculation. He explained, no, the ability of magical beasts to restore their bodies relates to the power of the magic core within them. Unless the core is harmed, a magical beast will not easily perish. To defeat a magical beast, one must either deplete the core's power, inflict magical damage upon the core, or subject it to external harm. Clearly, this creature's magic core does not appear to be within its own body. Su Ying added, magic core? It could also be formed from the water that just gathered. It may be a dual-element superior magical beast. A combination of earth and water, since earth element magical beasts like stones do not possess such rapid healing abilities. The core might be concealed in the hardest and most hidden part. Isabella nodded, gaining further understanding. Indeed, mingling with the omniscient, I had imparted her with substantial knowledge. Hyjendor unleashed spatial magic upon the ground beneath the magical beast, creating an invisible vortex akin to collapsing quicksand, continuously dragging the stone giant into a deep pit in an instant. Su Ying unleashed his magical combat technique once more. Black flame dawned. A dark red firewall descended from above the creature, and once it enveloped the area, a cloud of annihilating black smoke dissipated into the air. Isabella awaited quietly, observing the powerful strike from the advanced sorcerer, expecting the superior magical beast to be reduced to mere fragments. To her astonishment, even a small fragment could visibly regenerate back to its complete form with alarming speed. Hey, you foolish old hag. Before my magic consumes the spatial vortex, you ought to release your spatial magic. Su Ying angrily chastised her. Hyjendor, disgruntled, retorted, is it my fault that your abilities are lacking? If that creature were not tethered by me, would you even have a chance to fight back? After saying this, Hyjendor released the spatial vortex, and although the stone giant appeared cumbersome, it was fully alert and remarkably swift. As it reassembled its stone body like a warrior preparing for battle, it leaped towards the heights. Witnessing this, Isabella immediately fortified her defenses. Hyjendor cast spatial magic above himself, compressing space to at least mitigate the impact when the stone giant struck. Su Ying, conversely, took refuge beneath Hyjendor. A shadow descended upon them as the stone giant crashed down, akin to a collapsing boulder, causing the atmospheric pressure to become suffocating. Hyjendor barely had time to shield Isabella. Bang! Isabella was struck by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Thankfully, her robust defenses spared her from injury. And fortunately, the superior magical beast had not breached her protections. Yet, the intensity of the impact left her momentarily dazed. The two marveled that Isabella had survived the encounter, both suspecting she must possess some other protective magical artifacts or scrolls. Hyjendor's spatial magic indeed provided a buffer. Upon contact, the stone giant's punch seemed to slow down as if played at 1/10 its normal speed. Su Ying evaded to a safe location while Hyjendor attempted to control the spatial vortex in reverse. striving to ensnare the colossal creature within the confined space to crush it. Boom! The stone giant's arm, ensnared in the spatial vortex, unleashed a jet of water, sending yearned door crashing to the ground. Akin to a small bee toppled by a waterfall, overwhelmed by the force of the torrent. yearned door rolled on the ground, dizzy and disoriented, momentarily unconscious, and before she could rise, she was besieged by 3 stone golems. Suffering a brutal assault, enduring the pain, yearned door cast spatial magic to encase herself, the distorted space absorbing and slowing the nearby stone golem's attacks. "Is there no one to assist me?" yearned door called out, struggling to maintain her spatial magic defense. "Hey, I'm injured, and my body cannot heal in time. This is quite overwhelming." Subduing glanced over, feeling more intrigued by the superior magical beast, having not elevated his magical source level in quite some time. Was it so wrong to inconvenience his teammates just this once? Isabella perceived that Subduing was solely focused on his own interests, despite his confidence in battling the superior magical beast. She found his mindset baffling. Isabella unleashed lightning elemental magic, striking the stone golems encircling yearned door. The sparks generated by the lightning were akin to a waterfall, but as they cascaded around yearned door's spatial magic, they formed a swirling meteor shower of static electricity enveloping her. "Little sister, do be careful not to zap me," yearned door called out helplessly. This put Isabella in a quandary. Should she help or refrain? The superior magical beast made yet another move. Whoosh! A dark shadow vanished before Subduing, the enormous creature seemingly disappearing from his sight, leaving no trace in his mind. Isabella quickly scanned her surroundings, and at that moment, the stone giant reappeared above the trio. Isabella utilized her piercing sight, stunned for 2 seconds. What on earth is this? This magical beast possesses no discernible weaknesses. Could it be concealed within the massive stones? But that cannot be. Even so, the previous 2 instances of dark elemental magic should have been sufficient to obliterate it. The stone giant enveloped itself in a watery aura, concentrating magical energy towards the ground and delivering a powerful punch. Subduing, acting decisively, promptly unleashed a magical domain. Dark Star Purgatory. The left hand of Subduing is raised above, while the right hand is positioned below, palms pressed together in a gesture of unity. A darkened space envelopes this subterranean realm. The surrounding scenery transforms into an endless expanse of deep crimson earth, from which countless red flames erupt violently from the ground. Isabella, wielding her perceptive powers, discerns that Subduing's fire element constitutes 70% of his magical energy. Paradoxically, he excels most in the remaining 30% of dark element magic. Alas, no matter how fierce your flames may burn, they are no match for the formidable stone giant, a creature of exceptional caliber. Though there exists an elemental counter, its defensive capabilities render it nearly impervious to defeat. Countless red flames shoot upwards, akin to lava bursting forth from fissures in the earth, colliding with the stone giant suspended in midair. The giant effortlessly extinguishes a fire column with a mere punch, showing no signs of faltering. Isabella activates her perceptive powers once more, and this time, she makes a significant discovery. The moment the stone giant strikes, its limbs reveal the stone gaps between them, gaps that are sustained solely by magical energy. Severing this connection can inflict harm upon it. Without delay, Isabella gathers her magical sigils. Unfurling a violet array with her right hand, a powerful bolt of lightning erupts, striking the stone giant and splitting into myriad tiny arcs of electricity that bombard the myriad stone gaps on its body. Boom! A conflagration intertwines with the lightning, detonating upon the stone giant, which visibly weakens. Clearly pained by the assault, IT has now adopted a defensive stance, enveloped by a continuous shield of earthy elemental magic, rendering all attacks utterly futile against IT. In one corner of the ground, Hijanthar manipulates the spatial vortex in reverse, shattering the surrounding stone creatures and releasing healing magic. He replenishes his magical energy without intervening to assist, instead hovering silently as he observes the stone giant being subdued by the 2. Its curled form resembles that of a tortoise retreating into its shell, resisting any external onslaught. remaining utterly still. Isabella covertly releases a droplet of water element magic, imbuing it with gravity, and swiftly hurls it towards the stone giant. Upon penetrating the giant's form, she channels a bolt of lightning into its interior, causing it to writhe violently. Yet continues to resist bravely. Isabella, having expended more than half of her magical energy, decides to withdraw. Higinthar, too, finds himself at a loss. After all, she is not equipped to tackle such a formidable magical beast, which is why she has remained within group C.Subduing, having maintained the magical domain for merely 3 minutes. Shuts it down, his body on the verge of collapse. He promptly retrieves a potion to replenish his magical reserves. Damn it, this creature is indeed a tough adversary. Su-ing, feeling helpless, mutters a few curses in place to defeat this foe. One must utilize light element magic to shatter it completely to at that moment. The stone giant rises once more, gathering a water element magic array at its chest. This is bad, Higinthar exclaims, warning that it intends to unleash a magical technique. Quickly retreat. Isabella perceives this as the optimal opportunity during the process of its magical gathering. The gaps in its body are laid bare, only 2 millimeters wide, yet sufficient. She unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning towards the stone giant's chest, electric currents coursing through its body, enveloping it in a luminous glow. Seeing this as an opportunity, Su-ing releases his magical technique once more. Isabella observes that these weaknesses are ones she has discerned herself and cannot simply concede them to another. With a thought, she resonates with the surrounding magical essence, amplifying the voltage. Amidst the clash of lightning and fire, a violent explosion erupts. Boom! Higinthar casts a spatial magic, encasing the stone giant, as countless stones slowly drift outward. A magical core flies into Isabella's body. Beneath the ruins, the three exchange glances, each one filled with astonishment. Breaking the silence, Su-ying's voice pierces the quietude, if they were to emerge into the outside world. Who would dare believe such a tale? Su-ying grits his teeth and states that a mid-level mage has indeed slain a supreme magical beast. Higinthar crosses her arms, standing beside Isabella. It seems you are rather displeased with this outcome. Have you heard that when multiple individuals unleash magical attacks on a single creature, the one with the most potent offensive capability directly claims the magical core? Yet, how peculiar! You released the magical domain. So why is it not you who obtained the core? Higinthar speaks without glancing at Su-ying, her gaze fixed instead on Isabella, who feigns ignorance. Perhaps the lightning element magic was fortuitously effective against that creature. Isabella scratches her head, attempting to justify herself. Effective? Impossible! Su-ying clenches his fists, dark red flames swirling around them, wishing fervently to strike Isabella down in that instant. Water and earth element magic can only be countered by 2 specific elements. One is the penetration of wood, the other the stripping of light. Next is the annihilation of dark elements, and lastly, the extreme heat of fire elements. Isabella, disinterested in further explanation, asserts that she utilized lightning element attacks to penetrate the beast from within. The water element conducts electricity, and she cleverly exploited the process in which the beast was gathering water element magic, injuring its core and amplifying the voltage. It could not withstand the overwhelming electric charge, and its body would ultimately explode from within. Another moment of silence envelopes them. This juncture, the ground illuminates with a magical array, revealing an entrance to another subterranean space, measuring 10 meters in width. There's more, Isabella exclaims with delight, though her expression remains composed. Having just acquired the magical core of a supreme beast, her power has now ascended to the first tier of mid-level mage. Should we venture down to investigate? Higinthar raises an eyebrow at Su-ying, pondering with a conflicted expression. Even if I were to grant this opportunity for a power boost to the young lady, this time, no one shall snatch it away. This magical restriction is simple. I could dismantle it in 2 minutes without breaking a sweat. The trio approaches the entrance's restriction. Su-ying's right hand releases a crimson glow, and a 6-meter-long red magical array unfolds before him. This array, though centuries old, is astonishingly simplistic. It resembles a classic prohibition from ancient textbooks, designed to seal off dungeon spaces and effectively restrain creatures below the supreme level. Only high-level mages possess the authority to channel magic to resonate with it. Mages below this level cannot unlock the restriction, indicating that the dangers within require at least high-level capabilities. Upon completing his statement, the restriction dissolves entirely. Isabella feels a surge of admiration for this individual, unlike a certain elf who could only brute force their way through magical barriers, akin to someone who lacks lock-picking skills, smashing a lock with sheer strength. What is so impressive about that? I could easily open it without you. Higinthar retorts disdainfully that it's merely a restriction. It can be opened in any manner, nothing worth mentioning. Su Ying remains unresponsive, instead eagerly leaping into the subterranean space. Higinthar follows closely behind, chiding, "Why didn't you say anything before leaving? Can't you exhibit a bit of team spirit?" Higinthar jumps in right after him. Isabella glances back at the scattered corpses of the magical beasts, quickly absorbing the magical energy wafting through the air. After a minute of fervent absorption, her magical reserves near the second tier of mid-level mage, fully replenished. She joins the two in the Omnipotent Eye organization. As Isabella descends to the third level of the dungeon, the underground space expands dramatically, illuminated by countless drifting green phosphorescent flames, casting an ethereal glow over this subterranean world. This layer of the underground realm is extraordinarily peculiar. The elevation difference spans 500 meters, yet there are no boundaries. The two who had previously plummeted to the ground await Isabella within a 100-meter radius of illumination. Apologies for the delay. I was merely hesitating. Since you are here, it seems safe enough to continue. Isabella lands behind them. Su Ying remains silent, pointedly ignoring Isabella, clearly still harboring resentment, while Higinthar inspects the surroundings with a black cube. No threats detected. Higinthar analyzes, though he senses that the greatest danger lies ahead. Su Ying had been observing for quite some time, and apart from the sporadic green flames flickering in the vicinity, nothing seemed amiss. The crimson fire she had conjured illuminated the area for 100 meters, yet the darkness beyond remained boundless. Isabella felt an unusual chill beneath her feet. The land was parched, and the oppressive darkness enveloped her spirit, making her feel like a tiny ant buried in an endless sea of sand, or as if she had plunged into a profound abyss, leaving only an overwhelming sense of darkness and pressure. Leading the way was Su Ying, followed closely by Isabella, with Higinor bringing up the rear. Before their departure, Higinor had employed spatial magic to reshape the ground beneath them, carving a small ditch, he mused to himself. This place is exceedingly vast, so extensive that the reach of black magic cannot penetrate it. Yet, the fluctuations of magical essence remain remarkably stable. This subterranean realm seems to consume even sound. What kind of place is this? Why is there nothing here? Su Ying, expressing her frustration, remarked, "What a waste of time." With that, she released a dark red flame and hurled it ahead. However, the profundity of the darkness completely engulfed the fire. As if it had been cast into the infinite depths of the cosmos, the trio advanced for several more miles until the ground finally exhibited some variance. Before them lay countless tombstones and graves, accompanied by white, withered trees. Due to their ancient age, the desiccated wood crumbled at Su Ying's touch, igniting like cotton when a spark was applied. They delved deeper, only to be met with an unending expanse of graves and dead trees. "Enough," Su Ying declared. "This place is far too dull. Let's return and report to the organization. There's no need to venture into the depths of this cave." Just then, a skeletal hand emerged from the ground, and Isabella gasped, nearly crying out in shock. More skeletal arms began to rise, sprouting from the graves like mushrooms after the rain. Moments later, all the graves erupted with skeletal soldiers, armed with iron blades and clad in tattered armor. There's no magical essence. They aren't team magical creatures. Higinor retreated a few steps, pressing against Isabella. This must be the domain of the undead. Su Ying's expression brightened with unexpected delight. She had thought the ancient texts were mere fabrications. She had always doubted the existence of the undead, but now it seemed the records were indeed true. Their existence bore no magical power. Rather, it was the will of the undead that governed them. Only their masters or necromancers could exert control over them. You seem quite knowledgeable, truly deserving of the title of academic prodigy from Briefin Academy, Higenor remarked, his eyes gleaming. So, esteemed scholar, do you possess any means to breach this layer of the dungeon? Isabella silently turned her gaze to Su Ying, but the skeletal soldiers were multiplying from all directions. Su Ying's complexion darkened as she stepped closer to the pair, saying, "This area is swarming with the undead army. I can't even begin to guess their numbers that we're new here and have yet to understand the terrain. Engaging them would only deplete my limited resources, and if this turns into a protracted battle, I fear I won't be able to endure." Isabella wholeheartedly agreed with Su Ying's assessment. These skeletal soldiers would yield no magical cores upon defeat, for they were not magical beings. Death was merely a form they inhabited. Fighting them would be akin to expending all one's effort against a pile of cotton. Higenor fell into silence for a moment. Very well, I can still manage 3 rounds of intense combat. But if we don't leave this place soon, the markers I've made will be trampled. Su Ying inquired, "Do you carry any teleportation scrolls? Is that even a question? But being in a dungeon, I can't be certain they work. Perhaps we should test it?" Su Ying produced a high-grade teleportation scroll. "This is my last one. The preparations for this mission were too rushed, and I hesitate to use it." Isabella sighed quietly. This moment, was it wise to be concerned about conservation? Higenor retrieved a high-grade teleportation scroll from thin air. "That I used one to rescue the kidnapped child last time, and this is my final high-grade scroll. I can't guarantee it will work in the dungeon, considering we're at least 4,000 meters underground. The length is estimated to be 10 miles. Higenor activated the magic, igniting the high-grade teleportation scroll. Yet nothing happened. Isabella blinked in disbelief as she observed Higenor expend a high-grade teleportation scroll, and yet the 3 remained stagnant. "Oh dear! I just remembered. The dungeon has spatial restrictions. The space here is different from that outside. Teleportation scrolls can only be used in the outer space, so we're trapped." Su Ying ignited a dark red flame with both hands, adopting a poised combat stance. Isabella felt that they need not fret so. With a mere thought, she could open a rift to the outside world. Yet she chose to conceal this ability, wishing to learn more from her 2 esteemed predecessors. Wait, Isabella sensed that Su Ying was attempting to deceive Higenor. The 3rd layer of the dungeon appeared utterly insurmountable, with countless skeletal soldiers encircling the trio, leaving no ground to stand upon. They hovered in midair, and the inevitable result would be the exhaustion of their magic, leading to their demise at the hands of the skeletal army. Isabella noted the air around them was nearly devoid of magical essence. For a sorcerer, this place was akin to a parched desert for a person without water. Rather than resigning to fate, Su Ying conjured a simple magic circle, composed of fire elemental magic, with 6 layers adorned with intricate patterns and elemental inscriptions. Once activated, the 3 could safely land within the center of the magic circle, a secure zone measuring less than 30 square meters. As the skeletal soldiers approached the perimeter of the magic circle, they were immediately engulfed by invisible flames. Each layer was 5 meters wide. And with the capabilities of these lowly skeletal beings, they could not even reach the 2nd layer of the circle. "It seems we cannot find our way back," Su Ying lamented to Higenor. "Do you have any other markers?" Higenor responded tersely, "Don't ask. I have no idea how to return. If we don't resolve our current predicament, we might as well await our doom. You must have some other means to escape this wretched place." "Oh, how did you know I would have a way out?" "On your way here, you secretly left obliterating markers on the ground using dark elemental magic. These dark elemental traits can only be sensed and resonated with by you. And no special magic can erase these markings. You observe quite keenly, but I'm not inclined to leave just yet. I still have unfinished business." Higenor tilted his head, confusion etched across his face, unsure of what this individual was truly scheming. Isabella sensed an odd tension between the 2 and quietly retreated to the edge of the safe zone. Surrounding them, the skeletal army began to reveal skeletal archers, launching scattered arrows towards the trio. Yet the arrows disintegrated upon reaching the 3rd layer of the magic circle, causing no harm to those within. Outside the Orlon Highlands, the weather was overcast. The 8th Night Brigade, led by Helota, had scoured a 100-mile radius around Leon Town, yet found no trace of Isabella. Within the Count Jali's estate, Meluxia remained hidden in her room, weeping. Days had passed without Isabella's return, and dread filled her heart. The longer the silence persisted, the more hopeless she felt. It was all her fault for being so reckless, taking Isabella to the Orlon Highlands, where so many misfortunes had befallen them, and now she was missing. Every adventurer in the city had been mobilized in search of Isabella, yet they had found no leads. That it was impossible to fathom where that high-grade teleportation scroll might have taken her. Count Jali consistently comforted Meluxia, insisting it was not the child's fault, but her overwhelming guilt led her to seclude herself in self-pity. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the dungeon, Isabella assessed her magical reserves. Noting that she still had half remaining, enough to handle any potential situations that might arise. Although the nearby magical essence was sparse, she could still utilize a bit of it from here on. She needed to concentrate on controlling the output of her magical sources. What do you mean by that? Hikinder questioned, unable to help but take 2 steps back. You have reached a dead end. Hikinder, on the very night that the incident involving the mountain bandits occurred, the Mage Guild immediately devised a plan to eliminate you. To be more specific, you have always been a thorn in the side of Magra Jones. Among all those known to the all-seeing eye, your abilities can counter the vast majority of sorcerers, as you are an unconventional magical warrior, posing a significant threat to everyone. Hikinder's tone was filled with fury. Yet he suppressed his rage and spoke calmly, as, it turns out that the leader of Group C is also a member of the Mage Guild. If I were to say this, I would be the one targeted, wouldn't I? It appears that the Empire's intelligence organization has been infiltrated to such an extent. How many members of the Mage Guild are there in Group C? I recall that the personnel in Group C have been in constant flux for several years. Was that when the groundwork was laid? Enough of this idle chatter, Hikinder. With your current capabilities, you are no match for me. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end, or you may provide me with one instead. Regardless, without me, you will soon perish here. Upon finishing, Suying formed a magical seal in her palm, and a dark red fireball hurtled towards Hikinder. The space around Hikinder twisted dramatically, absorbing the sudden attack. The proximity was perilously close, and he nearly failed to counter it. Suying transformed into a formless shadow, burrowing into the ground, becoming a swirling mass of blackness beneath Hikinder's feet. Rather than retreating, Hikinder conjured dozens of void steps beneath him, elevating himself into the air. Boom! A torrent of black annihilation mist erupted, resembling a volcanic explosion. That a pillar of fire, 3 meters wide, surged towards Hikinder, only to be absorbed by her spatial magic, distorting the space to nullify the blow. Ineffectual. It is far from over. Suying's voice echoed from the depths below. Your use of spatial magic is extremely draining. As far as I know, your forte lies in healing magic, with spatial magic constituting merely 40% of your magical capacity. If you have the guts, come out. Hiding underground is hardly the mark of a man. Hikinder ascended higher into the sky, yet he knew that if he delayed any longer, his magical energy would be the first to deplete, and he had no potions left to regain it. He had intended to ask him for one just moments ago. Whoosh! Several dark red, 3-meter-wide fire pillars surged from the ground, relentlessly assaulting Hikinder. Isabella, utilizing her insight, discerned that Suying's form now resembled a shark gliding through the earth. Nimbly shifting positions, Hikinder's magical reserves were running perilously low. If he did not act quickly, disaster would surely follow. Still hesitating, Isabella watched as the concealed Suying unleashed another magical technique. Solar projection. The ground erupted in a radiant red halo, illuminating the entire dungeon. 3 seconds later, whoosh! A massive, dark red fireball erupted from the ground. Hikinder narrowly dodged it, yet his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene below. Unbeknownst to him, the dark red fireball morphed into countless streams of light, cascading like the tails of fireworks. Be careful. There's danger behind you, Isabella shouted. Hikinder turned, but a blinding brilliance surged towards him, moving in astonishing speed. He had no time to gauge the distance, let alone evade. Dozens of streams of light pierced through Hikinder's heart in an instant. She plummeted from the sky like a bird struck by an arrow. Isabella's expression was one of terror, helplessness, and bewilderment. She could hardly believe her eyes. The high-level sorceress had perished just like that. The culprit was none other than the Mage Guild, hidden within the all-seeing eye. "Little sister, it's your turn." Subduing, still concealed underground, directed the scattered red streams of light towards Isabella. Hundreds of luminous streams surged forth, causing the earth beside Isabella to explode, leaving her feeling a slight warmth. Yet she remained unscathed, finding that the external force was less effective than her spatial magic. As the smoke cleared, Subduing retracted her magical array, activating her flight cloak and soaring into the AIRT that moment. Far away in the capital of the Aubric Empire, Avalado, within the all-seeing eye building, in the G Group office, several employees responsible for monitoring life tokens arrived at the C Group office. A young man handed over a pile of shattered white crystal tokens, sighing heavily. "Mr. Magra, Hikinder has just met her demise. It can now be confirmed that there are no signs of life." "Understood," Magra replied in a deep voice, then waved them away, instructing them to return and continue documenting their recent work without expression. Meanwhile, in the third level of the dungeon, Isabella remained unharmed, surrounded by a legion of attacking skeletons. With a thought, she unleashed a ripple of lightning elemental energy that expanded outward, reducing countless skeletal remains to dust upon contact. Subduing turned to see this, her expression grave. "Oh, how is it that you, a mid-level sorceress, have not been obliterated? Quite unexpected." Isabella remained silent, her countenance dark, as arcs of electricity continued to spread around her, their power undiminished, while countless bone fragments scattered through the air, igniting upon contact with the flames. Subduing, bored, scratched her head, casting a disdainful glance at Isabella. In her eyes, only the measure of strength mattered, not age, which was a principle she upheld as a high-level sorceress. "Why do you not speak? Do you dislike hearing compliments?" Subduing approached Isabella, her palm aglow with dark red flames, powerful magical waves resonating outward. She perceived no danger from the girl before her. An attack from a mid-level sorceress posed almost no tangible threat to a high-level sorceress, especially since she wore a black robe that resisted elemental magic, leaving her unconcerned about any unforeseen events. "Can you tell me how you defended against such a fierce assault?" "That wretched elf could not withstand it." "You aren't carrying a world-class magical artifact, are you?" "But alas, such items should not appear in your possession. When that elite magical creature attacked you, I suspected you might have some other special magical tool." Isabella remained silent for a long time, choosing instead to endure, sensing that the Mage Guild possessed a deeper, darker understanding of this world. "Mr. Subduing is truly formidable. Indeed, I do possess a world-class magical artifact." Isabella fabricated in accordance with his suspicion. "If I had the ability to leave, I would not trouble you, Mr. Subduing. I will keep my silence regarding what transpires here, as if I had never set foot in this place." "What an intriguing little sister. Are you attempting to deceive me? There cannot possibly be a world-class magical artifact in Leontown. Even a national-level magical artifact would be unlikely. You must be employing some other means. However, it seems I must take matters into my own hands and eliminate you. Your emergence into the outside world would spell disaster for everyone." A sly smile crept across Isabella's face. "Your judgment is astute. You claim that there is a world-class magical artifact with me, yet now you say there isn't. Hikinder is indeed a woman with principles. She rescued abducted children and saved Maluxia, yet when entangled in your schemes, she could not save herself. If a perpetrator like you were to escape unscathed, I would feel nothing but regret and vexation, for who knows how many more will fall into your Mage Guild's dark experiments." "How do you know so much, child?" Subduing's patience for conversation had worn thin. She immediately activated her magical domain, Dark Star Purgatory. Isabella raised her small hand, and a black thread sliced through Subduing's body. He felt a chill in his lower abdomen and looked down to see his lower half severed by an invisible force. Isabella quickly withdrew her hand, yet Subduing did not collapse from the blow. Isabella was somewhat perplexed, though she did not show it on her face. "How is it that you wield dark elemental magic? What kind of magical technique is this?" Subduing asked calmly, covering his grievous injury. Isabella interrupted the unfolding of his magical domain. The atmosphere was laden with both awkwardness and strangeness. He covered his lower half, and his body healed remarkably quickly, restoring to its complete state in the blink of an eye. Once healed, a projection illuminated above his head, a blue dagger that flickered for a moment before vanishing. It is not a magical technique, merely a simple tearing created by the combination of spatial magic and dark elemental magic. Something I devised while observing your joint attack with Hikinder against the stone giant. The force you just exerted could have slain countless times over. I have dealt you a fatal blow. Yet you high-ranking sorcerers possess hidden cards. It is astonishing that you survived such an assault. I cannot help but wonder if you, like a cat, possess 9 lives. You claim to have no trump cards. But fortunately, I wield the blade of the underworld. Still, you are the first to have the audacity to attempt to kill me. I am quite impressed. As soon as Su Ying finished speaking, his form transformed into an ethereal shadow, vanishing beneath the ground. It is needless to say that this fellow intends to employ the same trick once more. Isabella waved her left hand, causing the earth beneath her feet to erupt with a thunderous roar, while her right hand summoned a radiant spell of light, golden beams pursuing the elusive form of Su Ying as it skittered across the ground. The earth was torn asunder, scorching deep trenches of a meter in depth. Soon, Su Ying was driven away to another location. Realizing the peril he was in and fleeing in haste, Su Ying was alarmed, his mind racing with 100,000 questions about Isabella. How can this little girl wield such diverse magic? How can she release light element spells without incantation? What is her true origin? How is it that she can withstand such formidable attacks without faltering? Isabella observed the direction in which Su Ying fled, deciding against pursuing him, instead casting her magic from afar. Suddenly, a section of the ground collapsed, halting Su Ying's shadowy movements at a weight of millions of tons bore down upon the ground within a 100-meter radius of Su Ying. Running are we? Isabella's tone turned taunting. Aren't you quite formidable hiding beneath the ground? Why are you so motionless now? With a resounding thud, Isabella amplified the power of her gravity spell, compressing Su Ying into a mere wisp. The ground was doused with a liquid resembling tomato sauce. The rolling remnants of blood and flesh reformed into a new body. The projection of the blade of the underworld atop his head reappeared. But after a flicker of brilliance, its effects vanished entirely, transforming into an ordinary dagger that clattered to the ground. What kind of extraordinary magical artifact can facilitate resurrection twice? Isabella muttered, upon regaining life. Su Ying immediately knelt before Isabella. Having just experienced 2 agonizing deaths in quick succession, he dared not tempt fate any further. If the first death was due to his carelessness, the second was sheer misfortune. And should there be a third, it would surely be his true demise. Such tactics were unheard of, even for a high-ranking sorcerer like him. I am but a fool, unaware of your true nature. Su Ying bowed his head, the once high and mighty sorcerer now resembling a slave pleading for mercy after a grave mistake. Understanding the situation, Su Ying knelt before Isabella, his head bowed in submission. Light illuminated the 3rd level of the dungeon, revealing that behind Isabella bloomed a cluster of fire elemental blossoms. After a burst of colorful radiance, Higinthar reappeared behind Isabella, having passively consumed a phoenix resurrection scroll. The cost of my recent demise is quite steep. Higinthar stretched his limbs, recalling the vivid scenes he witnessed in the realm of death. The sensation of his soul departing from his body was unbearable. Yet he had glimpsed Isabella's true power. Isabella. Higinthar's resurrection process resembled a skeletal soldier of the undead rising from the depths of the earth, although the two had not shared deep connections. Trust was now a luxury neither could afford. Higinthar approached, planting a heavy foot upon Su Ying's forehead. While your magical guild may possess life-preserving secrets, I have worked for the All-Seeing Eye for nearly 40 years and have always had my own safeguard. Is that too much to ask? I never expected you to make use of it. Su Ying gritted his teeth in anger, but faltered, unable to voice his fury before Isabella. Moreover, I've already died once. The life talisman from headquarters is shattered, and from this moment forth, I hold no identity in this world. The All-Seeing Eye organization has been infiltrated to a degree that proper commands can no longer be executed. I see no reason to return. Isabella gazed at Hijanthar, her delicate foot exerting powerful pressure upon Su Ying's head, now embedded in the ground. I was wrong. I will lead you out in exchange. Please spare my life. Su Ying pressed his face to the earth, pleading desperately. Isabella smirked inwardly before responding in a grave tone. Without you, I can still find a way out. Here, your survival is impossible. With me in the third level of this dungeon. Your fate is sealed. Su Ying's heart sank at her words. Survival was now paramount. He had merely sought to enhance his power, but having chosen the wrong path, he was willing to abandon his dignity for the sake of his life. Hijanthar exchanged a glance with Isabella, his eyes reflecting pure admiration. Yet when he turned to Su Ying, his gaze sharpened. I will provide you with intelligence. 1/10 of the all-seeing eye is affiliated with the magical guild. I implore you to spare my life. Once I leave the dungeon, without allowing Su Ying a moment to finish, Hijanthar's foot struck with renewed vigor. Isabella was disinterested in hearing more, an intelligence organization of an empire, with even its leaders being members of the magical guild, would likely descend into darkness beyond redemption in a year or two. Hijanthar seemed to understand, conjuring a vortex of space beneath Su Ying, pulling him into its center, compressing him into a small stone. Su Ying has perished. Thus he met his end beneath Hijanthar's foot, and this occurred without Hijanthar expending a significant amount of magical energy. Isabella did not witness Su Ying's death. Her gaze remained fixed upon Hijanthar. Turning to him, she remarked, "Space magic is indeed terrifying. I am uncertain whether to trust you anew. Should I wish, I could lead you away. Yet with but a thought, you would meet the same fate as Su Ying." Isabella's words were blunt, devoid of any pretense, as she sought to discern the intentions of the elven girl before her. "Isabella, I concede that I am no match for you. I believe you possess the capability to escape this place." Hijanthar's tone was calm, unafraid of what might follow. Speaking plainly, "What do you wish to know?" "I can divulge all. I merely seek your trust. If you desire, you may dispose of me at any moment. That I am now utterly alone. I possess no potions for restoring my magical energy, nor do I have adequate means to flee." Isabella sensed the honesty in Hijanthar's words, devoid of any subterfuge. After all, throughout their journey, she had carried very little with her, merely a higher rank. "I shall inquire when I recall," Isabella replied. "For now, I may choose to trust you. Yet should you harbor any thoughts of treachery, I will not hesitate to eliminate you first." As Isabella spoke, Hijanthar met her gaze with calm resolve, his expression betraying a profound familiarity with life and death. He exhibited no fear of having his life so easily manipulated by another. "Very well, from this moment forth, I shall heed your commands, Miss Isabella. Had it not been for your intervention, even my might would have only delayed Su Ying's demise, resulting in mutual destruction." Isabella nodded, surveying the encroaching darkness around them, where countless skeletal soldiers began to gather, still 300 meters away. Their movements were sluggish, akin to puppets suspended by strings. "This dungeon is quite fascinating. I wish to explore its depths. Are you interested?" Isabella inquired, gazing into the obscurity. Hijanthar appeared taken aback, uncertain if he had misheard. "Miss Isabella, this place is far too perilous. I would recommend departing while we still can. Moreover, I lack the means to create opportunities. I require no assistance from you. I have yet to even exert my full strength." Isabella lamented, "Having traversed this world for so long, my power has surged too rapidly, and I have yet to experiment with many things. Perhaps in this third level of the dungeon, I shall take the opportunity to explore various methods of elemental magic release." With that, Isabella unleashed an array of elemental spells, directing them towards the nearby undead army. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the all-seeing eye in the Abelic Empire, within the C Group office, the news of Su Ying's death echoed. "Su Ying is dead." Magilla Jones rose in astonishment. "What? You say he has perished? When did this happen?" "Just 1 minute after Hijanthar's demise. Our C Group has lost 2 high-ranking sorcerers in such a short span. I wonder what mission our leader covertly assigned them that proved so perilous." It is incorrect to assert that Magilla Jones has analyzed that emotions have returned to a state of calm. They all possess means of survival. With the abilities of Su Ying, hiding underground renders him nearly invulnerable to adversaries. He merely expends a slight amount of magical power, and he carries the blade of the underworld, which has been activated once, leaving him with 2 additional opportunities. If he were to perish, it would indicate that he sustained fatal injuries from opponents on 3 consecutive occasions. However, we are all well aware of Makindle's prowess. She is the foremost in healing capabilities within the all-seeing eye, endowed with spatial magic, and among her peers, it is inconceivable that anyone could inflict harm upon her. Furthermore, she possesses the Phoenix Scroll. We know that upon death, a life token shatters. Yet after resurrection via the Phoenix Scroll, the life token does not automatically mend. Therefore, I am uncertain whether Makindle has indeed met her demise. At this moment, I find myself more inclined to believe that Su-ing is truly dead. The secretary of the all-seeing eye, who had been relaying messages, suddenly experienced an epiphany. So, it was thus. I had thought that Lord Miguelra Jones was indifferent to Makindle. But it seems she had prior knowledge that, if Su-ing is deceased, who will take her place in Group C. Do not rush to replace her. Miguelra Jones requires a detailed map of the Orlon Highlands. Remember this location meticulously. I now need to arrange for the 3 nearest high-level spellcasters to proceed immediately to these coordinates. Monitor this point and report any developments to me. Do not reveal yourselves. After the secretary recorded Miguelra Jones's orders, she departed the office with the map. The Orlon Highlands serve as a concealed stronghold for a magical organization. Within the stronghold, hidden in a cavern, there are several expansive chambers. Crafted to the specifications of an underground city, guarded by dozens of mid-level spellcasters, a female member of the organization converses with an elderly man with white hair regarding recent magical experiments. The fragments of the royal-level magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Scorpion, which you brought last time, have been integrated into our experiments over the past 3 days. Unfortunately, the surviving children all exhibit awakening of fire elemental magic. Yet, among them, there's one child who awakened with earth elemental magic, and after being infused with the royal beast potion, astonishingly awakened fire elemental magic as well. The female member of the organization sways her fluffy, elongated tail and inquires without hesitation, how is the child who awakened fire elemental magic for the 2nd time? What is the extent of their magical transformation? Out of 70 children, only 5 remain, including him that I do not know his name. His identification number is S203. His level of magical transformation is only 1 tier, allowing him to resist part of the magical core's corruption. Our research progress indicates that humanity has made another stride in mastering magical power. Regrettably, the previous experimental materials were fragments of elite magical beasts. If we could acquire royal-level magical beasts annually, I believe we could develop a full magical transformation potion within 5 years. Fear not. Professor, our organization excels in dealing with high-level magical creatures. During the last incident with the magical mist and dark clouds, we employed new technology and strategic planning, summoning royal-level magical beasts if you are willing. We can summon royal-level magical beasts during the next magical mist and dark clouds event, providing you with ample experimental fragments. Indeed, your organization's efficiency is commendable. By the way, why are there no new experimental subjects? It is all due to the all-seeing eye. A member of the elf race disguised as a child nearly infiltrated our experimental base. However, she should have been dealt with, alas. I did not expect your organization to have missteps as well. Please expedite preparations for the next batch of experimental subjects. In less than half a month, the magical mist and dark clouds will return. I wonder if the Azalea Academy's Celestial Department has identified the next appearance location of the magical mist and dark clouds. We are currently awaiting their response. There is no need to rush. After their previous oversight, this time we must exercise patience for a few more days that I am the 3rd level of the dungeon. Isabella experimented with all the magical elements she possessed, releasing combinations of magical elements. However, most of her attempts were flamboyant, lacking the clean precision she favored. Beside her, Makindle had grown weary. This was not a genius at work, but rather a creature clad in the guise of a little girl. How could she excel in everything and expend magical power without any sign of depletion? Could it be that you're truly the incarnation of a saint? Makindle ventured. Isabella scratched her head and replied, If you wish to believe that, then so be it, but I prefer to maintain a low profile. My current strength does not permit otherwise. Miss Isabella, with your capabilities, why even attend a magic academy? If you were appointed as the leader of the all-seeing eye, I doubt anyone would dare oppose you. Ma Kindle jested, as the two engaged in light banter within the otherwise silent dungeon. I have had my fill of play, Isabella remarked, stretching lazily. This place may be vast, but I am certain it has an end. We simply cannot see it, because the primary issue is that this dungeon is far too dim. Isabella formed a seal with her palm, unveiling a white magical imprint that released a luminous orb, soaring to the highest point of the dungeon. This orb shone with a brightness rivaling that of the sun, illuminating the entirety of the third-level dungeon. Ma Kindle had grown accustomed to Isabella's extraordinary actions. Each display of her powers was an unexpected delight. Even if she were to conjure a new world at that moment, it would not surprise her. The light radiated for dozens of kilometers, revealing the full extent of the third-level dungeon. The boundaries of the dungeon were marked by walls. There were no stone pillars supporting it, suggesting it existed as an isolated space, completely detached from the external realm of the T-present. They found themselves in a desolate graveyard, and under such sacred, brilliant, and dazzling light, no skeletal undead dared to rise from the ground. The skeletal remains that had lingered were reduced to ash when exposed to the radiance. 10 kilometers ahead of Isabella lay a colossal fortress connected to the top of the dungeon. She opened a spatial rift before her. Entering silently, McKindle's eyes widened as she observed Isabella effortlessly create an unusual spatial rift, leading her to question whether her 50 years of study in spatial magic had been in vain. Following suit, McKindle stepped through the rift and emerged at the entrance of the fortress, a grand edifice constructed of brown stone, with towering walls reaching a height of 30 meters. Looking back, McKindle realized she had traversed a distance of several dozen kilometers in mere steps. The notion that Isabella was the incarnation of a saint etched itself into McKindle's mind once more. Even if she were to doubt it, Isabella's current actions undeniably served as proof. Isabella remained silent, her thoughts prompting the appearance of a fire elemental magical imprint, from which a projectile resembling a meteor was launched, obliterating the stone door of the fortress. Beyond the shattered stone door lay a wide corridor, devoid of illumination along the stone walls, casting an ominous darkness that seemed bottomless. As they approached the jagged edge of the broken door, Isabella cast an invisible proton shield around McKindle, with a thickness of 3 millimeters, akin to donning an imperceptible yet highly resilient garment. This was Isabella's way of indicating that McKindle lacked comprehension. If she were to explain further, it might not yield clarity. Thus, she named it the Saint's Protection, a defensive spell of her own design that it was also the reason she could withstand McKindle's spatial punches and defend against the attacks of elite magical creatures and Su Ying's magical combat techniques. The Saint's Protection, McKindle exclaimed in delight, her expression frozen in awe as she attempted to gently probe the shield with spatial magic, only to discover that this invisible defensive spell could withstand any distortion or destruction caused by spatial magic. McKindle marveled at this magic, noting that its defensive capabilities could rival those of world-class magical artifacts. Although she had yet to encounter such artifacts, this had already surpassed her realm of understanding. Isabella, unfazed by McKindle's praise, maintained her swift pace, quietly arriving at the entrance of the dark fortress corridor. A dazzling orb, the size of a quail egg, flew above Isabella's head, its bright light dispelling the darkness of the fortress corridor. This minor spell required no gestures from Isabella. Merely a thought was sufficient for its execution. At the end of the corridor lay a dim red hall filled with necromancers, approximately 5,000 square meters in size. Arranged in orderly rows, numbering around 200 dark gold-robed necromancers, standing like statues in anticipation of intruders. McKindle felt overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere before her. She realized that these necromancers possessed magical powers. Their magical levels classified as elite, equivalent to a mere novice in the realm of advanced sorcery. The sight of over 200 elite-level magical creatures arrayed before him was undeniably daunting for Zijingdur. He shook his head in trepidation, retreating a few steps as he contemplated offering Isabella a word of caution. Yet she remained undeterred, pressing onward with resolute determination. Upon entering the first hall of the fortress, the bright light illuminated the necromancer, rousing them from their dormant state. In an instant, countless green projectiles surged toward Isabella. With a flicker of thought, a 3-meter-thick wall of rock materialized before her, followed by an additional 3-meter-thick barrier of steel. Zijingdur, sheltering behind Isabella, cast furtive glances ahead as a cacophony of explosions reverberated behind the stone wall, soon to be echoed by the steel barrier. Isabella recalled the conditions within, knowing that fire elemental magic would be unleashed from behind the wall. "I have an experiment I've long wished to conduct," she declared, a fierce glint in her eyes as her right hand lifted, 6 streams of crimson light converging from her chest into her palm. Suddenly, the air within the hall trembled violently, with the atmosphere around Zijingdur swirling inward, coalescing into a colossal vortex of tempestuous energy. "What are you doing, Miss Isabella? Exercise some restraint. Collapsing this fortress would be unwise." The temperature within the hall surged alarmingly, forming a swirling mass of azure flames from which the necromancers could not escape. Before Isabella exerted her full power, all 200 elite-level magical creatures were reduced to mere ashes. Their cores flew into Isabella, who then lowered her hand, dispersing the remnants of the barrier as the oppressive heat dissipated. "Oh, you wish to enhance your strength?" Isabella inquired. "Your prowess should be that of a first-tier advanced sorcerer." "No. How many years has it been since your last advancement?" After a moment of contemplation, Zijingdur replied slowly, "It has been nearly a decade. Even for elves who can live for a millennium, daily consumption of magical sustenance and the elimination of high-level magical creatures may not guarantee ascension beyond the national level. The rate of advancement for elves under 500 years is rather stable, and my progress could be considered swift among my Isabella collected the scattered magical energy from the air with her left hand. She continued her stride, simultaneously absorbing the energy into her palm. With a gesture of her right hand, she commanded, "Extend your left hand." Grasping Zijingdur's left hand, their fingers interlocked, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. Yet in this moment, he dared not resist. Recognizing the necessity of obedience to Isabella, reassured that whatever transpired would not lead to his detriment, "Do not move. I shall infuse you with some magical energy, which will replenish your source while simultaneously enhancing it." A minute later, Zijingdur's power approached the critical threshold of a second-tier advanced sorcerer. What manner of magic is this? Can it truly absorb such creatures without consequence? He asked, a mixture of astonishment and concern coloring his expression. "Fear not. At the beginning of the month, I was merely an entry-level sorcerer, and now I am nearing the 3rd tier of the intermediate level. Should I encounter larger foes, I aspire to break through to the level of an advanced sorcerer." Zijingdur stared in awe at Isabella's profile. Had anyone else claimed such ambitions in the past, they would surely have been deemed a fool, jesting without merit. Yet, the almost omnipotent sorceress before him spoke with conviction. Isabella released his hand. "The magic I just cast, you would not comprehend. Its principles remain experimental in my world. Not yet fully operational, likely due to unresolved material or technical issues. However, in this magical realm, I believe such formidable energy can be realized." As she spoke, she alluded to controllable nuclear fusion, lamenting the fragility of these creatures. Now possessing newfound strength, she could experiment with more formidable entities. Advancing further, Isabella jested, "Alas, these elite-level creatures are far too weak. I haven't even warmed up yet, and not a single one can withstand my might." This playful banter invigorated Zijingdur. "Weak, you say? These creatures are equivalent to 200 advanced sorcerers, and yet you incinerated them with a mere flick of your wrist, surely, if you dare to dream. The throne of the Oberic Empire could be yours." As they approached a staircase leading to the upper levels, Zijingdur bowed his head, trailing behind Isabella, his heart gripped by fear. "You haven't even warmed up?" While I did not witness the events in the first hall, the indescribable energy and terrifying heat surpassed any fire elemental sorcerer I have encountered. And that azure flame, aren't flames typically yellow or dark red? His thoughts raced as he followed Isabella to the second hall of the fortress. The scene within was barren, resembling the center of a duel arena, surrounded by numerous empty tiered seating. From the ceiling hung an eerie figure clad in white robes. A member of the necromancer race, gracefully descending while adjusting its posture, it retrieved a white wand from its hollow chest cavity. Zijingdur inhaled sharply. This necromancer was likely the spirit master of the third-tier dungeon. A king-level creature. Miss Isabella, do you not wish to prepare yourself for this encounter? That being may well be the spirit master. His expression was a mixture of anxiety and concern, yet he noted Isabella's unwavering calmness, leaving him with lingering doubts that a king-level creature was no trifling matter. To vanquish one would require at least 3 advanced sorcerers or a single national-level sorcerer, and that was assuming favorable magical matchups. Isabella, perplexed by Zijingdur's apprehension, quipped at the spirit master in the center of the arena. Is this creature truly deemed a king-level entity? Just the other day, I encountered 2 far more formidable beings. Zijingdur gazed at Isabella in disbelief. Her relaxed demeanor suggested she was no stranger to perilous encounters. Her nonchalance in uttering such claims left him questioning her sanity. Point one of them was slain. But not by my hand. I merely intervened. That angelic being concealed its source of magical energy from me, while the demon I interfered with was likely far more powerful than this little skeleton before us. Zijingdur's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to fathom Isabella's words. Could she be referring to a legendary deity? Such figures, remnants of ancient tales, surely could not exist in the present day. As the skeletal spirit master brandished its wand, it approached Isabella and Zijingdur. With its left hand, it retrieved a magical scroll from the void of its abdomen, producing one with each step. These were the rarest of treasures, superior to advanced magical scrolls, special-grade magical scrolls. All-element magical defense. Isabella dismissed the notion of absolute defenses. Lacking sufficient power, she would supplement with quality. With a thought, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, manifested at the side of the arena, striking like a colossal serpent. Boom! The skeletal spirit master was struck directly by the lightning, and in the aftermath, Zijingdur shielded his eyes from the blinding light. The force of the lightning, unexpected and unprepared for, left his mind ringing. Yet the skeletal spirit master continued its advance. Raising her right hand, Isabella summoned dozens of iron spears, conjured from metallic magic, enhanced with gravity magic and imbued with lightning elements. With a swift motion, the air was sliced by the iron spears, all finding their mark upon the skeletal spirit master. Thud! What is happening? Zijingdur could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. The iron spears collided with the skeletal spirit master, only to be crushed into flattened discs, scattering upon the ground. Is it immune to physical attacks? Zijingdur marveled. As the skeletal spirit master approached within 100 meters, it raised its wand, casting a blue light array that enveloped the entire area. The ground erupted with countless ice crystals, swiftly spreading toward Isabella and Zijingdur. With a swish, waves of ice crystals surged toward them, leaving Zijingdur bewildered, fully aware that he had now encountered the assault of a king-level creature. Fortunately, I have not fallen victim to an attack, yet the speed was undeniably swift, leaving no forewarning. Had it been anyone else, they might have perished without even comprehending their demise. Suddenly, a dark magical array materialized beneath Isabella's feet, and a wave of annihilating force began to engulf her. Isabella faced the impending doom with calm resolve, snapping her fingers with her right hand. In a soft voice, she uttered, "Space, sever!" The skeletal lord's form was beset by several spatial rifts, which then tore through him as if shattering ice. She continued, her tone unperturbed, gravity, compress. The small space carved by her spatial severance contorted violently, as though an irregular polyhedron were exerting varying pressures upon the skeletal lord, compressing him into dissimilar block-like segments. The dark magical array beneath Isabella vanished, and the crystalline ice upon the ground gradually receded. Clenching her right fist, Isabella restored the skeletal lord's multiple dimensions to normalcy. Yet that creature was left utterly incapacitated. A king-tier magical creature's core soared into Isabella's being. Spatial magic can be wielded in such a manner. Isabella gestured toward the fallen skeletal lord, siphoning its dissipating magical energy. What is the underlying principle? I cannot comprehend. Hygenther's heart had grown numb with bewilderment. He yearned to understand how Isabella had so effortlessly vanquished a king-tier beast. Do you grasp what space is? Isabella retorted. It is a concept of dimensional existence that it was not killed by space. Its body, akin to flesh, was severed by spatial forces, distributed across other dimensional realms, subjected to different gravitational pressures, and when recombined back into the present space, it ceases to exist as a coherent whole. Hygenther fell silent, deeply contemplating Isabella's explanation that I apologize, Miss Isabella, but I do not grasp your meaning. Are you implying that it is truly dead? There is no possibility of resurrection or any form of restoration? You mentioned that you hail from another world. Could it be that? Isabella interjected, you are the first to learn this secret. Indeed, everything I exhibit now stems from the knowledge of another realm, but I must ask you not to inquire about that world. Since I have arrived in your domain, my intention is to enhance my strength and live in peace that, I see. Your wisdom far surpasses that of our yearned for what lies ahead. I dare not ask further. But with your capabilities, have you considered achieving greatness in this world? Isabella remained silent, having never seriously contemplated that question. Behind the fallen skeletal lord, an entrance to the fourth-level dungeon emerged, marked by a white magical barrier. It required a national-level mage to resonate with it, indicating that the minimum prerequisite for entry to the next level was the strength of a national-level sorcerer. Hygenther understood that now was not the time for further exploration. I apologize, Miss Isabella, but I do not wish to proceed down this path. Hygenther lowered his head, gazing at his own hands, that I realize that before you, my power is remarkably feeble. Should you impose any punishment for my decision, I shall accept it. Isabella smiled warmly, her tone serene as she replied, if you desire to become a national-level mage, then accompany me. I cannot guarantee your safety, but you may trust that I can neutralize threats before they strike. If you choose to turn back, you may spend an eternity retracing your steps through the dungeon and the cavern to return to the outside world. Isabella's words held a measure of truth. Hygenther was not one to cower from danger, yet he was unaccustomed to surrendering his fate to another, particularly in perilous situations. Even the prospect of substantial gain would not compel him to gamble. If I do not accompany you, then I may as well choose the path behind me. Yet the notion of ascending to national-level power had never crossed my mind as something attainable so swiftly. Hygenther concluded, shaking his head resolutely. Isabella took Hygenther's hand and approached the magical barrier. What is there to fear? We have traversed this journey together. Why do you act like a timid child? Is the level of a national mage insufficient for you? Hygenther bowed his head, still hesitating, when Isabella, in the blink of an eye, dispelled the magical barrier. The beam of white light illuminated her face, resembling an open door, while the radiance behind her resembled the dawn's first light, contrasting sharply with their dim surroundings in the cavern. The fourth-level dungeon revealed a wondrous sight, a vast meadow under an unusually low-hanging sky, where dark clouds brushed against the ground. Isabella sensed that there were no magical creatures nearby. The magical essence in the air was as sparse as that in the third-level dungeon. After wandering for some time, they encountered no animals. It was just an endless expanse of grass. Isabella closed her eyes, using her magical energy to probe the vicinity, only to discover that what she had deemed a meadow was, in fact, a floating island. This island was enormous, and beyond it lay many other colossal floating islands. Their current position was high above the ground. It was not that she had failed to sense other creatures. Rather, the sheer vastness of this place made animal encounters exceedingly rare for an ordinary national-level mage. It was likely that they would never discover the ruler of the fourth-level dungeon in their lifetime, spending their days amidst the meadows and floating islands instead. Outside the cave on the Orland Highlands, a continuous spring rain fell gently, heralding the arrival of the season as the earth began to awaken. The fine rain, like threads, wove a gossamer veil that shrouded the entire Orland Highlands, while the distant mountains appeared hazy and ethereal, as if cloaked in a mysterious shroud. Nearby foliage, nourished by the rain, thrived vibrantly, glowing with a lush, intoxicating green that a few high-ranking mages, lurking near the cave, had not rested for a moment, their gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance. Even as their bodies were drenched by the rain, the rainy conditions surrounding the cave were rather unpleasant, and for several days they had detected no signs of anyone approaching beneath the depths of the abyss. In the fourth-level dungeon, the atmosphere was serene and bright, reminiscent of a peaceful sunny day. Isabella opened a spatial rift, leading Hyjinther through it to a location 12 kilometers away. There was nothing nearby but more meadows. And after several successive traversals through the rift, they reached the edge of a floating island, where a gentle breeze wafted from the sky below, resembling invisible waves. How high must this place be? Isabella exclaimed, gazing down at the sea of clouds beneath her. The clarity of the sky did not evoke a sense of vigilance. Rather, it was a setting perfect for relaxation. Clearly, Hyjinther was quite resistant to the present tranquility. This environment was evidently designed for repose, yet it could easily turn treacherous. Hyjinther had envisioned numerous perilous scenarios, and at this moment, following Isabella seemed the most prudent choice. Miss Isabella, could you demonstrate that thing once more? Hyjinther inquired tentatively, his voice barely above a whisper. The move you used to eliminate 200 elite magical creatures. I am exceedingly curious about its full display. Isabella gazed at the distant floating islands, which were spaced remarkably far apart, approximately 17 to 18 kilometers. These islands were merely expansive grasslands, monotonous in appearance. The island they occupied was the highest of all, and the only route forward lay downward into the unknown. After appreciating the scenery for a time, Isabella spoke. When I unleashed that ability earlier, it was my first attempt, and the execution was somewhat sluggish, taking about a minute to attain full form. That minute could be quite perilous for me. Should any unexpected events arise during its release, I fear I may not react in time. That maneuver must only be employed when I am certain of my surrounding safety. This statement nearly extinguished Hyjinther's hopes. Isabella continued, however, if the opportunity arises again under suitable circumstances, I would certainly be willing to show you its full potential. Perhaps with further practice, I could reduce the activation time to approximately 10 seconds. At this moment, Hyjinther's gaze underwent a profound transformation, becoming clear and innocent, as if he were gazing into the divine. Miss Isabella, you might find yourself somewhat unfamiliar with the world outside, Hyjinther revealed earnestly. In the outside realm, among those ordinary individuals who have mastered magic, their abilities typically only reach the initial second tier. Anything beyond that merely attains the intermediate level. Only those who ascend to the intermediate second tier and above possess the requisite skills to undertake perilous tasks. Those who reach the level of high sorcerers can expect to receive treatment and prestige comparable to that of the nobility. Once one attains a national level, such an individual becomes a figure of significant importance to the empire, drawing the attention of all and having their actions closely monitored. With their words held in high regard, Isabella's body involuntarily swayed, her heart in turmoil. The stronger the ability, the greater the reward. This is a world that reveres strength. Since such opportunities exist, if she were to continue on a low-profile path, yet she was still young, and perhaps there would be a chance to reveal her prowess later, even if she were to achieve national-level status. It would pale in comparison to the demon king slain by the angel that fateful night. She feared that the greater her stature, the more attention she would attract. Even the omniscient eye of the empire had been infiltrated by the demon merchant guild. If one day she would be wronged or falsely accused, her peace in this world would be shattered. You know what lies above the national level? Isabella inquired. Is there truly no one who has reached such heights in this era? Hyjinther stroked his chin, his expression filled with sorrow as he replied, the world-class sorcerer, a legendary rank of magical prowess. The power of a world-class sorcerer is such that even 10 national-level sorcerers at Tier 3 would be no match for one of them. Isabella quickly pressed on with another question. Is there anything beyond the world-class level? Hyjinther let out a cold laugh, responding with resignation. No one knows what exists beyond the world-class level, that a world-class sorcerer is nearly capable of cataclysmic destruction. Anything beyond that is nearly on par with the divine. Perhaps the angel you encountered was one of those who dwell in the realm of the celestial beings, hailing from a world above our own. I do not possess extensive knowledge about them. They in our surface world remain largely unconnected, and records concerning them are almost non-existent. Isabella nodded in understanding. This magical world is indeed one where there are always greater beings beyond. If she wished to reach a status comparable to the divine, she could only imagine the countless magical creatures she would need to vanquish if individuals in this world were to achieve world-class status. How many fortuitous encounters would they require to do so? After all, the existence of such power has already become the stuff of legends. How many individuals possess national-level strength today? Isabella asked, her curiosity piqued. Higender counted on his fingers, pausing momentarily. As far as I know, their 10th, the Aubric Empire, has 3, the Elven Southern Kingdom has 3, and the remaining 4 have not been heard from in a long time. Though I cannot say for certain that they do not exist. After conversing for a considerable time, Isabella and Higender continued their quest within the 4th level of the dungeon, descending deeper and encountering an increasing number of magical creatures and beasts. The lowest tier of creatures here was of the elite level. Isabella lost count of how many she had slain. In recent days, she had been able to defeat at least 60 each day, with half of them emanating magical energy that she shared with Higender. 7 days later, the Orlon Highlands basked in the warmth of spring, the 2 individuals, still exploring the depths of the 4th level dungeon, had traversed countless floating islands, as if the space of the 4th level dungeon were boundless, with the weather perpetually locked in a radiant morning. Through their explorations, their powers had risen to the advanced 3rd tier. Yet they had still not located the Layer's master. A week had passed without a single clue. Isabella was resolute, refusing to abandon her quest until they reached the very bottom of this world, especially since there were elite magical creatures along the way. Acquiring their magic cores could greatly enhance their abilities, far surpassing what the outside world could offer, making her reluctant to leave easily. The elite magical creatures in this dungeon often resembled humanoid bulls and sheep, gathering in groups to occupy areas of the floating islands, and conflicts existed even among different races. 3 more days passed, and their pace of exploration doubled. They spent no more than half an hour on each floating island. It was no wonder that entry to the 4th level dungeon required at least national-level sorcery. Isabella lamented. Only someone with national or world-class strength could navigate this world freely. Higender nodded in agreement, sharing her concerns, but the pressing worry was how to return. They had already spent over 10 days within the dungeon, with no knowledge of the state of the outside world. Isabella arrived once more at the edge of a floating island and discovered that beyond it lay the true earth, an expanse of boundless land, the extent of which was unknown. This 4th level dungeon's space must be vast, perhaps rivaling the outside world. Who could have conceived such a design? It was astonishingly immense. I suspected as much. The 4th level dungeon must have an end, Isabella remarked in frustration. Just then, a strange roar echoed from the depths of the sky. The 2 looked up to see an emerald 8-winged dragon soaring overhead, its powerful magical aura swirling with boundless wind element magic. In an instant, the clouds were disturbed by the currents generated by its wings. Its colossal form glided gracefully between the gaps of the floating islands. Higender could clearly sense that this magnificent creature was of royal-level caliber. However, it moved too swiftly for them to observe it in detail. After traversing a few clusters of clouds, it vanished from sight. What direction was that? Isabella inquired, intrigued. Isabella opened a spatial rift and stepped down to the ground, confirming that beneath her feet lay solid earth, not a floating island. It must be in the direction where the sunlight is shining, Isabella speculated. That dragon was either seeking food or responding to some situation. Since such a colossal creature has appeared, we ought to follow it and investigate. If we continue to act solely on our own judgments, we may end up waiting in vain for the Layer's master. Higender had no objections, but hesitated. If we encounter an extraordinary situation, one capable of annihilating us in an instant. I understand your caution, Isabella interjected. Why not begin now by controlling our magical energy to an entry-level standard? That enormous creature may have already seen us without attacking. Why diminishing our external power is less likely to take heed of our presence. Instead, we could encounter even more elite magical creatures, allowing us to swiftly break through to national-level strength. Once they had made their preparations, Isabella gazed into the distance and spotted a mountain range, opening a spatial rift. With a single step, the two traversed the rift and found themselves atop the mountains. Below the mountains lay an expansive basin, encircled by towering peaks, with mist swirling in the to the base of the mountains. A wide moat glimmered with azure waters, and in the center of the basin stood a city dominated by white architecture. "What a magnificent sight!" Isabella exclaimed, unable to contain her. That's the fourth-level dungeon, truly another world. How could there be a city here? Higginder was equally perplexed. It appeared that the city was eerily quiet, devoid of any inhabitants. Isabella, without indulging in unnecessary conversation, traversed the spatial rift alongside Higginder, entering the main city. Upon emerging onto the main thoroughfare, both individuals instantly paled. In this eerily tranquil city, all the pedestrians were fashioned from white plaster, as if the inhabitants had been frozen in time overnight. These were mere ordinary passers-by, neither adventurers nor warriors, lacking any traits of magic wielders. Each face radiated a pleasant smile. Strangely, even the beggar statues lining the streets wore beaming expressions. Gazing down the main road, it led directly to the lofty white palace. "This city is profoundly bizarre," Higginder mumbled, while Isabella felt a growing sense of unease. The likeness of each plaster figure was strikingly lifelike, as though they were living beings. Their eyes seemed to hold a gaze that lingered, giving the impression that they might move. There were no magical fluctuations nearby. Having resonated with the elements, Isabella discerned that the statues were indeed made of plaster. Yet each one bore distinct characteristics. As she observed, she analyzed the phenomena unfolding before her. Above, an emerald-hued, eight-winged wind dragon circled majestically in the sky, occasionally roaring, its echo reverberating throughout the basin. After a brief walk, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, they activated the spatial rift once more, stepping directly before the palace gates. Isabella released a surge of magical energy, her heart racing. Higginder also sensed it, grasping Isabella's right hand. His legs trembling. "I merely initiated a slight magical resonance earlier, yet I felt a pair of eyes scrutinizing me, as if they were assessing me inside and out in an instant," Higginder stammered. "I felt it too. The presence is formidable. It resembles the angel I encountered that day." Isabella, undeterred, spoke with unwavering resolve. "Though I am unsure of what it is, rest assured, as long as I stand before you. We can flee if we find ourselves outmatched." Continuing forward, Isabella approached the grand palace doors, which opened automatically. Once again, they activated the spatial rift, stepping into the palace square, which was dominated by only two silhouettes. Enhancing the grandeur of the space, the sound of a solitary bell tolled from within the palace, its echo resonating throughout the basin, lingering for an eternity before fading. To the forefront of the palace square stood the main hall, seemingly 8 stories high, resembling a Gothic structure that had been washed in white. The entrance to the main hall was still a considerable distance away when it unexpectedly swung open, halting their steps. Isabella distinctly sensed a presence within the main hall, a pair of hawk-like eyes piercing through the air. There, seated upon the throne, was a woman adorned in flowing white garments, her long hair cascading in the same hue. Crowned with a pair of silver, curved dragon horns, she exuded an aura of regality. Higginder, too intimidated to act, silently stood behind Isabella. With a mere blink, the woman suddenly appeared less than 3 meters away from Isabella. Her tall stature, towering over even Hylerta, measuring an impressive height of approximately 195 centimeters, even without shoes. Isabella raised her hand, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning magic. Boom! A flash of purple lightning surged forth. The white-clad woman effortlessly deflected the strike, dissipating the energy into a cloud of white dust. Just as Isabella prepared to launch another assault, the woman spoke in a gentle tone, inquiring, "Little sister, what time is it in the outside world?" Isabella paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing she had no idea. Having been in this realm for so long, she had lost track of time. Only Higginder, awakening from his daze, hurriedly responded, "It is the year 4132 of the outer invasion, in the 2nd month. As for the day, I cannot recall." "Oh, 2,000 years have passed." The white-clad woman smiled brightly. But isn't it said that only those of national-level magic or higher can descend here? How is it that two mere junior magic practitioners have arrived? Covering her mouth in excitement, her tone softened. Allow me to introduce myself. It has been ages since I have seen a living person, and it brings me immense joy. I am Princess Watershe of the Dragonkin. Isabella performed a respectful bow. Introducing herself, I am Isabella Bellina, a human that I apologize for my earlier actions. I was simply too anxious. It was Higender's turn to introduce himself, albeit with a peculiar tone. I am Jasmine Mona Higender Soy, a half-breed of humanity and the Northern Elves, though I cannot believe you are truly of the Dragonkin. There are no longer any princesses among them. Isabella observed Watershe's eyes, which resembled those of a cat, with vertical black pupils devoid of whites, shimmering with a golden hue. The corners of her eyes and cheeks bore faint, translucent scales reflecting a myriad of colors from certain angles. Little elf, are you aware of the current state of the Dragonkin? In my era, I was among the foremost of the Dragonkin, my strength comparable to that of an ancient king, equivalent to 10 world-class magic practitioners among humans. Upon finishing, Watershe unleashed her vast magical core, and a surge of powerful magical energy instantly enveloped the entire basin. Upon hearing this, Higender felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Realizing he was gazing upon a formidable being from a bygone era, still daring to question her. How did you come to this place? This is a dungeon, a forbidden realm set by the celestial gods. My prison. Isabella straightforwardly recounted the circumstances that led them to the dungeon, asserting her ability to leave at any moment. If Princess she wishes to depart, I can escort you. Escort me? You are quite young and speak boldly. She replied, the moment I leave the palace, the celestial gods will immediately sense it. Once outside the city, they have specialized spatial entrances leading here, allowing them to monitor me closely at all times. Do you dare to oppose them? Are you attempting to orchestrate a prison break? If you were to rescue me, their capabilities would swiftly locate me, and they would undoubtedly eliminate both of you instantly. I'm the only one among the Dragonkin capable of using purification magic. My magic carries no lethality, which is precisely why I am trapped here, having escaped the annihilation of my kin. I do not dare to orchestrate a prison break. I merely wish to understand why your kin have come under the influence of the celestial gods, Isabella replied, her curiosity piqued regarding the history of the Dragonkin. Though she was unsure where to begin, Watershe smiled silently. Higender, with an earnest tone, remarked, we venture to the fourth layer of the dungeon solely to enhance our magical sources. If our presence has caused any disturbance, we can take our leave and will not test our luck further. You came to the fourth layer of the dungeon? How peculiar! Watershe mused, momentarily caught off guard by their curiosity. I remember this place being my prison. How did you enter? Was it merely the two of you? It is truly astonishing that my lineage is not something to be discussed. You should return quickly. If the celestial gods discover you, you will live your lives under their watchful gaze. Isabella, blushing, cast furtive glances at Higender, who remained oblivious to her intent that we. Isabella stepped forward to clarify. Came here by accident, seeking to enhance our magical sources, hence the need to defeat formidable magical beasts. She turned away, her silver hair billowing in the wind. May I inquire, who is the master of this dungeon? Higender asked as they were about to depart. We are so close to ascending to the level of national magic practitioners. After much discussion, she finally addressed the crux of the matter. It was established that should anyone slay the 4 Dragon Kings, I would be granted my freedom, that I have long pondered that whoever grants me freedom, I shall serve as their benefactor until the end of my days. Even the elves, my lifespan exceeds yours by several times. She concluded with a hint of mirth in her voice. Halting her steps, she spoke without turning. The 4 Dragon Kings are the most prominent figures in this prison realm, abandoned pets of the celestial gods. However, do not worry. These 4 were cast away for their misdeeds. Each one a rank lower than myself, comprising the Ice Lizard Earth Dragon, the Flame Lizard Earth Dragon, the Thunder Lizard Earth Dragon, and the Wind Lizard Wing Dragon. They are stationed at the 4 cardinal points around us, and each night they succumb to slumber. During the day, you will likely find it exceedingly difficult to locate them. Higender recorded She's words in a small notebook. After speaking, she continued to distance herself from the 2. Nightfall? Does this place even experience nightfall? Isabella inquired in astonishment. She lifted her gaze towards the direction of the sunlight and added, Indeed, nightfall exists. It seems we are still about 300 days away from it. 1 year of daylight, 1 year of night. My dear friends, I must return to indulge in my afternoon tea and relish the life of sculpting with plaster. The winds of the sky, with their pterodactyl-like grace, may challenge us at any moment. Whether or not you can prevail depends on your abilities. I am eagerly anticipating your success in dealing with them. That a silent gust of wind swept by. In she's figure vanished from their sight. The ancient king-level Isabella gazed incredulously at the empty plaza before her. She was already of ancient king caliber, yet she found herself imprisoned by beings of the divine realm. What great battle had occurred back in those days? I do not recall any significant conflict, Hikinder replied gravely. Regarding the existence of the Dragonkin, you may be unaware that they possess the most formidable strength among all surface races. The continent of the Dragonkin lies thousands of nautical miles away from the Aubric Empire, situated even further north in the land of the Northern Elves. Isabella opened a spatial rift and arrived at the edge of a floating island. She traversed further until she reached the nearest floating island above the basin. From this vantage point, they could clearly observe the movements of the wind pterosaur on a slightly lower floating island in the distance. Isabella noticed a giant wind pterosaur attacking a tribe of sheepmen. Without further ado, Isabella opened a spatial rift to the heart of the island where the wind pterosaur resided. How could this creature be so large? Hikinder exclaimed, having seen his fair share of wonders, that it was estimated to be around 300 meters long. The scene was chaotic as 5 elite sheepmen magic beasts unleashed their spells in a futile attempt to rescue their captured kin. The wind pterosaur, possessing 2 robust hind legs, had a tail even thicker than its legs. With a swift sweep of its elongated tail, it knocked the 5 elite sheepmen to the ground. Isabella immediately unleashed her spatial magic, tearing open a distorted rift around the wind pterosaur. The spatial magic, however, had no effect on the creature. It rolled over, revealing a colossal salamander-like head that loomed over Isabella and Hikinder. Why did the spatial magic not affect it? This singular question occupied Isabella's mind. The wind pterosaur opened its massive jaws, condensing a fierce wind elemental spell. Without hesitation, Isabella opened a spatial rift, pulling Hikinder away from the scene. They arrived at the edge of the previous floating island, where the wind pterosaur unleashed a breath of wind, stripping the ground within a 10-mile radius down to bare brown earth, creating a height difference of at least 5 meters with the surrounding grassland. The two stood in shock for a long moment, as an invisible aftershock akin to a hurricane flipped them over. Soon after, they heard a sharp, ripping roar from the dragon that we must resolve this king-level beast swiftly. Isabella stated as she regained her composure that it's either you defeat it in an instant, or will do the same to you. But why did such a powerful spatial magic fail against it? Challenging it at a higher level is unwise, Miss Isabella. We should leave at once, Hikinder urged. Absolutely not. Isabella retorted angrily that I refuse to believe that this creature cannot be subdued. Perhaps the magic resistance of king-level beasts is formidable. Hikinder, you can engage it in close combat and use spatial magic to restrain it, creating an opportunity for me. I must employ that particular technique. Hikinder, clearly reluctant, replied, What? You want me to restrain it in close combat? Its scales are thicker than any armor I've encountered. Climbing onto it would be akin to mere tickling. Furthermore, your technique may very well obliterate me as well. Fear not, she assured him. Once generated, I will provide you with a spatial rift that will allow you to return to safety. However, the process may be somewhat intense. The protection of the holy emissary should sustain for a while. Just endure for 2 minutes. I will draw its magic core, and its residual magical energy will be transferred to you, enabling you to elevate to the level of a national magic sorcerer. With that, Isabella opened a spatial rift, the other end positioned above the wind pterosaur. Hikinder trembled, clearly anxious. Very well, for the sake of power. He conceded, stepping into the rift. With a swift turn, he found himself above the wind pterosaur. Hikinder unleashed the power of space through his fists, delivering a blow to the creature's nape. A burst of emerald light flared from the point of impact. No wonder it reacted so violently. Its scales could absorb magical attacks. Hikinder barely managed to grasp a gap between the dragon's scales, nearly being thrown off. Meanwhile, Isabella began to gather her magical energy, raising her right hand and directing it towards the wind pterosaur, unleashing nuclear fusion from 30 miles away. The entire floating island occupied by the wind pterosaur transformed into a seething vortex of intense heat. Hikinder leaped onto the dragon's back, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Although his relentless assault did not yield visible damage, he could discern that the creature was indeed affected by spatial magic. Otherwise, its intense reaction following the earlier widespread spatial magic would not have occurred. The giant dragon swiftly rolled, casting Hikinder off. The surrounding temperature soared, igniting the grass of the floating island, which soon consumed the entire land, turning it into scorched earth. Hikinder used spatial magic to shield himself, enduring several strikes from the wind pterosaur's claws. The immense weight of the dragon's claws momentarily slowed in the grip of spatial magic, proving effective for delaying time. After more than a minute of grappling, under the protection of the holy emissary, Hikinder began to feel the heat intensifying. The wind pterosaur flapped its 8 wings, attempting to flee the island. Without hesitation, Hikinder jumped into a nearby spatial rift. The wind pterosaur, unable to perceive the tiny sprite, stood in fury, scanning its surroundings before absorbing the wind elemental magic. Isabella began to compress the range of her nuclear fusion. In an instant, the temperature soared to the million-degree mark, continuing to compress until it reached 30 million degrees. However, Isabella lacked the strength to sustain such compression. At this moment, she had already unleashed gravity magic, fire elemental magic, and spatial magic intertwined with force and heat. Clenching her right hand, it felt as though she were grasping an indestructible diamond. She channeled all her strength, her expression twisted with determination, a white halo radiating from her eyes. Hikinder, standing behind Isabella, felt the overwhelming power emanating from her. Even though Isabella now faced a bottleneck, the sheer terror of her power could not be denied. She exerted herself to enhance her trifold magic, her magical essence rapidly depleting while simultaneously drawing in the scattered magical essence from the air. Hikinder stood behind her, seemingly frozen, his gaze fixated on the flow of magical energy coursing through Isabella's body during her spell casting. He observed the golden light pulsing through her veins, the countless streams of magic resonating within her. In a single casting, she could release 3 types of magic. This was Hikinder's first experience witnessing such a feat, and historical records indicated that no one had ever achieved the ability to cast 2 spells simultaneously. Her power had transcended verbal evaluation. Despite being at the 3rd tier of advanced magic sorcerers, her abilities likely reached the pinnacle of national magic sorcerers. The floating island where the wind pterosaur resided was enveloped in extreme heat. The temperature surrounding the wind pterosaur had reached 50 million degrees Celsius. Yet compressing this energy further was pushing Isabella's magical essence to its limits. Hikinder observed that the wind pterosaur possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. Its defense prioritized absorbing the magical essence of its core, a process that would inflict pain. Yet with the replenishment of magical energy, it sustained no visible wounds. One could surmise that even if Isabella were to slay the wind pterosaur with this power, it would first exhaust all its magical energy before succumbing, making it nearly impossible to extract residual magical energy. That moment, Isabella's expression contorted with strain, her upper teeth biting down on her lower lip. Only Isabella understood the gravity of the situation. She had concentrated all her focus to unleash telekinesis, employing everything within her reach, yet still failed to achieve a controllable nuclear fusion effect. If it were to detonate at this distance, both of them would perish in an instant. There was no need for a king-level beast to take them down together. Isabella lowered her hand and opened a spatial rift before her. Let us continue elsewhere. The temperature will not diminish quickly, and it cannot escape. After concluding their conversation, the two ventured to a floating island located 60 kilometers above. With a mere thought, Isabella channeled her remote magic. Facing away from the island of the wind lizard dragon, in a hoarse yet fierce tone, she managed to utter, "Break for me." Before Hyjin Dor's eyes, a brilliant orb of white light erupted from the ground. its luminosity surpassing even that of the sun in the fourth-layer dungeon. Without glancing back, Isabella seized the moment of overwhelming brightness to open a spatial rift, grasp Hygiene Door by the collar, and leap into the void, ascending to a higher, more distant floating island. Only when standing at the edge of this new island did Isabella allow herself to turn and gaze down at the direction of the winged lizard dragon. They beheld a colossal white mushroom cloud rising from the ground, encircled by a wave of atmospheric pressure that swept across a radius of 100 kilometers in an instant, its speed formidable and its power undiminished. Taking a few steadying breaths, Isabella's tone regained its calmness as she began to explain. I unleashed a nuclear explosion equivalent to 5 million tons of TNT, an unstoppable force before all living beings. If this power could be controlled, perhaps we could avert nuclear fallout. Hygiene Door, utterly bewildered by Isabella's words, sat down heavily on the ground, silently marveling at the mushroom cloud billowing upward. It was his first close encounter with a nuclear explosion, far more shocking than anything depicted in documentaries. Minutes later, a fierce wind swept through, and the mushroom cloud reached the same altitude as the floating island where they stood. The more Hygiene Door learned about Isabella, the more he felt his own insignificance. This magical release could annihilate a small nation, and he was fortunate that they were in the expansive fourth-layer dungeon. This still magic? Hygiene Door questioned weakly, having sat there for so long that he felt numb. I am truly remarkable, Isabella exclaimed with uncontainable glee, laughter spilling forth like that of a mischievous child caught in wrongdoing. I am truly remarkable. I dreamed of crafting nuclear fusion by hand at the age of 10, and I messed it up. Hygiene Door didn't fully grasp her words, but understood the concept of messing up. Miss Isabella, do you mean to say that this magic was a failure? Indeed, it was a failure. I believed I could perfectly control this power, but it behaves like boiling water, without sufficient strength to contain it. It would unleash catastrophic force. This power is capable of obliterating everything, no matter how resilient the substance or formidable the life. Before such might, survival is utterly impossible. Yet Isabella waited in vain. The magic core of the winged lizard dragon still had not entered her body. A thought crossed her mind. Could her sanctuary of the emissary shield her from radiation? While this question need not be dwelled upon, they both possessed healing magic, making it worth investigating. Isabella opened a spatial rift and pointed toward it. We should return and check on the condition of that royal-level magical beast. I am truly uneasy. I must warn you. Once we enter, it could be perilous that we must constantly activate our healing state. And if the situation becomes dire, we will return here swiftly. Hygiene Door, his face expressionless as he absorbed Isabella's instructions, felt as though he were heeding the commands of a commander from his training days. Understood, Miss Isabella. The two activated their healing magic and stepped into the spatial rift, reappearing at the location of the winged lizard dragon. All around them was a shroud of white, enveloped in thick fog. Isabella thought gleefully, unable to restrain her joy. So, the sanctuary of the emissary can indeed protect against radiation. She summoned wind elemental magic, radiating a sphere of clarity centered around herself. The smoke dissipated. Both were left in astonishment. The winged lizard dragon is not dead, Isabella exclaimed, furiously stamping her foot. No, that is impossible. How could it survive a nuclear explosion? Hygiene Door, observing the winged lizard dragon lying deep within the crater, began to piece together the possibilities that it possesses both wind elemental magic and spatial magic. It is not merely a user of wind elemental magic. He gestured toward the uneven crater, adding, this creature's understanding of spatial magic is insufficient. It only knows how to defend and store power. Lacking in offensive capabilities, its defenses are not even half as strong as mine, yet survive the overwhelming force of your magic. Miss Isabella. Isabella nodded thoughtfully, scanning the incomplete crater, which bore clear signs of spatial interference. However, the creature was on the brink of death, blood pouring from its body, and a strange blue liquid oozing from its head. It is dying. The radiation here will surely kill it. Why not let this creature's magic core, with its residual magical energy, be yours? Strike now. It is on its last breath. Hyjin hesitated for a moment before directing his magic combat technique at the head of the winged lizard dragon. Spatial vortex. The winged lizard dragon emitted no cries of agony as its powerful magic core was drawn into Hyjin body. Subsequently, Isabella took his hand, drawing forth the emanating magical energy and infusing it into him. Hyjin spatial magic was enhanced, and he awakened the wind elemental magic, significantly bolstering his defensive capabilities. As the energy was fully absorbed, Hyjin power ascended to that of a national-level magician. Once everything settled, Hyjin fell to his knees before Isabella. "Miss Isabella, my progress today is entirely thanks to you. Whatever you ask of me in the future, I shall not defy. It is not yet the time for gratitude," Isabella replied, crouching to embrace the tearful Hyjin. "Once I have dispatched the royal-level magical beast in the fourth-layer dungeon, then we can leave this place. With your current strength, how will you navigate life outside?" "I have my own life to return to. After this experience, I intend to resume a normal existence, showcasing my abilities like any other of my age, though I possess greater power now. Once I enter society, I will need to pursue education and earn a diploma. I plan to explore the wider world, and at the appropriate moment, I may reveal my true abilities. Perhaps I even wish to become a behind-the-scenes figure." Upon hearing Isabella's reflections on her future plans, Hyjin stroked his chin in contemplation. The national-level magician tier, there are only 10 individuals in the world, including us. That makes 12. That after a brief moment of thought, Hyjin proposed, "After we emerge, I shall adopt a new name and establish a guild in the territory of the Northern Elven Nation." Just as Hyjin finished speaking, a powerful surge of magical energy resonated from deep underground, akin to an earthquake but echoing like thunder beneath the earth. "Miss Isabella, I believe I have discerned the location of the next royal-level magical beast." Hyjin regaining his composure, stood up 100 meters underground. "There may be a thunder lizard dragon." Isabella opened a spatial rift, taking Hyjin to a higher floating island. "What is it, Miss Isabella?" Hyjin inquired, observing Isabella's expressionless demeanor, but a sense of unease crept into his heart as he received no response. "Why have we come to this place to converse? Is it about the royal-level magical beast?" "Indeed, I believe the most formidable creatures are those lurking underground, but if we are to confront them today, we must exert considerable effort to locate them. Even if they're drawn near, their movements underground grant them an advantage, making them difficult to defeat. The water-ripple dragon suggested we strike under the cover of night. But that opportunity will not arise for another year. I lack the patience for such a wait. My family must be worried sick, as I've been absent for over half a month." Upon hearing this, Hyjin fell silent. Isabella continued, "But I do not mean to suggest we pause here. Rather, I am contemplating a more reasonable plan that would allow the ice, thunder, and rock dragons to appear simultaneously, enabling us to ensnare them all at once." Now a national-level magician, Hyjin thought that if he were to contribute to the endeavor, his efforts might indeed prove beneficial. However, he felt utterly devoid of strategies for planning. Even with his newfound power, he knew it was insufficient for the challenges of the fourth-layer dungeon. Without Isabella's assistance, he would have long since given up. "Forgive my ignorance. Miss Isabella, do you possess any ideas?" "At present, I have devised a rather comprehensive plan and require your assistance. Rest assured, the level of danger you face this time is minimal, for your primary responsibility will be to remotely control the release of magic from the rear." Isabella leisurely articulated the method she had conceived. They should, much like the winged lizard pterosaurs, be in pursuit of sustenance, specifically the consumption of numerous elite magical creatures. Their emergence would signify the presence of food nearby or the need to investigate unusual circumstances. Hence, my strategy is to employ spatial magic to capture over 100 elite magical creatures, confining them in a designated area, and await the simultaneous appearance of the 3 ground dragons. Even the appearance of a single one would suffice. At that moment, you shall deploy a wide-ranging spatial magic, denying them any opportunity to burrow underground, thus granting me the chance to eliminate them. This time, I intend to experiment with alternative mixed magic, minimizing commotion. Hyjin expressed no objections, as he wished that we need to prepare sustenance. but there are only about 50 magical creatures within 100 miles. Would it be suitable to select a more appropriate location for the setup? Let us choose within the city. With your current capabilities, can you establish a spatial magic that encompasses a radius of 30 miles? There should be no technical impediments, correct? Water's Edge, the city you reside in. If we can lure the 3 ground dragons there, my spatial magic should be able to control the entire urban area AS for the duration of its maintenance. I cannot guarantee, but if we proceed thusly, what method does Miss Isabella intend to employ to eradicate the royal-level magical creatures? Utilizing destructive magic on a grand scale. Their elemental characteristics are quite evident, and they possess formidable elemental resistance. To slay them, one must not resort to other elements lightly. Isabella tightened her right fist and whispered in a barely audible tone to Hygenther's ear, in truth, I suspect that the Water's Edge Dragon Sovereign may be the true master of the 4th dungeon level. As you have noted, the level of each dungeon master is escalating. The master of the 3rd level is royal level. Thus, the current master cannot possibly be comprised of 4 royal level magical creatures. Therefore, I share Miss Isabella's viewpoint. Upon our meeting, I sensed something was amiss. Although the history of the dragon folk is scant, I have indeed never heard a figure from their race proficient in purification magic as a combatant. A dragon folk skilled in purification magic is remarkably unusual, and yet there are no historical records of such. The two, deep in speculation, felt increasingly dubious. In order to swiftly resolve their conjectures, they set out together to seek elite magical creatures. After successfully subduing the elite magical creatures and rendering them unconscious, they transported them to the city square of Water's Edge. Within just one day, they had captured over 40 elite magical creatures from various races, employing the unique anesthetic sword of healing magic to incapacitate them. When the day drew to a close, they had amassed a total of 83 elite magical creatures, all rendered unconscious in the city square, lying in wait for the royal-level creatures to take the bait. Hygenther had been waiting for a considerable time at the mountain ridges of the basin, while Isabella remained within the city. At an unknown moment, the Water's Edge Dragon Sovereign emerged from the palace and made her way to the main thoroughfare of the city, controlling a white magic circle that levitated a plaster sculpture of a young girl. Isabella waited in a shaded courtyard and, upon seeing Water's Edge, felt a twinge of suspicion. As Water's Edge passed the square, she set down the plaster sculpture. Isabella approached and greeted her. Princess Water's Edge, I am but a prisoner, so you may simply call me Water's Edge. What is the purpose of gathering so many cattle and horses? Water's Edge inquired, casting her gaze upon the elite magical creatures sprawled across the ground. Although they were elite magical creatures, their power was significantly inferior, lacking half the strength compared to advanced human sorcerers. It is, of course, to attract the royal-level magical creatures, Isabella replied candidly, choosing her words selectively. If they can appear simultaneously, the geographical positioning of the city would effectively trap them. That's so. Water's Edge harbored no doubts about Isabella's plan. Yet she added, however, if they do appear simultaneously, I shall not be able to enjoy my time crafting plaster figures in peace. Can you truly eliminate all 3 at once? Indeed, we have already vanquished the winged lizard pterosaur yesterday, and I am confident in our ability to eliminate the 3 royal-level magical creatures. You managed to defeat the winged lizard pterosaur? Water's Edge's pupils dilated in surprise, her tone filled with astonishment. That creature is notoriously difficult to kill. That I am curious as to the methods you employed, since you were able to defeat it. The other 3 royal-level magical creatures should pose no significant challenge. The winged lizard pterosaur possessed attributes of wind and space magic, while the remaining 3 had high resistance to lightning, fire, and ice, coupled with the resilience of earth. Yet compared to the stubbornness of space, elemental resilience ultimately amounts to little more than fragile parchment. Ahem, Water's Edge cleared her throat. Since you are confident, I shall assist you this time. My purification magic is rather unremarkable. It can only block magical attacks that fall below my level. By the way, now that I've left the palace, I am constantly under surveillance from those above. So Miss Isabella must not fail. The ground began to tremble ominously, in the distance. Hygenther also sensed the approach of the royal-level creatures underground. Boom! From the distant moat, an ice lizard-ground dragon leaped forth from the water surface. Its dorsal fins were adorned with white frost, its massive form emerging entirely from the water, resembling a mutated giant armadillo. Each of its 3-meter-sized scales radiated crystalline ice. Oh, they have indeed come. They seem quite intrigued by their surroundings. Water's Edge revealed a light-hearted smile that I believe I should take my leave. They are quite fearful of me. From her elevated position within the palace, she awaited your move. Water's Edge winked at Isabella, then turned swiftly, vanishing as if carried away by a brisk wind. The earth continued to tremble, and the other 2 royal-level creatures gradually made their entrance, arriving at the city in the basin. Despite their differing elemental attributes, they all bore the same giant, armadillo-like form, featuring elemental dorsal fins and heads resembling that of a lizard. Isabella remained unperturbed, hovering high above as the 3 royal-level creatures coincidentally halted at the city walls, lowering their heads in unison towards the direction of the palace, emitting a low hum. Clearly, they harbored fear of the individual within the palace. Minutes passed, and the 3 royal-level creatures ceased their commotion, crossing over the city walls and entering the urban area. Wherever they trod, buildings crumbled into ruins, and the plaster figures lining the streets were ground to dust. Upon witnessing the 3 royal-level creatures enter the city, Hygenther promptly activated the spatial magic array, enveloping both the sky and the underground, leaving them with no escape. Isabella, observing the distorted barrier forming above her, muttered a curse under her breath. Damn it. Why did it only get set up now? Shouldn't we have acted before they had their fill? I must make my move early. It's my fault for not clarifying things beforehand. The 3 colossal ground dragons approached the city square, utterly oblivious to the descending spatial isolation magic array. Isabella was uncertain whether she could confine these 3 colossal beings, as her preparations had been insufficient, relying solely on their penchant for food to lure them in. From the high walls of the palace, Water's Edge gazed down upon the 3 ground dragons, observing their reckless trampling of everything in the city. Her heart swelled with indescribable satisfaction, particularly as she beheld the countless plaster sculptures she had crafted over the past 2 millennia. It was the 2 children who had shown her the hope of leaving her confinement. Possessing the power to slay the winged lizard pterosaur, confronting the other 3 ground dragons felt like mere numerical support. Water's Edge awaited patiently atop the palace wall, unable to restrain her eagerness as she muttered to herself, "Hurry up and strike. I can hardly contain my anticipation." In the skies above the city, Isabella concentrated dark elemental magic in her right hand, drawing forth a thread of magical energy. The black magic array in her hand grew larger as negative energy coalesced into a small sphere, resonating and merging with the magical essence within 100 meters radius. Isabella aimed at the head of the lightning lizard ground dragon and hurled the black sphere downwards, which fell silently from the heights. Water's Edge, noticing the peculiar black sphere, smiled and remarked, "Oh, what a curious dark elemental magic. Its power is truly extraordinary." Whoosh! The black sphere struck the forehead of the lightning lizard ground dragon. Upon impact, astonishingly, the lightning elemental scales seemed to sense impending peril, unleashing bolts of lightning to confront the enigmatic black sphere. However, these efforts proved futile as the black sphere pierced through the lightning lizard ground dragon, detonating upon hitting the ground and erupting in black flames. Boom! The lightning lizard ground dragon collapsed to the earth, devoid of any sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thunder lizard earth dragon rose once more, its head merely having passed through a small aperture in the ground, which did not hinder its movements in the slightest. That IT trembled as it lifted its head, catching sight of Isabella, suspended in midair. The thunder lizard earth dragon inhaled deeply, and in an instant, the magical essence within a 10-mile radius was drawn into its maw. Observing this, she moved, appearing before the thunder lizard earth dragon and delivering a powerful slap to its wrinkled, bark-like face. Smack! The immense body of the thunder lizard earth dragon twisted, crashing back to the ground with several thousand tons of weight. The other 2 earth dragons dared not advance further, retreating a few steps in trepidation. Isabella was taken aback. The royal-level magical beast, in the midst of gathering energy, had been silenced by a single strike from Shui. "My apologies," she exclaimed, tumbling back to Isabella's side, grinning as she pointed at the thunder lizard earth dragon. "I felt it was simply too insolent to resist, and I couldn't help but give it a slap. However, purification magic bears no lethal force. Princess Shui, it might be best if you refrain from appearing. The moment you do, they lose their courage," Isabella remarked, exasperated. "My sincerest apologies. Please continue." Isabella sighed, pondering whether she was intentionally causing chaos. Yet upon reflection, she considered that rather than suspecting her, it would be more advantageous to utilize her to distract the royal-level magical beasts. Even if her magic lacked lethality, her abilities would certainly surpass those of the royal-level creatures. Since she is eager to intervene, I shall feign contemplation. You should distract the thunder lizard and the flame lizard earth dragons, preventing their escape. This time, I shall go all out. The city won't blame me for the destruction, will it? Not at all. She chuckled. If you manage to defeat them, I would be overjoyed. Isabella raised her right hand once more, weaving intricate signs to gather her magic, forming a red magical array directed at the ice lizard earth dragon. Sensing danger, the three earth dragons began to burrow underground. Boom! The ice lizard earth dragon's back was struck by a fierce blast of heat. Its formidable defenses absorbed the brunt of the attack, shattering only the ice crystals on its dorsal fin. She could only restrain the thunder lizard earth dragon, preventing it from burrowing underground. While the flame lizard earth dragon escaped first, Isabella realized she might have underestimated their defenses. Activating her spatial magic, a voice within her heart cried out, "Magical battle technique! Shattered realm space!" In an instant, the ice lizard earth dragon was ensnared in countless invisible, tearing spatial fissures, as if trapped within a vast, transparent spider's web. After a 3-second silence, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated through the air. The ice lizard earth dragon's entire body was disassembled into countless chunks of varying sizes, reminiscent of debris scattered from an exploded ore. Following the violent release of spatial energy, dark blue blood inundated half the city. A royal-level magic core soared into Isabella's body. One of them was dispatched. The flame lizard earth dragon had already completely burrowed underground. Princess Shui. Isabella amplified her voice with magic. "I am about to unleash a large-scale spell." "Huh? What? What did you say?" She seemed to have misheard, turning her head to inquire. "Are you planning to imitate the great turtle?" Isabella, exasperated, cradled her forehead, sighed, and shook her head. Internally, she cursed. "For heaven's sake, are you truly deaf? There's no time for idle chatter. If I don't unleash the nuclear explosion soon, both of those creatures will have vanished underground. Since you claim to possess ancient royal-level strength, the winged lizard-winged dragon withstood a nuclear explosion. As a superior ancient royal, you should be able to endure one as well." At that moment, high above in the sky, within the realm of celestial order, two divine angels sat across from each other at a tea table within a resplendent garden. The angel on the left sipped her tea and remarked, Over 2 millennia have passed, and there seems to be some activity regarding Shuei's prison." The angel on the right, lips moving slightly as she swallowed a piece of fruit, replied, "Now is the time to grant her the opportunity for release. The dragonkin can no longer stir significant trouble. Just half a month ago, their strongest warrior fell, thanks to that human girl who utilized spatial power. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of how much longer this conflict would persist. Let us wait a moment longer. I am curious to see who possesses the strength to slay 4 royal-level earth dragons." In the 4th layer of the dungeon, the battle raged on. Isabella had prepared the prelude to nuclear fusion, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety as the proximity to the core was far too close, fearing her own nuclear explosion might obliterate her as well. Once the preheating was complete, she executed a spatial maneuver, transporting herself to Higender's side, taking her away to a remote island 300 kilometers distant. Isabella's right hand continued to exert power, and half a minute later, a sun rose from the center of the basin. "Miss Isabella!" Higender exclaimed, unable to contain her curiosity. "Is Shui, she's still in the city?" Indeed, she remains there, Isabella affirmed, her gaze fixed upon the basin with a hint of excitement and a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Once this is concluded, we shall leave the dungeon. I must return home for a visit. I owe a debt of gratitude to Meluxia for providing me with such a reason to be away for so long. A mushroom cloud erupted, and the two returned to the basin. The explosive yield was akin to the previous one, except this time the epicenter was located within a basin with a diameter of 100 kilometers. With Higender's spatial magic array suppressing the force, the shockwave was not as expansive as last time. Isabella utilized wind elemental magic to disperse the dust, two royal-level magical cores soaring into her body. As she absorbed a portion of the residual magical essence, Isabella's power ascended to the level of a national magical sorceress. Taking advantage of the remaining magical essence in the air, she funneled it into Higender, who rapidly advanced to the second-tier level of a national magical sorceress. Shui, she is unharmed, Isabella noted, glancing at Higender from the corner of her eye. Indeed, her magic core has not manifested, Higender replied. Sensing the surroundings, as the smoke cleared, the area within 100 miles had been transformed into scorched earth, devoid of any life. Moments later, a familiar figure descended swiftly from the sky. What kind of magic was that? Shui, she gasped, her mouth agape in awe as she gazed at Isabella. Was that a gigantic sun? It could have sent me soaring into the heavens. The air was saturated with radiation, and Shui, she, unguarded, inhaled deeply, prompting Isabella to widen her eyes in alarm. Blood of a dark blue hue began to flow from Shui, she's nose and ears. Princess Shui, she, are you not going to take any precautions? Isabella kindly cautioned, the air is filled with radiation. Shui, she, her nostrils bleeding profusely, wiped her face and questioned, Huh? What did you say? How can you so easily assume I am lecherous? Shui, she snorted, stifling her nosebleed, sighing as her skin began to rapidly deteriorate. What is happening to me? I feel a bit drowsy. Shui, she was at a loss, sensing her body and consciousness fading that a golden light illuminated behind her, revealing the entrance to the 5th layer of the dungeon. Isabella exchanged glances with Higender and nodded. What I meant to say is that the air is filled with impurities. You need to release healing energy for your body or employ other means to cleanse the impurities within. Despite Isabella's warning, Shui, she remained oblivious to her words. Impurities? Misunderstanding? Shui, she squinted, cradling her head. I am an upright person. What could you possibly misunderstand about me? Isabella felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. If this conversation continued, Shui, she would succumb to radiation poisoning. Utilizing spatial magic, she transported Shui, she to a safe island. Upon reaching safety, Shui, she collapsed to the ground, bleeding from her 7 orifices. Isabella and Higender cast healing magic together, alleviating Shui, she's affliction, though the process consumed significantly more magical energy than treating ordinary severe injuries. 10 minutes passed. When Shui, she awoke, she rubbed her head, sitting on the grass as she exchanged awkward glances with the 2 girls. Just then, she noticed her body emitting light, levitating in the air. Hey, I seem to be undergoing a teleportation. I'll wait for you outside. Isabella turned her head and said, we should be leaving as well. Having spoken, a rift to the outside world was opened in the Orlan Highlands. Within the cavern, Isabella realized it had been far too long since she had returned to the surface, and she had almost forgotten the landscape beyond the mountain. Her only vivid memory was of the cavern's grand hall. However, bringing Higendor directly to her home, where 2 unfamiliar individuals would suddenly appear, would certainly arouse suspicion from her father and Charlie. Upon returning to the outside world, Isabella's first task was to suppress her magical source to an entry-level state. I remember this place. It is the entrance to the 1st layer of the dungeon. Higendor surveyed the fetid hall, recalling how Isabella had slain the enchanted bats here over half a month ago, which still lay undisturbed. Are you planning to leave now? You are no longer a member of the all-seeing eye. I surmised that unless they witnessed my demise, they would not easily conclude that I was slain by the shadow of purity. Higendor covered his mouth and nose, suggesting that the atmosphere was not suitable for discussion as they both soared toward the cave's exit. I think it is time for a name change and to return to my homeland with the influence of a national-level sorcerer of the second tier to establish a guild and leverage various connections to control the entire Northern Elf domain. The tribes, after all, are driven by self-interest. The Northern Elf domain has remained a loose collection of tribes for over a millennium that I plan to utilize my current power to manage the guild and eventually establish a complete Elven Northern Kingdom. I did not expect you to harbor such grand ambitions. What comes next after unification? Isabella inquired curiously. After unification, it is, of course, time to settle accounts with the Mage Guild, particularly with Mogla Jones, the leader of Group C of the All-Seeing Eye. Outside the cave, the spring sun shone brightly. A few high-level sorcerers of the All-Seeking, I sensed an anomaly in the sky. First, a blue-white light array materialized, followed by a brilliant white beam descending from its center. They hastily retrieved memory crystals to record the celestial phenomenon. As the halo dissipated, a woman adorned in exquisite white attire hovered in the air, emanating an overwhelming magical aura akin to a colossal tidal wave. Concealed beneath trees and stone piles, several high-level sorcerers looked on in a state of bewilderment. I asked a woman, "Who is she?" "A national-level sorcerer of the third tier." "No. Could she be of world-class caliber?" Trembling, they held their memory crystals, documenting the powerful presence suspended in the sky. Water she, with arms outstretched, tilted her head slightly back, closing her eyes as tears welled. Water, she Longzuin, have finally returned to the surface. Overwhelmed with excitement, Water she inhaled deeply, drawing in the magical essence from a radius of several dozen kilometers. Her sigh resonated with the sweetness of a refreshing spring. The magical essence out here is indeed abundant. At that moment, the high-level sorcerers documenting the sky felt as if time itself had frozen. With just a single breath, Water she could render the surrounding magical essence non-existent. A gentle breeze wafted through the mountains. The sorcerers hastily produced their treasured superior teleportation scrolls. Igniting them with magic, they vanished in a flash of light, retreating to the headquarters of the All-Seeking Eye in Avalrat. Water she surveyed her surroundings and gently descended to the ground, taking in the tranquility around her, which inexplicably stirred a sense of loneliness within her. Alas, it has been over 2 millennia. I wonder if my family still lives. Suddenly, a golden beam of light erupted from the sky, and an angel appeared before Water she, Dragonkin. Water she, the angel did not speak but transmitted her voice directly into Water she's mind. Now that you have returned to the surface, we do not wish for you, as the most innocuous of the Dragonkin, to be associated with any factions that oppose the Celestial Order. Water she's gaze sharpened, fixated on the angel before her. We have witnessed how you were liberated by others in the realm of the divine. Those 2 children are indeed special. After so many years apart, what do you intend with this idle chit-chat? Water she's expression turned serious, her breath quickening as she folded her arms, maintaining a confrontational stance toward the angel. There's no need to revisit old grievances. That I have come to inform you that in 468 years, the extraterrestrial demon army will launch a massive invasion. The magical essence in this world is currently in a cyclical decline, diminishing by half every decade. In 300 years, it will dwindle to less than 1/10 of its current state. Prepare for a time of rest. Defeat is inevitable. With that, the angel vanished amidst a resounding crash as the golden light dissipated. Water she waited for an extended period until Isabella and Hyjendor finally emerged from the cave. Upon seeing them, her melancholic expression transformed into one radiating warmth and brightness. She approached and knelt before Isabella. Smiling, "Miss Isabella, from now on, I shall heed your every command. You have liberated me from over 2,000 years of imprisonment. Your strength is unparalleled in this world, is it not?" "Not necessarily," Isabella thought, feeling a bit uncomfortable in the presence of the tall, graceful Dragonkin woman, hesitant to overstep any boundaries. Miss Isabella is being overly modest. At that moment, Water she produced a magical scroll. This is a contract scroll. Drawing a pen from her pocket, she inscribed the contract scroll, stating, "I am a person of my word. What I am writing is that I shall serve Miss Isabella for life." After completing the inscription, she handed the scroll to Isabella. Hyjendor, with both hands covering his mouth, stared wide-eyed at the scroll, exclaiming, "Is water she serious? This truly is a contract of servitude. On what grounds? Wait, as a human, Isabella's lifespan is limited to a century at most, after over 2,000 years of confinement. Does water she truly care about a mere century? Miss Isabella, you ought to demand more. Asking her to serve for 100 years is far too lenient." Hyjendor observed in silence, as Isabella, seemingly oblivious, signed her name. A green light enveloped the two, signaling the activation of the contract scroll. Isabella felt an overwhelming sense of triumph at that moment. She had pledged for a lifetime. Moreover, she knew methods to extend her lifespan using healing magic to enhance telomerase activity, reducing DNA degradation. Perhaps she would outlive Water She. Water She's thoughts were simple. "Miss Isabella, please do not hold it against me in the future. There are many formidable beings in this world. I hope you will protect me. If Miss Isabella can cultivate to the divine level, you must show the celestial order what the true sun is." Isabella turned to Hyjendor and asked, "By the way, have you decided on a new name?" "Jasmine Mona Hyjendor is dead. From this day forth, my name shall be Ling E. Anderson. I must return to my homeland to establish a guild. One day, I shall surely dominate the entire Northern Elf domain." Ling E spoke with unwavering determination, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Isabella repeated Ling Yi's name several times, wishing to remember this half-elf who had accompanied her for over half a month. "Do remember to keep in touch." Isabella intended to say something before their final separation, but was at a loss for words. "How about this, Water She? I am still too young. Having you with me now is quite inconvenient, and I cannot explain it to my family. Besides, your purification magic is so powerful, I suggest you assist Ling E. When I need you in the future, I shall summon you back." Water She smiled brightly, agreeing to Isabella's suggestion, and Ling E had no objections either. With Water She's companionship, returning home would be much easier. Isabella and Ling E donned their flying cloaks. "I have nothing to give you at present, but thank you for elevating me to such great heights. I shall endeavor to be like Water She." Isabella waved goodbye, adding, "I do not care for overly sentimental words. It is but a temporary farewell. We shall meet again." Isabella casually opened a rift in space, bidding adieu to the two. Before turning and making her way to the forest near the northern gate of Leontown, she walked alone towards the direction of Leontown. A trio of adventurers from a guild soon spotted Isabella and, after several confirmations, recognized her as the Miss Isabella that the entire town had been searching for. All three were youthful members of the guild, possessing magic abilities of the second tier. After traversing a dungeon, Isabella realized that Leontown resembled a novice village. It was no longer possible to level up through mere monster hunting, but rather to acquire more attributes of magical creatures to enhance her physical abilities in various aspects. As night fell, Isabella finally returned to her home, weaving a tale of wandering through the Oran Highlands in search of a route back home. Upon hearing the news, Militia hurriedly left the city and arrived at Isabella's residence, weeping profusely as she apologized for her misjudgments and actions. That night at the Azalea Academy in the Star Spirit Department. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Star Spirit Department office was rapped upon. "Director Lerona, you called for me?" "Yes, please come in." A female student entered the office, clutching a set of documents. "Has your class calculated the specific location for next month's magical fog and dark clouds?" Lerona, sitting sternly in her chair, questioned the obedient student before her. "Has anyone in your class arrived at different conclusions?" "Our class has confirmed it 5 times. The magical fog and dark clouds are set to appear on the 3rd of March, 40 miles north of Leontown, directly south, with a leader of exceptional strength, an elite magical creature, in early March, at the capital of the Oberlich Empire, Avealat. During a bright spring morning, 6 group leaders of the All-Seeing Eye convened in the first inner court of the headquarters for their routine meeting. The leader of Group F initially reported the various expenditures incurred by the organization in the previous month. Next, the leader of Group E discussed the need to mobilize personnel and the anticipated recruitment of new members. As the leaders of Groups C and B presented their reports, The meeting's focal point emerged, laden with significant intelligence to share. Magrella Jones sat with poise, methodically detailing the situation of Group C. You may not be aware, but Jasmine Mona Hijinder Soy has defected from the organization. Half a month ago, she murdered her comrade, Suing Piri Penny. Hijinder possessed a phoenix scroll. Although her nameplate shattered, we cannot confirm her demise until we locate her body. The leader of Group B, Ashadran Malev, jested, "Your assertion is flawed. The circumstances of your Group C mirror those of us in Group B. According to my sources, the suddenly appearing mysterious woman from the Oran Highlands may possess world-class power. Precisely recorded in your Group C's investigation data, I have reason to suspect that Hijinder met her end at the outpost. Even if she did defeat Suing, she could not have survived at the hands of that individual." Unable to restrain himself, the leader of Group A, Zevayon Vade, interjected, "We in Group A are also aware of the situation over there. Many members have witnessed the scenes from the memory crystal that I am quite curious. Who exactly is she? Why is there no record of that mysterious woman in history or global data? Her power is beyond comprehension. Thus I wholeheartedly agree with Lady Ashadran's conjecture. Should the need arise, I can readily mobilize half of Group A's members to delve deeper into the outpost for reconnaissance." The 5 individuals at the round table cast their gazes toward Magrella. Clearing his throat, Magrella remarked, "Why are you all more curious than I? We cannot simply indulge in conjecture regarding the mysterious woman's appearance and Hijinder's death. There may not be a direct correlation, as Hijinder's nameplate shattered half a month ago, while the mysterious woman only appeared thereafter. Mr. Zevayon, you are free to dispatch members from Group A for investigation. The task of guarding the dark corners of the Oberlich Empire is not solely your responsibility." Zevayon crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, and spoke gravely. "Such a statement is erroneous. We have compared the magical resonance and absorption effects of several national-level sorcerers, and the magical resonance and absorption of a mysterious woman recorded is 50 times greater than that of a national-level sorcerer. Her emergence poses an extreme danger to the Empire and even the world. Our primary focus this month should be to investigate that mysterious woman and the outpost in the Oran Highlands. Does anyone oppose this? Please raise your hand." After Zevayon finished speaking, a silence enveloped the room for 10 seconds. With no objections raised, he declared, "This task will be undertaken by my Group A. Wait." Magrella interrupted, "If this is entirely the responsibility of your Group A, it is indeed concerning. Most of your members are abroad conducting investigations. While this incident occurred domestically, I believe this matter arose due to my team members. So, I suggest integrating some of my Group C members into your Group A personnel. Zavon's gaze bore into Magrella's, and their unspoken tension plunged the meeting into silence once more. Our organization has always operated independently. Sending numerous individuals into a single cave is quite unreasonable. If your Group C genuinely wishes to participate, I propose that a temporary investigation team be established during tonight's assembly in the northern Elven domain. The land remained blanketed in white snow. Ling Yi and Shui Shi arrived at the foremost city of the snow elf race. Sanko City, which boasts a resident population of 4 million, predominantly snow elves. Ling Yi's appearance had undergone a complete transformation, adorned in a new white robe and wearing a white snow fox mask. Shui Shi followed closely behind Ling Yi, a smile gracing her face. Their arrival on the streets of Sanko City drew the attention of many, who, however, dared not approach but instead observed from a distance. As waves of magical energy emanated from the two, indicating their status as national-level sorcerers of the 2nd tier or above. Ling Yi and Shui Shi proceeded directly to the Adventurers Guild located at the heart of Sanko City. Their presence sent ripples through the guild, alerting its leader to the entrance of the guild hall. A gentleman of the snow elf race greeted them with a courteous bow. "My lords, I'm the president of this city's Adventurers Guild, Joy Andy, Ling E. Anderson, Shui Shi." The two simply stated their names, devoid of any unnecessary words. Meanwhile, the crowd outside grew larger, as those within the Adventurers Guild Hall had already heard the news of national-level sorcerers appearing in the city and were now gathered within the hall, awaiting their arrival. "Forgive my intrusion, but may I inquire why 2 national-level sorcerers such as yourselves have not been recorded previously?" Shui Shi anticipated such inquiries. Yet, as Ling Yi's attendant, she understood that any necessary dialogue must be initiated by her, deliberately downplaying her status while preserving Ling Yi's air of mystery. That we have recently emerged from training in the dragon domain and have been out of touch with the world for over a century. Hence our absence from records. I am of the dragon race, and she is of your snow elf race. Shueishi's brief introduction left the onlookers gasping in disbelief, as they had not expected the petite snow elf girl before them to be accompanied by a dragon. And it was apparent that the dragon was speaking on her behalf, suggesting that the girl named Ling possessed even greater strength. Why apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Please follow me to the guest chamber. Might I inquire about your intentions upon your return to St. Go City? President Joy asked, gesturing for them to enter the Adventurers Guild, while the gathered crowd instinctively parted to allow passage. Upon her recent arrival in the northern Elven domain, Ling had sensed numerous locations, noting that in this chaotic region, there were no more than 5 individuals who had achieved the level of advanced third-tier sorcerers. However, persuading them to join would likely prove exceedingly challenging, as those with formidable strength were naturally coveted by various tribes. To establish her own guild, she would have to personally seek out suitable candidates. As they entered the Adventurers Guild Hall, a man's skeptical voice rang out from within the crowd. National-level sorcerers? And 2 appearing simultaneously. Such a notion is simply implausible. Could it be a ruse? Employing magical artifacts to deceive and swindle, the crowd recoiled, the voice emanating from a middle-aged elf clad in yellow leather, who sat alone by the window, clutching a slender sword. Ling Yi and she remained silent, their discerning gazes revealing that they had easily perceived the man's profession as a magical swordsman, with strength at the intermediate 3rd tier, making him the highest-ranking individual present, aside from the 2 in the hall. The gathered crowd buzzed with chatter. Has he lost his mind? Who dares to cast out in such a manner? Is it possible that Uncle Dog is dissatisfied with his own longevity? How could anyone possibly be a fraud? It is only natural to harbor doubts, especially considering that it has been nearly a century since a national-level magician has graced the Northern Elf domain. What could possibly compel such distinguished individuals to visit a place like ours? In this world, there are only 10 recorded national-level magicians. If we are to include these 2, their authenticity must be substantiated by other verified national-level magicians. She stepped before Ling Yi, speaking out. Sir, if you continue to believe that our strength is not genuine, there is no need for sarcasm. How can one ascertain without a display of power? Ling Yi tugged at Shueishi's dress, continuing her journey toward the staircase. Subsequently, the man refrained from further retort as the 2 approached him, the magical energy they emanated leaving him undeniably aware of their formidable and vast power. In the distinguished lounge of the Adventurers Guild, Shueishi took a cup of hot tea, lightly employing a subtle purification spell before sipping. She then inquired, Is this how you receive guests? Merely discussing work without mentioning remuneration? Shueishi continued, Our purpose for this outing is to establish a guild. Currently, we lack sufficient funds. President Joy, considering our capabilities, we would appreciate it if you could allocate all A rank and above monster subjugation requests to us. Once we have secured enough funding, we shall trouble you no further. We are willing to accept any conditions advantageous to you, provided you accept our presence. President Joy stroked his stubbled chin. Should you pursue such an endeavor, it will undoubtedly incite the discontent of other mid-level magicians. I hope you will consider this carefully. This city-state seems quite agreeable, Shueishi remarked with an enigmatic smile, her tone serious that we merely wish to establish a guild that will ultimately benefit more individuals. Joy discerned her implication. Her words left little room for negotiation. Should he acquiesce, the mid-level magician adventurers would find themselves unable to operate for an extended period, relegated to undertaking only the simplest tasks, thereby continuously squeezing out the most vulnerable adventurers, who constitute the majority. Their arrival would, in fact, spell disaster. In the Earl Jia Lai's residence in the city of Leontin, Luo De and Earl Jia Lai were sharing lunch in the dining room, engaged in quiet conversation. Nearby, Coco Luo and Isabella sat at their own table, with Isabella facing me. Lu Shiwai, why, dear brother, I still feel remorse over the incident with the magical mist and dark clouds. Compounded by the outrage concerning the kidnapping of our children by the Mage Consortium, Earl Jia Lai raised his glass. After clinking glasses with Luo Da, he downed the contents in one go. Regarding the recent magical mist and dark cloud incident, Azelia Academy has received intelligence indicating that just north of our Liaonan city, we will witness the descent of black rain within 2 days. The soldiers of the Earl Jia Lai's 8th Night Order are already on high alert. If we are faced with a special grade magical creature, we possess ample confidence to confront it, as my warriors have faced beings far more terrifying than mere special grade creatures. Their morale now at its peak. Yet, we must not underestimate this magical mist and dark cloud incident. It is alarmingly close to our city. Is the information from the Academy reliable? I wish not to witness another special grade creature. Luo Da said, chewing on beef, that I have already expended all my resources from the last magical mist and dark cloud incident. Though Isabella's table was 4 meters away from Luo Da, their hushed conversation was crystal clear to her keen ears. Let us set aside the matter of the magical mist and dark clouds for now. There will be no issues this time. You may confidently lead your team into battle. The Academy has decided to augment the military efforts with 5 mid-level magician students for each magical mist and dark cloud incident. Enough of that. Earl Jia Lai waved his hand. The focus should be on the Mage Consortium. While we do not know much, we must at least be aware of their personnel activities that Luo Da recounted. Our children have made it abundantly clear, and those rescued children can testify that they were subjected to experiments by the Mage Consortium.as for their movements. Only the all-seeing eye can truly investigate. Earl Jia Lai's expression turned somber. You may not be aware, dear brother he, but in recent times, many children in Liaonan City have gone missing, predominantly those aged between 7 and 10. What manner of experiments can necessitate such numbers? The Mage Consortium operates openly within the city. The city guard is utterly incapable of apprehending them. If this continues, they will inevitably appear at night, abducting children from their homes, that we cannot stand idly by regarding the Mage Consortium. I've already submitted a proposal to AI Wei Lata, suggesting that once the magical mist and dark cloud incident concludes, the All-Seeing Eyes Group, should be deployed to assist in Liaonan City's defense. Your 8th Night Order will be responsible for patrolling the surrounding areas of the city, and should you manage to dismantle the Mage Consortium stronghold, you'll have the opportunity to earn merit and titles. I fear I am even more enraged by the Mage Consortium than the Earl, Isabella interjected. With me Lucia yet to return, I have not had a single restful night. Should I capture any member of the Mage Consortium, I shall personally flay them alive. After lunch, Luo Da's family did not linger, as they needed to prepare to confront the magical mist and dark clouds with the Night Order, far in the northern elf domain. In the city of Shenggu, Shui she questioned, is it not rather petty of your adventurers guild? However, just as Joy was about to defend himself, he held back, merely asking, how much funding do you require to establish a guild? I can assist in contacting various merchant associations for financial support. That will not suffice. The guild we intend to create must be wholly managed by us. We require 500,000 silver coins. I have calculated this sum, and we will need to undertake high difficulty requests here for at least a year. After a few moments of contemplation, Joy spoke gravely. If you can accept one request of mine, I can agree to your terms. That my request is simple. If you agree, I can state publicly that you will be responsible for high difficulty requests for at least 2 years. That in return, I request that you allocate 2% of your bounty earnings to me, while I will handle the sale of monster materials through the black market. Shui she turned to exchange glances with Ling Yi, and they agreed to Joy's request, subsequently signing a contract. The following morning, north of Liaonan City, the black rain began to fall. The 8th Night Order stood ready at the Oran Highlands. Deep within the forest, a cat girl from the Mage Consortium opened an exquisite golden iron box. Retrieving a scroll, which she ignited before swiftly departing westward from the Oran Highlands, in the sky, Isabella gazed down at the dark clouds, floating at a height exceeding 2,000 meters above the magical mist and dark clouds. The 8th Night Order, led by Luo Da, lay in ambush within a small grove of the Oran Highlands, awaiting the emergence of magical creatures from the mist and dark clouds. The 5 mid-level magician students from Azelia Academy had also arrived at the front lines north of Liaonan City. But they would not be collaborating with the Night Order. Their role was to safeguard the city's final line of defense. The inky black clouds swirled, crackling with countless white lightning strikes. While the thunder roared, the coverage of the magical mist and dark clouds expanded, encroaching upon the vicinity of Leonton City. All within the city closed their doors and windows, the streets devoid of life. As midday approached, the magical mist and dark clouds unleashed torrential black rain, with numerous low-level magical creatures emerging from the depths of the clouds. The Hiluo commanded a 20-man squad to engage. Nearby, the descending black rain coalesced into hundreds of goblin warriors. Hiluo harbored a foreboding sense. This magical mist and dark clouds felt eerily reminiscent of the last encounter. As lightning flashed, a beam of white light descended from the clouds to the ground, an invisible wave of magical energy enveloping a 10-mile radius. The creature emerging from the mist was a king-grade magical beast, the Frost Tiger King. From her elevated position, Isabella sensed the presence of this king-grade creature through magical resonance. How can it be a king-grade creature? Isabella pondered in confusion. Could it be that Azealia miscalculated the data again? The soldiers of the Eighth Night Order, concealed in ambush, also detected the abnormal magical energy fluctuations in the air, casting their gazes towards the source of the strange energy. The earth had been encased in frost by the Frost Tiger King. Isabella smirked to herself and unleashed her magical combat technique, Shattered Realm. After executing the technique, Isabella yawned. I've been waiting so long. One move to finish it. What more is there to discuss? I find myself weary once more. I shall return home shortly to catch up on my slumber. The Frost Tiger King has just landed, still unsteady on its feet, and the very air around it has manifested into a web-like lattice of spatial fissures. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass reverberates through the heavens. The Frost Tiger King is vanquished in a single blow by Isabella. A core from this royal-grade magical beast soars into Isabella's being. She opens a rift in space, descends to the ground, absorbs the scattered magical energy, and then reopens the rift to return to her chamber to continue her rest. The ominous clouds in the sky swiftly dissipate. A girl from the demi-human tribe of the Mage Guild, retreating from the scene, glances back. What happened to that massive dark cloud? Where is the royal-grade magical beast I summoned? What on earth has happened? Hilota and the Eighth Night Order share similar sentiments of confusion. The hundreds of goblin warriors that had just materialized on the ground are no match for a mere squad of 20. Hilota is perplexed, his mind filled with silent questions. Where has the dark cloud gone? What about the aura of the magical beast leader just moments ago? The group waits for half an hour. The sky is cleared, and the black rainwater pooling on the ground has vanished. The 5 intermediate magic students stationed in Leonton City head to the designated location to deploy a black cube to collect data from the vicinity. Ultimately, they reach a singular conclusion. The magical fog and dark clouds have inexplicably disappeared. Though the circumstances remain unclear, it appears as though nothing had transpired at all. By the afternoon, Leonton City has returned to its usual lively atmosphere, and the populace perceives that this incident with the magical fog and dark clouds was rather trivial, swiftly resolved by Hilota's intervention. In the afternoon, the Mage Guild receives news of the mysterious disappearance of the magical fog and dark clouds, leading them to question whether the summoning scroll had been misassigned. The All-Seeing Eye also receives this puzzling news promptly. However, the information they acquire extends beyond merely the disappearance of the magical fog and dark clouds. It includes revelations from the Northern Elf domain, which, through comparison, uncovers the identity of the enigmatic woman from before. She is a dragonkin named Shui Shi. Ziva Onwade promptly drafts a high-level communication scroll to be sent to Puka Loni. After dispatching the scroll, Ziva Ong stands at the edge of the rooftop, unable to contain his excitement, muttering to himself, "It has been ages since I encountered a worthy adversary in this day and age. Who dares impersonate a national-grade magic practitioner?" One day, following the mysterious vanishing of the magical fog and dark clouds, Azealia Academy collaborates with the All-Seeing Eyes D Group for an on-site investigation. Within the headquarters of the All-Seeing Eye, personnel are busy sorting through data pertaining to the magical fog and dark clouds, with every frontline warrior's information being transmitted to headquarters for screening. The workload has surged dramatically for everyone present. The disappearance of the magical fog and dark clouds leads all to believe there is but one possibility: the death of the magical beast leader. Yet, upon examining the corpse of the leader, they ascertained that it was of royal caliber, with the cause of death remaining a mystery. Compared to last month, this incident is even more bizarre. Only national-grade practitioners of the third tier or above could instantaneously slay a royal-grade magical beast. The A group of the All-Seeing Eye has investigated, revealing known national-grade magic practitioners had departed from their known territories the previous day. Thus, the individual responsible remains unknown, and the lack of clear intelligence is unacceptable to the All-Seeing Eye. Many speculate that if the Eighth Knight Order is involved, then the mysterious expert may very well be among them. Hence, all members of the Eighth Knight Order, including Knight Commander Belina, have become subjects of investigation by the All-Seeing Eye. The staff of F Group at the All-Seeing Eye remain unhurried, tasked solely with logistical support. Within the building, the clamor of chaotic discussions fills the air, reminiscent of a bustling market. In the Intelligence Screening Office, A Group Liaison. I do not wish to know how the royal-grade magical beast arrived. I only want to ascertain whether the frontline investigation has determined how it perished. B Group Investigator. However, this time the students from the Star Spirit Department of Azelia Academy have made errors again. The data provided by an entire class is incorrect. Is it possible that the invasion of the outer magical army has intensified? This time, the leader was clearly of a special-grade magical beast caliber. Are we not re-evaluating whether our current formulas are still applicable? A Group Liaison. I've stated it already. I am not interested in what it was. This is an abnormal death potentially caused by a national-grade magic practitioner from outside the Empire. How did they know the location of the magical fog and dark clouds? How could they strike with such immediacy? The Superior does not wish to hear your endless prattle. I require results. B Group Investigator. Our investigation has clarified that the cause of death is indeed unknown. The absence of elemental magical traces in the air confirms that someone else was involved, but we do not know who. No clues remain. We are at a loss. At this moment, C Group Leader Magilla enters the intelligence screening room. Hearing the two investigators bicker, neither notices C Group Leader's arrival, A Group Liaison. This is your B Group's issue. I know. You, A Group, has half your manpower dispatched to the Orlon Heights to investigate some outpost, tracking down a mysterious woman. Yet you know nothing. Moreover, two national-grade magic practitioners appeared suddenly in the holy city of St. within the Northern Elf domain, and no one has dared to confirm their identities. By your logic, three national-grade magic practitioners have emerged in merely a few days. Enough of this bickering. Magilla interrupts their quarrel. The priority now is not discussion. The king is already aware of this magical fog and dark clouds incident. Such peculiar news will spread nationwide by tomorrow, including last month's royal-grade magical beast incident, which cannot be suppressed. The Eighth Knight Order has halted all activities. The work of A Group and C Group remains unchanged. Investigate the situation in the Northern Domain. The A Group leader has personally taken charge of the inquiry. And we must provide the king with an explanation regarding the cause of death for the royal-grade magical beast by tomorrow. As before, we shall not provide specific details. The corpse of the royal-grade magical beast is now under the purview of our C Group. 3 days later, in Layenton City, the Eighth Knight Order has conducted numerous investigations, concluding that no one within the order possesses the capabilities of a national-grade magic practitioner. The method of testing employed a special magical tool known as the Magic Energy Resonance Crystal, which can directly measure an individual's magical source level. Everyone involved in this task has been tested, revealing no discrepancies. The suddenness of this incident has left the populace across the nation feeling astonished and intrigued, leading them to speculate that a reclusive expert must reside within the Orlon Heights. However, as 3 days have passed, the novelty has swiftly waned. After all, such occurrences do not impact their immediate lives, and thus the common folk have lost interest in the Northern Elf domain, within a grave valley strewn with melting snow and glaciers. Shuei-Shi searches for the S-grade bounty of the blood demon White Tiger. Shuei-Shi and Ling have each embarked on separate missions. These magical beasts are quite cunning, sensing any presence stronger than themselves and retreating to a safe distance. For several days, both have suppressed their magical sources, maintaining a level of intermediate third-tier strength to entice the wary magical beasts into testing the solitary intermediate magic practitioners. After 3 hours of searching, she finally captures the blood demon white tiger, a high-grade beast and the target of this bounty. Empowered by the forces of purification magic, she swiftly knocks the blood demon white tiger unconscious with a well-aimed strike. Grasping the flesh of its neck, she drags it down the mountain handedly to the base of the mountain. Ling Yi has been waiting for some time. Having completed another S-grade task, she has dismantled the target into materials, all stored within her void space. Over the past 3 days, they have averaged an income of 850 silver coins daily. Such a sum is hardly sufficient to acquire superior weapons, as the prices offered by the Adventurers Guild are woefully low. And to share the spoils with that fellow, Ling Yi remarks with a hint of irritation, "Moreover, someone has been watching us work today. Are they here to steal our livelihood?" Upon finishing her words, Ling Yi glances toward a large boulder. A middle-aged man with white hair emerges from behind the stone, arms crossed, casually chewing on a 4-leaf clover of unknown origin. He is Puka Longni, the foremost combatant of Azelia Academy. And who else is present? She inquires languidly at that moment. A brown-haired man in a fitted uniform steps forward from the left side of the boulder. He is Zivaong Wade, leader of the A group of the all-seeing I had anticipated a national-grade magic practitioner. Instead, it appears I have encountered a mere third-tier charlatan. Zivaong Wade strides toward the two. Do you truly believe you can deceive everyone? Those who draw power from the magical sources, yet lack your prowess, are, of course, oblivious to your true strength. The use of magical amplification stones to feign authority is a practice that has long been expressly forbidden. Should you both acknowledge your transgressions and return to apologize to Joy at the Adventurers Guild, we shall consider granting you a reprieve. She tilted her head in confusion and softly inquired, Ling Yi, who is this stubborn fellow? Ling Yi, well aware of the individual before her, and the one behind him, felt a twinge of trepidation. The leader of Group A, Zavon Vade, adept in fire and earth elemental magic. A national-level mage of the second tier, stood on par with her own abilities. However, standing behind him was none other than the foremost magic swordsman of the realm, Puka Longni, whose strength likely resided in the third tier of national-level magic swordsmen. Ling Yi maintained her composure, contemplated for a moment, and then slowly articulated, "You must be the esteemed leader of the all-encompassing Eyes group, Mr. Zavon Vade. It is an honor to finally meet you. However, we are indeed bona fide national-level mages. We have been preoccupied with fulfilling commissions. Hence we have temporarily suppressed our magical sources, which may have obscured our true capabilities." That's so," Zavon Vade retorted sharply. "We have been shadowing you for 2 days, suppressing our powers. Surely, that is an undue burden upon yourselves? If you surrender the magical amplification stones, we shall treat this as though nothing has transpired. If your strength is genuine, then come forth and spar with me. Only then will you have the right to claim yourselves as national-level mages." Without further ado, Ling Yi unleashed the authentic magical fluctuations of her power. She, not cooperating, pointed her delicate finger at the taciturn Puka Longni, questioning, "Who is that person?" Zavon Vade responded with ire, "Impudence. He is a national-level, third-tier magic swordsman. Mr. Puka Longni, it is no fault of yours if you have not encountered him before. How can there be anyone who has not heard of him?" "What? Who did you say?" She queried, a look of innocence on her face. "What Longni?" "He is Puka Longni," Zavon enunciated with clenched teeth. Emphasizing each syllable, he then silently cursed himself. "Are you seeking a fight? What does it matter if he is handsome? Does that make him any more formidable? Just because he is attractive, does he not understand the importance of respecting the strong?" What did you say?" She scratched her ear in bewilderment. Zavon inhaled deeply, his expression strained, and soon exhaled a heavy sigh. He reiterated with earnest emphasis, "He is Puka Longni. My grandmother—" Oh, young man, I understand now. I see." She exclaimed excitedly, as if a light had been switched on in her mind, stroking her chin and gazing upward in contemplation. He is a descendant of the Longni family. What generation is he now? He appears to be rather poorly maintained. How is it that he looks older than I do? Ling was taken aback by this remark but refrained from any reaction. Instead, Puka Longni unsheathed the sword from his back, gripping the hilt tightly, adopting a stance for drawing his blade. You two truly lack appreciation. So you must be Lady Shui Shi. I shall show you what true national-level power entails. With that, Puka Longni assumed his sword-drawing stance and issued a fierce declaration. Ling, sensing the gravity of the situation, recalled that she possessed the divine protection of the emissary granted by Isabella, while she had no such safeguard. She was merely a dragonkin adept in purification magic, reliant on her physical prowess, with a propensity for driving others mad with her speech and a rather inflexible thought process. Surely, she could not be an elderly beauty. Could she? As Puka Longni drew his blade, a glimmer of cold light sparkled like stars, the air around them chilling to a freezing point. An invisible white shadow flickered, closing within 5 meters, entirely within the realm of Puka Longni's lethal strike. As a national-level mage, Ling had not significantly enhanced her own strength. Her reaction speed was adequate, yet her physical capabilities failed to keep pace with her thoughts. In that instant, as Puka Longni's sword was unleashed, she had already devised a means of evasion, yet her body felt unresponsive, frozen in place, unable to act. Swish! The air twisted sharply, as if Puka Longni's strike cleaved through space itself, ensnaring countless shards of ice. Even though Puka Longni had exerted himself to the utmost, to Shui, the speed of his blade appeared languid, akin to snowflakes drifting down on a windless winter day. She extended her right hand, effortlessly pinching the blade between her fingers without invoking any purification magic. Puka Longni's speed had reached his physical limits, yet he was astonished to see Shui's motion was not merely faster, but several times swifter than his own. Her expression radiated sheer ease. However, the full force of his swing had simultaneously unleashed spatial and ice elemental magic, rendering it impossible to retract. A powerful gust surged forth like a tidal wave, and the scene unfolded before Ling with such rapidity that it could only be measured in microseconds to Tio Zavon. It appeared as nothing but a fleeting shadow, utterly obscuring the events that transpired. Puka Longni found himself behind the group, his hands now empty, his visage a portrait of terror, his complexion as pale as a corpse that had lain for 3 days, frozen in place, still holding the posture of a sword strike, yet seemingly forgotten how to regulate his now chaotic breathing. Ling remained motionless, rigidly standing her ground. Just as Zavon was about to speak, he discovered that Puka Longni's national-level magic sword had landed in Shui's grasp. This sword boasts an exquisite material, she mused, a gift from the Longni family, perhaps? I could use it to barter for coin, but it seems that a weapon resonated with magic may not fetch much value. She pressed her fingers against the blade. She regarded the sword with surprise, noting that its material was derived from the magical beasts of the outer realms, explaining its formidable power. Puka Longni straightened his posture and turned to Shui, bowing respectfully. Your strength is evident, and before you, I must concede that I am outmatched. Zavon stepped back, incredulous as he processed the scene before him. Suddenly enlightened to the events that had transpired, clearing his throat, he attempted to mask the awkwardness of the moment. It appears you are indeed of the same tier as national mages that I apologize for my junior's earlier volume. I hope you will not take offense, Lady Shui. She toyed with the sword in her hands, disinterestedly casting it to the ground. Her expression devoid of humor, she maintained a grave demeanor. Have you only now realized the weight of your folly? If you do not leave some form of compensation today, I fear the resolution may not be to your liking. Puka Longni, without complaint, perceptively retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his garments that he stated solemnly, 60 gold coins. The pouch of coins flew toward Shui. She, in turn, kicked the sword on the ground, sending it soaring back to Puka Longni. Mr. Zavon, Ling interjected, upon your return, it will be prudent not to exhaust your efforts surveilling us. Rather, why not engage in a straightforward collaboration? Collaboration, Zavon scoffed haughtily. We, the all-encompassing Eye, are the strongest organization in the Aubric Empire. What we lack is not allies. Sigh. Such arrogance. Ling lamented. The all-encompassing eye has been infiltrated by spies from the Mage Guild, and you may yet be oblivious. And my proposal for collaboration is simple. Once my guild is established, I will require only your direct contact. When the time is ripe, I shall inform you of who among the all-encompassing eye is affiliated with the Mage Guild. Zavon remained obstinate. Retorting, instigation, conspiracy may prove effective. Yet if there are indeed members of the Mage Guild within the all-encompassing eye, it is inconceivable. The Mage Guild comprises primarily subhumans, with 70% being of intermediate rank or lower, and fewer than 20 high-level mages. The all-encompassing eye mandates a minimum of intermediate second-tier mages, and considering the subhuman premise, their ability to infiltrate the all-encompassing eye is nearly impossible. Ling decisively declared, if you choose not to cooperate, there will be no future opportunities that I caution you. Beware of Group C. Having uttered her warning, Ling grasped Shui Shi's hand, and a gust of wind swept through, causing the two to vanish before Zavon's eyes. Without the use of scrolls or teleportation crystals. Beware of Group C. Zavon pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Mr. Puka, it seems we have encountered formidable adversaries. I shall dispatch personnel to covertly monitor them. Having confirmed their authenticity as national-level mages, it is time to retreat. Once Puka Longni sheathed his sword, his expression grew somber, as if he had aged a decade in an instant, spitting out the four-leaf clover from his mouth. He closed his eyes and muttered, "You would do well not to disclose today's events. Otherwise, I shall sever your head." On the 10th of March, the world outside Leontown was bathed in warm sunlight. With a gentle spring breeze caressing the air, the vineyard where Isabella's family resided was vibrant with the tender buds of grapes just beginning to emerge, teeming with life. The verdant mountains flourished, and the distant tranquil forest streams shimmered like silver. The atmosphere was filled with the refreshing scent of grass and foliage. Each day, Isabella dedicated herself to caring for Kokolo at home, teaching her new words and the principles of elemental magic. Not through rigid physical explanations, but rather through sensations, temperatures, and colors. Methods that easily resonated with a child's imagination. Though her teachings remained limited to mere descriptions, as night fell. After the steward Charlie's rounds, Isabella donned a black robe, and, utilizing the transformation characteristics obtained from slime, took on the appearance of a Hijindal. With her magical prowess controlled at the level of a high-ranking sorceress, she adorned herself with the identity badge from her time at the All-Seeing Eye. Once everything was prepared, she opened a spatial rift and ventured into the black market of Leontown in the dead of night. The black market was sparsely populated, with individuals hoping to avoid any conflict. The vendors outnumbered the patrons. Isabella chose a spot beneath the window of a closed material shop as her vending location. This marked her second day of selling, and her wares consisted of elite-level monster horns, sheep, and bull horns, gathered from the 4th-level dungeon, varying in size and price, sold only by the pair. The reason she had not set up shop earlier was due to her failure to properly dispose of the corpses of royal-level monsters. The defenders of Leontown had undergone thorough inspections, and many members of the All-Seeing Eye were patrolling the area. With that tumult now past, she could finally set up her stall in peace. Isabella, uninterested in idle chatter, settled onto a step, placing a white sign beside her, inscribed in black. Elite sheep horns, 30 silver coins per pair. Elite bull horns, 40 silver coins per pair. She recalled that after returning home, she had visited the black market several times to investigate the prices of such elite monster materials, noting that they were often several silver coins more expensive to enhance her sales. She adjusted her prices, omitting the fractional coins. Just as she began her sales, a junior-tier sorcerer approached her, crouching down and stating, "I need 5 pairs of sheep horns, 150 silver coins. Can I see the goods first?" The man, with a scarf covering the lower half of his face, met Isabella's gaze, and no bargaining took place, as he was merely concerned about the quality, given that her prices were lower than those of the daytime vendors. With a flick of her wrist, Isabella conjured 5 pairs of sheep horns from the void, laying them before the gentleman. "It appears you are a man of integrity," Isabella ventured. "Your hands are rough. You must be a craftsman of magical devices in the city, am I correct?" The man did not respond, leaving behind the coins and taking the materials, After a few steps, he was escorted away by two junior sorcerers accompanying him. In the black market after midnight, only a few figures meandered about, and Isabella could discern the strength of each individual at a glance. After a considerable time, no intermediate-level sorcerers had appeared, as they typically had more money to spend. Overhearing their conversations might yield some trivial yet valuable information. While contemplating her future plans, Isabella quietly awaited her next customer. However, those who could afford elite-level monster materials were undoubtedly well off, either merchants or mercenaries, and their skin's texture offered clues to their trades. T2 in the morning, Isabella was beginning to feel weary. Rising, she stretched languidly in the dim light of the oil lamp. A graceful woman approached, her left face concealed by a red butterfly mask, accompanied by a young maid of about 14. At a glance, it was evident that this woman was not to be underestimated, despite her advanced sorceress capabilities. She suppressed her power to that of a junior-tier sorceress. The woman drew near to Isabella, leaning slightly forward with her hands on her knees. "How much do you have left? I want it all for making a sword sheath," she boldly declared, demanding all of Isabella's goods. "I also possess 100 pairs of elite bull horns and 200 pairs of sheep horns, valued at 10,000 silver coins. I can provide them. But I wonder if you can take them away? Such a significant transaction is rather inconvenient to disclose here." Isabella responded succinctly, hoping to sell her stock quickly. Once she had earned some money, she planned to use her identity as a member of the All-Seeing Eye to purchase magical tools, scrolls, and materials for her enjoyment. "Are you using spatial magic to store your materials? How about this?" The woman suggested in a low voice. "Come with me to a large warehouse in the northern part of the city, where you can store your materials. Afterward, I will give you 100 silver coins as a tip." However, exchanging 10,000 silver coins can be quite cumbersome. Would 100 gold coins suffice in exchange for the 10,000 silver coins? Is that agreeable? Upon hearing the offer of 100 silver coins and 100 gold coins, Isabella was elated, but she knew better than to show her excitement. The negotiation had progressed far too smoothly. There might be some ulterior motive at play, and this woman could very well be a cunning fox, perhaps engaging in a scheme of deception. What if this transaction led her into a trap? Might I inquire if your generous purchasing of so many materials is solely for the purpose of creating sword sheaths? The woman straightened, her features softening into a slight smile. "Of course, I've heard your materials are of exceptional quality, and I would rather they not fall into anyone else's hands. Is there anything left to ponder?" "Very well, I will accompany you," Isabella replied without hesitation. "But I require half of the payment up front. Let me see your sincerity." Without a moment's pause, the woman produced a pouch containing 100 gold coins. "We possess ample sincerity. I understand your concerns. Little sister, I will trust you this once. But let me be clear. Business relies on honesty. Should you betray that trust, you will find it impossible to leave the city tonight." 15 minutes later, after navigating countless alleys, they arrived at a grain warehouse in the northern part of the city. The warehouse was surrounded by 5-meter-high walls, with a watchtower positioned every 100 meters, each manned by 2 city guards. The woman was acquainted with the officer in charge of the guards and exchanged pleasantries regarding her work at the Earl's residence, securing passage for the 3 of them. Upon reaching the door of the warehouse in the far corner, Isabella felt a strange sense of foreboding. "This is the place. Stack your materials inside, that we will wait outside, but after the transaction, I need to see your materials clearly arranged on the shelves." The warehouse had double doors that swung open, revealing a brightly lit interior with oil lamps illuminating the space. Approximately 400 square meters, featuring 3 tiers of shelving filled with empty boxes. Isabella inwardly cursed, realizing that the promise of a tip made sense now. It was no wonder she had a bad feeling about this. It seemed she was being treated as a mere laborer in this arrangement. This would entail an overwhelming workload. Yet, with no better options available, she had no choice but to comply. After an hour of labor, she finally completed the task of moving the materials. The woman then paid her 100 silver coins. This young lady possesses remarkable skill, employing the rare art of spatial magic, Isabella noted. You may also be aware that the world's foremost magic swordsman, Pukalongni, is adept in spatial magic as well. Particularly in strategic applications, storage spatial magic holds great significance for everyone. Isabella understood the importance of spatial magic, as well as healing magic, yet her thoughts turned to Ling Yi, who was unique in wielding both forms of exceptional magic rather than elemental magic, making her a target for the Magic User Guild. What puzzled Isabella was that despite her involvement with the all-seeing eye of the Aubric Empire, she had not received significant recognition. It was quite strange, and she speculated that Ling Yi likely enjoyed engaging in combat. The transaction had concluded, but what did your comment imply? Isabella was uncertain whether the woman was attempting to recruit her, standing at the warehouse entrance. Maintaining a 5-meter distance, the night was eerily quiet, and their softly spoken words were distinctly audible. Of course, I'm offering you a good job, which involves assisting us in transporting materials to various locations within the empire. The pay? Quite reasonable. 500 silver coins per task. Would you consider it? Isabella, of course, firmly declined the offer. How could she participate in work while playing the role of the obedient daughter at home every day? The vague details of the job only confirmed her suspicions of deceit. It was evident that the high salary was tied to dubious activities. Perhaps she needed to concoct a comfortable excuse to turn them down. Only then would they leave her be if circumstances necessitated her departure. She could simply open a spatial rift. However, doing so under a false identity in the city would likely prove to be quite challenging. Maintaining her trump card was the most prudent course of action. After a moment's contemplation, Isabella replied, I apologize, but I have grown accustomed to a leisurely and free existence. I have never been one to engage in human affairs. With this sum of money, I could sustain myself for some time, so I must respectfully decline. With that, Isabella shook her head in refusal. She continued, in the future, should I acquire new materials, I will inform you of my curiosity. May I be so bold as to inquire about your identities? Without clarity on that matter, it may prove inconvenient to seek you out later. You ought to introduce yourselves first. I am quite satisfied with this transaction and wish to conclude it on a pleasant note. You may call me Hijindal, a wanderer, and my code name is the Flower of Sin, also known as the Higanbana. You can find me in a flower shop in the North City, which is so desolate that it garners no visitors. Given this, I shall not see you off any further. With that, Isabella watched as the two figures disappeared into the distance and instructed the city guards to take over the warehouse behind her. After confirming that no one was following her through several streets, Isabella opened a spatial rift and returned to her room, 2 bags brimming with coins. Her first fortune in this world filled her with exhilaration. After all, the money was earned from the organization of the Flower of Sin. What they intended to do with those materials was of no concern to her. Seeing so many gold coins for the first time left her exhilarated, banishing any sense of sleepiness. Yet, she dared not express her excitement or make any noise, for awakening Charlie would surely lead to his admonitions. The time passed to the following afternoon. Post-lunch, Isabella lavished praise on Halorda with sweet words, requesting to be taken to Leon Town after their meal and to conduct a routine inspection before dinner, assuring him that she would not wander off. Halorda understood the child's intentions. Indeed, Isabella had been home for nearly a week. Strangely, the psychological scars from her kidnapping seemed to have left no trace on her. You cannot go alone, Halorda insisted, firmly adhering to his principles. You absolutely must have Charlie accompany you. This trip to the city was intended to procure some magical weapons. If she was to be watched, she might as well employ the same tactics she had used during her first visit to the black market, executing a clever escape. Isabella pouted, contemplating her options, and eventually acquiesced. Charlie had no objections, merely observing that Miss Isabella had matured significantly. In the past, she would leave the house at whim without considering her family's feelings. Riding together, Isabella and Charlie made their way to Leon Town, where the bustling streets were filled with people, causing their horses to move at a slow pace. Miss Isabella, do you have any plans for your visit to the city? Charlie inquired, leading the horse while glancing up at her. Is it merely for a change of scenery after such a long time indoors? On the streets, few rode horses, and those who did easily drew the attention of passersby. Most of the townsfolk recognized her as the daughter of the Knight Commander of the 8th Night Order, who had successfully resisted 2 high-level magical beasts. Many speculated whether their family was simply fortunate or if they had powerful high-level sorcerers protecting them in the shadows. Furthermore, many in town were aware of Isabella's recent kidnapping. As people observed her seemingly normal demeanor and spirit, they could not help but feel surprised their gazes frequently drawn to her. Given the recent spate of incidents, Isabella felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing her during this outing, creating an uncomfortable sensation that was quite alien to her, especially since she had grown accustomed to a life of anonymity in her previous existence. Charlie noticed the melancholy etched on Isabella's face, instantly understanding the turmoil within her. Miss Isabella, being a child of nobility, it is entirely natural to attract attention. He spoke gently, his tone as soothing as a spring breeze. If you aspire to greatness, do not allow the opinions of others to sway you. The year has just begun, and I have observed significant changes in you. Have you undergone some experiences? Isabella shook her head, perplexed. I do not know what I wish to do in the future. I am aware that many dangers exist in the world, and seeing a tranquil life now makes me wish to maintain that peace. Miss Isabella is quite young, yet has already begun to ponder such profound matters. Charlie exclaimed, somewhat astonished. For children of her age, typically focused on play, if you desire a peaceful life, you may choose to be a joyful and ordinary individual. Isabella paid little heed to Charlie's words, recognizing them as mere small talk. However, she sensed a strange flow of magical essence in the air around her, indicative of multiple high-level sorcerers present in Leontown. These magical energies were subtle. The indigenous people, who had not fully grasped the nuances of the microscopic world, remained oblivious to these intricate details. She had been suppressing her entry-level magical energy fluctuations, thus avoiding suspicion from any hidden watchers. At the very least, she could surmise that they were not benevolent figures. That IT was merely curious that they all congregated in Leontown. She felt as though hidden eyes were monitoring the entire city from the shadows. A few minutes later, they arrived at the food street, where the aroma of fried onion pancakes wafted through the air. Upon catching the scent, Isabella's eyes sparkled with delight. The fragrance was simply irresistible. She eagerly scanned her surroundings in search of its source, feeling no need to maintain her melancholic demeanor for the sake of onlookers. Upon reaching a pancake stall, she urged Charlie to purchase 10 portions without delay. Marveling at the existence of such delicacies in this world, the sight of the golden brown pancakes nearly made her salivate. The vendors, a young couple, operated a modest establishment that could accommodate 3 tables. It was clear their business thrived, and they had a little helper, likely their son, who appeared to be of a similar age to Isabella. Their son had awakened earth elemental magic and exhibited a maturity beyond his years, assisting his parents in their daily toil. Isabella, feeling ravenous, patiently waited as she observed the surroundings, pondering how many high-level sorcerers had come to town and what their identities might be. She recalled Ling mentioning that the presence of 2 high-level sorcerers in one location was exceedingly rare. Yet now, apart from the Flower of Sin's Higanbana and herself, there were at least 6 high-level sorcerers active in the city. With her pancakes securely packed, she made her way to the CAF from her last visit. After acquiring a glass of juice and sipping half of it, she excused herself to the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Isabella opened a spatial rift and donned a black robe, transforming into Hijindal before heading to the magical weapon shop. Upon arriving at the alley leading to the shop, she distinctly sensed the presence of a high-level sorcerer nearby. That moment, Isabella's magical energy remained at the entry level, yet she needed to maintain appearances. Controlling her energy fluctuations to an advanced level, as she approached the shop entrance, the same attendant from her previous visit greeted her. I'm Jasmine Mona Hijindal Soy from the All-Seeing Eye Organization. Group C, Isabella declared, presenting her organizational identification badge. I am here to purchase weapons. I require a mid-level magic sword crafted from the finest materials. The attendant swiftly produced a wand, a thick, black, twisted wand adorned with a moving red magical eye, specifically designed for identity verification. The attendant, not daring to be negligent, warmly ushered Isabella into the magical weapon shop. Inside, the first floor displayed magic swords below entry level, while the interior was structured in a duplex style, allowing visibility of half the wall-mounted display on the second floor. The second floor boasted 3 mid-level magical sorcerer guards, and the lowest-ranked employees held at least entry-level 2 status. The young female attendant enthusiastically introduced several popular mid-level magic swords, each priced at 70 silver coins, and yet to be resonated that I am not interested in the popular swords. I seek the best mid-level magic sword. Please do not worry about whether I can afford it. Isabella spoke coldly. The female shop assistant's eyes brightened as she introduced the finest batch of mid-tier enchanted swords, crafted from high-grade steel or infused with dragon claws and embedded with magic-storing gemstones. The sword sheaths were fashioned from the horns of a superior magical beast, the blood demon bull. That let's discuss the price. I am pressed for time, Isabella said impatiently, her gaze fixed on the swords displayed on the wall, already weary of a shop assistant's incessant chatter. After all, these are the best mid-tier enchanted swords, and they are currently on sale for just 100 silver coins each. What? 100 silver coins? I refuse, Isabella exclaimed, still in shock. At this price, a lower-tier mid-tier enchanted sword could be purchased for 2. Regardless, with the protection of the Holy Envoy's blessing, even a piece of rotten wood would outperform this sword. Today, the purchase was merely for preparation. That we have a promotional offer. Buy 5, get 1 free. This batch of swords has been in the shop for 2.5 years. Had it been at the original price, it would have been 138 silver coins each, crafted by the finest enchanters of Leontown. Isabella's eyes flickered with calculation as she replied, "Very well. I shall take 10. I do not possess silver coins, but I can exchange 10 gold coins instead." From the rift in her storage space, Isabella produced a pouch of gold coins and selected 10. The shop assistant could no longer suppress her smile. After accepting the payment, she arranged for assistants to prepare the 12 exquisite mid-tier enchanted swords. 10 minutes later, Isabella meticulously examined the goods, utilizing her discerning vision to inspect every detail before securing them into her storage rift. This substantial transaction caught the attention of the shopkeeper, who, accompanied by his daughter, sought to witness the extravagance of such a customer. Upon using his discerning vision, he discovered that his daughter had awakened to ice magic. Her hair as white as snow and her eyes devoid of warmth, showing no fear towards Isabella, a powerful sorceress whose magical aura surged palpably. However, Isabella had no time to engage with them, declining their invitation for afternoon tea. Yet, this very refusal led the shopkeeper to perceive her as an arrogant high-level sorceress, unconcerned with the trivialities, especially since this batch of swords had languished unsold for so long. After Isabella departed, she quickly returned to the CF, and as dusk approached, the two procured some meat and vegetables before heading back to the Grape Manor in Moorling Village. Night fell over Leontown. The magic weapons shop prepared to close. The female shop assistant walked home alone. 3 high-level sorcerers clad in black blocked her path from the front, back, and left streets, leaving her no choice but to lean against the wall on her right. One man leaned against the wall, grasping the shop assistant's right hand and pressing it against the wall as he asked, "We merely wish to inquire about one matter. There is no need for such fear." "What is it, esteemed seniors?" "I am but a mere worker. My life holds little value." "Did an elf girl visit your shop this afternoon to make a purchase?" "Yes, she is a high-level sorceress. What identification did she present?" "What is her name?" Another man brandished a magical dagger, pressing its cold blade against the shop assistant's neck. Trembling, she struggled to speak. "Why, yes, she is from the all-seeing eye, Group C. I believe her name is Zijingdare. Please spare me. I speak the truth. The wand has been verified." The trio did not linger further, but swiftly vanished into the dark alleyway. The all-seeing eye headquarters, in the group leaders' conference room. Group A leaders of Ong sat at the center of the long table. This meeting primarily focused on recent investigations by each group, exchanging intelligence before deciding on the next course of action. The atmosphere of this impromptu meeting was somewhat somber, clearly indicating that each group had encountered challenges. Zavong, with his arms crossed and head slightly bowed, stated, "I have confirmed with Mr. Pukaloni that the 2 national-level sorceresses from the Northern Elf domain indeed possess national-level power. Their appearance is unexpected, but it can be assured that they do not pose a threat to the Empire. Additionally, according to inquiries made by the president of the Adventurers Guild in St. Gore City, the 2 are attempting to gather funds to establish a guild. It is surprising that such formidable individuals are essentially without resources." Group B leader Ashadr Malif remarked, "Group B has not uncovered any valuable leads regarding the deaths of royal-level magical beasts. The speculation that they perished due to spatial magic remains unfounded. Currently, The only effective attacks that leave no elemental traces or environmental impact are spatial magic. Yet this, too, is mere conjecture. Lacking evidence, publicly declaring that royal-level beasts have fallen at our hands will likely elicit no rebuttal. Group C leader Mahigra scoffed, observing the grim expressions of the two leaders, surmising that Zavong had indeed faced setbacks. Potentially unaware of the opponent's abilities, hence refraining from mention the S for Group B. It appeared they were merely a gathering of idle hands, having spent considerable time and resources without any fruitful results. Ahem, may I speak now? Mahigra addressed the group, who exchanged glances. However, at that moment, Zavong's fierce gaze remained fixed on Mahigra, his mind replaying Ling Yi's warning. Be cautious of Group C, whether it was a ploy or the truth. If Group C had an insider, they had concealed it far too well. Mahigra opened 3 documents before him and began recounting recent findings, previously at the site of the mysterious woman's appearance. Our C and a group personnel discovered an entrance to the dungeon deep within a hall. In order to expedite exploration, we organized 4 teams of scouts, and after 3 continuous days of swift exploration, we found the first 3 layers of the dungeon to be entirely accessible, evidently having been cleared by someone. The first layer of the dungeon is a vast hall connecting to the outside world. The second layer is a deep pit of 10,000 meters. Yet in the third layer, we uncovered the remains of a C group member, specifically the corpse of Pyrie Pony, compressed into a stone-like form. Aside from spatial magic, no other means could achieve such a feat. Furthermore, according to additional C group members, it was reported that yesterday, Zijingdare was sighted in Leontown. Forgive me for interrupting. Zavong raised his hand. How do you still have members in Leontown? Mahigra snorted disdainfully. How forgetful you are. I already mentioned that Zijingdare would not perish easily. She is highly likely to have defected. Outsiders cannot be trusted. She killed a member of the group in the western Oran Highlands and has a higher chance of concealing herself in southern Leontown. Additionally, I heard rumors of high-level sorceresses procuring elite magical beast materials in Leontown. My team investigated further and indeed found that yesterday, Zijingdare purchased a significant number of mid-tier enchanted swords at the magic weapon shop using gold coins, if she were not selling materials. How could she afford such an expense? Moreover, consider this. Typically, an individual's financial capacity allows for the purchase of only one sword, and you all know that Zijingdare's combat style does not involve swordplay. Hence, the only logical conclusion is that her purchase was to assemble her own faction. As Mahigra spoke more passionately, the other leaders exchanged glances, watching him produce 3 files detailing Zijingdare's activities within the organization over the past 40 years. Particularly her recent solo missions, often taking action before reporting back. Group D leader Emi Chikura, with a seductive tone, inquired, "When did you catch wind of her potential defection?" Mahigra explained, "I am her superior and am well aware of her actions. The only exception was during the last investigation of the Magic Client Guild task, for which candidates had yet to be determined. She did not inform me in advance and undertook the mission alone, which was originally assigned to a member of our group." Emi interjected, "We all know she has been a long-standing member of the organization, and her former teammates have either perished in battle or retired. With her extensive experience, it is not surprising that she can match the efforts of 3 individuals. Therefore, I believe we should collaborate with the assassination members of our D group and proceed to Leontown together." Zavang, deep in contemplation and with his head bowed, pinched his chin with his right hand, eyes closed as he mulled over the matter for an extended period. At present, it appears that Mehegla poses no issues whatsoever. It is certain that the traitor in Group C cannot be the leader. His current decisions align perfectly with the interests of the organization as well as the Empire. Given that he possesses evidence regarding the defection of Hyjinther and the latent threat of secretly establishing a faction, coupled with his exceptional leadership abilities, it stands to reason that Lingyi's so-called warning might merely be an attempt to instigate discord within our all-seeing EY, the conclusion of the meeting. No dissenting opinions remained regarding the organization's subsequent actions. The investigation into the dungeon continued to deepen, with suspicions surrounding Hyjinther's betrayal intensifying. The assassination squad from Group D was dispatched to pursue Hyjinther, while other members not engaged in critical tasks were permitted to return to their original posts. The all-seeing eye had mobilized an excessive number of personnel this time, clearly stretching their capabilities. Thus, Group F needed to continue its recruitment efforts. In the afternoon, within the city of Leontown, a high-ranking sorceress with a dual identity, lurking in the city, received a message scroll from Mahegla. The mission outline in the scroll was clear. The assassination team from Group D would arrive to assist, and Hygenther must be captured alive. In the silent forest, where the trees had begun to sprout green buds, an increasing number of magical creatures emerged, with a substantial presence of entry-level and basic magical beasts. Seizing the opportunity during her afternoon nap, Isabella opened a spatial rift and ventured into the silent forest. The memory of her first experience in this forest, being relentlessly pursued by entry-level magical creatures, was etched in her mind, a source of eternal shame and a permanent black mark on her history. This time, however, she sought to test the capabilities of her top-tier intermediate magic sword. The absence of high-tier magical weapons in this southern town necessitated her decision, as the black market's high-tier weapons were all resonated, and wielding all elemental magic would likely be a source of discomfort. With the sword imbued with the protection of the Holy Messenger, its blade sharp and unyielding, Isabella felt a sense of elation as she unleashed 12 spatial rifts in succession, exclaiming, "How magnificent I am!" At her command, 12 magic swords soared forth from the surrounding woods. In an instant, dozens of silver lights interwove and flickered, decimating 20 entry-level magical creatures within a radius of 400 meters. Specifically, the magical mind-controlling mushrooms, drawing upon their cores and magical essence. Isabella felt no increase in her own magical power. Within the depths of the mountains, her magical sensing ability extended 10 kilometers, a skill acquired while absorbing the Earth Dragon's essence in the dungeon. Within a 10-mile radius, she detected no high-level magical creatures, over 100 entry-level beasts, and 5 intermediate ones down on the mountaintop. She sensed 2 humans approaching, one at intermediate level 2 and the other entry level, their distance between them steadily decreasing. Isabella found herself curious. In this time of abundant magical creatures in the silent forest, what compelled individuals to venture deep into the woods? Reminiscent of her own entry-level days? Ascending to a higher altitude, the dense foliage obscured her view of the ground, yet her senses gleaned more details than her sight could reveal. The thick canopy concealed any figures on the ground from above than on a path atop the hill. A young woman, armed with a dagger, cautiously approached the white-haired girl. "How dare you come alone to the silent forest?" Isabella recalled. This individual belonged to the Sin-Flower faction, and she had apparently been stationed in this desolate place for a month. What peculiar task had she undertaken? As the peculiar woman drew near, the white-haired girl leaned against a tree, extending her left hand to conjure a white magical seal while reciting an incantation to unleash crystal ice magic. Several shards of ice swiftly shot forth. Yalexiang parried with her dagger, positioning herself sideways. The blade aimed threateningly at the girl. "Don't come any closer. My father is the owner of the magical weapon shop in Leontown. If you dare to harm me, you shall not escape unscathed." A dagger was hurled, embedding itself in the tree beside the girl's right cheek, severing several strands of hair. Transforming into Hygenther's likeness, Isabella opened a spatial rift in a swift motion. An intermediate magic sword appeared to Yalexiang's left side, and with a single strike, she was sent flying to the neighboring mountaintop. In the eyes of the white-haired girl, she witnessed a flash of silver lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the nefarious woman vanished. Dazed on the adjacent mountaintop, Yalexiang looked down to find an intermediate magic sword piercing through her waist, pinning her to a tree, prompting her to release a puppet spell to transfer her essence and make a hasty escape. Isabella retracted her magic sword and approached the white-haired girl. "I recognize you," the girl exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with recognition of the elven maiden before her. "You bought a sword from our shop yesterday." Isabella, unwilling to engage, turned away and began her descent down the mountain. The white-haired girl's personality mirrored her own essence, daring and unafraid of formidable foes, but her foundation was too fragile. Limited to ice magic. She watched the retreating figure, her determination solidified. Her enthusiasm had met with indifference. It must be that she was simply too weak, for high-ranking sorceresses would not concern themselves with the weak. Once Isabella had distanced herself, she opened a spatial rift to return to Leon Town. Her visit this time motivated solely by the memory of the incredibly fragrant pork lard scallion pancake she had tasted previously. Longing to secretly procure another for herself, she strolled through the food street. Isabella sensed several pairs of eyes from the towering buildings observing her, an unsettling feeling of being watched that sent discomfort coursing through her. Activating her Earth Dragon magical sensing ability, she quickly discerned the number of formidable individuals throughout Leon Town. After queuing for over 10 minutes, she noted 6 high-ranking sorceresses peering down upon her from a 9-story building. Without a doubt, they were individuals with dual identities from the Magical Guild and the All-Seeing Eye. However, how to contend with them without compromising her false identity and ensuring her continued freedom of movement within the city? Among the throngs of commoners in the food street, they would not dare to act, for the conflict between high-ranking sorceresses often resulted in widespread destruction. Should a confrontation occur within the city, it would risk collateral damage to buildings and innocent lives, a predicament for those in their employ. Yet the more she pondered, the more the situation felt amiss. They should have acted by now. Was it due to the arrival of 10 intermediate-level sorceresses from the Count's estate? The newcomers could very well be the true agents of the all-seeing the Count's estate. Count Jalibai was in the reception hall. Feeling increasingly anxious as he hosted members of the Empire's intelligence organization due to their unique identities, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, that we are members of Group D from the All-Seeing Eye. The young team leader explained to Count Jalibai that a traitor from the All-Seeing Eye has arrived in Leon Town. She is a high-ranking sorceress skilled in close combat. The team leader patiently elaborated on the organization's mission. It turned out they were tasked with capturing the traitor. Our city guard has yet to catch sight of her. The individual in question has been a part of Group C for many years, operating covertly. Naturally, you outsiders would not recognize her. That I hope Count Jalibai will cooperate with us, that we have a plan that requires your endorsement. The team leader detailed the layout of the city guard, emphasizing the necessity of implementing a curfew before midnight. Our personnel should soon discover the traitor's hideout, with 6 high-ranking sorceresses already infiltrating the city. After all, she is within the confines of the city. Surveillance from both the city gates and the skies has been firmly established, with 3 fire dragons from the Empire's dragon cavalry deployed in rotation to monitor the skies. Investigations into the scroll shop have confirmed that no one has purchased a teleportation scroll in the past week, and the sale of such scrolls has been ordered to cease. She cannot escape. Upon hearing the detailed plan, Count Jalibai could not help but break into a cold sweat. The All-Seeing Eye operated with remarkable professionalism. Very well, I will entrust this matter to you esteemed officials. I shall immediately notify the city guard to implement the defensive measures regarding the curfew. Count Jalibai hesitated. However, as he had been preoccupied with other business ventures and feared the impact on their progress. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided to postpone the curfew. The curfew will commence at 10 o'clock tonight. Count Jalibai declared firmly, we need to mobilize the night order as well. The night order shall be set aside. The squad leader, sipping tea, pondered for a moment. This matter is one for our organization to resolve. As for the night order, the squad leader contemplated, we should mobilize personnel to the nearby village to prevent that individual from wielding any remaining teleportation scrolls. Meanwhile, in the fountain square of Leondon City, Isabella sat alone on a bench, indulging in a scallion pancake while observing the bustling square. Workers were busy repairing the pavement, one of whom was accompanied by his son. Assisting in the task, the child had awakened to earth elemental magic, possessing talent, but lacking the financial means to attend a magic academy. Across the square stood a magical blacksmith shop, its sign proclaiming the crafting of wands, long swords, shields, and magical armor. The blacksmith's son had awakened to fire elemental magic and was aiding his father in controlling the smelting process. That moment, a tall middle-aged man clad in a black uniform, reminiscent of the attire worn by Su Ing, settled beside Isabella. He exuded an air of distinct authority, with one leg crossed and a pipe perched between his lips. The man spoke in a low, commanding tone. Higender, the organization is currently in pursuit of you. I am here to issue a warning. The entire city of Leondon is now encircled by us. You speak of an organization that is not the All-Seeing Eye, but rather the Mage Syndicate, don't you? Isabella replied nonchalantly, her tone laced with disdain. You intend to capture me? How laughable to go back and consider whether you possess the capability to do so. There are fewer than 20 individuals in this city, and even mobilizing the city guard would not suffice to apprehend me. Isabella's words echoed the tone she had once used when first encountering Ling Yi, leading them to underestimate her true identity as Higender. The middle-aged man, his voice dark and stern, retorted, I do not know from where you derive such audacity that we are well aware of your capabilities. You cannot escape. At that moment, two shadows floated toward the ground, while in the sky, two crimson flame dragons soared, each carrying a mid-tier, third-level sorcerer upon their backs. Isabella glanced upwards to see the dragons circling above Yearned city, their wings beating with a sound that pierced the air. The crowd below, bewildered, looked up, excitedly pointing at the Imperial Dragon Knight's magnificent beast. Ah, the Dragon Knights, Isabella mused. If my memory serves me correctly, they have remained stationed at the border to protect O capture me. You truly have gone to great lengths. The clock tower near the fountain square chimed in unison with the hour of two. You have issued a challenge to me, and I see no need for subterfuge. Isabella declared, finishing her scallion pancake. I have no time for idle chatter. I shall see you at night. With her hands tucked in her pockets, Isabella made her way towards an alley, swiftly opening a rift in space and returning to her room. The surveillance personnel followed closely yet failed to catch sight of Higender. Has the source of magical energy dissipated? Pondered the man holding the black cube, feeling an unsettling anxiety wash over him. Nighttime rendezvous? Could it be that she truly has her own people? Just as he contemplated, the black cube in his hand began to tremble incessantly, and two colleagues approached him with questions. They too were taken aback by the revelation. It seemed Higender had no need to utilize a teleportation scroll. Perhaps she had mastered a form of spatial magic capable of instantaneous traversal. Yet such arcane secrets had been lost for over a millennium. Once they grasped this information, they could no longer remain idle. Upon reaching their temporary base, they inscribed a message on a scroll to inform Mahegla. Unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, Mahegla altered the order from capture to assassination, permitting the immediate execution of Higender upon sighting. Upon returning home, Isabella reclined on her bed, quietly contemplating her next course of action. The identity of Higender could no longer be utilized. Alas, it seemed both organizations were pursuing her simultaneously. Should she continue in this guise, she must decisively overpower them. Would she still be able to access special venues, such as magic shops, scroll emporiums, and adventurers' guilds? This world might issue wanted posters, but if the flow of information were abundant, this identity could remain useful for quite some time. Night fell. Yearned city was under complete lockdown. Helota received his orders and led the 8th Night Order to guard the nearby village, repeatedly warning that the night would be perilous and urging everyone to stay indoors. Should anyone venture out, they would undoubtedly face their father's wrath. Isabella was well aware of the events that would unfold that night. However, the butler Charlie had tightened his supervision. Miss Isabella, Mr. Helota's mission is to assist the city guard in apprehending a high-level sorcerer on the wanted list. He fears you may not behave, hence I shall be watching you closely tonight. This is utterly infuriating, Isabella thought, her patience wearing thin. She had anticipated a confrontation that evening, only to find herself confined. The threats she had made earlier now seemed hollow. Let them amuse themselves. Regaining her composure, Isabella reconsidered. Those fools would never find the Higender they sought. The real Higender was not even in the city. Even if she were to show up, they would be unable to contend with her. If it was inconvenient to venture out, she would let them wait in vain. As midnight approached, the city was fully under the control of the city guard and the all-seeing eyes personnel, conducting door-to-door investigations. Even Helota's residence was to be searched, but the butler Charlie managed to handle the situation, for this was the home of the Knight Commander, where no one could be concealed, least of all a wanted criminal. Isabella cursed internally. Consider yourselves fortunate. I must behave like a good girl tonight. Unable to engage in a skirmish, I shall sleep soundly while you suffer through the night. Isabella slept soundly through the night, awakening refreshed. Glancing at the calendar, she noted it was already mid-March. Her mother would return in a month, and she felt a flicker of anticipation. The original owner's memories of her mother were vague. She too was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, mid-level sorceress, but other details eluded her, including her name. In the morning, Isabella practiced her swordplay, and as noon approached, her father returned to the estate atop his warhorse. Kokolo set aside her sword to greet him. Helota picked Kokolo up, and Isabella noticed dark circles under his eyes, likely from a sleepless night. How ridiculous, Helota lamented. That wanted criminal isn't even in the city, yet everyone has gone without sleep all night. The Count insisted there would be a confrontation last night. Isabella paused her practice and spoke with a soothing tone. That criminal is a high-level sorcerer. With so many people mobilized, she must have been terrified. Helota replied with frustration. Who knows if that scoundrel is even afraid? I've heard she possesses spatial transfer magic. Perhaps she has already fled Leondun. With so many searching for her, how could she possibly sleep? After venting, Helota sighed and affectionately ruffled Kokolo's hair. Charlie, help me organize my gear. I'm so exhausted from the sleepless night that I can hardly move. I have no appetite for lunch. Helota entered the mansion, shedding his magical armor and heading to the bathroom. Isabella exchanged a puzzled glance with Kokolo and shrugged, returning to her sword practice. Had she insisted on confronting them last night, perhaps she would have had the chance to confront Helota. Nevertheless, she chose to retreat. The identity of Higender would remain more suitable for a wanderer, as the city would surely remain tumultuous this month. The All-Seeing Eye's headquarters, Mehegla had not slept a wink all night. And as dawn broke, he heard no tidings of good news. Damn it, Higender! He fumed in his office, enraged that one of his own had stood him up. When did she acquire the secret of spatial transfer? Outside, a member of Group C hesitated at the door, unable to muster the courage to enter and report. In Leondun City, the lockdown had persisted through the night, aside from some economic losses in the black market and red light districts. Residents found the city guard's investigations to be of little consequence. In a basement of Leondun City, the organization known as the Flower of Sin was faced with the dilapidated state of Night Bloom No. 42, and the figure known as the Flower of the Other Shore bore a troubled expression. You do not even know who attacked you, as the night-blooming Jasmine knelt before the Lord of the Higginbanna. She lamented, My lord, I acknowledge my folly. It was my negligence that led me astray. I beheld a novice young girl wandering alone in the silent forest, and unwholesome thoughts took root in my mind, compelling me to consider abducting her for a trifling gain. Merely a month has elapsed since the previous two fools met their fate, yet you failed to glean wisdom from their missteps? And you dare to show your face again. The Lord of the Higginbanna unsheathed her whip, striking it upon the back of night-blooming Jasmine No. 42, causing her to cry out in pain. Indeed, it is my error. I have truly been remiss. However, I distinctly sense the absence of others nearby. Yet inexplicably, as I prepared to ensnare, I was discovered. The Lord of the Higginbanna lashed her again. Cease this folly. You shall continue with the surveillance. Is it truly such a challenge to oversee a vineyard? With a measured demeanor, the Lord commanded her maidservant. This time, we shall alter our approach. Seek out 2 individuals of slightly greater age and 1 very young, to masquerade as an ordinary family of 3, relocating to Molin Village, preferably near the abode of Sir Helota. Remember, no misconduct is to occur. Our existence in the village must be simple and unpretentious. Should you breach the rules again, you shall be summarily expelled from the sinful flower. After the maidservant departed, night-blooming Jasmine No. 42 trembled on the ground, silently weeping. I have forfeited half my life, and upon my return, I am to be punished. Could it be that the silver-haired girl is a child of fortune? Something feels amiss. Each time I attempt to act, unforeseen circumstances arise. Thus, there must be an omniscient observer lurking within the silent forest. With tear-streaked eyes, night-blooming Jasmine No. 42 gazed up at the Lord of the Higginbanna, who spoke first. Last night, the city was conducting a rigorous search for Highendor. How fortuitous that I've only just met that elven girl. Perhaps I shall assign you to seek her out, offering her some incentives to entice her to join the sinful flower. Given her current predicament, she is most suitable for our ranks, but I have never even laid eyes on that person. Today, the Adventurers Guild is likely to post a bounty notice. You should check for yourself. During her afternoon respite, Isabella opened a rift in space, Arriving in Leontown, she passed by the magical weapon shop. She observed several city guards conversing with the shopkeeper at the entrance. Looking up, she spotted the silver-haired girl she had rescued yesterday, gazing down at the crowd from a third-floor window. The streets were patrolled by numerous city guards, and the foot traffic on the main thoroughfare had significantly diminished. Isabella decided to purchase some pancakes. The vendor remarked, "Yesterday, they were searching for a fugitive. That individual is a powerful sorcerer. Since last night, the city has been on high alert, leaving many in a state of trepidation, reluctant to venture outdoors. Even those entering the city are subjected to thorough interrogations. If they fail to capture the fugitive, will they not eventually relax their vigilance?" Isabella inquired, to which the vendor shook his head, indicating ignorance. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. As long as we can lead our lives in peace." "It seems you look quite familiar." It is none other than Miss Isabella. "This city is perilous. Do not act alone. Finish your meal and return home swiftly," after receiving her pork and onion pancake. Isabella, through her magical senses, comprehended the city's defensive arrangements. The entire city was on high alert. They would not easily lower their guard. The Mage Guild and the omniscient observers were traversing various districts, with city guards stationed in every alley, and even the black market was under the watchful eye of numerous guards. At the entrance to the black market, several suspicious men were whispering amongst themselves. "This is all the fault of that fugitive. They have disrupted our business. Alas, who knows when peace will return? The supplies we prepared have already arrived in the city. As for when the black market will reopen, it matters not." "Humph, you are quite comfortable. If my goods do not sell soon, I stand to incur significant losses. That IT would be one thing for the auction house to close, but for the entire black market to shut down, that would be a disaster." A stout-faced man approached. "Why the rush? I happen to possess 3 copies of the Phoenix Scroll. My child needs funds for attending the Briefing Academy, and I am more eager than you." "What, old friend, are you selling counterfeit goods again? That scroll cannot resurrect humans. It can only bring animals back to life. Selling that to people is even more unscrupulous than I am." Isabella, upon hearing this, shook her head, and after a moment of contemplation, felt elated. It seemed that a black market auction was being prepared, albeit temporarily halted due to the fugitive incident. She was now curious to see if there would be any opportunities to encounter higher-level magical weapons resonating with her own. This black market auction appeared quite intriguing and was worth attending. Navigating through several streets, Isabella arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, where a multitude of onlookers had gathered from a distance. She noticed a freshly posted S-rank bounty on the notice board. It was the bounty for Hyjin, depicted on a large wanted poster, accompanied by a detailed mission description and enemy intel. Mission description: Jasmine Mona Hyjin, a defector from the omniscient eye of the Uberek Empire. This individual possesses healing and spatial magic, excels in close-range magical combat, and is capable of spatial displacement. Publisher: Uberek Empire's Omniscient Eye, bounty, 1,200 silver coins. Meanwhile, far to the northwest, 10,000 miles away, in the elven domain of the north, at the gates of the Holy Ghost City, Ling Yi and Shui, she arrived at the Adventurers Guild, ready to accept today's mission. Upon their arrival, the crowd parted to allow them passage. Shui, upon seeing the bounty notice, could not help but laugh, pointing at the S-rank commission and turning to Ling. 1,200 silver coins. A high-level sorcerer proficient in both spatial and healing magic is only worth this measly bounty. Who would dare take on such a reckless mission? I might lose my teeth from laughing. Ling Yi raised her head, noticing that the poster depicted her likeness, her heart sinking. The Empire cannot locate this person. Have they resorted to mobilizing the Adventurers Guild's personnel? Yet this individual is a defector from the Omniscient Eye. If we assess the danger level, it should warrant an additional 2 S ranks at least. However, the highest rank is merely S. I must say my self-assessment is rather commendable. She reached out, intending to accept the bounty, but then withdrew her hand. How amusing. There is no chance anyone could capture her. If the commission is accepted and not completed within the deadline, a penalty of 10 times the bounty value must be paid. Ling Yi felt a surge of annoyance. Well, how about that? I would be capturing myself. I in Leontown. Isabella, transformed into the likeness of yearned, overturned several city guards and fled toward the concealed western city. This farce in Leontown must come to a swift conclusion. Quick! The fugitive has been spotted. She headed west. Within Leontown, calls from the city guards echoed, and nearby guards mobilized their forces to surround the western direction. After transforming into yearned's appearance, Isabella grabbed a red blanket that was drying in the sun, its texture nearly dry, and fashioned it into a cloak, which billowed as she ran, the vibrant red drawing all eyes. With a thought, Isabella took to low-altitude flight, her speed unmatched, outpacing the heavily armored city guards. 6 high-level sorcerers, possessing dual identities, who had been covertly observing, received the message and swiftly traversed the rooftops toward the west. Isabella reached the rooftop of a grand residence in the western city, standing on the third-floor terrace, awaiting her pursuers, facing the 6 high-level sorcerers cloaked in flight capes. Only 2 approached her directly, while the other 4 positioned themselves atop the building, readying their magical defenses. The 6 sorcerers donned shadowy black uniforms, 3 men and 3 women. Above, 3 fire dragons with a wingspan of 12 meters circled within 100 meters of the western city. The 2 men before Isabella were both adept in fire elemental magic. The one who remained motionless at the highest point was the very individual who had conversed with Isabella at the Fountain Square the previous day. Isabella emulated yearned's unique battle stance, clenching her fist as the spatial fluctuations in her palm began to warp. 2 flaming torrents surged forth. Isabella unleashed a spatial distortion, dispelling the flames that descended upon her like a ferocious tiger. Once more, she cast her spatial magic, propelling herself forward and, in an instant, arriving before the 2 assailants, delivering a powerful punch to each, severely distorting their faces. After retracting her hands, Isabella furrowed her brow at the 2 who lay sprawled on the first floor, their faces battered and bruised, unconscious on the ground. Despite her restraint, she found it perplexing that such robust individuals could not withstand her might. The subtly warped space had rendered her fists even more formidable. Among 3 young women, one invoked the magic of the wind element, unleashing invisible blades of wind from various angles towards Isabella. She activated a spatial vortex, absorbing the wind blades. The other 2 women took their turns. One unleashed ice element magic, sending forth countless needle-like ice crystals that rained down upon Isabella, while the other conjured earth element magic, summoning thousands of hardened rocks the size of eggs, which relentlessly hurtled towards her. The scene before her resembled a torrential downpour, striking from the front. The spatial vortex held firm for 10 seconds when Isabella noticed that the attacks grazing past her effortlessly breached the walls behind her. She felt a tremor beneath her feet. With a thunderous roar, a massive, sharp rock erupted from the ground. Though it surged forth with impressive speed, Isabella's reflexes were quicker. She leaped into the air at a crack. A bolt of lightning, seemingly from nowhere, struck her. Bang! The bolt, as thick as a bowl, struck Isabella, erupting into countless sparks, the arcs of electricity flashing dozens of times in a fleeting moment. Buzzing, the arcs danced around her, shielded by the grace of a divine envoy. Such a degree of lightning could hardly harm her. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment, not in disbelief, but in sheer incomprehension at how such a powerful lightning magic could fail to injure her. Suspended in midair, Isabella pointed her right hand towards the man who had unleashed the lightning magic. Behind him, a vortex of spatial distortion emerged. As if he had fallen into quicksand, he struggled to activate his flight cloak, yet found himself unable to escape the gravitational pull of the space. In desperation, he activated a basic teleportation scroll and vanished into the vortex's entrance, reappearing at Count Jalabeo's estate. You have nowhere to retreat. Yearned, today marks your demise. A roar from the crimson flame dragon echoed through the sky as a man, accompanied by his warriors, dove down, each wielding a 7-meter-long spear. As the dragon approached, it flipped mid-air, soaring towards them. The 2 on the dragon's back raised their mid-tier spears, aiming at Isabella. Quick as a flash, Isabella evaded their thrusts, seizing the dragon's hind leg and pulling with force. The dragon was momentarily thrown off balance, nearly losing its flight stability. ascending to great heights. After piercing through the clouds, Isabella released her grip and soared towards the valley, closely pursued by the two crimson flame dragons. Upon witnessing their target flee, the four who had suffered below immediately activated their flight cloaks, following the dragon towards the Orland Heights. Upon reaching the Orland Heights, the crimson flame dragon accelerated towards a peak. Seeing the impending collision with the mountain, Isabella let go, using the momentum to glide towards the valley. But the two dragons were still hot on her tail. Glancing back, she saw both dragons open their cavernous mouths, unleashing a torrent of flames stretching 100 meters. Isabella opened a spatial vortex in the direction she was heading, and in an instant, it felt as though she had plunged into a sponge-like bed, rapidly decelerating in mid-air, causing the dragon's fiery assault to miss its mark. The riders on the dragons, astonished to witness someone capable of such maneuvers, immediately pulled the dragons upwards, spiraling into the sky to prepare for a swift dive. The four late-arriving high-ranking sorceresses soon realized their altitude was insufficient to reach their target above the clouds. They could only blame the flight cloak's limited advantage, which only allowed them to soar to a maximum altitude of 4,800 meters, or 200 meters above ground. It became evident that they still needed to cover an additional 300 meters, a distance that conveniently lay just beyond their attack range. Isabella surveyed her surroundings, suspended in mid-air, inciting frustration among all onlookers. The three crimson flame dragons, flying in a diagonal formation, dove towards her, retracting their extended wings while the riders crouched low on their backs. The dragons' tails carving a straight wake through the air. Truly, they were the Empire's dragon cavalry. Isabella extended her right hand, murmuring softly, "I shall send you to a better place." Before her, Isabella opened a spatial rift that directly led to the fourth-level dungeon. Whoosh! The three crimson flame dragons vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the fourth-level dungeon, filled with floating islands. At their speed, it would take them 2 months to reach the ground level. And within lay only elite-level magical beasts. Survival there would be akin to descending into hell. In midair, the four gazed up at the suddenly vanished three crimson flame dragons. Isabella cast her gaze upon them, still contemplating how best to execute her judgment, yet resolved to employ a gentle approach. After careful consideration, she veered in a direction, leading them to mistakenly believe that Heidinger had fled Leonton City. Turning, Isabella flew eastward. In midair, the four hastened to keep up, each compensating for their magical energy in turn. "Everyone, keep up! She has been flying at high altitude. Her magic must be depleting. Hey, why isn't anyone attempting to bring her down? It won't do to just keep flying." After approximately 10 minutes, Isabella descended into lower altitudes, weaving through a labyrinth of canyons. The four behind her continued to trail closely. Her altitude is dropping. Her magic must be nearly exhausted. She hasn't replenished any, but her speed remains impressive. We must not lose her. Isabella occasionally glanced back, maintaining a distance of 100 meters. After traversing several ravines, she seized the opportunity to open a spatial rift. Entering the rift, she arrived in the valley of the silent forest, slowed her pace, and reverted to her original appearance, compressing her magical source before casting aside her crimson cloak into a storage rift. She opened another rift, returning to her room, and sooner had she settled into her seat than the footsteps of butler Charlie echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. After confirming each other as presents, Charlie opened the door. "Miss Isabella, do you wish to practice magic this afternoon? Although I would advise against practicing in the backyard, as it might disturb Mr. Helota's slumber," he inquired from the doorframe. "Not today. Teach me how to prepare afternoon tea instead," Isabella replied, tying her ponytail, her back turned to Charlie. Meanwhile, far away in the Orland Heights, the four who had flown for several minutes halted at the edge of a cliff. "She has escaped again." The nearby magical energy fluctuations abruptly ceased. "This time, we lost 3 crimson flame dragons. How has that fellow grown even more formidable than during the era of the all-seeing eye? No time to discuss it. Back to Leonton City." She might return to the city tonight. In the wild outskirts of the Orland Heights, the four vented their frustrations upon a pile of stones in a clearing. Countless ice crystals and fragments rained down upon boulders larger than 2-story houses. Even as the stones were reduced to rubble, it did nothing to quell the young sorceress's seething anger. Venting is futile. At least we've learned just how formidable Heidinger truly is. Revered Lay, you've worked with Heidinger for many years. Today is your first true understanding of her. I have no desire to entangle myself with you youngsters. Instead of wasting time venting, we should return to the city and check on our injured brothers. We ought to arrange for the Magic Guild to keep an eye on things in town. There is no need for us to recklessly confront her. After a brief exchange of chatter, the group returned to Leontown. Upon arriving at the Earl's estate, they began to voice their grievances regarding the 10 members of Group D. After some debate, Group D claimed that Group C had failed to inform their fellow organization, leading to impulsive actions by Group C. Despite their quarrel, both groups had no choice but to draft a message scroll to inquire with their leaders about the next steps. The leader of Group C, known as the All-Seeing Eye, was the first to respond, instructing them to remain in Leontown, while the leader of Group D directed his team to conduct covert investigations in the eastern town. In the afternoon, Isabella set about preparing afternoon tea. Having frequently cooked simple home dishes in her previous life, she found the current situation challenging due to her small stature and the unwieldy kitchen tools. Nevertheless, Isabella adapted swiftly, prompting Lord Charlie to exclaim, "Miss Isabella possesses remarkable culinary talent. As a butler, I feel somewhat outshone. The pastries she created hardly reveal her novice status." Isabella replied, "Thanks to your excellent guidance, Lord Charlie, there is no need to practice magic daily. The true joy lies in savoring life." However, she expressed concern about her impending enrollment in the academy, worried about her potential difficulty in adapting to the new environment. Lord Charlie pondered for a moment before replying calmly, "Life at Briefin Academy consists of many noble children, including those from courts, dukes, and marquises. Miss Isabella, once you begin your studies, do not feel out of place due to your status. Maintain an optimistic outlook, as they may be quite amiable." Intrigued, Isabella sought to learn more about life in the capital, particularly regarding the academy. She recalled that Mr. Halota was an alumnus of Briefin Magic Academy and considered inquiring about the institution during dinner. Suddenly, Lord Charlie interjected, "Do remember to pay attention to etiquette at Briefin Academy. During breaks, you may encounter young lords and ladies or even princes and princesses. Be mindful of decorum, as they are unlikely to cause unnecessary trouble." Isabella engaged in conversation for quite some time, gaining deeper insights into Briefin Academy. She realized that her greatest challenge lay in adhering to social niceties. After all, in her previous life, her respectful phrases rarely exceeded 3 sentences. However, in this world, neglecting such customs could lead to severe repercussions. As dinner approached, Mr. Halota woke, and they began their meal. Isabella recounted stories of her father's youthful days at Briefin Academy, noting how mundane his experiences were until he attended the Alberic Military Academy, where his life truly took a leap forward. Midnight, Isabella's favorite hour, soon arrived. Since transforming into Hijinder would draw attention, she decided to remain in her own form. Dressed in a white mask adorned with a subtle smile, she lowered her dark hood, controlling her magical essence at the intermediate second tier, and wandered through the alleys of the black market. This time, her purpose was to gather information about the black market auction. However, the city's vigilance persisted, and it was evident that the black market only relaxed its guard after midnight. There were few vendors and even fewer buyers. After scouring the alley multiple times, she finally overheard whispers regarding the auction. It was rumored that the wanted criminal had fled Leontown, and the postponed auction was expected to take place the day after tomorrow. Her Phoenix Scroll could finally be sold, and she vowed to reward her informant handsomely. "No need for such formality. We're all here for business, and mutual benefit is expected," replied the informant. "After years of crafting scrolls, do you truly know how to create an authentic Phoenix Scroll?" Of course, the challenge lies not in the artistry of the scroll, but in the quality of materials and enchantments. With sufficient resources, I can produce as many as needed. My family has a legacy of scroll crafting. Alas, in my generation, it seems nearly impossible to profit from scrolls. For decades, Azelia has trained scroll makers who dominate the market. Isabella chose not to linger on this topic, sensing the conversation had shifted toward scrolls. Deep within the dark alley, there was a CAF bustling with patrons, most of whom were far from virtuous. Seeking further information, she deemed it best to venture where crowds gathered. Upon entering the CF, she discovered a space the size of 2 classrooms, yet there were no available seats. It seemed as though those who would typically roam the black market had congregated here instead. The patrons were engrossed in discussions about their respective businesses, and Isabella stood at the entrance, observing for some time as several bearded men cast glances in her direction. Controlling her magical essence at the intermediate second tier, no one dared to challenge her. They could only stare in disbelief. Besides serving coffee, the establishment also offered low-alcohol beverages. "Little miss, are you here looking for someone?" A barista approached her, speaking in a gentle tone, but he appeared to be in his 20s. Adorned with a golden nose ring and an emerald earring, his attire more refined than most men, featuring a crisp white shirt and a red waistcoat, which contrasted with the burly clientele, giving him an air of sophistication. Isabella recognized that his courteous demeanor stemmed from her formidable presence. Her intermediate second-tier strength surpassed the average in the black market. "Are you aware of the black market auction?" Isabella inquired, jingling 5 silver coins in her hand, producing a clear sound. "What business do you have at the auction?" "Shopping. Such places are frequented by the wealthy, and even the items up for bid may be counterfeit that I'm merely interested in attending." Isabella placed a stack of silver coins on the bar. "Could you kindly inform me where the auction will be held?" "Ah, so you're not a local. The venue is in the red light district of the northern city. I can't recall the name, but it's the establishment closest to the city wall that if you seek novelty, you can purchase a cheap ticket for the back row on the second floor. To me, that place only showcases living creatures as genuine. Just be wary of being deceived." Isabella simply replied, "Thank you, that it's unusual to encounter someone as polite as you in such a place." The barista smiled faintly, accepting the silver coins. "Would you like a cup of coffee? Perhaps a drink? You can call me Robert. Oh, just a drink will suffice." Isabella hesitated, unsure of whose name to use. Robert appeared quite youthful. Using her perception ability, Isabella discerned that he was an intermediate second-tier water element magician, controlling the water element within the beverages he crafted. "Little miss, I'm already 36 years old. Who knows how much longer I have?" Robert smiled, clearly pleased by compliments on his youthful appearance. He quickly prepared a drink for her. Isabella lifted the glass, releasing a faint spark of fire element magic, enveloping the drink in a blue flame. Robert's expression shifted from surprise to confusion, ultimately settling into a smile as he realized this unassuming girl was, in fact, a fire element magician, having reached the intermediate second tier at such a young age. He had yet to encounter anyone of that caliber roaming without a purpose. After confirming that the drink posed no threat, Isabella took a sip amidst the flames. Robert had concocted a rather mild spirit, but he remained cautious of the peculiar girl before him. As she downed the drink without flinching, he realized he had encountered an opponent he could not contend with. After her departure, Robert penned a message scroll, alerting the auction house to be wary of the mysterious girl. As Isabella walked away, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. There seemed to be no good souls in this black market, and even the food was shrouded in secrecy. She realized that the elite-grade magical materials she had previously sold had indeed been underpriced. Even a slight increase in market value would likely attract buyers seeking quality goods. Yet, why was the auction being held in the red light district? In order to discern whether Robert was speaking the truth, Isabella opened a rift in space and ascended to the heights above North City. With a sweeping glance, she located the spot Robert had mentioned, where numerous sealed packages were being transported into a grand 4-story building. She also observed members of the Sinful Flower organization participating in the labor. After a prolonged wait, she found no trace of any high-grade magical weapons. The night of the black market auction arrived, and the event commenced only after midnight. Clad in her previous black attire and donning a white, smiling mask, Isabella regulated her magical energy to the intermediate second tier. This time, she adopted the visage of the white-haired girl from the Silent Forest. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail with a braided twist, loosely secured by a pearl hairpin. Upon reaching the auction venue, she noted that only 4 members of the Sinful Flower organization stood at the entrance, evidently acting as guards, their strength at the intermediate sorcerer level. "Little miss, you've come to the wrong place," one of the men remarked as Isabella approached. "I am here to attend the auction," she replied. "The auction has already begun. Are you here alone?" after a brief silence. Isabella answered, "I was sent by Lord Higginbanna, but I only paid for the cheapest ticket. If you do not allow me entry." "Come in, then. It seems you're one of us. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The man immediately became anxious, recognizing that the young girl before him was of intermediate second-tier strength and clearly one of their own, prompting him to respectfully ask for her name. "Knight Jasmine 12. Isabella casually declared, knowing it was a mere fabrication. "I don't have time to chat. Hurry, take me inside." "What was the entry fee again?" She feigned ignorance. The man, now sweating profusely, realized that discussing ticket prices was unnecessary. The mention of Knight Jasmine 12 indicated she was undoubtedly an elder in their organization, for the Knight Jasmine faction typically appeared and vanished without a trace. "I'll take you in and find you a good seat." Upon entering the venue, they encountered a semicircular stage, brightly illuminated by candlelight, with oil lamps suspended from above, casting a lively glow on the auctioneer beneath the curtain. The man noticed that the hall was packed with attendees. "I'll find you a chair," he said awkwardly, standing still. "Please wait a moment." Soon after, he returned with a chair. Isabella felt the eyes of many upon her, compelling her to awkwardly fix her gaze on the auctioneer on stage. Why does he look increasingly familiar? She wondered, only to realize it was Robert from the CAF last time. She anticipated that this individual held multiple roles, which explained his awareness that not all items at their auction were of good quality. After the man secured a chair for Isabella near the stage, the other attendees, observing his respectful demeanor towards her, no longer cast suspicious glances. Their curiosity piqued instead. The first half of the auction progressed slowly, featuring artworks with starting prices that were remarkably low. The owners bid repeatedly, but the atmosphere remained rather dull, lacking any fervor. Utilizing her insight, Isabella discerned that among the 300 attendees, the majority were at the novice sorcerer level, with only about 20% being of intermediate second tier or higher. Many of those bidding for art were dressed as merchants, possibly butlers from affluent families, that a small number of participants, being sorcerers of intermediate second tier or above, showed little interest in art collection, with no one placing bids. Time passed, and Isabella found herself on the verge of dozing off. Each time the gavel struck, her drowsiness deepened. As the first half concluded, Robert stood at the podium, his tone calm and elegant, announcing that the second half would feature magical artifacts, potions, magical weapons, scrolls, slaves, and rare magical materials, with no ores on offer this time. Once Robert finished speaking, the dozens of butlers from the first half gradually exited, heading backstage to collect their competing items. Following their departure, around a dozen members from the Sinful Flower organization discreetly entered the venue, clearly there to maintain order rather than to uncover Isabella's presence. The magical artifacts included 10 items, primarily enhancing attack and defense capabilities, exploration tools, and other functional items. The production cost of these magical tools was high, and they were intended for sale through legitimate channels, managed and recorded by the Empire. Purchasing magical tools at the auction constituted a legal sales point. 20 minutes passed, and Isabella's anticipation for the magical weapons finally bore fruit. There were staves, enchanted arrows, enchanted crossbows, and armor shields, all of intermediate first-tier quality, with not a single high-grade item in sight. Yet these pieces were highly sought after by novice sorcerers, offering them the chance to wield equipment one tier above their own, serving not only to enhance their combat capabilities and safeguard their lives, but also to signify their status and abilities among their peers. Isabella let out a silent sigh, realizing this auction had been fruitless, a mere spectacle. When the auction for magical scrolls commenced, her interest peaked. She had covertly learned of the infamous Phoenix scrolls, which, while not entirely genuine, could indeed resurrect. However, they could not revive humans, only returning the deceased to life without any means of leaving feedback. The first scroll was a mid-tier teleportation scroll, with 5 available and a starting price of 20 silver coins. Utilizing her insight, Isabella discovered that these mid-tier teleportation scrolls were of subpar quality, failing to meet standard efficacy. Nonetheless, people still purchased them, as they provided a means of escape during critical moments. The final price settled at 60 silver coins, just above the market average, with no further bids following. Next came the elemental high-tier defensive scrolls, 7 in total, each representing a different element, but the quality varied greatly. The starting price was 70 silver coins. Given their high-tier status, many competed fiercely, and the final price reached 210 silver coins. As high-tier scrolls were scarce and perpetually in demand, priced at 30 silver coins each, they were only slightly above market value, making them more palatable, though the bundled sale still rendered the overall price somewhat steep. The grand finale scroll was the Phoenix Scroll. Isabella was well aware of the underlying truths concerning this batch of scrolls, having witnessed the confrontation between Ling Yi and Su Ying, during which the Phoenix Scroll was utilized. Granting a singular opportunity for revival. On stage, the auctioneer Robert solemnly and elegantly introduced, "This time, we are offering 2 Phoenix Scrolls." 3 elegantly dressed hostesses approached, carrying the unfolded scrolls, adorned with vivid depictions of the Firebird in gold against pristine parchment. Their weight substantial. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Why were they auctioning only 2 scrolls when there were 3? "This time, we shall demonstrate the miracles of the Phoenix Scroll," Robert announced, clapping his hands as the curtain behind him rose. Within a cage lay an unconscious monkey. He cast a water elemental spell, awakening the monkey, which leaped about in a frenzy, eliciting laughter from the audience. Grasping the monkey's paw, Robert directed magical energy, placing it upon one of the Phoenix Scroll's backs, which glowed with an ethereal blue light, activating the scroll. This moment, whispers filled the hall. Such a precious Phoenix Scroll was being used on a mere monkey. What a waste! Subsequently, Robert employed water elemental magic to encase the cage in a water sphere. And despite the monkey's struggles, it ultimately drowned. A sinful flower organization's magic swordsman was called forth to deliver a few decisive strikes, leaving no doubt that the little monkey was beyond revival. After 2 minutes, the monkey's body emanated a golden light, floating within the cage like a balloon. Following the radiance, the monkey sprang back to life, lively and vigorous, with the starting price set at 100 silver coins for the 2 Phoenix Scrolls. The hall erupted in astonishment. Typically, a single Phoenix Scroll commanded a market price of 500 silver coins. Here, the starting price was an astonishingly low 50 silver coins each. They were truly catering to the impoverished of the small city. After several rounds of intense bidding, the price for the 2 Phoenix Scrolls soared to 900 silver coins, completely depleting the resources of a pair of brothers bound by life and death. Isabella sighed once more. After their purchase, they would indeed be bound together in life and death. Yet, the Phoenix Scroll bore a significant flaw. It could only resurrect its user at the same location, necessitating the use of a teleportation scroll thereafter. Otherwise, the resurrected individual would still be subject to the same threats. The final segment of the event involved the auctioning of slaves. The remaining stewards of the Merchant Guild appeared to be eagerly awaiting this concluding phase. The individuals brought forth were predominantly children around the age of 12. That most of these youths, captured to serve as slaves, were abandoned by their parents and belonged to subhuman races, none of them possessing the bloodline of a normal species. Isabella refrained from passing judgment on the half-elf and half-orc children on stage, clad in scant garments that offered little coverage. They had awakened magical abilities, albeit at a rudimentary level, under the magical suppression of their cages. They bore a striking resemblance to the small monkeys previously confined for experimentation. The half-elf girl was purchased, likely destined for a different fate, while the boy of mixed heritage would surely be sold off as a laborer. Due to Isabella's petite stature and her position in the front row, the children on stage frequently cast their gazes towards her, their eyes reflecting a desperate longing for salvation. In stark contrast, Isabella found it hard to believe that she shared this world with them. The more she observed, the softer her heart became. She continuously sought to console herself, striving to quell the tumult within her conscience. They were abandoned children, not forcibly taken. The most pitiful aspect was their starting bid of merely 500 copper coins, with the final sale price not exceeding 50 silver coins. Their lives were valued less than a subpar intermediate magic scroll. As the auction drew to a close, 10 slaves had already been sold. Despite their tragic circumstances, Isabella knew she could not act impulsively. With her current financial means, she could afford to buy them. But the challenges of caring for them, of providing for them, were daunting and far surpassed her current capabilities. The small slaves were gradually escorted to the backstage area. The last to be presented was a normal human boy. with hair of a striking red and white hue, appearing almost transparent under the glaring lights, a vivid silver red. His expression was one of despondency, his gaze akin to ashes, his black tailcoat caked in yellow dust. Isabella discerned, with her perceptive abilities, that he had awakened the elemental magics of fire, lightning, earth, and light. Robert, the auctioneer, introduced this final lot, stating that he hailed from the Third Empire of Karillaman, possessing the natural aptitude of a high-quality mercenary. He had grown up in magical caves along the border of the Aubric Empire, where both his parents, adventurers, had perished in battle years prior. Robert's tone was elegant and devoid of emotion. As if he were merely presenting an ordinary commodity, Isabella's gaze met the boy's for a few silent seconds. Beneath her mask, she felt compelled to act. His magical prowess was exceptional, and such a being should not fall into the hands of others. Destined to become an inconsequential mercenary, ultimately leading a life of mediocrity. Yet, the thought of purchasing a person left her uncertain. What would her intentions be? Merely to offer him a chance at freedom from his cage. The boy within the confines was breathing slowly, his eyes slowly drifting shut, resigned to the fate of becoming another servant. Robert continued to outline the boy's combat skills, though he offered no clarity on his origins. He could have been found or captured, but it was certain he had not come willingly. A friendly reminder noted that this boy had already killed 5 employers. If anyone had the means, they should bid on him. The starting price was set at 20 silver coins. 25. Bids began to pour in. 30. 35. As time ticked by, Isabella remained torn. 50 silver coins. A middle-aged man raised his bid for the 5th time. Isabella spoke firmly. 55 silver coins. This was followed by several rounds of bidding, the only sounds being the cold, detached numbers exchanged. The boy in the cage remained unmoved. It mattered little to him who bought him. Minutes passed, and the price climbed to 200 silver coins. The 2 bidders maintained their composure, yet neither was willing to relent. At this juncture, the middle-aged man interjected. "Little sister, what do you intend to do with him? Are you seeking a strong, comfortable companion?" His words elicited laughter from the audience. That it was indeed a peculiar sight, a young girl bidding for a boy. Isabella found no grounds for rebuttal and continued to raise her bid. Ultimately, the middle-aged man conceded, as the price reached 300 silver coins, enough to hire a skilled mercenary of the 3rd tier for a year. Acquiring a mere boy was, indeed, not worth the expense. 300 silver coins once, twice sold. In the end, Isabella resolved to purchase the boy on stage. At the very least, he could be molded into something valuable or serve as her bodyguard in the future. As the event concluded, a chorus of murmurs followed her. How strange it was to spend 300 silver coins on a boy. Wasn't he just a boy? 20 silver coins would suffice. Surely, she had developed a fondness for him. Could it be that she was willing to spend money for love? A child husband? Backstage, Isabella was the last to arrive. Only a few members of the Sinful Flower organization remained, discussing their plans for the next day's meals and entertainment. Isabella had no surplus silver coins, and instead paid the equivalent of 3 gold coins. Robert recognized her as the little girl who had visited the CAF 2 days prior, noting the striking similarity in both height and voice. "Little sister, do you know him?" he inquired, his expression neutral, his tone devoid of mockery. "I do not know him," Isabella replied, glancing at the half-conscious boy slumped in his cage. She approached quietly. He was an extraordinary talent. The boy remained drowsy, his eyes heavy with sleep, inhaling deeply before lifting his gaze towards Isabella outside the cage. However, her masked visage startled him, causing him to recoil in fear. "Little sister, I have heard from the merchants that he is quite dangerous. Are you not afraid he might kill you?" Robert asked, puzzled. Isabella offered no response, instead crouching before the boy, facing him through the iron bars. "What is your name? How old are you?" Her tone was somewhat cold as she inquired. The boy rolled his eyes, refusing to answer, turning his body away in a sulky manner, as if to express his displeasure at having been startled by Isabella's sudden appearance. "Never mind, let him out. It is getting late, and I am quite tired," Isabella commanded. One of the Sinful Flower members with a key unlocked the cage. Isabella noted that the boy wore a red slave collar around his neck. Robert handed her a red control rope inscribed with runes, saying, "What you choose to do with him is your business. I am merely here to oversee the auction." Holding the control rope, Isabella glanced at it. Come with me. I will not mistreat you, she said to the bee, as he emerged from the cage. He stood a head taller than Isabella, his muscles appearing frail, as if he had gone 3 days without a proper meal. Thank you, he spoke, realizing that his new employer was not a villain. How should I address you moving forward? Isabella had not considered this question, but found it inconvenient to address at the moment, and simply exited the building. They made their way to the streets of the northern city. The boy noticed that his young employer remained silent, and he dared not inquire further, his stomach growling in hunger as he trailed behind her. At last, Isabella discovered a late-night tavern, where she ordered noodles and roasted meat that I will not eat. You may have it. Isabella sat across from a youth, her tone devoid of emotion, only lamenting her own impulsiveness. Today's purchase of this individual might necessitate greater expenditure in the future. The boy began to exhibit a hint of wariness, cautiously consuming meat and noodles while observing Isabella's relaxed demeanor. It had been an indeterminate amount of time since he had partaken in a proper meal. And as he continued to eat, silent tears began to trickle down his cheeks. Isabella, with her legs crossed and arms resting on her knees, lowered her head, squinting her eyes and swaying slightly, feeling overwhelmingly drowsy, as if she were on the brink of slumber. After a few minutes, the boy finished his meal. The sound of his chewing ceased. Isabella inquired once more, "What is your name? How old are you?" Elvin Keller, 12 years old. As for my background, the auctioneer was not mistaken. I am not a bad person. Those employers bullied others, and they bullied me as well, which is why I killed them though. Isabella replied in a flat tone. It's all in the past. You can become yourself. It's too late now. But after I settle you in. Isabella yawned and made her way toward a nearby inn. Upon opening the door, she addressed the proprietor. Innkeeper, I would like a room. The innkeeper, with a pipe in his mouth, glanced at her, noticing she was just a child, and returned to his reading, mumbling, 5 copper coins for a night. Isabella found his response rather peculiar. She pointed to the boy beside her and asked, Please provide him with a room for a month. How much will that be? The innkeeper blinked in surprise. What is this scenario? A poor boy encounters a wealthy young lady. He stammered, 2 silver coins for a month. Isabella and Elvin ascended to the 3rd floor, where the room was spacious, complete with a bathroom and a window that overlooked the street. You will stay here alone for the time being. I may have time tomorrow evening to take you to enhance your magical source, Isabella stated, producing 5 silver coins. Here, this is your allowance for the month. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered, Oh, I almost forgot. With a squint, Isabella summoned her primary magic sword from thin air, placing the blade at the entrance. Use this for now. Don't wander off or engage in mischief. Isabella opened a rift in space and returned to her own room, collapsing onto her bed in slumber. Elvin, witnessing space magic for the first time, was astonished to learn that it could facilitate instantaneous travel. She had provided him with food, lodging, a weapon, and a genuine new beginning. Did holy maidens truly exist in this world? Elvin grasped the pristine magic sword, entirely devoid of signs of previous use. The following day, Elvin ventured into the city with his newfound funds. Overwhelmed by a sense of freedom that was beyond words, that he spent a small amount on food and water, as well as a few new garments. Upon returning to the inn and after a refreshing bath, he awaited the night, eager for the guidance of the holy maiden he admired. Isabella, however, indulged in a leisurely sleep, only to be roused by Helota. Isabella, why have you been sleeping in so late lately? Helota's tone was somewhat stern, tinged with mild reproach. What? Did you sneak out at night? What child sleeps in so late after a full night's rest? Is your health in question? I seem to genuinely not have enough sleep. Isabella mumbled from her bed, irritated to be disturbed so early, estimating she had barely slept for 5 hours. Helota sighed and continued. You won TB practicing swordsmanship this morning, but you must visit the Earl's residence. Earl Jayla has an event today related to the children of Levelton that I don't want to go, Isabella protested, remaining sprawled on her bed. She had stayed up far too late the previous night, cursing the auction that had kept her awake until 3 in the morning to her tender age. How could she possibly endure such late hours? Helota shook her head, pulling back the covers and directly changing Isabella's clothing. You must go. This event is closely tied to the younger generation in Levelton. You might even make friends who are just like you. Ignoring Isabella's protests, Helota had her dressed in mere minutes. Despite her new attire, Isabella remained fast asleep. Really now? Helota sighed in exasperation, carrying Isabella downstairs. Charlie, please take care of Kokolo today. Isabella may not return until after dinner. Isabella dozed against Helota's shoulder, groggily being led to Levelton. The townsfolk cast curious glances at the sight of the sleeping Isabella resting on Helota's shoulder. Upon arriving at the Earl Jailer's estate, Isabella began to awaken slightly. The lawn was populated with a dozen parents, each accompanied by their children, gathered in a shaded viewing area, all awaiting the Earl's arrival. Helota gently placed Isabella on the ground, taking her hand and guiding her to the viewing area. The parents and their children all bowed respectfully to Sir Helota. My apologies. Isabella isn't in the best condition today, Helota said awkwardly. Isabella rubbed her eyes, gradually becoming more alert, realizing she was in a familiar setting. Among the crowd, she recognized several familiar faces, the vendor who sold scallion pancakes, the mason repairing the tiles in the fountain square, the blacksmith, and the proprietor of the weapon shop. In summary, they had all brought their children and gathered here. What event is this? Why was I not informed in advance? Isabella stretched, displaying none of the decorum expected of a noble lady. Helota watched her daughter's increasingly rude behavior, feeling a headache coming on. Finding a spot in the front row, Isabella leaned on the table, promptly falling back into a deep slumber. As time passed, more parents and children arrived. Half an hour later, Earl Jailer appeared on the lawn accompanied by militia. Thank you all for your support, Earl Jailer addressed the gathering. Today's event aims to assess whether your children possess the capability to receive my sponsorship. Those who qualify will have the opportunity to attend Griffin Academy's entrance examination that, if accepted, I shall cover half of their tuition fees. With that, Militia lifted her skirt and curtsied to the crowd, who all stood to reciprocate the gesture, except for Isabella. Militia, spotting the sleeping Isabella, felt a wave of embarrassment but refrained from admonishing her in front of the assembled crowd. Earl Jailer also noticed Isabella's unusual behavior and inquired, Helota, is your household particularly strict? Is your child perpetually sleep-deprived? My sincerest apologies, Earl Jailer. Recently, Isabella has been struggling to get enough rest. I suspect something may be amiss with her health. Helota stammered, primarily because the event had been scheduled only yesterday, and he had forgotten to inform Isabella to rest adequately in preparation. It seemed she was so deeply asleep that she might not even be aware of how she arrived here, her demeanor leaving her exposed to the scrutiny of numerous onlookers on the street. Earl Jailer chose not to dwell on the matter and continued earnestly. As you all know, the purpose of this event is to select outstanding children from among your 20 families for sponsorship. Isabella yawned, her energy slightly renewed, yet her hair remained disheveled as she glanced at Earl Jailer's speech, which resembled a teacher's lecture, making her feel even sleepier. She had long since lost track of how many nights she had stayed up late. However, in Militia's eyes, Isabella's actions were nothing short of contemptuous, as if disregarding the presence of her noble father. For families eligible for sponsorship, it will depend on whether your children can demonstrate their own abilities. In alignment with Griffin Academy's entrance examination, I will employ their assessment methods for evaluation. But rest assured, the difficulty will not be excessively high, nor will it pose any danger. The first test involves reciting 3 spells from memory. The second test requires casting magic in the arena, with 3 successful spells within a minute qualifying as a pass, and the third test entails forming teams of 3, with no time limit, to defeat a low-level magical creature, a slime, where the quickest team will emerge victorious. The rules set forth by Count Jailer are but a simplified version of the entrance examination for Griffin Academy. Designed merely to gauge the capabilities of the students, Isabella's consciousness gradually began to awaken. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Count Jailer initiated the first test. Maluxia, silent as a shadow, seated herself to Isabella's left, while 2 maids distributed pens and sheets of paper. Isabella, taken aback, was astonished to find she too was expected to write. She had hardly remembered even a single incantation from her readings and was reluctant to put pen to paper. Observing Isabella's stillness, Helota inquired with a hint of concern, What's wrong? Are you still tired? Or have you forgotten the spells? Maluxia, with an air of confidence, swiftly scribbled down 3 incantations, content to play the role of an observer. I have no desire to write. I will undoubtedly pass the Brief-In Academy entrance examination, she thought, but then recalled that the final test would require the recitation of 10 correct spells. Hyloda, crossing his arms, declared sternly, if you fail the written test, you will not be allowed to proceed to the subsequent evaluations. Isabella, feeling helpless, propped her face in her hands and pondered earnestly, eventually recalling one spell and inscribing it on the paper. Maluxia, mischievous as ever, stealthily lifted the hem of Isabella's skirt, tugging at her knee-high stockings, which brushed against her safety shorts. With her left hand supporting her face, she watched Isabella laboriously write down her spells. A sudden jolt of awareness surged through Isabella, invigorating her. Raising an eyebrow, she glanced at Maluxia, who, with pursed lips, playfully blew a soft breath towards her, followed by a quiet giggle. Isabella crossed her legs, pinning Maluxia's right hand between them. Yet the warmth radiating from their skin contact made her acutely aware of Maluxia's heat. Gritting her teeth, she persevered and penned the final 2 incantations. Internally, Isabella grumbled, "How vexing! If we were to attend the same academy. I would dread encountering this ruffian again. I've heard that the academy classifies students by their elemental specialties, so I shall likely avoid Maluxia frequently. I can simply hide in the classroom." At that moment, Maluxia whispered teasingly, "Isabella is quite soft. You look adorable when you're serious. Why not sleep with me tonight? I promise you'll have a restful night." The maids collected everyone's papers and pens, and Count Jala invited them to enjoy the breakfast prepared in advance at his residence. As another small test loomed ahead, after reviewing the results, Count Jala noted that everyone had passed the written examination without a single error or misremembered spell. Once breakfast concluded, Count Jala continued to preside over the next small test. The first to step forward was a girl with white hair, hailing from a family that owned a magical weapons shop in the city. She was chosen first for her expedience in submitting her answers. Once ready, the timer began, and in a flurry, she formed seals with her palms 6 times within a minute, successfully casting 5 ice element spells, each reaching a 10-meter range, accompanied by a faint glimmer of ice crystals. Maluxia clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Ivy, that's amazing! So impressive!" The others behind her joined in the applause, showering their admiration. Isabella clapped as well. But the moment their eyes met, Ivy pouted defiantly, as if to say, "I won't be outdone by you." Yet all present were acutely aware that Isabella possessed the might to conquer even the lowest-tier magical beasts. Her admission to Brief-In Academy was a certainty. The next participant was the son of a mason. He wielded earth element magic and, within the same minute, managed to cast 3 spells, albeit nervously vocalizing the incantations. His magical assault comprised a barrage of flying stones, with a striking distance of approximately 50 meters, though the effective lethal range likely did not exceed 10 meters. Maluxia clapped in approval, abstaining from further critique. Recognizing that such achievements were commendable for a child from humble beginnings, in Isabella's eyes, however, the performance evoked a hint of discomfort, stirring slightly unpleasant memories. Just days prior, she had faced an attack from a band of magic users, where a woman had employed similar earth magic, which had proven remarkably effective against spatial vortexes. Should he gain admission to Brief-In Academy and continue his studies, he could secure steady employment, perhaps working on fortifications along the national border or in civil engineering projects such as castles. If he excelled, he might even ascend to the role of court magician, perhaps even tending to royal gardens. The genesis of Isabella's musings lay in her lingering irritation towards Maluxia, who, taking advantage of the distraction, had begun to sneak her hand beneath Isabella's skirt. With her left hand, Isabella pressed down firmly on Maluxia's right hand, employing a bit too much force out of genuine annoyance, contemplating how she might rectify this behavior in the future. At that moment, Maluxia, feeling challenged, rested her right leg on Isabella's left, engaging in a silent contest of wills. In the back, Ivy observed the 2 girls' playful antics with a furrowed brow, slightly disapproving of their overly familiar behavior. "Isabella, this is quite unbecoming. Must you be so impertinent? If this continues, I shall ensure you rise even earlier tomorrow," Upon hearing this, Isabella, filled with resentment, released Maluxia's hand, though her leg remained draped over her. Uncertain if it was Maluxia's fire element causing her body to feel warm, Isabella soon found herself lightly perspiring. Unable to resist, she pinched Maluxia's thigh. "Ouch! Why do you pinch me so hard?" Maluxia exclaimed, swatting Isabella on the shoulder, garnering curious glances from those seated behind them. Hylota realized he could scarcely endure another moment in their presence. These two girls displayed not a shred of decorum. He feared that should they encounter the offspring of nobles at Briefin Academy, such petty squabbles could jeopardize his position as a knight commander. He resolved to teach Isabella the virtues of civility. Next up was a chubby boy from a family of bakers, whom Isabella had seen on multiple occasions but never caught his name. He attempted to cast fire element magic, managing 2 successful spells within a minute, while the other 2 fizzled out, likely due to his nerves leading him to mispronounce the incantations. Nevertheless, he maintained a bright smile as he stepped off the stage. His fire magic had a wide control radius, yet a short effective distance of less than 10 meters. Another participant was the child of a small trading company, with some girls so anxious they failed to cast any spells. Towards the end, a boy with slightly flushed skin, the son of a blacksmith located near the fountain square, caught Isabella's attention. She recalled his precise control over fire magic. Within a minute, he successfully cast 6 fire serpents. Reaching a distance of 15 meters, his incantations were delivered with conviction and strength, showing no signs of fear before the onlookers. Maluxia applauded him, recognizing him as the most proficient fire element performer of the day. Isabella, too, clapped earnestly, noting how he had seamlessly integrated fire magic into his family's work, setting him apart from his peers. When it was Isabella's turn to perform, Maluxia, unbeknownst to her, had stealthily tugged at Isabella's safety shorts from beneath her skirt, causing Isabella to quickly release her grip. Isabella felt a twinge of helplessness, wearing a look of feigned innocence as she regarded the tongue-sticking Milith. She took her position, all eyes turned to Isabella. Unsure of which spell to recite, she concentrated, forming a magical seal in her palm before releasing a series of delicate lightning strikes that spanned over 10 meters, inflicting lethal damage upon any caught within its range. Within the minute, Isabella unleashed 10 lightning spells, doing so with an air of effortless grace. The applause from the audience was fervent, and Ivy bit her lip, astonished by Isabella's prowess, which undoubtedly eclipsed all others present. Yet, she mused, what did it matter? That day in the Silent Woods, she had encountered an elven maiden whose spatial magic far surpassed her own, effortlessly dispatching a mid-level sorcerer with a single blow. Finally, it was Maluxia's turn. As the timer commenced, she recited her incantations at a remarkable speed, her enunciation crisp and clear, her magical seals forming with a swiftness that rivaled Isabella. The flames have yet to subside, and once more, the incantation is recited. After repeating it 11 times, exceeding even Isabella's prior recitation, is primarily due to Maluxia's early discovery that, once released, she can swiftly recite the spell again without the magic seal entering a cooling phase. The fire's reach is extended to 15 meters, with waves of heat rolling in succession, raising the temperature of the entire area several degrees. Watching Maluxia's performance from the stands, Ivy felt a pang of envy. Truly, the children of nobility have it better. Everything they possess surpasses that of commoners. Isabella was taken aback, astonished that the eccentric and whimsical Maluxia had honed her skills to such an extent. In her fervor to outshine others, she had expended a significant portion of her magical energy by continuously unleashing fire element spells in a short span. Count Jaley's face radiated with light and joy, for he knew that with Maluxia's capabilities, she could cast spells no more than 9 times within a minute. To his surprise, she shattered her previous record today, surpassing even the children of the Barina family. After the second examination concluded, everyone took a moment to rest. Once everything came to a halt, Isabella yawned, feeling drowsy once more. Behind her, many children from noble families greeted one another, forging connections. Yet Isabella held no interest in them whatsoever. Ivy, however, was unconcerned about the noble's gaze and approached Maluxia alone. Miss Maluxia and Miss Isabella, Ivy offered a slight bow. With such remarkable abilities, Do you possess any special training methods? Meluxia leaned forward, almost brushing her face against Ivy's, and whispered, "Let me share a secret with you. The key to spell casting is speed, precision, and decisiveness. Oh, and by the way, Isabella is wearing lace undergarments today." Upon hearing this, Ivy's face flushed crimson, turning beet red to her ears. How could Miss Meluxia divulge such information to me? Meluxia placed her hands on her hips, fixing Ivy with a steady gaze. Why would you share such valuable advice so easily? After speaking, Ivy touched her own heated cheeks, which felt as though they were on fire. This moment, Isabella had returned to her seat, resting her head against Helota's shoulder, and had dozed off once again. During lunchtime, Isabella lacked appetite, consuming only 2 puddings before drifting back to sleep. As afternoon approached, the well-rested group reconvened on the lawn, preparing for the 3rd examination. Isabella and Meluxia were not permitted to participate, as their abilities were sufficient to handle a basic slime. Furthermore, their absence allowed for the formation of exactly 7 teams. The teams were randomly assigned according to the rules of the Briffin Academy. The resulting teams were quite reasonable, with children who had not cast any spells previously paired with those capable of casting more than 3 spells within a minute. Following this, Isabella found herself enduring the most tedious part, spectating. Soon, she would face the 3rd examination at Briffin Academy, where she could easily dispatch a low-level monster with a single spell. This time, Isabella settled to the right of Helota, thereby preventing Meluxia from having the opportunity to touch her. As time progressed, the sun began to set. Based on the results of the activities, Count Jaley would select 10 children for sponsorship, but the results would only be revealed the following day, with invitations sent directly to their homes. After dinner before departing, the children expressed their gratitude to Count Jaley, particularly those who had excelled, all vowing in unison to pledge their loyalty to the Count upon their return after graduation. Isabella could discern that these statements were undoubtedly influenced by their parents, and she suspected they each harbored different intentions. However, she sensed that this event was not as straightforward as it appeared. Count Jaley was playing a grand game, aiming to turn them into free mercenaries upon their graduation. At long last, this tiresome event concluded, and Isabella had important matters to attend to that night. At that moment, she noticed a freight carriage in the distance. Beneath the canvas, obscured from view, was something unknown. As the wind blew, her perceptive powers revealed that it was the horn of an elite-level monster. How had this merchandise, which Isabella had sold to the Flower of Sin, ended up in Count Jaley's possession? That night, Isabella's spirits lifted slightly. Upon returning home, she received a few admonishments from Helota regarding etiquette and her sleeping habits. And soon it was deep into the night, yet a hint of drowsiness still lingered. Every midnight, Charlie would come to check on her. Perhaps she could devise a plan to find a substitute to impersonate her. Allowing her to roam freely outside, the idea was intriguing, but executing it posed a significant challenge. Yes, Isabella pondered. Her gaze fell upon a small teddy bear by her bedside. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, nodding sagely. Using the slime's transformative magic, she gazed into the mirror and shaped the plush bear into her likeness, achieving a perfect 1-to-1 replica. After changing into her pajamas and placing the bear on her bed, tucking it under the covers, Isabella shook her head in admiration. This is simply seamless, too perfect. Why did it take me so long to think of this? I should have acquired the slime's abilities sooner. Isabella opened a spatial rift, leaving her room and arriving at the second-floor corridor of the inn where Elvin was staying. With light, nimble steps, she retrieved a black robe and a white mask from her storage space. Arriving at his door, she knocked lightly. "It's me. At this hour, you should still be awake, right?" Isabella released her magical senses and confirmed that Elvin was indeed inside. Leaning against the headboard, Elvin was polishing a basic magic sword with a clean cloth. Upon hearing Isabella's voice, he immediately set down the sword and went to open the door. Isabella was slightly taken aback by Elvin's fresh appearance. He looked quite handsome, though his frail physique clearly indicated malnutrition. At 12 years old, he was still below 4 feet tall. His foundation was promising, and with proper care, he could rival the sons of noble families when he matured. At the very least, she felt compelled to guide him through his own self-transformation, just as she had done with Lingy. "Can you read?" Isabella inquired as she entered the room and closed the door behind her. She was now more concerned about his literacy, if his education was lacking. He might struggle to comprehend her instructions in the future. I can read that my parents, both exceptional adventurers, nurtured my education from a young age. They are both intermediate-level magic sorcerers, and even when faced with formidable monsters of a higher tier, they can hold their own, Elvin replied. Isabella noted that he spoke clearly, with logic and coherence. Then, in a stern tone, she asked, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Elvin fell silent. "I used to think so, but after experiencing many things over the past 2 years, I realize I have no opportunity to become stronger." The room was dimly lit, devoid of even a single oil lamp. The moonlight streaming through the window cast shadows on his profile, accentuating his melancholic demeanor. Elvin turned his head, bashfully averting his gaze. "May I ask your name? Or a title I could use?" he inquired. Isabella perceived that he was quite talkative, yet there was no indication of ambition within him. His overly pessimistic attitude made her question whether she had made a poor investment in acquiring a simpleton. However, revealing her name at this moment was clearly inappropriate. "Call me whatever you wish. I cannot disclose my name, just YETS for why I saved you. Surely you can deduce that. You possess the potential to wield 4 types of elemental magic, and while I would like to rescue others, your uniqueness intrigues me more." Isabella's response left Elvin in utter astonishment. "How did you know I can wield 4 types of elemental magic? This is something only I am aware of. Because I can see it. Now let us head somewhere," Isabella stated, casting Sanctuary of the Emissary to envelop Elvin entirely. With this, aside from space-type magic, virtually no magical or physical attack can harm you. Isabella extracted a mid-tier magic sword from the crevice of the storage space and, in an instant, struck Elvin's left shoulder that he merely felt the force of the impact, his body instinctively curling slightly. Yet no harm befell him. Withdrawing the mid-tier magic sword, Isabella observed Elvin's incredulous expression, his eyes gleaming brighter than the moonlight outside as he incessantly examined the site of the impact. "You are now an apprentice sorcerer, needing to elevate your abilities above the average level of this world to ensure your own survival. With this newfound protection, even a national-level sorcerer may not be able to vanquish you." Upon hearing this, Elvin felt as though he were living in a dream. How could such an extraordinary magical safeguard exist? "Come, arm yourself. I shall take you to a certain place." With that, Isabella opened a spatial rift. Elvin hesitated for 2 seconds, then grasped the novice magic sword lying on his bed and approached Isabella, only to be pulled into the rift by her. Upon entering the rift, Elvin was bathed in bright light and instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. Bowing his head until he felt ready to open his eyes, he soon discovered that he had arrived in a vast, sunny grassland. This was the 4th level of the dungeon, known as the Island of All Realms. After a brief introduction from Isabella, Elvin surveyed his surroundings. "Please wait a moment," Isabella said as she opened another spatial rift, leaving Elvin to wait in place. In less than half a minute, she utilized gravity magic with her right hand to control an elite-level magical beast, a humanoid bull. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, the bull's muscles were taut, yet it could not escape the grip of gravity magic. Akati struggled with a long staff in its hand while Isabella, with a wave of her left hand, erected a 5-meter-high stone wall around them before unceremoniously casting the bull to the ground. Isabella floated in midair, perching on the edge of the stone wall, and with a tone of disdain pointed at the rising bullman. "You are the child of an adventurer, having trained for a few years. Now, I present you with an opportunity to prove yourself. Slay the elite magical beast before you, and I will enhance your strength thereafter." As the bullman stood, it scanned its surroundings, instantly understanding its predicament. Defeat the challenger before it. However, it regarded the diminutive human with utter disinterest, perceiving him as far too weak. Elvin gripped his sword, his body trembling. His opponent was 3 levels stronger, towering over him, with a pair of black horns atop, its head nearly as long as his own arms. With a roar, the bullman charged at Elvin. Gritting his teeth, Elvin quickly stepped forward, swinging his novice magic sword. A wave of doubt surged within him. How could this be possible? How could he stand against such a being? Why did she regard him as if he were a mere insect? Bang! Although Elvin moved swiftly, in the eyes of the bullman, he was woefully inadequate. A heavy blow struck his head, the violent inertia toppling him to the ground. Yet upon falling, he realized he was entirely unscathed. Isabella, reclining at the edge of the stone wall, swung her legs playfully, continuing to observe the spectacle. If you wish to grow stronger, practice diligently. Under the protection of the saint, you will not be harmed. Even if you fall, it matters not, for I shall heal you. Encouraged by Isabella's words, Elvin rose, beginning to comprehend her intent, though he pondered whether pitting himself against an elite magical beast was excessive. As he contemplated, the bullman charged once more. This time, Elvin opted for defense rather than attack, uttering incantations as he infused the blade of his novice magic sword with fire elemental magic. The source of his magical power waned swiftly. The sharp and fervent blade severed the wooden staff from the bullman's grasp. The bullman discarded the staff and clenched its iron fists, adopting a combat stance. Elvin elegantly wielded his novice magic sword, feeling the magic within him gradually diminish. Isabella observed the standoff with intensity. Her previous fatigue dissipated. The bullman lunged forward again, and Elvin realized that the elite magical beast's speed rendered its strikes nearly invisible. Rather than attempting to counter, he resolved to defend. Bang! Once more, Elvin was struck down, a solid fist sending him crashing into the wall, his body dropping vertically to in that fleeting moment of rapid assault. His mind went blank. This time, he found that his sword had been knocked from his grasp. The disparity in their strengths was too great, and Isabella could no longer watch. Using gravity magic, she manipulated the novice magic sword, delivering a chilling strike to the bull-man. As the magic core entered Isabella's body, it swiftly moved to Elvin's side. Grasping his left hand, their fingers interlocked, while her right hand absorbed the dissipating magical energy in the air. In an instant, a torrent of vast magical power surged into Elvin's source of magic, causing it to expand rapidly. For a full minute, Elvin's strength ascended to the first rank of the novice level, absorbing the essence of an elite-level foe. This was a far swifter enhancement than Isabella had experienced. After concluding her infusion of magical power, Isabella opened another spatial rift. A minute later, she summoned another elite magical beast. Still a bullman. The second bullman, upon seeing its fallen comrade, immediately grasped the situation. Isabella reclined on the stone slab, her head peeking over the edge of the wall, gazing at the reversed duel arena. Her hair cascading down like willow branches. This time, you must find a way to defeat him yourself. Elvin, newly empowered, barely had time to rejoice before the bullman charged at him, wielding its wooden staff. With the enhancement of his magical source, every aspect of Elvin's physical abilities surged at last. He could perceive the bullman's attacks clearly, yet he found movement still laborious despite his heightened awareness. After narrowly evading 3 strikes, he seized a fleeting opportunity to counterattack, delivering a scorching strike to the bullman's lower abdomen. However, the elite magical beast's tough hide absorbed the blow, as if he had merely grazed a layer of steel-fibered skin. Elvin endured several more hits, each time rising in scathe, his fighting spirit intensifying. Isabella paid little attention, having laid back to rest, her eyes closed, listening to the sounds of their combat. The air was filled with the acrid scent of singed hair. Through the blows, Elvin learned to wield his sword with precision, countering and retaliating, his enchanted blade providing him with numerous opportunities to evade. The bullman, witnessing the relentless resurgence of the diminutive human, was driven into a frenzy, pummeling Elvin with a series of wild punches. Elvin found no opportunity to retaliate. He felt like a mere punching bag, subject to the bullman's wrath. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and Elvin's magical source was nearly depleted. While the bullman was left breathless, IT had never imagined that so much effort could be expended without inflicting any harm upon a mere human. Elvin finally rose again, his eyes blazing with fury. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the novice magic sword trembled with rage in his grasp, but a flurry of silver shadows danced as he unleashed a tempest of furious strikes upon the bullman. The bullman braced its head against the ground, its horns poised to clash against the sword's edge. Clang! Clang! The blade continuously struck the bullman's horns, sparks flying like a waterfall. Yet in Elvin's eyes, this collision of strength inspired no fear. Time lost all meaning as the sounds of battle eventually ceased, prompting Isabella to open her bleary eyes. She discovered that Elvin had severely wounded the bullman, and both combatants were now utterly spent. Elvin, having drained his magical source and fatigued beyond measure, found it exceedingly difficult to remain standing, relying solely on his novice magic sword for support. Isabella perched at the edge of the stone wall, inquiring repeatedly, "Why has it taken so long? If not for the saint's protection, would you not require hundreds of lives? If your magical source has merely grown stronger, can you truly harness such formidable power?" Elvin gasped for breath, responding, "With my combat ability, I can certainly master it. I now recognize the gap in my strength. Please grant me another opportunity for enhancement." Isabella observed Elvin's defiant expression, which exuded an innate sense of unwillingness. His eyes, rimmed with red, held a gaze that was resolutely earnest. It seemed that her intentions had been fulfilled. First, he must endure hardship, then savor the sweetness, and only through this cycle of trials would he gain enlightenment. Had she offered everything from the outset, akin to Lingy, Elvin would undoubtedly come to believe that immense power could be easily acquired. Should his mindset swell with arrogance, he might not heed Isabella's commands in the future. Isabella cast a healing spell, restoring Elvin's condition. Once revitalized, Elvin brandished his sword, striking relentlessly at the weary and grievously injured Minotaur. Minutes later, an elite magical creature's core soared into Elvin's being. Isabella once again infused the air with the creature's magical essence. Within a minute, Elvin acquired the Minotaur's attributes, gaining formidable physical prowess, enduring output, and unwavering resolve. At this juncture, his magical power had risen to the initial second tier. This secret must remain locked within your heart. Isabella admonished, "Do you still wish to confront the Minotaur?" Like a knight, Elvin knelt before Isabella, his basic magical sword planted firmly in the ground. "No, that won't be necessary. At least for now, I feel sufficiently powerful. I have yet to fully comprehend my current abilities." Isabella nodded in satisfaction, though a hint of regret lingered. While his aura had been cultivated, he still lacked a sense of purpose. "May I address you as Lady Saint in the future?" The divine protection of the saint, the ability to traverse realms, and the bestowal of magical enhancements. These miracles are beyond mortal capability. After reflecting on this all day, I find no title more fitting than Saint Lady for you. "Very well, but when we are in public, please refer to me as Miss Baelina. That if you continuously call me Saint Lady in public, it will certainly attract unnecessary troubles." Elvin raised his gaze to Isabella, feeling an increasing sense of reverence for the girl who stood before him. Despite her diminutive stature, Isabella opened a rift in space, leading them to a small Minotaur settlement, where at least 15 of the creatures resided. With deft control of her basic magical sword, Isabella dispatched the elite monsters, initiating the third infusion of magical energy. But a minute later, Elvin's strength ascended to the intermediate second tier. Further enhancement would require the complete magical essence of more elite creatures. His current power was adequate to contend with most adept individuals in the city. And with the protection of the saint, he would not easily fall prey to advanced sorcerers. Isabella utilized gravitational magic to manipulate her basic sword, severing the horns of the Minotaurs and stowing them within her left-hand storage void. She selected the largest pair of black horns and presented them to Elvin. "For now, this concludes our endeavors. Tomorrow, after lunch, I will have 2 hours to take you to the blacksmith's, where we can commission the forging of a suitable magical sword. Could it be a scimitar? I have primarily practiced with scimitars since childhood, and when wielding a sword, I instinctively grip it with both hands. The openings after a swing are simply too vast." "Indeed," Isabella nodded, "I believe in a few days I shall assign you a new task. For now, it is time to rest. It would be best for you to remain at the inn tomorrow at noon, awaiting my return." Elvin eagerly agreed, following Isabella into the rift and returning to the inn. Late at night, at the headquarters of the All-Seeing Eye, a temporary meeting convened. Group Leader Zavon was presented with the latest report. "Our Group A has reached the 4th level of the dungeon, an expanse filled with countless floating islands spanning dozens of miles. We have utilized over 300 guiding ropes. 300. Is that dungeon truly so vast? The group leader, Emi Chikura, questioned incredulously. Each guiding rope measures 10 kilometers. Wouldn't that amount to 3,000 kilometers? Indeed, Zeveon continued. Yet this is not the dungeon's limit. Surprisingly, our team encountered 3 descending fire dragons, members of our Empire's Dragon Rider Corps. Upon greeting them, we discovered they were pursuing Hyjinther in Leontown when a blinding light transported them to this peculiar world. The collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Whispers erupted as they speculated about the bizarre circumstances. How could the Empire's Dragon Riders appear in such a place? Majila inquired. Is it related to Hyjinther's spatial displacement technique? Zeveon nodded, a look of confusion crossing his features as he distributed a document for review. There is something even stranger. The 4th dungeon is predominantly inhabited by minotaurs, sheepmen, and horsemen, elite herbivorous magical creatures. Our investigation has been halted due to insufficient guiding ropes, but they have safely returned to the surface. Group leader Sinya Andos asked, how many more guiding ropes do we require? I estimate there are still over 200 in our inventory, since it would facilitate exploration of the 4th dungeon. I suggest we allocate them all to Group A. That won't be necessary, Zeveon replied. The existence of the 4th level dungeon is stable. You may procure additional guiding ropes. If we give them all to Group A for the sake of investigating a single dungeon, it would hinder members in other areas who also require them to complete their tasks. Few individuals execute tasks using guiding ropes. I propose that Zeveon allocate half of the stock, 100 ropes, to you, while I arrange for a significant purchase at a later date. Agreed, Zeveon acknowledged with gratitude. After such a lengthy investigation, our current leads have circled back to Hyjinther, that we have thoroughly examined her background and inquired about her biological mother. But they have long since lost contact. Sadly, the experts of the all-seeing eye are unable to contend with Hyjinther. As he concluded, Zeveon rolled his eyes at Majila. Having said all this, I now seek everyone's opinions on how we might apprehend Hyjinther, this pivotal figure. The recent death of the royal-level magical creature may also be attributable to her use of spatial magic. The Dragon Rider Corps, pursuing in the Orang Highlands, could have directly manifested in the 4th level dungeon due to her influence. Group C has investigated several cities in the Eastern Empire without sight of her. Each event points back to her. Majila queried, is that so? Indeed, but the sudden appearance of that mysterious woman has left us with no leads for quite some time. Zeveon remarked. Finding Hyjinther is of no consequence. For now, we should minimize personnel activity. Exploration of the 4th level dungeon will be the responsibility of Group A, and mobilizing 5 individuals will suffice. There is nothing further to discuss regarding today's new intelligence. This meeting is adjourned in the early hours of the morning. Zeveon sat alone in his room, gazing out at the starlit sky. He began to speculate. Prior to the investigation, there was the mysterious woman, followed by the 2 national-level figures from the Northern Elf domain, both tall and beautiful, their strength surpassing that of Mr. Longni. And that short one. How did she know my name? She even warned me to be cautious of Group C's pursuit of Hyjinther in Leontown. It seems I am beginning to grasp the truth. Could it be? No, that cannot be. After all, they are national-level figures that is height merely a coincidence. The 2 powerful individuals have remained in the Northern Elf domain, and it is improbable for them to appear simultaneously in Leontown, thousands of miles away. With a deep sigh, Zeveon murmured, it appears I must personally seek out those 2 to inquire further. Perhaps they hold intricate connections with Hyjinther. The following morning, Isabella rose without lingering in bed, having only briefly rested in the 4th dungeon. Last night's return had been the swiftest yet, coinciding with Charlie Br's midnight inspection before she could retire to her room. Once again, she rose early to practice her swordsmanship. This lifestyle, for a child of nobility in this world and era, marked the beginning of an exceptionally ordinary day. However, Hirota had long ceased to provide further guidance in swordsmanship. To him, Isabella had developed a muscle memory for her techniques. Hirota set down his long sword and addressed her earnestly, observing her focused form as she wielded her sword. You require sparring partners to elevate your skills. You have mastered these techniques. However, in battle, you must learn to adapt your tactics. Thus, commencing today, during our sword practice, you shall initiate the attacks upon me until the day you depart for Briefing Academy. After listening to Herod's suggestion, Isabella felt a smile tugging at her lips, yet she bit down hard, stifling her amusement, which only resulted in a visage of utmost torment if her father were to discover that she was currently battling without wielding a sword, but rather manipulating the enchanted blade through magic. One could only imagine the riveting expression that would grace his face. However, her secret must remain under wraps. "What troubles you?" Herod inquired gently, concern lacing his tone. "Do you lack confidence, or are you afraid?" Isabella raised her long sword, its blade pointed at Herod, her demeanor resolute as she declared, "My father is the knight commander, immensely powerful. Naturally, I am anxious and fearful that I, in truth." Isabella had long desired to gauge her father's true prowess, yet to confront him directly would necessitate restraining her own strength, as she did not wish to suffer an embarrassing defeat. Herod assumed a defensive stance. "Isabella, you must initiate the attack. That a reminder for you. On the battlefield, you must learn to strike first to project your presence. Perpetual defense will only lead to an endless cycle of being struck." With that, Isabella advanced, raising her long sword. In the fleeting moment when she swung, though she did not channel magic, her innate strength manifested in the form of sword shadows and currents of energy. Yes, a seasoned magical warrior. Herod found it hard to believe that the force of Isabella's strike was not inferior to his own. In the instant she swung her sword, she realized perhaps she had exerted a tad too much force. As she struggled to decelerate her attack, drawing upon his years of experience, Herod evaded several of her strikes. After a few rounds of confrontation, he seized upon an opening, his sword tip pinning down Isabella's next move. This marked Herod's first serious confrontation with Isabella, a mix of exhilaration and nostalgia washing over him. He never anticipated she had honed her skills to such an extent. If he were to grow old, she would undoubtedly possess the strength to inherit his legacy. Isabella, Herod did not hold back, treating her as a true adversary in their duel. Yet, there was no need for earnestness. She feigned struggle throughout their exchange. With each passing moment, her swordplay grew slower, allowing Herod to seize the opportunity to conclude their sparring. Should their confrontation extend further, it would be excessive to regard the fledgling as formidable in Herod's eyes. After 2 rounds, Isabella succumbed after about 7 or 8 exchanges. Gasping for breath, she set down her longsword, retrieved a towel from Coco, and wiped the sweat from her brow. "My dear father, I am weary. May I take a moment to rest?" After tidying up, she noticed Herod's wide-eyed stare, only to realize he was somewhat gritting his teeth, silent and brooding. "Very well, let us rest before continuing," Herod replied, devoid of any excitement. A profound tension enveloping him from within, he recognized that he had been more tense during their bouts than Isabella herself. He perceived his daughter as an immensely formidable opponent, not to be underestimated. It was evident she had evaded several of his heavier strikes, as if foreseeing them. Yet she struggled to counter those that should not have posed any difficulty, as if intentionally allowing him to prevail. This bizarre sensation stemmed from years of combat experience, allowing him to discern an opponent's capabilities in mere moments of confrontation. The feeling became increasingly unsettling. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during his final duel with his swordsmanship instructor. However, he dismissed it as mere illusion. Isabella was his own pupil, well acquainted with his techniques, that he simply had not anticipated her strength surpassing his expectations, leading to his current disarray. In her swordplay, he caught glimpses of his younger self, making it implausible for him to best the vigor of his youth. Isabella seemed to grasp the astonishment reflected in Herod's expression. Could she not evade? Had she inadvertently revealed her own issues? She feared that if Herod suspected she was not the original, the consequences would be dire. Lowering her gaze to the wooden training sword, she found herself in turmoil. "Isabella, what is it like to engage in your first confrontation?" Herod inquired, his inner tension easing somewhat. "I felt nothing. Truly that I believe my father's technique surpasses my own, and his experience is far greater." In the subsequent rounds, Isabella ceased to evade, absorbing the weight of various strikes. Yet she fell after only a few exchanges. This time, Herod bore no suspicion. Yet he questioned gravely, "Why did you not evade? Your body will soon be unable to withstand such heavy assaults." "My dear father, I wish to confront challenges head-on, on the battlefield. One cannot evade every attack. Excessive avoidance may lead one into a deadly cycle of defense. Upon hearing Isabella's resolute and spirited words, Herod's face softened into a smile. Contemplating that perhaps his meticulously nurtured daughter was simply too exceptional, her brilliance startling him as Herod's solemn expression faded, Isabella finally exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding suspicion from him. During their afternoon break, Herod routinely headed to the nightly orders training grounds, his face alight with joy as he prepared to boast about his daughter to others. After tidying herself, Isabella returned to the inn. After a long wait, Elvin, upon seeing Isabella, mimicked the knights with a salute, his right hand over his heart. Bowing deeply, "Have you eaten?" was Isabella's straightforward inquiry. Elvin, unable to meet her gaze, felt unworthy of such concern, having never experienced this kind of care from anyone outside his parents. "I have eaten, just a simple meal." "You must eat more meat," Isabella advised gently, "for strength and growth, and why afternoon is limited. I must be on my way." Elvin nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, for all that he had now was bestowed upon him by the saintess food, resources, and immense power. The more he received, the greater his guilt grew. As they walked down the street, Elvin's silence puzzled Isabella. "What is it? You seem unusually quiet today." "Lady Saint Bina," Elvin stammered, "I was pondering how to repay you for all the kindness you have shown me." "Let us speak of future matters in due time," Isabella replied with a knowing smile, finding Elvin's guilty demeanor somewhat endearing. He harbored a depth of kindness within. Upon reaching the Fountain Square, the weapon forging shop Isabella had chosen belonged to the Mig family. From a distance, she spotted Yen Luo Mig channeling fire elemental magic into the forge, while his father rhythmically hammered the glowing blade. Upon entering Mig's smithy, they inquired about custom weaponry. "What? Crafting a mid-tier weapon. Do you two have any idea how much that will cost? And the earliest completion time is a month. Besides, you lack the necessary materials, and this is no place for children." Yen Luo Mig addressed them, outlining the rules of his trade. Isabella felt a headache coming on. "I am uncertain what materials are appropriate. Perhaps I could offer more money. Please, use these elite-grade monster horns, should there be any surplus. You may keep them. Can your shop forge a mid-tier enchanted blade?" Isabella produced a gold coin, which Yen Luo's eyes lingered on for a long while. It was the first time he had ever seen a gold coin. "This is equivalent to 100 silver coins. Surely it is sufficient." Yen Luo's father raised no objections, though they had recently taken on numerous urgent orders, so the preliminary work for this commission would fall to Yen Luo himself. Isabella voiced no dissent and paid in full in the northern realm of the Elven domain, St. Go City. One morning, Ziva Ong arrived alone in St. Go City. After waiting at the Adventurers Guild for considerable time, he finally encountered two national-level sorceresses upon their return. After they exchanged bounties in the first-floor hall, Ziva Ong approached to greet them. "Watertide and Ling, esteemed national-level sorceresses, do you not wish to pledge your allegiance to the all-powerful I?" Ziva Ong spoke casually, as if conversing with old friends. "What brings you here again?" Ling Yi asked, her tone remaining firm and unyielding, though she was willing to listen due to his patience and courtesy. "If you are here to ask us to join the all-powerful I, you may as well leave. No, the all-seeing I cannot accommodate both of you, though I possess national-level strength within the Aubric Empire. I am merely a small organization leader." Shui, she gestured helplessly, unable to fathom how someone could be so sycophantic, so humble, and even deign to lower their own status. It surely boded ill. "Shui," she remarked, "if there is something to discuss, Mr. Zhuang, please speak swiftly. If there is nothing else, we must embark on our mission. Of course there's something. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary to waste 2 high-grade teleportation scrolls to come all this way." Zhuang's voice grew softer. "How much do you know about the 4th-layer dungeon? I suspect you have visited that place. It is related to a case I am investigating, but if you could provide me with an answer, there will be a reward." Zhuang produced a pouch of gold coins from his pocket. Ling Yi's body quivered slightly, for she had not anticipated that the all-seeing eye would uncover the 4th-layer dungeon so swiftly, nor that Zhuang would single-mindedly seek her out. Could it be that the fabricated identity had already been exposed? Until there was direct evidence to the contrary, Ling Yi believed she could deftly parry Zhuang's inquiries. To what extent has the all-seeing eye investigated? Ling Yi inquired. The fourth layer dungeon no longer poses a threat. Its spatial realm is vast, and apart from the floating islands and elite magical beasts, nothing else exists within. You wouldn't be asking just about this, would you? Zhuang replied with a haughty smile. Currently, we believe that the case concerning Higender is connected to the dungeon in the secret realm. Recently, she appeared in Leon Town, selling magical beast materials and frequenting weapon shops. We have confirmed her identity. Ling Yi inwardly marveled. Miss Isabella, are you diverting the all-seeing eye's attention from me? Are you helping me shed the shadow of the all-seeing eye? Truly, Miss Isabella, your strategic prowess is commendable. Even my all-seeing eye identity card has served its purpose. Zhuang continued. We had an opportunity to confront her in Leon Town, resulting in several Imperial Dragon Knights being teleported to the fourth layer dungeon by her. Zhuang pointed at Ling Yi, speaking with conviction, though he deliberately lowered his voice. Now, Ling Yi, I wish to know why you are so well acquainted with the all-seeing eye. Upon finishing, Zhuang raised an eyebrow at Shui Shi, pressuring her with an unyielding tone. And you, Shui Shi, by mocking Mr. Long and I, are you not indirectly admitting your knowledge of the Dragonkin? Does your formidable strength have any connection to the mysterious woman above the stronghold in the western Orlan Highlands? Or perhaps you are she? It is evident, considering how well you both understand the fourth layer dungeon. My purpose in approaching you today is simply to ascertain your connection to Higender, if she is indeed backed by you too. I believe matters concerning Higender can be resolved through discourse, Zhuang asserted. Ling Yi clapped her hands, interrupting his lengthy monologue, and praised, indeed, you are the leader of the A group of the all-seeing eye. Your reasoning is quite fascinating. However, it is unfortunate that we are not acquainted with the Higender you speak of. Understanding the all-seeing eye is simple. Members of the Magic Client Group are lurking within your organization. After leaving the dungeon, I was precisely looking for them, as they possess dual identities, making it easier for them to glean information about your organization. Ling Yi hoped her statements would leave no incriminating evidence, while deftly shifting the blame to the Magic Client Group. As for why we understand the fourth layer dungeon, I can divulge that secret to you alone. Beneath my mask, a smile graced Ling Yi's lips. Your second guess is correct. The mysterious woman you seek is Shui Shi. Our knowledge of the fourth layer dungeon stems from someone, possibly Higender, who breached the dungeon's barrier, allowing Shui Shi and myself to escape. This explanation was a blend of truth and fabrication, yet the essence remained accurate. Upon hearing this, Zhuang's understanding deepened, and he presented Ling Yi with a pouch of gold coins. Ling Yi glanced at the pouch's opening, revealing 10 coins neatly bundled in 5 stacks. However, Zhuang's expression soon darkened as he stroked his chin. Descending into contemplation, Ling Yi and Shui Shi exchanged glances, circumventing Zhuang's brooding silence. Zhuang found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. So that is it. The timeline aligns perfectly. If it is indeed a breach of the barrier, then it must have been Higender's spatial magic that caused it. With her spatial abilities, breaking powerful magical array restrictions would not be an issue. Yet according to their claims, how could Ling Yi possibly become acquainted with the Magic Client Group in such a short time? No, it is feasible, because the guards at the stronghold are all from Group C. Ling Yi warned me to be cautious of Group C. Therefore, upon raising his head, Zhuang discovered that the two had vanished from his sight. Turning around, he saw their figures exiting the hall and stepping outside. If he were to reconstruct the reasoning that Higender had silently departed the organization and independently undertaken the task of investigating the Magic Client Group, the assignment had been predetermined by Mahegla, who had chosen Pyrie Barney as her companion. After his demise, Higender's whereabouts became unknown, and Mahegla deemed her motive to be treason, thus leading to the murder of her colleague. But then, how had Higender known of the task in advance? Zhuang muttered softly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Did Mahegla know the truth of this matter, or was he the one who orchestrated it? Yet, without direct evidence, it was merely a conjecture that, if Ling Yi's claims hold true, the all-seeing eye has likely infiltrated numerous members of the Magic Client Group. The Magic Client Group is dedicated to researching magical transformation experiments and has always operated covertly, never significantly impacting society, Such experiments are destined for failure. However, only Groups B and C handle domestic investigations. Wait, Group C, this could very well form a closed loop. No wonder the Magic Client Group operates with such secrecy. It is undoubtedly Group C that is providing cover. Zhuang's expression darkened as he finally grasped that the case had taken on a new development and direction. Zhuang retrieved a high-grade teleportation scroll. It was time to return to headquarters and resume work. That moment, in the culinary street of Leontown, Isabella led Elvin to a shop selling pork fat scallion pancakes and purchased 2 servings. Isabella tentatively remarked, "By the way, if you have time during the day, you could visit the Adventurers Guild to accept bounty tasks. However, I vaguely recall that you need to be at least 13 years old to take on the lowest level of bounty commissions. If you wish to hone your skills, you could opt to team up with others to hunt magical beasts. Now that spring has just begun, the magical beasts that have been hibernating for a long time are gradually awakening. With your abilities, you should manage well on your own, doubt me." "An adventurer?" Elvin asked, his mouth smeared with grease. "If I were to find others to team up with, the rewards would hardly be substantial, would they? I've heard they prefer trustworthy individuals. Someone like me, with my wild background, they would hardly accept." Isabella merely spoke off the cuff, but Elvin appeared genuinely contemplative about the pros and cons this lad. "It seems has a depth of thought that exceeds my own. You seem to have ample free time. You ought to find something to occupy yourself," Isabella suggested. The Sinflower organization?" "I do not." Elvin shook his head, finishing off the pork fat scallion pancake. "Tonight, I will take you to learn more about them. They are an organization comprised of criminals. That time, I will assume another identity and appearance to take you there. Or I might leave you among them to gather intelligence about their activities, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of this world and society." Elvin listened intently to Isabella's account, showing great interest in the idea of going undercover. "Miss Shira, are you intending to dismantle them?" Isabella did not rush to reply. She felt little concern for the Sinflower organization, as they had posed some threat to her in early days. Presently, however, she found their connection to Count Jayla intriguing. "Is there anything I can assist you with in this endeavor? Miss Shira, I am eager to repay you. The more you provide, the more unsettled I feel. What you must do is of great importance to me. Gather intelligence on them, and further understand the various relationships between organizations in this world. The Sinflower organization consists of villains. You must also play the role of a villain in their eyes, as good people are seen as outliers. The organization known as the Sinful Flower?" Erwin shook his head, his expression one of distress, his clenched fists betraying a hint of anxiety. "If I were to become one of them, would they compel me to engage in nefarious deeds?" Erwin's concerns were manifold, and this query left Isabella at a loss. "Perhaps I shall inquire later whether an individual named Bienhua could arrange for you a position of relative leisure, one that neither requires wrongdoing nor virtuous acts." Isabella continued to engage Erwin in light conversation, agreeing to seek out the Sinful Flower organization later that night. To the headquarters of the All-Seeing Eye, Zhuang returned immediately to find the members of Group C, his countenance grave. Upon entering his office, he supported his forehead with his right hand and took a deep breath. Now, encountering individuals from Group C, he was plagued by the suspicion that they might be infiltrators from the Demon Merchant Society. He lamented the absence of concrete evidence. All he had were the verbal accounts from the 2 individuals, and it was evident that Ling Yi's words were concealing other secrets for how to discreetly gather the secrets of Group C. He required time to devise a meticulous plan. Zhuang continued to ponder the matter. The Demon Merchant Society's demonic experimentation project had been announced as forbidden by various empires 5 years prior, as it necessitated a significant quantity of high-grade monster materials. Zhuang summoned his office secretary and instructed her to retrieve years' worth of data on the demonic experiments. This information was managed by Group E, yet there was no guarantee it wouldn't be discovered by other infiltrators. He could only claim it was related to investigations into the demonic experiments of other nations. As night fell, Isabella led Erwin to a dilapidated street in the northern part of the city, where the residents were impoverished families, the gathering place of the city's lower-class laborers. They arrived at an inconspicuous flower shop that appeared to be closed. Isabella couldn't help but lament the state of this run-down district. The people here might not even have enough to eat. Who would come to buy flowers? If business were thriving here, it would surely be something uncanny. Isabella transformed into the likeness of Zigender and approached the door to knock. A girl of about 13 or 14, with delicate features, emerged. Isabella recognized her as a servant of Bienhua, clad in light red attire. "I am Zigender," Isabella declared, presenting her identification badge. "I have come to seek your esteemed Bienhua." The servant paused momentarily, recognizing the wanted criminal desperately pursued in Lidun City. "You are quite fitting to join the sinful flower. Come in." The servant's gaze shifted to the boy behind Isabella. "Wait, who is he?" Isabella explained. "He is one of us. He is also a fugitive, having slain 5 employers, making him suitable for your sinful flower." Erwin's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that the Lady Saint had not only transformed her appearance, but also altered her tone and demeanor, rendering her entirely unrecognizable. Were it not for the knowledge that she was acting, one might truly believe she was Zigender. Erwin's expression grew tense, his gaze darting uneasily toward the servant before he steadied his emotions and spoke. "Yes, I have killed 5 employers." Erwin wished to justify himself further, but swallowed his words. The servant harbored no significant doubts. The 2 before her exuded a terrifying power, their youth belied by their grave sins, leaving her somewhat incredulous. Upon entering the flower shop, the servant securely locked the door and led them to a hidden entrance. The entrance consisted of a staircase descending into the depths. The stairway was 3 meters wide, illuminated brightly by oil lamps, and at the corner stood a mid-level, 3-tiered sorceress, a middle-aged woman armed with 2 long daggers at her side. Isabella speculated that her profession was either a magical assassin or a warrior, serving as muscle for this clandestine hideout. Upon reaching the underground chamber, Isabella and Erwin were taken aback. At the base of the staircase, a wider corridor awaited, adorned with 10 hanging oil lamps. On either side were neatly arranged wooden doors. Isabella did not count them, but estimated that there were approximately 60 rooms combined. The basement housed only a few scattered individuals, all members of the Bienhua organization, their abilities resting at the initial 3-tiered level. Utilizing her magical senses, Isabella detected that there were only 6 mid-level sorcerers, each resting in their respective chambers. The basement was remarkably clean and dry, with a gray carpet underfoot, muffling their footsteps, creating an atmosphere akin to traversing the corridors of a hidden underground hotel. Each room's entrance bore a metal plaque, inscribed with numbers indicating to whom the rooms had been assigned. At the end of the corridor, a left turn led to Bienhua's office. Isabella met with Bienhua and articulated her intent to pledge allegiance. Seated upon a plush sofa, Isabella and Erwin were served hot coffee by the servant. "It is quite difficult to evade the outside world. I must admit, your sinful flower possesses a commendable foundation," Isabella praised. "If you permit me to join, I have certain conditions that must be met for our negotiations to proceed smoothly." Bienhua smiled, pressing her lips together, inquiring, "What conditions do you wish to propose?" "If the price is too steep, I shall not ponder it further. I aim to collaborate with you, and it would be most fitting for you to join our sinful flower family. My first condition is that I will not adhere to your directives, nor will Erwin be bound by them. Our joining the sinful flower is solely for the purpose of evading search. That can be agreed upon." Bienhua replied swiftly that my second condition is that our relationship shall be one of cooperation. "I will, at appropriate times, provide you with ample monster materials, but I cannot be compelled to undertake tasks you designate." Bienhua continued to acquiesce. So your joining us is purely for the sake of business. I can accept this condition as well, for our sinful flower is indeed a business-oriented entity." Bienhua picked up a pipe. "As a high-ranking sorceress, you may establish a new flower group within the sinful flower. But you must sign an absolute contract scroll. Should you betray our organization at will, I shall not tolerate it." Bienhua gestured for the servant to produce 2 absolute contract scrolls, placing them on the table before the 2. Isabella felt a pang of anxiety. She had not anticipated this cunning maneuver. With no time to ponder, she inscribed the name Moli Mina Zigendersi, the name on her identification badge. Upon completion, the contract scroll resonated magically with her. Isabella thought, "Alas, will signing someone else's name bind me as well?" Could it be that the scroll recognizes only the signer, and the name itself is merely a formality? Irwin also inscribed his name. Isabella frowned as she observed the various obedience clauses inscribed on the already signed absolute contract scroll. What repercussions would arise from taking action against the sinful flower in the future? Divine retribution? Would it invoke forces to eliminate the sinful flower, compelling her to wield the blades of other organizations? Isabella now regretted her decision. She had merely intended to play along, yet here she was, ensnared in a web of her own making. Bienhua wore a sly smile, observing the silent, bowed expression of Zigender. Taking a deep puff from her pipe, she too inscribed her name, but she wrote Bienhua, not another. Clearly, she understood that the name was merely a formality, and the absolute contract scroll would only respond to the individual who signed it. At the very least, the conditions Bienhua had previously agreed to held true within the scope of the absolute contract scroll. Realizing she had fallen into Bienhua's clever trap, Isabella decided to play along. I shall establish a new flower group, the Golden Tulip, but for the time being, I will not accept new members. Only Irwin shall be part of my group. Bienhua, observing the half-elf girl remaining composed, chose not to press further and nodded in agreement. This child is new to our ranks. Kindly assign him a position of relative ease, one that does not involve violence. Bienhua's eyes brightened as she exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. This response piqued Isabella's curiosity. Why was Bienhua agreeing so effortlessly without any further discussion? Coincidentally, I have recently been in need of a very young member for the sinful flower. And fortuitously, this position is indeed quite relaxed, Bienhua replied with a dispassionate tone, devoid of deceit. What precisely does this easy position entail? Isabella inquired. Bienhua smirked, her demeanor adding to Isabella's bewilderment regarding this wily old fox. You must promise not to laugh at me when I reveal it. Isabella, her eyes filled with confusion, shook her head slightly. I assure you, I will not. The task at hand involves surveilling the vineyard. An Elvin's role is rather straightforward. He is to impersonate the child of a couple residing in the house adjacent to the home of Hilota Belina, observing the transport teams within the vineyard. Upon hearing this, Isabella was left in a state of perplexity. What? Is that truly considered work? And to move next door to me? A realization dawned upon her. The most perilous places are often the safest. But why the need for surveillance? Isabella inquired. The flower of the other shore recounted the rationale behind this operation. The original plan was to monitor from a hillside in the silent forest. But it was suspected that the all-seeing eye had taken notice. Thus, the strategy was altered to masquerade as an ordinary family. Residing near the main road would allow for close observation, enabling them to glean the movements of the nobility in the capital while remaining inconspicuous to any hidden experts lurking in the silent forest. It was then that Isabella finally comprehended why she frequently encountered members of the sinful flower in the silent forest. The so-called hidden experts were, in fact, herself. Ah, now it makes sense. This truly is a splendid job. How could it not be good when the eyes of the sinful flower and Elvin reside right next door? Isabella jested. What other tasks do the members of the sinful flower have? They all seem rather idle. The sinful flower does not engage in excessive activities. The flower of the other shore continued, exhaling smoke. Our work primarily involves taking on illicit jobs. There is not much in the way of violence. For instance, we collect protection fees from the black market and management fees from the red light district, assisting them in navigating the city guard's inspections. There are also some smuggling operations, all endeavors aimed solely at profit. As a mere member of the sinful flower in Leontown, my daily expenses alone amount to 150 silver coins. Isabella suddenly understood. She realized that the sinful flower was essentially engaged in organized crime, euphemistically referred to as engaging in money laundering. Smuggling operations? Isabella asked, did you sell the elite magical beast horn I acquired last time to Count Jayla? How did you know? The flower of the other shore was taken aback. Unaware that Hijingdo was privy to such information, isn't it obvious? The ability to freely enter and exit the city guard's warehouse. Aside from knowing Count Jayla, I can think of no other reason that I would like to know how many items they purchased and for what purpose. Why are you asking me so many questions? The flower of the other shore replied, somewhat displeased. I raised the price for him. I feel I lost out. I only earned a small profit from the transaction. As for what he intends to do with them, that is none of my concern. The sinful flower is able to operate freely in Leontown because we have provided him with a substantial amount of wealth, thereby tacitly allowing us to take control of the city's underbelly. Alas, I never expected you to be so uninteresting. Isabella sighed. It is no wonder you readily agreed to my peculiar conditions without hesitation. Having asked so many questions, it is now my turn to inquire about you. The flower of the other shore expelled a plume of smoke, filling the small office with a swirling haze, leaving Isabella feeling as if there were no fresh air to breathe. Elvin's expression was strained. He had remained silent, unsure whether it was out of fear or distaste for the smoke that kept him from speaking. What is the reason for your pursuit by the all-seeing eye? Isabella briefly mentioned her involvement in investigating the Magic Guild and the presence of a mole within the all-seeing eye. Observing the indifferent expression on the flower of the other shore, it was evident that he was feigning ignorance. Where did you acquire so many elite magical beast horns? From the western expanse of Orlon Heights. In an underground cave, specifically the 4th level of the dungeon that it is not easy for ordinary folk to exit, and I am the only one who can consistently provide these materials. Isabella articulated her advantage, at least justifying her sporadic involvement with the sinful flower that a maid approached, announcing her intent to create a new pattern for the new flower group, which would be carved the following day. Why are you moving next to the Baelina residence? Elvin is quite impoverished and in urgent need of money. Is there any other business you could introduce during this short time? Isabella was now curious to ascertain whether the sinful flower operated as she described, engaging in various illicit activities, gathering evidence to eventually hand over to other imperial organizations in hopes of dismantling the sinful flower's members within the city that we will move in 3 days. If you wish to earn quick money, I know of a good place. Elvin is still too young and inexperienced. He would be better off avoiding it, as he would only end up getting beaten. The flower of the other shore concluded with a teasing glint in his eyes. Casting a beguiling glance at Elvin, Isabella's gaze shifted back and forth, observing the silence between the two. Where is that place? What kind of work is done there? Elvin asked, his tone slightly anxious. Though he attempted to maintain composure, the tremor in his voice and the subtle shivering of his hands betrayed his underlying nervousness, either from fear or the intimidation of speaking to someone of higher status and power. Ah, that place. The flower of the other shore set down his pipe and filled it with tobacco. Approximately 10 miles northeast of Leontown lies a nameless town called Black Valley, inhabited by mountain bandits, the Magic Guild, and other idle folk. You could engage in underground fights with the Magic Guild or bandits. Winning a match could yield anywhere from dozens to hundreds of silver coins. Magic cannot be used in these contests. It is purely a test of physical prowess. However, you are rather young and possess decent looks and physique, so you could entertain the wayward ladies for a night and earn yourself a tidy sum of 10 to 20 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Elvin's face flushed crimson, his gaze fixated on the flower of the other shore. I think I will stick to boxing. I have trained for 2 years. Isabella continued the conversation, feeling drowsiness beginning to weigh on her eyelids. We should take our leave now. In the future, when I come to the Sinful Flower organization, I shall simply appear in the basement corridor. You have no objections, I hope? Do not be so formal with me. I hold you in high regard, and you may act freely. With no further topics to discuss, Isabella turned to Elvin before opening a spatial rift. Would you prefer to return to the inn or stay here? Having spoken, Isabella met Elvin's eyes, deliberately encouraging him to choose to remain in this place. Elvin instantly grasped the Lady Saint's intention, understanding that she wished for him to stay with the sinful flower to better comprehend their operations. Scratching his head, Elvin stammered, I think I would rather stay here. It is quite convenient. The flower of the other shore had no objections and instructed the maid to show them to an available room. The vacant room was neatly arranged, featuring partitions, a large bed, and chairs. The ceiling was notably high, with a gap at the very top, clearly a hidden window overlooking the ground. The floor was carpeted, yet it was no ordinary carpet. It resembled the hide of a large beast. Be sure to move your belongings from the inn by tomorrow morning, and remember to eat plenty of meat during meals. I shall return here tomorrow night to find you. Isabella opened the spatial rift and returned to her own room. This exchange had yielded some valuable insights, as she had gained a general understanding of how the sinful flower operated and its relationship with the outside world. Currently, her greatest concern was that infernal absolute contract scroll. The effects of such a peculiar scroll were shrouded in uncertainty, and she had at least recalled that stories warned of being punished to death by the contract goddess. Tales that seemed reminiscent of fables meant to frighten children. After a brief organization of her thoughts, Isabella peacefully drifted into slumber. Elvin, however, found himself restless, sensing a faint floral fragrance in the air, though he had felt fatigued moments prior. The scent of flowers invigorated him inexplicably. Having already checked, he found no source of the fragrance in the room. A knock echoed from outside, leaving Elvin puzzled. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young lady, delicate in appearance and with fair skin, likely just over 20 years of age. So today the flower of the other shore is in such high spirits because you have joined our organization? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Knight Jasmine number 42. Young man, what is your relationship with that mysterious elven lady from earlier? As the Knight Jasmine number 42 gracefully entered Elvin's room, he remarked, "She is Higender. Like her, I am a defector. You may call me Elvin." In his concluding words, Elvin found himself nearly colliding with her form, and even as the lady before him inexplicably caressed his face, he did not flinch an inch. It turned out she was indeed Higender. He had not anticipated her arrival, which made his endeavors over the past few days seem futile. Since you are in league with her, I ought not to toil in vain. To compensate for my recent losses, I propose a single night of your company as restitution. What say you? Elvin pushed aside her pale hand and took a few steps back. I have no idea what you are talking about. This room has been assigned to me. You are not allowed to enter. After uttering these words, Elvin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and soon after, he lost consciousness. Knight Jasmine number 42 locked the door behind her and gently assisted him onto the bed. Propping herself on her side, she gazed at him. It has been ages since I encountered such a delicate little darling. Where on earth did Higender procure this treasure? A mere 12 or 13-year-old intermediate sorcerer. No less. Growing up too fast is certainly not a good thing. Knight Jasmine number 42 let out an eerie, chilling laugh as she tucked him under the covers. Dawn, after her secret indulgence, she was finally willing to depart, leaving behind a solitary musing. How wonderful it would be if you were truly mine. The next morning, Elvin groggily opened his eyes, only to find his body incredibly difficult to control after a prolonged moment of relaxation. He could barely manage to move. He recalled that he still needed to fetch items from the inn that morning. As he threw off the covers, an unusual floral scent wafted into his nostrils. It suddenly dawned on him that he had encountered a lady who introduced herself as Knight Jasmine the previous night, after which he had no memory of what transpired. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he abruptly noticed that his magical source had inexplicably dropped from intermediate level 2 to intermediate level 1. Not assuming it was merely a headache, he sat there in a daze for quite some time. An illusion? No, it was no illusion. Elvin suddenly sensed an emptiness within his body, completely oblivious to the events of the previous night. The unintentional downgrade of his magical source brought tears to his eyes. It must have been her doing. In that moment, Elvin's heart ached deeply, and he vowed to seize an opportunity to eradicate the flower of sin. The Black Valley tribe lay hidden in a valley 10 miles northeast of Leontown. The entrance was a narrow passageway, 5 meters wide and 3 kilometers long, guarded by 5 or 6 novice third-tier sorcerers. The area was surrounded by cliffs of nearly 100 meters high. Made of crimson rock, the only ground passage into the Black Valley tribe was through this narrow entrance. Should anyone attempt to fly over, the trained magical vultures circling above would quickly alert their beast tamers. The tribe itself was nestled within a sinkhole with a diameter of 400 meters, also guarded by novice third-tier sorcerers, primarily to deter nearby magical beasts, and secondarily to prevent ambushes at noon. Isabella and Elvin arrived at the Black Valley tribe aboard the carriage of the Flower of the Other Shore. It was not far, merely half an hour out of the city. Isabella noticed that the mountain path leading to the tribe was always frequented by novice second-tier sorcerers, who disguised themselves as local residents or mountain bandits, seemingly purposefully guarding the route. There were no signs of magical beasts nearby. Perhaps they had grown bored and exterminated all the local creatures. Allow me to show you the place. It is not accessible to just anyone, the flower of the other shore introduced nonchalantly. Within the Black Valley tribe, a plethora of factions existed, with the most popular activity being boxing. They had a ring that severed the flow of magical energy, making anyone who stepped onto the platform akin to an ordinary person. Even advanced sorcerers found it difficult to channel their magical energies there. Isabella found herself somewhat intrigued. It was astonishing that such a magical world could have something that nullified magic. Upon reaching the edge of the sinkhole, Isabella was taken aback by the vastness within. Surrounding the bottom of the sinkhole were numerous three-story ordinary houses, and at the very center of the Black Valley tribe stood a small fortress-like tower, 6 stories high and occupying a large area. Also serving as the arena, trained magical vultures circled above, while there were even houses built against the sinkhole's walls, and 4 griffins awaited their lunch. The armed capability here was nearly on par with the city guard of Leontown. Isabella found it rather strange that such a place, brimming with power and factions, would escape the notice of the Leontown city guard. Flower of the other shore, Isabella inquired directly, is there no city guard or knightly order to oversee this place? The flower of the other shore looked at the half-elf girl with a puzzled expression and smiled. You truly do not know. This place actually belongs to Count Jalabeo, who has tacitly allowed these factions to gather here, enriching his own coffers. Otherwise, how could his current residence be so lavish? Upon hearing this, Isabella felt a mix of emotions. She had not anticipated that Count Jalabeo was adept at playing both sides. It was no wonder that during his birthday banquet, she had seen many noble gentlemen and so-called elite figures from all walks of life. They were all connected to the Count, and no one had dared to expose this facade. All for the sake of profit. Count Jalabeo was merely the grand orchestrator, and as the carriage arrived at the arena, they were greeted by a magical warrior upon disembarking. Once inside the arena, Isabella noticed that the magical essence here was even scarcer than outside, as if something within repelled it. Elvin had been following closely behind Isabella, remaining unusually silent. Isabella was unaware of the reasons behind his demeanor and refrained from questioning him. However, it was the first time she had encountered someone whose magical prowess had fallen from intermediate level 2 to intermediate level 1, and she suspected that his gloomy mood was indeed tied to this decline. Yet with the flower of the other shore standing beside them, Isabella could only suppress her curiosity. Approaching the arena, they found themselves surrounded by tiered seating that rose 3 stories high, capable of accommodating 1,000 spectators at once. Daily events took place at midnight, so when they arrived, the area was devoid of people. The flower of the other shore walked ahead, ascending the stairs. The arena was a massive expanse of finely cut black stone, its edges irregular and enclosed by a colossal iron cage. Isabella observed the surroundings for quite some time, unable to fathom what the nighttime spectacle would entail. Elvin, too, gazed at the mysterious black stone arena below, regretting his decision to come here, yet firmly believing that with the protection of the Holy Envoy, he would not easily meet his end, even if he were to be soundly defeated. I'm acquainted with the leader of the Black Valley tribe, the flower of the other shore remarked. He was once a court magical guard, but when magical assassins emerged in the kingdom, he failed to prevent them and lost his left eye and right leg 15 years ago. Upon his return, he allied with Count Jalabeo to establish the present-day Black Valley tribe. How does this place generate income? Isabella inquired. If it revolves solely around boxing, it seems rather monotonous. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? I'm under no obligation to provide you with answers. You will find out soon enough. She replied with a mysterious smile. The highest level of the arena. In the main hall, the flower of the other shore met with the leader of the Black Valley tribe. He was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, missing his left eye, which was covered by a black eye patch, and his lost leg was replaced by a wooden prosthetic. Only the flower of the other shore conversed with the tribe leader, leaving Isabella and Elvin to sit aside. They occupied a tea table in a separate nook, a distance of several meters away, speaking in hushed tones. Isabella could hear snippets of their conversation and gestured for Elvin to remain silent. What? Has the flower of sin run out of people to use? You bring 2 children to me. Do not misunderstand. That half-elf is the defector Higender whom the all-seeing eye has been desperately searching for. She has now joined our flower of sin, and the lad beside her will be your cash cow for the next 3 days. The leader of the Black Valley tribe's penetrating gaze fell upon Elvin. If Higender is indeed viable, I stand to gain immensely. As for Elvin, is he durable enough? If he were to be killed in the ring, I would bear no responsibility. The loss of life is a frequent occurrence here, and given their tender age and slight stature, they are unlikely to engage in many matches. Upon finishing his statement, it was clear that he was reluctant to have Irwin step into the ring. The old strategy was employed once more. Send in one of your own first, allowing him to secure a couple of victories, and then let him concede a couple more. By the end of the evening, he would likely be compliant. After all, they are merely transient sources of revenue, and this young lad has the potential to draw attention. Thus, the leader of the Black Valley consented to Irwin's participation in the evening's competition. Isabella, though baffled by their conversation, discerned that they were clearly intent on manipulating the outcome of the matches. However, Irwin, being a naive newcomer, might only perceive that consistent victories would lead to greater financial rewards. As the two approached, Isabella turned to Irwin and advised, "If you wish to earn money, simply comply with their directives. I am here to gather other intriguing information. This place will attract many individuals from various factions come nightfall. Find a way to prolong your time." The leader of the Black Valley interjected, "Irwin, why not stay here for now? I shall prepare some equipment you will need for the night as competition." Peony softly instructed Isabella, "When night falls, remember to encourage Irwin at the ring's edge. If the crowd is sizable, it's not unreasonable for you both to earn over 500 silver coins. I will publicly announce the new competitor for tonight's match," the leader of the Black Valley declared, beckoning Irwin to accompany him. Isabella nodded at Irwin, signaling him to follow. "I have a matter to attend to. We can discuss further upon my return tonight." She opened a spatial rift. Impressive indeed. This place possesses an extraordinary ability to suppress magical essence, yet you can effortlessly activate spatial magic. She mused. The arrangements have been made. But I must caution you. This individual is affiliated with Count Jayla. Isabella paid no heed, stepping through the spatial rift back to her room. However, once there, she pondered Peony's earlier words. The arena would sever the flow of magical energy. Even proximity to the arena would diminish the movement of such energy. Yet, what could be the deeper implications of mentioning Count Jayla's name? Isabella found herself puzzled, enveloped in an inexplicable unease. You will make your debut today, competing in 5 matches. Win 2, lose 1, then win 2 more. Be mindful of your approach. These matches are not genuine contests. Irwin struggled to grasp the leader of the Black Valley's meaning, as it seemed he was being instructed to deliberately lose matches. Was a contest that lacked earnestness even a contest at all? Is it not through victory that one earns? Irwin questioned, bewildered. You fail to comprehend. If you follow my guidance, we shall reap greater rewards. I will do my utmost, Irwin replied, wishing to express his desire to compete sincerely. His newly acquired elite Minotaur abilities remained, yet he was uncertain of his current strength. However, there was no need to divulge these thoughts to the individual before him. After gaining his abilities, Irwin had tested his strength, discovering that his physical prowess was now significantly superior. Yet upon awakening that morning, he felt inexplicably unwell. His intermediate second-tier strength had diminished, and the Lady Saint had shown no concern, leaving him with the impression that he had become a mere pawn in their game. Nevertheless, Irwin held firm faith in the Lady Saint's capabilities and wisdom. She must be privy to something yet unshared with him. She had mentioned delaying time to gather intelligence, but with so many attendees after the matches, how could they proceed? Irwin dared not entertain thoughts of the Lady Saint's disdain for him. Proving his strength through competition would be ideal. Yet the leader's prescribed outcomes filled him with resistance, that he perceived the matches as a fade. The leader of the Black Valley continued the dialogue, seeking to understand Irwin's situation and identify any selling point for promotion. Once everything was clarified, he led Irwin to the armory and lounge to await the night. He also instructed his men to head to Leonton City to promote the evening as competition. Lastly, he summoned his personal guards to relay a message to Count Jayla. Higenthal has joined the Sin of Flowers, and she would be present at the arena tonight, a prime opportunity to capture her, potentially securing more land and elevating their rank. As afternoon descended, news of Higenthal's appearance at the Black Valley tribe reached Magilla via a message scroll to the headquarters of the all-seeing eye. Zeveon had been monitoring the movements of Group C since his return. This time, he observed members of Group C hastily making their way to Mojila's office. Recently, he had been contemplating the connection between the fourth dungeon and Higenthal, but it seemed perplexing. Despite being guarded by the all-seeing eye, why did Ling Yi refer to them as the Demon Merchant Group? Was it merely because they belonged to Group C, or was it an unfair accusation? How did Higenthal manage to activate spatial teleportation to transport members of the Empire's Dragon Knights? Upon receiving the latest news about Higenthal, Mojila was quite pleased. At last he could apprehend her. She posed a significant threat to the Demon Merchant Group, as she might be aware of the numerous members within the all-seeing eye, potentially including himself. Until she was eliminated, his position would never feel secure. Who orchestrated her placement within the Black Valley tribe? Surely, it was Peony, the leader of the Sin of Flowers. The secretary who conveyed the message replied, then added in a hushed tone, "The Sin of Flowers collaborates with many factions. If we capture Higenthal, they will undoubtedly demand a share. Let us mobilize all capable forces in Leonton City. We must capture Higenthal at the Black Valley tribe. The vicinity of the arena will greatly diminish the flow of magical energy. And even with her abilities, she cannot escape. This time, I demand her head." With this plan, since it would be the Empire capturing Higenthal, no one could hope to claim any benefits, and they could also eliminate the troublesome Black Valley tribe. However, there still are people within the Black Valley tribe that do not worry. There are no Demon Merchant Group members in Leonton City, only those of the All-Seeing Eye. If we fail to capture Higenthal this time, everyone must evacuate Leonton City and return to the All-Seeing Eye, resuming our usual operations. If we fail this time, the opportunity may never arise again. We must prepare for eventual exposure. If we capture Higenthal, she must be executed immediately. Exposure? But who would dare believe Higenthal's fabrications? It is not her issue. We have already drawn the attention of someone within the all-seeing eye. Our group's activities have been too conspicuous. It is time to lay low. Zeveon stood at the entrance to Group C's office, refraining from knocking, instead choosing to wait. When Mojila's secretary opened the office door, she was startled by the imposing figure of Zeveon, causing the documents in her hands to scatter to the floor. "Mojila," Zeveon began, "I wish to discuss an important matter with you regarding Group A's investigation of the fourth dungeon." Seeing Zeveon's evident unease, Mojila settled into his seat upon realizing the conversation was work-related. Ignoring the papers strewn across the floor, Zeveon approached Mojila's desk like a languid rogue. "I would like to inquire about the relationship between Higenthal and the fourth dungeon. I recall you mentioning that she preemptively investigated the Demon Merchant Group's child trafficking incident in Leonton City. How did she come to know of this task in advance? She should still be in Leonton City." "We are all aware of her capabilities," Mojila pondered. "How would I know? There have been multiple instances of child abduction since last year. She could simply be—" "Please do not rush to defend her," Zeveon interjected with a calm, yet pointed tone. "Let us consider the possibility that her presence in Leonton City was merely coincidental, intended to investigate the Demon Merchant Group's activities. However, this presents a paradox that this." Mojila felt his heart race, his body stiffening in alarm. "What? Have I been discovered? Is my disguise not sufficient?" "What paradox?" Mojila questioned, his voice firm. "That if you wish to discuss this, I would appreciate it if you could provide evidence rather than mere speculation. Do you not find it curious? Why would Higenthal act independently to investigate the Demon Merchant Group, while simultaneously eliminating members of her own team? We all recall that Su Ying was your chosen investigator for the Demon Merchant Group's demonic experimentation. Therefore, I have dispatched someone to investigate. Higenthal has certainly betrayed us, but what could be her motive for betrayal?" Zhuang raised his brow slightly, observing the perspiring Mahegala, and could not help but let out a chuckle. "Do not be so anxious. I mentioned upon my arrival that I merely wish to discuss these matters with you. Should you lack the answers, I might begin to suspect that Higender is not a defector. Yet, it is a fact that she has taken the life of Su Ying. Oh, my apologies, tea time has arrived, so I shall not intrude upon Mr. Mahegala any longer." Zhuang stood up, taking a few steps away. "If you happen to have any answers, do feel free to seek me out." After his departure, Mahegala felt a surge of panic. How could he possess such doubts? Had he sensed that something was amiss with me? As night fell, tales of the evening's competition spread throughout the black market of Leondon. It was rumored that a young challenger sought to confront the arena an hour prior to the match. The Black Valley tribe was already filled to capacity, the initial combatants being seasoned fighters with remarkable strength and skill, having claimed no fewer than 10 lives within the arena. Following their victories, they would taunt the audience as midnight approached. The leader of the Black Valley was still awaiting Higender's arrival, thus preventing Elvin from entering the ring. During this interval, many spectators grew impatient, wondering if the young lad had perhaps succumbed to fear. After midnight, Isabella arrived at the Black Valley tribe, assuming the identity of Higender. Her presence astonished all spectators, for those acquainted with Leondon knew Higender to be the fugitive sought by the all-seeing eye. As Isabella approached the arena, the leader of the Black Valley finally permitted Elvin to take the stage. The referee commenced the introduction of Elvin's background, exaggerating his prowess to suggest that he equaled that of an adult man. Isabella noted that many spectators held placards inscribed with her name and corresponding amounts, all engaged in betting. Isabella nodded slightly, realizing their method of profit. The matches were merely a ruse to manipulate the audience and control the outcomes. Those wagering on Elvin's victory would ensure his defeat. Indeed, a clever way to generate income. Yet, whether Elvin, with his naive disposition, would heed any caution remained uncertain. Elvin approached Isabella from behind, clad in a simple cloth armor. Meanwhile, some spectators had secretly arranged to capture Higender. Isabella also spotted Helota concealed among the crowd. The first match commenced, with Elvin facing a lean, muscular man. The contours of his arm muscles were sharply defined, and his thighs bulged with muscle. He was bald, not particularly tall, yet exuded an aura of ferocity. As Elvin initiated his attack with deliberate movements aimed at vital areas, the muscular man received several blows to the head and one to the face. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Hey, ease up a bit. I'll let you win this first round. If you keep hitting like that, I may not last 3 rounds." Among the audience, numerous individuals had already placed their bets on Elvin. Isabella, however, remained focused on her surroundings rather than the match, meticulously observing the situation. After counting, she identified over 40 intermediate sorcerers and 8 advanced sorcerers, all hiding among the spectators, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Isabella noticed that the closer she got to the arena, the more difficult it became to sense her internal source of magic. She activated a layer of spatial power to significantly shield herself from the mysterious black stone's influence. If they were to attack, Elvin's response would undoubtedly be considerable. Thus, she faced the captors alone, or perhaps she could eliminate a few advanced sorcerers, causing the others to retreat. However, it posed a dilemma on how to safeguard Helota without endangering her father. As the first round concluded, Elvin decisively defeated the muscular man without sustaining any injuries, turning his gaze towards the saintly lady below the arena. The audience erupted in cheers. Those who had wagered on Elvin's triumph comprised 70%, resulting in a financial loss for the Black Valley leader. A temporary setback, no doubt. After a brief respite, Elvin descended from the arena, quenching his thirst, and his demeanor transformed into one of confidence and excitement. "Elvin, how do you feel on the arena?" Isabella inquired, her voice barely audible amidst the clamor, yet still discernible. However, Isabella's concern lay not with his adaptation, but rather with his perception of the magic limitations within the arena. "I feel fantastic, Lady Saint. How did I perform? Wasn't I impressive? Even as a mere mortal, I am no less than a novice magic warrior." The surrounding noise masked their conversation, ensuring no one overheard their exchange. Isabella, recognizing his naive sentiments, chose not to chastise him, instead offering praise. "Well done, but do temper your strikes and focus on evasion. Refrain from launching multiple attacks. If you finish too swiftly, I may miss crucial information nearby." Elvin chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. "Once you've completed another match, I must leave in haste. Just fight normally, avoid causing trouble, and after the competition, find your way back to the Sunflower. Do not pause to greet anyone along the way. And if someone attacks you, retaliate." After conveying her instructions, Isabella glanced at Helota, hidden among the spectators. "Lady Saint, are you in a rush for some urgent task?" Elvin queried, scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, they are once again seeking to capture Higender. Tomorrow, await me at the Sinflower Organization. I will continue to guide you in enhancing your magic source. As the second round approached, many began to place their bets, but Elvin's next opponent was a tall, buzz-cut man, standing at 6 feet tall, with scarcely defined muscle lines and low body FTTO Elvin. He appeared as a mere child. The man's arms were thicker than Elvin's thighs. The crowd fervently placed their wagers, with 80% betting on the buzz-cut giant's victory. Elvin recognized that this opponent had been intentionally arranged by the leader of the Black Valley. When a match commenced, Elvin was swiftly thrown to the ground by a sudden tackle. And before he could rise, the buzz-cut man seized him and hurled him against the iron railing. With a resounding crash, Elvin collided with the barrier, struggling to stand as the referee counted to 5 before he could finally rise. The buzz-cut giant continued to advance.